Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for girlfriend. Chapter 94. Pa. Just when the man from the Tsuneyashiro family was feeling proud, suddenly, a burst of deep applause suddenly sounded. In this empty place, the applause was so unexpected. The man's complexion immediately changed slightly, his expression was calm, and the zanpakut in his hand was held tightly by him. He looked towards the place where the applause came from, and saw a figure appearing. He was very unfamiliar with the figure that appeared in his eyes. Then, he heard the other party talking. It was really a good layout. First, he tried to get Kokaki Xianghe out of the 6th division. Then, after Kokaki Xianghe went to the 1st division, he deliberately framed him. After Kokaki Xianghe was imprisoned, he accurately grasped Kokaki Jinling's thoughts. While Kokaki Yinling was leaving, he appeared in front of Kokaki Xianghe and used words to seduce Kokaki Xianghe, causing him to escape from the penitence palace. After he left here, even if he suddenly came to his senses and reconciled with Kokaki Yinling, it still could not change the fact that he escaped from prison. A prisoner who escaped from the penitentiary has fundamentally tarnished the reputation of the Kokaki family. The Kokaki family is the head of the 5 nobles and has the obligation to set an example for all nobles. Such a person is not worthy of being a member of the Kokaki family. If Kokaki Yinling wants to protect the honor of the Kokaki family, it can only cut it off with Kokaki Xianghe. If, at first, it was just the weird applause that aroused the guard of this Tsuneyashiro family member, then after the other party said these words, the heart of this Tsuneyashiro family member has already grown. There was a strong murderous intention. The other party actually understood many of the Tsuneyashiro family's plans. This was one thing he couldn't accept. Shinigami? Or the others? Because the person in front of him was not wearing a Shinigami costume, he was not sure whether this person was Godi 13's Shinigami. But that doesn't matter anymore. Because he suddenly thought of something. That is, Kokaki Xianghe has escaped from prison. Kokaki Xianghe, who is unwilling to accept the fate of death, escapes from prison and kills an insignificant person. It seems to be a reasonable thing. Thinking of this, he used Shunpo and flashed towards the opponent. When he was close to the opponent, he swung out the zanpakut in his hand and killed the opponent. However, when he first came to the other party's arm suddenly stretched out and already held his wrist. This shocked the man, Ajta, who was about to liberate zanpakut. However, the next moment, he was hit by the irresistible Emperor Li. The other party held his wrist forcefully, causing the zanpakut in his hand to cut towards his throat. Puff! Blood spurts. After all, the man's words of liberation were not spoken. His eyes were wide open and he was in disbelief. He never thought that he would die. And he would die so easily. But after one encounter, he fell into a deadlock. He never thought that anyone would dare to kill him. You know, he is Tsuneyashiro. Tsuneyashiro is a great noble. The person in front of him, who was not a noble, dared to kill him. Where did he get the courage? Anger, unwillingness, and other emotions flashed through the man's mind, and finally came to an abrupt end. Bang! His body was casually thrown on the ground by Xian Ye. It's like throwing away garbage. After casually killing the member of the Tsuneyashiro family in front of him, Xian Ye turned his head and Aizen's figure appeared. It's really surprising, Master, you didn't pursue Kokaki Xianghe, but you chose to kill this man. If I'm not mistaken, he seems to be from the Tsuneyashiro family. What, Suk, you want to report me, but you can't do it because of righteousness. Yexiao said to Aizen. Aizen also smiled and said, Master is joking. Xian Ye added, do you think the way he died was very similar to being manipulated by zanpakut and dying under his own knife? Aizen glanced at the body of the Tsuneyashiro family member. He gradually understood what the master had said before. It is hard to say whether Kokaki Xianghe had committed a serious crime before, but it is a fact that he escaped from the penitence palace. This has deeply damaged the honor of the Kokaki family. As expected, what Kokaki Hibiki does next will further push him further down the wrong path, with no possibility of clearing his guilt. If these are the plans of the Tsuneya Shiro family, there is no doubt that their plan has been successful. With the help of many means, the protective umbrella chosen by Kokaki Yinling for the Kokaki family was abolished. But there is a premise for all this. That is, the Tsuneya Shiro family has evidence that they were not involved. As a result, now, a member of the Tsuneya Shiro family died next to the confession palace, and he died under his own zanpakut. Obviously, this method was done by Kokaki Xianghe. So the question is, why are people from the Tsuneya Shiro family here? Why did Kokaki Xianghe want to kill him? This may be something that happens later, but as long as this incident spreads, it will be impossible for the Tsuneya Shiro family to escape from this turmoil. The battle between the great nobles will come to light. Although the Kokaki family is an extremely rule-abiding family and is unwilling to use the privileges of the nobility to trample on the laws of Soul Society, if it is found that other families are trampling on the laws of Soul Society, they will never be forgiven. Master is really good at calculating. Aizen praised Xian Ye. Xian Ye said, I just feel that Seireitei is too peaceful now, like a ball of stagnant water. He doesn't mind doing something to make Seireitei lively. Aizen glanced deeply at Xian Ye and said nothing. Xian Ye said again, let's go. There is a lot of noise about Kokaki Xianghe's escape from the penitence palace. I'm afraid it won't be long before the criminal army arrives here. Aizen nodded. Soon, the two figures quickly disappeared from here. Not long after, the criminal army arrived and first discovered that the deep prison where Kokaki Xianghe was located had been broken open. The body was later discovered near the penitentiary. From the clothing on the corpse, it can be determined that it is a member of the Tsuneya Shiro family. So, why did the Tsuneya Shiro family come here? The members of the criminal army did not dispose of the body and secretly handed it over to the Tsuneya Shiro family. Instead, they reported the matter to the captain of the 2nd Division and the commander-in-chief of the criminal army, Shihaoren Kuchen. After all, the 2nd Division is led by the Shihaoren family. The Shihaoren family is also one of the great nobles. The relationship between the great nobles is not harmonious. Chapter 95. Captain of the 2nd Division, Shihaoren Kuchen soon learned about Kokaki Hibiki's escape from prison and the deaths of members of the Tsuneya Shiro family near the confession palace. Coincide? Or is it inevitable? Shihaoren Kongchan thought carefully. In the end, it was decided that it was the latter. The Tsuneya Shiro family, as one of the great nobles, has not joined the Godai 13 like the Kokaki family and the Shihaoren family. Although there are still many Shinigami in the family, the meaning of their existence is to protect the Tsuneya Shiro family. From beginning to end, the Tsuneya Shiro family has placed themselves in a very high position. They are aloof and despise the common people. Naturally, they disdain to join the Godai 13, which is composed of common people. Among the entire Seireitei, only a few families that were also big nobles were noticed by the Tsuneya Shiro family. As for what Tsuneya Shiro wants, Shihaoren Kuchen, as the head of the Shihaoren family, certainly knows what it is. What he is looking for is nothing more than the position of the head of a great noble. This time, what happened to the Kokaki family, he guessed, it was the Tsuneya Shiro family. Of course, Kokaki Yinling may have guessed some. But even if Kokaki Jinling guessed it, there was nothing he could do. Because there is no evidence. As the head of the great nobility, the Kokaki family seems to be glorious, but this is actually another kind of restriction. But if he is asked to give up his position as the head of the great nobles, that is absolutely impossible. It seems that the Tsuneya Shiro family made a miscalculation this time. Shihaoren Kongchan couldn't help but whisper to himself. Because he had insight into the Tsuneya Shiro family's conspiracy a long time ago, he often told Yoryuki about Kukaki Xianghe, just to let Yoryuki understand that the battles between the great nobles were actually extremely cruel. If one day Yoryuki becomes the head of the Shihaoran family, he must pay attention to the other big nobles. They are not friends, and sometimes they may even become your enemies. It was also for this reason that after he understood everything, he did not help the Kukaki family. If the Kukaki family declines, it might not be a bad thing for him. Of course, this does not mean that the Shihaoran family has the idea of becoming the head of the great nobility. The Tsunoya Shiro family's plot. The Kukaki family, according to Shihaoran Kuchin's speculation, the Tsunoya Shiro family must have been planning for this matter for a long time, and logically speaking, there will never be any clues left. But the reality was beyond Shihaoran Kongchen's expectation. A member of the Tsunoya Shiro family died in the confession palace. Suspected to have died at the hands of Kukaki Hibiki. If the evidence is handed into the hands of Kukaki Jinling, it will be impossible for the Tsunoya Shiro family to stay out of the matter. In the final analysis, it is because of the arrogance of a great noble that he underestimated the power of the common people. Shihaoran Kongchan commented. He didn't need to guess, he could also think of how this member of the Tsunoya Shiro family died. He must have seduced Kukaki Xianghe in the confession palace, but he didn't expect that after Kukaki Xianghe escaped from the confession palace, he would directly attack him. He must have resisted, but underestimated Kukaki Xianghe's strength, and was eventually killed by Kukaki Xianghe. Thinking of this, Shihaoran Kongchan sighed again. Kukaki Yinling's vision is indeed very good, and the chosen Kukaki Xianghe has outstanding strength. Unfortunately, he is still too young and fell into the trap of others without any precautions. If you choose to wait in the penitence palace, you may not be able to wash away your guilt. It's a pity that I still couldn't hold it back after all. When he was bewitched by members of the Tsunoya Shiro family and escaped from the penitentiary, it meant that Kukaki Xianghe could no longer stay in the Kukaki family. The Kukaki family will never allow a sinner to tarnish the family's reputation. Kukaki Xianghe's move is a sign of self-defeat from Soul Society. Thoughts flashed, Shihaoran Kongchan issued another order. Go all out to capture the criminal Kukaki Hibikawa. In any case, Kukaki Xianghe escaped from the penitence palace and has committed a serious crime, so we still have to catch him. However, before the people from the second division could capture Kukaki Xianghe, new news came. There have been several massacres among the Seireitei. Several noble-born Shinigami and their families who had originally reported Kukaki Hibikawa for murdering his colleagues were all killed. Because these noble Shinigami of the first division reported Kukaki Xianghe, they did not perform tasks in the first division during the period when Kukaki Xianghe was imprisoned, but were idle at home. It just so happens that their homes are basically located in the same area. This is nothing unusual. Most of the nobles in Soul Society basically live in the same area, in order to distinguish them from the common people. 0. Kukaki Xianghe is seeking revenge. Shihaoran Kongchen's eyes were fixed. Happy. Unprecedented pleasure. Kukaki Xianghe was still wearing the white prison uniform in the penitence palace, holding a zanpakut in his hand. There were many traces of blood on the prison uniform. His face was ferocious, but his mood was extremely cheerful. When the Shinigami, a group of nobles who had slandered him, knelt in front of him and begged for mercy, and when they screamed and died, he felt that all the torture he had suffered before was nothing. He made those people pay the price after all. As for what will be the consequences after doing these things? Kukaki Xianghe didn't care. All he cared about was that those people were dead. He has no idea where to go from now on. But obviously, it is impossible for him to surrender. He didn't want to die, nor did he want to accept the trial of those nobles. Therefore, I can only find a way to leave Seireitei. Then to the present world? Hueco Mundo? That was also what happened after that. How about it? Isn't the feeling of revenge very satisfying? Just when Kukaki Xianghe was thinking this, a calm word sounded in his ears. Kukaki Xianghe was shocked and quickly slashed out with his sword. However, what greeted him was a heavy blow. Even if Kukaki Hibiki is powerful and has mastered Bankai, he has already reached the level of captain in terms of strength. But after enduring this heavy blow, he still almost fainted. Then, he felt a hand penetrate his chest. This hand touched his knot, and then extended to the depths of his soul, touching his soul sleep. Kukaki Xianghe wanted to struggle and resist, but the invisible force of restraint came and he had no chance to fight back. Pain? There is no pain. But fear arises from the bottom of my heart. Just when Kukaki Xianghe thought his life was about to end, everything came to an abrupt end again. The arm was withdrawn from his body, and then, the figure who attacked him left. Chapter 96. Kukaki Xianghe was a little dazed. He had spent a long time here to recover from the dizziness. The first reaction after I recovered was weakness. Weak as never before. He doesn't know who the person who attacked him is, but it would be his biggest mistake if the other party didn't kill him. After spending some time, Kukaki Xianghe regained some strength areas. He was going to find a way to escape from Jinglingting and go to the real world. For ordinary Shinigami, if they want to go to the present world, they can only use a large world-traveling gate. But before that, Kukaki Xianghe was, after all, the son-in-law and adopted son of the Kukaki family. Kukaki Yinling trained him without reservation, although the blood flowing in his body was still the blood of common people. But Kukaki Xianghe still knew the secrets among many nobles. Among the 060 nobles, there are many small world-crossing gates. Kukaki has this thing in his house. Kukaki Xianghe has already thought about where to go next. Return to Kukaki's house, find the small world-crossing gate, and go to the giant of the present world. The present world is a world of artifacts, and the Soul Society's monitoring of the present world is far inferior to that of the Soul Society. You hide yourself in the present world, and as long as you hide your own Ryutsu, the people of the Soul Society will never be able to find you. Kukaki Xianghe is actually not stupid at some point. Soon, he arrived at Kukaki's house. With the help of his strong strength, he easily sneaked into it. Then, I found the location of the small world-crossing gate. Just when he activated the world-traveling gate and was about to step into the broken world and go to the real world, an angry voice suddenly sounded. Xianghe, stay here. Kukaki Xianghe looked back and saw the angry face of Kukaki Yinling. Next to Kukaki Jinling, there is an old figure. It is the captain of Godi I-13 Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni. After leaving the penitence palace, Kukaki Yinling is eager to help Kukaki Xianghe get rid of the crime, and he wants to find evidence. It just so happened that the place where Kukaki Xianghe's accident occurred was a special unit under the 1st Division, so he found the captain and asked for help. After all, he was the captain of the 6th Division and it was difficult to interfere in the affairs of the 1st Division. While he was talking to the captain, news came one after another. First, Kukaki Xianghe escaped from the penitence palace and found the body of a member of the Tsunoya Shiro family at the scene. This allowed Kukaki Jinling to confirm that it was the Tsunoya Shiro family who wanted to deal with the Kukaki family, but the top priority was to find Kukaki Xianghe first. Kukaki Xianghe must not be allowed to completely go to extremes. Kukaki Hibiki is a genius he has trained. He really didn't want to see Kukaki Xianghe go to destruction step by step and go on the wrong path. Although Kukaki Xianghe escaped from the penitentiary and killed members of the Tsunoya Shiro family, there is still room for maneuver as long as Kukaki Xianghe is stopped in time. However, it was still a step too late. By the time they found clues about Kukaki Hibiki, he had already killed all the noble Shinigami who had slandered and framed him. Ryutsu then pursues Kukaki Xianghe with the help of Kid. Kukaki Jinling and Captain Yamamoto suddenly discovered that the other party had arrived at Kukaki's house. Kukaki Jinling, do you want to stop me? Kukaki Xianghe looked at Kukaki Yinling and no longer called him father, but called him by his first name. I know what you want to do. You just think that my existence has tarnished the reputation of the Kukaki family, and you want to capture me and execute me to protect the honor of the Kukaki family. But this time, I won't do what you want. After Kukaki Yinling heard these words, his expression suddenly changed. Immediately afterwards, Kukaki Xianghe turned around and stepped into the boundary gate. When Captain Kukaki Jinling and Yamamoto saw this, they also followed him. Master, since you found Kukaki Xianghe, why don't you kill him? When the turmoil caused by Kukaki Xianghe intensified. Another place. Aizen took the initiative to ask Xian Ye a question. If Xian Ye killed the Tsunoya Shiro family member and put the blame on Kukaki Xianghe, it would be understandable. He was dragging the Tsunoya Shiro family who was originally hidden behind the scenes and staying out of the incident into Uzumaki, thus setting off a fights between great nobles. So why did he not kill Kukaki Xianghe after finding him? Xian Ye answered Aizen's question, Kukaki Xianghe cannot die. You should know that Zanpakuto was born from the soul of Shinigami. Each sealed state has its own soul, but this soul is like a blank sheet of paper. When Shinigami and sealed state resonate, then, their own the soul will be reflected on the sealed state, and through Zanpakuto, the power contained in the soul will be excavated and revealed. Zanpakuto is a weapon with which Shinigami lives and breathes. When Shinigami dies, Zanpakuto will also degrade and die, and finally return to the original sealed state. Only a new Shinigami picks it up and injects the power of Shinigami into it, can the sealed state be revitalized, but reborn the sword is completely different from the original sword. Master, you spared Kukaki Xianghe's life because you valued his sword. However, are you sure that Kukaki Xianghe will not die in the hands of the Commander-in-Chief and Captain Kukaki? Because he had secretly paid attention to Kukaki Hibiki, Aizen naturally noticed that Captain Yamamoto and Kukaki Jinryodo pursued Kukaki Hibiki. These two people are not simple characters. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, as the captain of Godei 13, is undoubtedly the most powerful Shinigami among Godei 13. As for why Seireitei is not the most powerful Shinigami? Because Aizen is not sure who is more powerful compared to his master and Captain Yamamoto. In addition to the captain, Kukaki Jinling is the head of the Kukaki family, and 5.0 is not a simple role. Maybe Kukaki Xianghe is not weak, but he will definitely not be a match for these two people. If Yamamoto was alone, maybe Kukaki Hibikawa would die. But the Kukaki Silver Ridge has also gone, and this is where the Kukaki Sound River comes to life. After all, Kukaki Xianghe is Kukaki Jinling's son-in-law. He has reached this point, and Kukaki Jinling is also responsible. This self-blame is the reason for Kukaki Xianghe's survival. If Kukaki Jinling and Yamamoto bring him back to Seireitei, because Kukaki Xianghe killed the nobles, there is probably only one way to die. In order to save Kukaki Xianghe's life, as expected, Kukaki Jinling will choose to seal Kukaki Sounding River. Although being sealed is not a good thing, at least you are still alive. Chapter 97. Aizen heard Xian Ye's name for Captain Yamamoto, which made him have more guesses about his master's background. So many years of getting along. Now he is very sure that the master is definitely the Shinigami from long ago. Because all the Shinigami who are related to the master are extremely senior. Captain of the 4th Division, Unoha Naretsu, Captain of the 12th Division, Hikifun Kiryu, and Captain of the 2nd Division, Shihaorin Kuchin. They are all veterans among Godei 13. In addition, Kirako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake, who also have a good relationship with their masters, are not young Shinigami. These Shinigami have all been in the position of captain for hundreds of years. A Shinigami doesn't necessarily become stronger if he lives longer. But if a captain lives a long time and serves as captain long enough, he must be very powerful. Shinigami has a high casualty rate. The captain's casualty rate was even higher. It's a pity that even though he secretly discovered a lot of Godai 13's archives, he still couldn't find any information about his master. This is not a strange thing. This is because after Xian Ye was promoted to Division 0, all files and information about him were destroyed and no longer exist in any records of Godai 13. Although the 0 Division is also called the team, its existence is superior to Godai 13. It has extremely important responsibilities. An ordinary Shinigami does not even know the qualifications there. Only by becoming the captain can you be qualified to know. Since Xian Ye became a person there, it was naturally impossible for him to leave any archive information in Godai 13. Because this would reveal the secrets of the members of the 0 Division. If someone learns about Xian Ye's abilities, it may become the key to breaking through the 0 Division. So, it's not just the record of Godai 13. Even the records about Xian Ye in the Great Spirit Book Corridor have been erased. He is a person who does not exist in any archives and only exists in some people's memories. So, Master, are you going to wait until Captain Kukaki seals Kukaki Xianghe, and then rescue Kukaki Xianghe and subdue him? Although Aizen didn't know why Xian Ye was so sure that Kukaki Xianghe would be sealed by Kukaki Silver Ridge, but based on the master's interest in Kukaki Xianghe's Zanpakut, he began to speculate on the master's next move. Xian Ye smiled faintly and did not answer Aizen's words. Everything seemed to be corrected by Xian Ye. Captains Kukaki Jinling and Yamamoto returned, but they did not bring back the sinner Kukaki Xianghe. According to Kukaki Yinling and the Commander-in-Chief, Kukaki Xianghe has been eliminated by them, and his spirit son has completely collapsed, with no bones left. Regardless of whether others believe it or not, the captain has vouched for Kukaki Jinling anyway. In addition to being the captain of the 6th Division, Kukaki Jinling is also the head of the 5 nobles and the head of the Kukaki family. Others can only choose to believe it. As a result, the story of Kukaki Xianghe escaping from the penitentiary and killing the noble Shinigami came to an end. But what ended was just about Kukaki Xianghe's personal strength. The turmoil among the great nobles is not over yet. When the Kukaki Xianghe incident came to an end, Kukaki Gingling immediately put away the sadness in his heart, and then pointed the finger at the Tsunoya Shiro family. Why do members of the Tsunoya Shiro family appear next to the Confession Palace? It was just after he met Kukaki Xianghe and before Kukaki Xianghe escaped from prison. From the death of this member, it can be inferred that the other person died in the Kukaki Hibiki River. So, why did Kukaki Xianghe kill this man? Also, Kukaki Hibiki was accused by several noble Shinigami of killing his colleagues earlier. What role did the Tsunoya Shiro family play behind this incident? Before this, Kukaki Jinling was a very disciplined person. Even though he knew that Kukaki Xianghe was being slandered, he still dealt with the matter within the rules in order not to violate the rules. However, now, Kukaki Xianghe has ended up like that. If someone breaks the rules, the Kukaki family shouldn't treat them politely. Although the Kukaki family has encountered some things and is facing the situation of having no successor, as long as he, Kukaki Jinling, is still alive, the Kukaki family will always be the head of the 5 nobles. The era of the Tsunoya Shiro family has long passed. The current head of the great nobility is the Kukaki family. Faced with Kukaki Jinling's accusation, the Tsunoya Shiro family naturally denied it in every possible way and were unwilling to admit that it was the Tsunoya Shiro family that framed Kukaki Hibiki. He even said that the tribesman's appearance in the Confession Palace was just an accident. He wanted to take a look at the sinner Kukaki Xianghe out of curiosity, but was brutally killed by Kukaki Xianghe. The other party was innocent. On the contrary, the Kukaki family, who trained noble executioners like Kukaki Hibikawa, need to answer to the Tsunaro family. It can only be said that as a great nobleman, his ability to confuse right and wrong is indeed not weak. It is a pity that Kukaki Jinling is unwilling to give the Tsunoya Shiro family a chance to defend themselves. The Tsunoya Shiro family single-handedly destroyed the Kukaki Xianghe River. How can it be a good thing if a clan member dies? When the Kukaki family attacked Tsunoya Shiro. 967 The Shihaoran family and the Shiba family also had a hand in it. The Shihaoran family commanded the 2nd Division and was in charge of covert maneuvers. With the power of covert maneuvers, evidence was found that the Tsunoya Shiro family incited those noble Shinigami and manipulated them to target Kukaki Xianghe. It was already difficult for the Tsunoya Shiro family to defend themselves. The Shiba family chose to attack, not because they had a good relationship with the Kukaki family, but because they had a deep grudge with the Tsunoya Shiro family. It could be said that they had not dealt with each other since the ancestors' time. Especially many years ago, the Shiba family was tricked by Tsunoya Shiro. Now, their strength has fallen to the bottom, and the name of the great nobles is on the verge of collapse. However, even so, the Shiba family sees an opportunity to attack the Tsunoya Shiro family. When the opportunity comes to add insult to injury, he is still unwilling to miss it. Except for the most mysterious and low-key clan among the 5 nobles, they have not spoken out. For a time, the 4 nobles Tsunoya Shiro, Kukaki, Shihaoran, and Shiba were fighting endlessly, and the entire Seireitei changed from a stagnant water to a lively place. Xian Ye, who single-handedly started the fight between the Kukaki family and the Tsunoya Shiro family, did not pay attention to the aftermath of the dispute between the great nobles. In the laboratory, he carefully cultivated the things obtained from Kukaki Hibiki's sleep and lock knot. Part of Kukaki Hibiki's soul. Chapter 98. Hikifune Kiryu came up with some ideas many years ago, and then spent many years perfecting his ideas into the temporary soul theory. Temporary souls are obtained by studying the nature of other people's souls and spiritual powers, finding ways to learn from them, cultivating and strengthening them through external means, and then integrating them into their own souls. The compatibility of souls will greatly increase the strength of the soul. When the strength of the soul is increased, Shinigami's spiritual power will also be significantly improved. Xian Ye has assisted Hikifune in perfecting the theory of temporary souls for a long time. It has extremely deep requirements for the soul. After helping Hikifune Kiryu successfully complete this theory, he also had some new ideas. The soul is composed of spirit sons. If, through some means, one can thoroughly understand the breath of another person's soul, imitate it through external means, and create the same spiritual power as the other person, can one use the same breath and the same spiritual power to replace that person? Taking up everything in him? Under normal circumstances, it is naturally difficult to do such a thing. But Xian Ye is not. The power of his Zanpakuto spiritual pivot is complete control over the spirit sun. This ability is based on Xian Ye's understanding of Lingzi. The deeper he studies the spirit sun, the more powerful this ability becomes. After a long period of study, Xian Ye happens to be an expert in the study of the spirit sun. Therefore, with the help of this sword, he can do many incredible things. Composing matter with spirit particles, decomposing spirit particles, and annihilating them are just one of the application techniques of this sword's ability. And after the research on the temporary soul gradually deepened, he had a new idea. That is, using the ability of the sword to imitate the breath of the soul, and thereby control the opponent's Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto is a weapon that is closely related to Shinigami's life and death. It originates from Shinigami's soul. Logically speaking, this relationship is difficult to shake, but in fact, it is not the case. Because the sword also has a soul, in the process of getting along with the two souls, they are not always in the same mind. If this relationship can be shaken, Zanpakuto's ability can be separated from Shinigami. Muramis's ability is one of them. In the original work, the Quincy's star medal was taken away from Shinigami Bankai, which was also mentioned. As for why the star medal was able to take away Bankai, Xian Ye probably guessed the reason after studying the Quincy. Shinigami's Bankai unreservedly liberates the powerful power contained deep in the soul. Zanpakuto is the carrier of this power. After Bankai, Shinigami's Ryutsu will skyrocket due to the liberation of the soul. However, it is also because this power is freed from Shinigami's soul without restraint. The key to Shinigami's manipulation of this power lies in the fluctuation between souls, which is the spiritual wave. If there is any way, you can imitate Shinigami's spiritual wave. Then you can mislead Zanpakuto's soul, thereby taking away and sealing Bankai's power, and then use the method of imitating the spirit wave to replace Shinigami and manipulate this power. Ordinary people cannot do this kind of thing. But for a Quincy who has the ability to control spirit children, it is not difficult. As for Shikai, since it can only be regarded as a semi-liberation of the power contained in the soul, only half of the power hidden in the soul has been liberated, and the other half is still hidden in Shinigami's soul. The relationship between Shinigami and Zanpakuto is actually more. Bankai became even closer after that, and even if he could imitate Shinigami's spiritual waves, he couldn't take away his ability. But as colorful as this world is, there are no exceptions. In the world of Shinigami, there are also many unique Zanpakuto. Muramasa is such a special sword. What is special about him? In particular, the relationship between him and his master Kokaki Xianghe is not close, perhaps because one of his abilities is that he can materialize into reality at any time and participate in battles, giving him an autonomy that Zanpakuto does not have in his body. Therefore, liberated or not, he has been completely separated from Kokaki Xianghe's soul. Because of Kokaki's loyalty to his master, Sorai always obeys Kokaki Hibiki's orders. But in some special cases, because the connection with Shinigami is not close, it is possible that Kokaki Hibiki calls him, but he does not hear this situation. Don't worry, Kokaki Xianghe doesn't want to call you, but I am still happy to call you. Xian Ye spoke lightly. The next moment, he liberated Zanpakuto, and through the analysis of Kokaki Xianghe's soul, he successfully imitated the fluctuations of Kokaki Xianghe's soul, and even transformed his spiritual power nature transformation to be the same as Kokaki Xianghe's. Whisper. Muramasa. The liberation language belonging to Muramasa was called out by him. His spiritual power echoed towards the void. Because the real Kokaki Xianghe was sealed, Muramasa could not hear Kokaki Xianghe's call, and also lost Kokaki Xianghe's spiritual power supply. He was about to fall into a deep sleep. At this moment, he suddenly sensed Xianghe breath. Xianghe was calling him. The village chief immediately responded to Xianghe's call with his last strength. His figure passed through the void, followed the call in the soul, and came to the side of Xianghe. Finally, it passed through many spaces and came to Xian Ye. Muramasa's face was very pale. He looked at Xian Ye who was calling him and was in a daze. The appearance and appearance are not that of his master Xianghe. But the breath and spiritual power in the soul are all Xianghe. So, is this Xianghe? Muramasa was at a loss. Xian Ye saw his confusion and said, in order to avoid Kokaki Yinling's pursuit, I can only change my appearance. Muramasa, you are too weak. Let's rest for a while. When saying these words, Xian Ye specially released some spiritual power, using part of the soul taken from Kokaki Xianghe as the center, and transmitted this spiritual power to Muramasa in front of him. Muramasa received the supply of spiritual power and immediately recovered some strength. At the same time, he no longer had any doubts and was sure that the person in front of him was his master Xianghe. Yes. Muramasa responded. Immediately afterwards, his figure disappeared. A sealed state appeared in front of Xian Ye. This sealed state is exactly Muramasa's true form. Xian Ye stepped forward, took hold of the sealed state, and nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 99. Using special techniques to replace Kokaki Xianghe and gain control of Muramasa, Xian Ye was very satisfied. This gave him a deeper understanding of the relationship between Shinigami and Zanpakuto. Of course, being able to seize control of Muramasa is also related to Muramasa's specialness, plus the fact that he has been confused for a long time, and his master Kokaki Xianghe has been sealed. Although he temporarily imitated the aura of Kukaki Xianghe, he was able to use part of the soul captured from Kukaki Xianghe to provide power to the center of Muramasa, but in order to prevent Muramasa from seeing the clues, Xian Ye then used special means to temporarily seal Muramasa, lest he appear in reality all the time. Keep a knife like Muramasa, it may be able to play some role when necessary. Of course, there is a premise that Kukaki Xianghe is still alive and Muramasa cannot sense his existence. Therefore, if possible, you can explore the location of the Kukaki Xianghe seal and completely control the Kukaki Xianghe in your own hands. The safest way is to soak it in a glass bottle and turn it into a vegetative state, between 0B life and death. Because only when Kukaki Xianghe is alive can Muramasa exist. If he dies, Muramasa's existence will also die. Even though the relationship between Muramasa and Kukaki Hibiki is different from the relationship between other Shinigami and Zanpakuto, it is not close. But after all, it is a sword bred from Kukaki Xianghe's soul. When Shinigami dies, the power bred from his soul will dissipate out of thin air. This is one of the laws of this world. No matter how special the sword's ability is, it cannot be disobeyed. The battle between the Kukaki family and the Tsuneya Shiro family continues. Both are great nobles, and there are many noble forces standing behind these two families. In the past, the Kukaki family pursued being a role model for all nobles and never violated the laws of Soul Society. Therefore, even if they learned that the Tsuneya Shiro family had many disobedient behaviors, they did so not to offend fellow nobles. Because the Tsuneya Shiro family was too lazy to pay attention to it, because if there was a fight between the big nobles, it would destroy the stability and balance of Seireitei, and on the contrary, it would cause Seireitei to fall into greater chaos. However, I did not expect that such tolerance would actually make the Tsuneya Shiro family push their limits further. What happened to Kukaki Xianghe made Kukaki Yinling understand that consistent tolerance will only make others see their own weakness and think that they are easy to bully. Therefore, he was too lazy to tolerate it. Kukaki Xianghe has been abolished. If the Kukaki family does not emerge with outstanding descendants, the entire family will decline like the Shiba family. In this case, it is better to settle things with the Tsuneya Shiro family. Even though this move may cause unrest in Seireitei, Kukaki Jinling no longer cares. He just wanted Tsuneya Shiro to understand. The Kukaki family is the head of the great nobility. Ever since, Central 46 started to get busy. Many past violations of Tsuneya Shiro's laws were brought to light by the Kukaki family, demanding a new trial from Central 46. The Shihaoran family didn't mind adding insult to injury and helped the Kukaki family collect a lot of evidence of Tsuneya Shiro's crimes. Although the Shiba family has declined in recent years, as long as it has not been expelled from the ranks of the great nobles, it still has some residual power, and it also puts pressure on Central 46 to let them deal with Okaya Shiro impartially. Ever since, Central 46 has become a little numb. Central 46 is the highest judicial body of Soul Society. It is composed of 40 sages and 6 judges. They all come from the nobility. For Shinigami of Godei 13, Central 46 is superior. But for the 5 nobles, it was nothing more than that. Because they came from the nobility, so they would have to be, Ajka, subordinate to the 5 nobles. It's just that the Kukaki family used to be more disciplined, so they respected Central 46 and never asked them to do anything. The unruly Tsuneya Shiro is different. With the privileges of a great noble, Central 46 has cost them a lot of face. In the past, Tsuneya Shiro's family has committed crimes, but Central 46 cares about the Tsuneya Shiro family. In terms of face, they are picked up high and put down gently. Although there is a trial, the punishment is not severe. As a result, now, these old stories have been uncovered by the other 3 great nobles. Central 46 suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Why do you have to involve us in the fight between your great nobles? Why should things that are clearly in the past be brought up again? Is it a reopening of old cases? Doesn't this mean that he is slapping himself in the face and telling many people that it is not fair for him to wait for past trials? And this move will undoubtedly deeply anger the Tsunoya Shiro family. But if it is not dealt with, then not only Tsunoya Shiro will be offended, but the other three nobles. Perhaps it was because the Kokaki, Shihaoran, and Shiba families were very observant in the past, but the Tsunoya Shiro family had never been very observant, so they were used to obeying the Tsunoya Shiro family's words. But at this moment, after the other three families also did not abide by the rules, they only then did he realize that the five nobles were of the same level after all, and Tsunoya Shiro had not yet reached the point where he could cover the sky with one hand. In the end, Room 46 chose the side with more people. Many old cases were retried, making those Tsunoya Shiro clan members who had escaped justice because of their noble status pay the price. Even, in order to protect the face of Central 46, they expelled many people from Central 46. It is said that it was these people who bent the law for personal gain and allowed these criminals to go free. There is no doubt that there is a power game going on in the 46 rooms. The result of the game was that under the power of the three nobles, people close to the Tsunoya Shiro family were expelled from the ranks of Central 46. This behavior can be regarded as maintaining the face of Central 46 in disguise. But after all, this is just what Central 46 thinks. Central 46, which was so high up there, was pulled down from the altar. Aizen sighed. I thought that the master killed the Tsunoya Shiro family member just to provoke a fight between Kokaki and Tsunoya Shiro, but I didn't expect that this fight would actually force Central 46, Seoul Society's highest judicial body, to this point. Among other situations. Although Central 46 has done a series of things to maintain its face. But in Aizen's opinion, this still exposed the true nature of Central 46. They seem fair and superior, but in fact they are just lackeys of the nobles. Chapter 100. If we say that in the past, Aizen still cared a little about Seoul Society's laws and would not violate them as much as possible. After all, for so many years, for Shinigami of Godai 13, Central 46 has always stood for fairness and justice. But with this battle, Central 46's fig leaf was torn off. Even though they quickly took measures to regain that justice, in Aizen's view, this became more and more obvious and ridiculous. Central 46 is not as fair as imagined. For nobles and civilians, they have two completely different attitudes. They bowed in the face of pressure from the great nobles, because the great nobles were the top of the nobility. All members of Central 46 were from the nobility, and they did not dare to judge beings with a higher status than them. When facing the common people, they pride themselves on their aristocratic status, are superior, and are extremely contemptuous. Interesting, really interesting. I seem to understand what the master is thinking. No wonder the master doesn't like the nobles. It's just because the so-called justice in this world is just the justice of the nobles. There is no justice for us civilians. Since the existence of this world's laws is inherently unfair and unreasonable, then even if they are trampled on, it doesn't seem to matter. The last bottom line in Aizen's heart completely collapsed. Then, he strengthened his will. He wants to discover the true face of the world. And if you want to do this, the first thing you need is strong power. As far as Shinigami is concerned, he is already very strong now. With the powerful ability of Zanpakuto, coupled with his own powerful Ryutsu that is growing all the time, if he shows his true strength, he will be among the best even among the many captains of Godai 13. However, such strength is still not enough to explore the truth of the world. Shinigami, although called a god, is not a true god. In this world, there is something more powerful than the power of Shinigami. Therefore, if you want to explore the true face of the world, the first step is to find a way to break the boundaries of Shinigami and transcend the power of Shinigami. Aizen has already had an idea about this matter. Originally, due to some concerns, I didn't dare to violate Seoul Society's laws and only dared to conduct certain experiments secretly. But now, I understand the essence of soul society and understand what Central 40SIX's so-called justice is. After the incident, the lofty laws in the past seemed ridiculous to him, so he naturally had no intention of taking them to heart. Aizen is secretly lurking in Rukanga, conducting many experiments with his soul wantonly. At the same time, he took the opportunity to observe Xian Ye's Spirit King's right arm and worked with Xian Ye to create a brand new detection instrument. Just like the toe slap chaser in Bakud can capture other people's Ryutsu and track the other person's location, the purpose of this instrument is to sense the power of the Spirit King. The Spirit King was dismembered in the past, and many of his body tissues were scattered around the world. Many of them were directly integrated into the cycle of spirit sons, forming new souls and appearing in the bodies of newborn souls. Because the Spirit King possesses almost omniscient and omnipotent power, every piece of his body tissue has completely different abilities. The power of the Soul King's right arm is still. There is no doubt that this power does not meet Aizen's requirements. He wants to fuse many Shinigami souls to break through the boundaries, and needs a more suitable power as an opportunity. With the help of instruments, Aizen actually found some Soul King fragments in Rukanga. These fragments are hidden in the body of the soul. Aizen spent a lot of time and successfully separated the Soul King fragments from their bodies. It's a pity that these fragments are not big, but surprisingly small. When taking out these Soul King fragments, Aizen also adhered to the idea of avoiding the destruction of the souls themselves as much as possible without killing the souls. After all, today's Aizen is not the person in the original work who killed countless souls and used unscrupulous means for great purposes. Deep in his heart, there is also a sense of justice. When he discovered that Kenpeki was using Rukanga's soul for experiments and wanted to destroy the balance between souls, he would not hesitate to stop Kenpeki. 0. Please give me flowers. After the fragments of the Soul King were peeled off from the soul, the opponent's soul suddenly appeared damaged. Fortunately, Aizen learned the temporary soul technique from Xian Ye, by peeling off a small part of the opponent's soul, and then used a unique to use this method. You can use your own spiritual power to nourish and strengthen this part of the soul, and then integrate it into the other person's body to fill the vacancy in the other person's soul. Although due to the loss of the Soul King fragments, these souls will become weaker from now on. For example, a soul that originally had the qualifications to become an elite Shinigami may only become an ordinary soul in its lifetime. But compared to the annihilation of the soul, collapse, and dissipation, at least he can still survive in the future. Of course, Aizen himself consumes a lot of spiritual power because he helps the other party repair his soul, but Aizen doesn't mind. My luck seems to be pretty good today. Came to Rukanga again. Although some Soul King fragments were found before, the fragments were too small and did not have any special abilities. However, they were part of the Soul King after all. When Aizen tried to gather them together, using them as the core, he could pull many Shinigami souls. After the power was intended to fuse them together, the conflict between the souls in the past did not appear. Because there is a more powerful force that suppresses these souls. This made Aizen even more convinced that his original idea was correct. He continued to search for the Spirit King fragments in Rukanga. Today, after discovering that the instrument was sensing, he immediately headed towards the area sensed by the instrument. After arriving at the destination, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Just because what appeared in front of him was not Rukanga's ordinary soul. Instead, Sunset Shinigami. A female Shinigami. The other party's appearance can only be described as average, but there is a sense of gentleness. In front of her, there was another NR. The so-called NR meant literally. He had blackened skin and short purple hair. He wore goggles over his eyes. Goggles. The two seemed to be friends and were talking about work. 0. Chapter 101. Is it this man? Aizen wears a white cloak. The cloak is a prop he made based on the principle of Xian Ye's Ryutsu invisibility technique. After putting on the cloak, his Ryutsu and Ling Luo will be completely hidden, and his existence will blend in with the surrounding environment. When outsiders look at it, they will just regard it as a stone on the roadside and subconsciously ignore it. He secretly observed the men and women in front of him. The woman is wearing a black Deathbuster outfit and a Zanpakuto, and is undoubtedly a Shinigami. The man is the soul of a Rukanga. Shinigami talks to summoning soul, and they seem to have a very good relationship, which is not a strange thing. After all, most of the Shinigami in Godai 13 today are born civilians. Although there are many Shinigami among the nobles, the 430 are only a minority among them who are willing to join the Godai 13. Although Shinigami who were born as civilians went to Seireitei, they still have their relatives and friends in Rukanga, so occasionally Shinigami will come to Rukanga to visit their relatives and friends. Are they friends? Aizen secretly guessed and observed the man. He thought that the fragments of the Spirit King were hidden in this man's soul. As a result, after careful observation for a while and using the instrument in my hand, I found that this was not the case. But, a woman. This made Aizen look at the female Shinigami seriously. His brows couldn't help but frown. The natural spiritual power of a soul with a Soul King fragment will be stronger than that of an ordinary soul with Shinigami qualifications. It can be said that every soul with a Soul King fragment has the qualifications to become an elite Shinigami. It is not strange for such a soul to become a Shinigami. But for Aizen, the soul that has become Shinigami is somewhat different from the soul that is still wandering in Rukanga. It would be more troublesome to take away the Soul King fragment from the soul of the former, because that person would be killing his colleagues. As for the latter, because they are not Shinigami, the laws of soul society do not care about them, unless you massacre and kill Rukanga's souls on a large scale and destroy the balance between souls, then Godai 13 will intervene. Otherwise, Godai 13 won't care if a few souls disappear. If the Soul King fragment is hidden in your body, then I have to think of something. Aizen whispered to himself in his heart. The fragment of the Soul King was hidden in the body of the female Shinigami, which put him in some trouble, but he still didn't want to give up. It's nothing more than finding a way and using some means to take out the fragments of the Spirit King. Naturally, this female Shinigami also fell under his observation. Secretly, I stared at this female Shinigami for a long time. Aizen watched him say goodbye to his friend, and then watched her return to Seireitei. While the opponent was returning to Seireitei from Rukanga, Aizen had the opportunity to attack the opponent, attack him, and force him to take away the Soul King fragment from the opponent's soul, but in the end, he chose to give up. Without knowing whether the Soul King fragment in the other party's soul is large or small, acting rashly is really not worth the gain. What if there was just a tiny fragment of the Spirit King again? Such reckless behavior would be a bit irrational. At least, you have to figure out the identity of the other party and the reality of the fragment of the Spirit King in the other party. As the captain of the fifth team, it is not difficult for Aizen to figure out the identity of a Shinigami. After returning to Seireitei, he investigated secretly. Finally, know the identity of the other party. Tsunoya Shiro. Yudamoto. The background of the other party surprised Aizen. He never expected that the female Shinigami was actually a member of the Tsunoya Shiro family. Then, he continued to investigate the matter and suddenly discovered that there was another reason. The other party is not a direct descendant of the Tsunoya Shiro family, but a woman who married into the Tsunoya Shiro family. Many years ago. I don't know what the Tsunoya Shiro family saw in her as an ordinary Shinigami, so they asked a member of the clan to marry her. The woman was just an ordinary Shinigami, so when faced with the proposal of marriage from the Tsunoya Shiro family, she naturally had no room to refuse. In this way, the other party married into the Namiyo family. The other party's husband is the last member of the branch house of the Tsunoya Shiro family, and is called Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata. Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata is a very senior Shinigami. According to the information from Aizen's investigation, the other party is related to Kiraku. Shunsui and Seireitei are students in the same class. Unfortunately, unlike Kurako Shunsui and Seireitei who became captains, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata is from a noble family, but his qualifications are average. He did not join the Godei 13, but was a member of the Kid clan. Among Seireitei, there are many Shinigami. In addition to the Godei 13, there are also the Kid crowd. Although the role of the Kid crowd cannot be underestimated, in the minds of most Shinigami, they are inferior to Godei 13. Only some Shinigami who cannot enter Godei 13 will consider the Kid crowd. Anyway, as long as you know Kid, you can join the Kid community. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata has been among the Kid crowd for many years, and is only an average member, which shows that his qualifications are really poor. However, it was such a person who married Ji Kuang, whom Aizen discovered. Ji Kuang's body contains fragments of the Spirit King. Tsuneyashiro. If it's just an ordinary Shinigami, Aizen can easily obtain the Spirit King fragments with some planning. But the identity of the other party, Tsuneyao, made Aizen feel that the matter was quite difficult. However, he still paid attention to the woman. But then, something unexpected happened, which made Aizen feel that this world is too wonderful. The woman's husband, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, was in trouble. During the recent period, the atmosphere in Seireitei has been particularly depressing due to the battles between several 4.0 nobles. Ordinary Shinigami may not be aware of these things. However, Shinigami, who is a senior official, is keenly aware of something unusual. Central 46, due to fighting between nobles, several people were expelled. I don't know how this storm will end in the end. But what is certain is that the current Tsuneyashiro family is at a disadvantage. Many old cases have been uncovered, and the Tsuneyashiro clan members who used to go unpunished have received new punishments. And recently another case was revealed. That is, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, the last person in the Tsuneyashiro branch house, killed his colleague. This is not an old case, but something that happened recently. Chapter 102. No one thought that when the Tsuneyashiro family was in trouble and attacked by several nobles, such a scandal would break out again. Killing fellow Shinigami. This is something that is strictly prohibited by Soul Society. It would be fine if it was an old case from the past, but it is a new case. This member of the Tsuneyashiro family was so courageous that he actually dared to commit a crime against the odds. It would make sense if he was a member of Tsuneyashiro's head family, but he is only the bottom of a branch house. A bottom of a branch house can act so boldly. This is enough to show how arrogant and domineering Tsuneyashiro is and how he ignores the laws of Soul Society. This kind of behavior will never be tolerated. This world was built by our noble ancestors. Whether the law is fair or not is the foundation of the stability of this world. Tsuneyashiro despises the law and tramples on the rules, which is destroying the stability of this world. This matter must be severely punished. Among Central 46, Kokaki Jinling stood in the middle. Although his position was lower than that of the Central 46 people, everyone looked at him with extremely respectful attitude. In the past, Kokaki Jinling rarely used the privilege of being the head of a great noble family. 09 Once they started to use it and became famous, the people of Central 46 had to seriously examine the weight of Kokaki Jinling's words, not to mention that in the dark, there were Shihaoran and Shiba families staring at them. Afterwards, Kokaki Jinling left. The members of Central 46 looked at each other, and one of them said, "Where is the criminal Tsuneyashiro Tokinata? It seems he's still at Tsuneyashiro's house. Summon him first and interrogate him." Someone spoke. Even they did not expect that a member of the Tsuneyashiro family would actually do such a thing at this time, which made the Tsuneyashiro family even more passive. If it were in the past, even if a member of the Tsuneyashiro family killed a colleague, by virtue of their status as a great noble, the matter would become a major matter or a trivial matter, but it is different recently. Tsuneyashiro was stared at by many people. He could not suppress or hide such a thing, and he was noticed immediately. When Central 46 was preparing to try Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata in Tsuneya Shiro's house, the head of the family and some elders in the clan also conducted another trial against Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, do you know what you are doing? Your behavior will put our family into a disadvantageous situation. Some old men stared at the man in front of them who looked young, but was actually not that young, and shouted harshly. Faced with the reprimands of the family head and elders, the person involved, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, did not feel any nervousness or fear. He calmly said, "He is just a commoner. Although he is Shinigami, to us nobles, he is like a pig and dog, but he still despises me. Isn't it a matter of course that I kill him? You are the head and elders of my Tsuneya Shiro family. Logically speaking, you should agree with my behavior. The nobles should be above us, and the common people should work for us and be driven by us. And now you come here to scold me. Why, do you think I did something wrong?" A rhetorical question came out of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's mouth. Not only did it fail to make the head and elders of the Tsuneya Shiro family agree with what he said, but it actually made them angrier. Tsuneya Shiro's beard trembled, and he was furious. "At this time, you still want to quibble? You are just the last member of the branch house. At this time, you have done something that brought shame to my Tsuneya Shiro family. If I hadn't indulged you too much in the past, how could the Kukaki family have found an opportunity to let me do it this time? Are the Tsuneya Shiro family so passive? This time, I will not protect you, I will hand you over. That's it." Even if the head of the family said such words, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata didn't panic at all. "So, have I been given up? Give up? I was wrong. A useless waste like you should have been given up long ago. You should not have been selected in the first place. As a result, you don't even have a child now. You are truly a useless man." It would be fine if Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata didn't say those words. After saying the word "give up," another elder also became angry and scolded Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. A group of people stared at Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata and cursed angrily. In the end, they did not choose to deal with Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata on their own, but asked people to take Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata home and wait for people from Central 46 to come and pick him up. As expected, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, if Tokinata commits such a thing, Central 46 will definitely punish him severely. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata did not feel nervous at all when facing a desperate situation. He just took a deep look at the head of the family and the elders, and then, under the supervision of the guards of the Tsuneya Shiro family, returned home first. After returning home, a woman immediately walked over and asked Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata sternly, "Tokinata, why did you kill your colleagues? Why did you do such a thing?" The woman is none other than Tsuneya Shiro Udami, and she is also the wife of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. Facing his wife's cross-examination, Tsuneya Shiro Toki 430 Nata still didn't feel guilty. Instead, he said in a matter-of-fact tone, "There is no reason, I just did what I wanted to do. Besides, don't you think that at this time, doing such a thing and making those guys feel uncomfortable, isn't it a very happy thing? Just because the Kukaki family is in trouble, we, Tsuneya Shiro, have to hand over those clan members and let the Central 46, a group of low-level nobles who are under us, Tsuneya Shiro, deal with them. Don't you think it's ridiculous? We nobles should be above everything else. The so-called law is just to restrain the existence under me. We created this world, and we deserve to enjoy the privileges of being above the rest." Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata seemed to know a lot of things. He said some words that she couldn't understand in front of Tsuneya Shiro Udamaro. Although Tsuneya Shiro Udashima didn't know what her husband was talking about, for her, her husband's killing of his colleagues was obviously unacceptable to her, so she continued to reprimand her husband. He didn't notice that when she scolded Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's eyes gradually turned cold and fell asleep. Because, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata no longer has any tolerance for the commoner-born woman in front of him. Chapter 103. Although Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata was only a member of the Tsuneya Shiro branch house, he was born a long time ago, and at a very young age, he knew the truth about the world and read the history of his family. He knew very well what kind of family Tsuneya Shiro was. These people, whether it is the main house or the branch house, are actually just a group of sinners with the blood of sin. Their ancestors once killed the Spirit King. Nowadays, many nobles seem to follow the leadership of the royal family, respect the Spirit King, and are ruled by the Spirit King. In fact, it is just a joke and a lie. Therefore, when the people of the master's family pretended to be in front of him, he sincerely looked down on these people. In other words, in his opinion, the several nobles were all so despicable. However, he did not choose to give up his status as a noble. On the contrary, he enjoyed many privileges brought by his status. He would not do anything to uphold justice, maintain order, and abide by the laws of soul society. Because in his opinion, this is all self-deception. They are all descendants of sinners, with the blood of sin flowing in their bodies, so naturally they do not need to abide by the so-called order. Of course, because he is only a member of the branch house, he is naturally at a disadvantage when facing the master's family. Sometimes, he will choose to comply with the master's request. For example, marry the woman in front of you. Yuta Kwangnae is a commoner woman. Logically speaking, such a woman should not be qualified to marry into the Tsunaro family. But I can't help but think that this woman is special. Because in her body, there are fragments of the Spirit King. The Tsuneya Shiro family, as the descendants of the people who murdered the Soul King in the past, naturally knew about the Soul King fragments. In fact, in these years, the Tsuneya Shiro family had been secretly studying the Soul King. Unfortunately, the harvest was not big. Ever since, they had a new idea. That is, if a child is born to a member of the Tsuneya Shiro family and Shinigami, who is carrying a fragment of the Soul King, will he be able to inherit part of the Soul King's power? This idea is not random. Children of Shinigami will inherit part of their parents' soul power, and the children's abilities will be very similar to their parents' abilities. In the long years, the fragments of the Spirit King have been mixed in the world and have long been integrated with the cycle of spirit children. Many souls have fragments of the Spirit King in their bodies since they were born. This fragment has become a part of its soul, and the soul that possesses the Soul King fragments also possesses various powerful powers compared to ordinary souls. So, can this power be inherited by his children? The Tsuneya Shiro family had such thoughts. It just so happened that Ji Kuang was another young woman. Therefore, they chose to let their own people marry each other, hoping to have children with Ji Guo. The person chosen by the Tsuneya Shiro family was Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. A person in a branch house is still the last person in the branch house. Such a person, even if he is very senior, was once classmates with Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake, but both classmates became the captains of Godi I-13, but he is not even qualified to join Godi I-13, he is just a kid member, but a well-deserved waste. Now, the only thing of value in him is the blood flowing in his body. Therefore, if he can give birth to a child for the family, it can be regarded as a contribution to the family. This was the idea of Tsuneya's family. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata understood the thoughts of the master's family, and because of the branch house, he married Yuta Kuang. But whether he chooses to let a mere commoner give birth to his child is up to him. There is no doubt that he does not want civilians to give birth to his children at all, and he is not even willing to touch civilians. This is also the reason why Ji Kuang married him but has not given birth to a child for him so far. Naturally, Tsuneya's family didn't know about these things. Whenever he saw him, he always scolded him. This actually made Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata even more dissatisfied with his master's family. When Tsuneya Shiro was jointly dealt with by the other three nobles recently, he did not choose to exercise restraint, but instead committed the crime against the odds. Is this his stupidity? No, that's not the case. But he wanted to see if Tsunayoi still had the courage to let those nobles understand that the so-called law had always existed to protect them, great nobles. When this world was created by a group of sinful people, there is no such thing as justice. As a result, he was disappointed. Not only did Tsunayashiro's family not understand this, on the contrary, they wanted to hand him over to Central 46 for conviction. How ridiculous is this? No one can judge him. The fact that he killed civilians was the privilege given to him by his ancestors. This was the privilege of the Tsunayashiro family. He is not guilty. At this moment, after hearing these words from Utena, Tsunayashiro Tokinata only felt that it was getting more and more noisy. Have you said enough? Gloomy words came from Tsunayashiro Tokinata's mouth. Ji Kuang's words stopped abruptly. Then, she looked at her heart in disbelief. A knife pierced into her heart. This is Tsunayashiro Tokinata's sword. She never thought that Tsunayashiro Tokinata would kill her. Although she didn't like Tsunayashiro Tokinata very much, he was her husband after all, and she was his wife. You. Ji Guo had a look of disbelief on his face. Her life was dying rapidly, and finally, it came to an abrupt end. After killing Yuta Kuang, Tsunayashiro Tokinata did not dispose of her body. Instead, Shi Shiran walked out of the house. Because he killed his colleagues, the Tsunayashiro family planned to hand him over and let Central 46 judge him, so there were many guards from the Tsunayashiro family near his home to guard him. However, he is obviously not ready to sit still and wait for death, nor does he want to accept trial. So, he took action. Kill all these guards. After that, he did not leave the Tsunayashiro family, but headed towards a secret place in the Tsunayashiro family. Prepare to take away something from Tsunayashiro's family. Since the Tsunayashiro family's position as the head of the great nobility was replaced by the Kukaki family, the Tsunayashiro family has thirsted for power in order to rise. They studied the Soul King and collected Soul King fragments. Although they were not able to research anything, they did collect it. Got a lot of Spirit King fragments. At this moment, Tsunayashiro Tokinata was ready to take those things away. Since this world can't tolerate him, he doesn't mind recreating a spiritual king, subverting the old order, and building a world that can tolerate him. From this point of view, Tsunayashiro Tokinata is actually an out-and-out madman. Chapter 104. Something happened to the Tsunayashiro family. Word of this soon spread throughout the Seireitei. Although Seireitei is large, because there are all kinds of people living in it, there are all kinds of institutions, Godei 13, civilian living quarters, noble living quarters, prisons, forests, judicial institutions, etc., so that the life of the nobles area, on the contrary, it only occupies a part of Seireitei, and the nobles are concentrated in the same large area. Therefore, when something happens among nobles, it will spread quickly. And when what happened to Tsunayashiro's family was completely spread. Whether it is big nobles like Kukaki, Shihaoran, Shiba, or other small and medium-sized nobles, the first thought they have is horror, and then fear and disbelief. However, the fact is that something big happened to the Tsunayashiro family. The cause of the matter can be traced back to Central 46's preparations to interrogate Tsunayashiro Tokinata, the criminal of the Tsunayashiro family who killed his colleagues. Due to the recent pressure from other nobles, Central 46 has been severely cracking down on illegal activities among nobles. Many old crimes committed by members of the Tsunayashiro family have been resurfaced. Tsunayashiro Tokinata committed a crime against the trend of 947 and killed his colleagues. Naturally, it cannot be tolerated. If it is found out, Tsunayashiro Tokinata will be severely punished. However, when the people from Central 46 arrived at Tsunayashiro's house, they first smelled the strong smell of blood. Afterwards, they saw a ferocious and terrifying scene. The Tsunoya Shiro family was brutally massacred. It can be said that all the members of the master's family were killed or injured. However, because the person who took action was a little hasty, not everyone was killed. When Kukaki Jinling, Shihaorin Kuchen, and other heads of the noble family rushed to the Tsunoya Shiro family, they were extremely shocked after seeing the tragic situation of the Tsunoya Shiro family. Then, Shihaorin Kuchen looked at the survivors of the Tsunoya Shiro family and confirmed again and again to the other party, "Are you saying that the person who killed these people was Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, the last member of the branch house?" "Yes, it is." Because of a massacre, the survivors of the Tsunoya Shiro family who unfortunately saw that scene were completely frightened. It's not that the Tsunoya Shiro family doesn't have Shinigami. In fact, their family has quite a few Shinigami. Among many nobles, at JBF, has the habit of teaching people Shinigami knowledge. Many of these noble-born Shinigami did not choose to join the Godai 13 because of their naturally well-off family background, but stayed in the clan. However, these Shinigami of the Tsunoya Shiro family, including the family head and elders, had no chance to fight back in front of Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, and they were all slaughtered by Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata. As expected, he was a classmate of Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake in the same period. As Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata massacred the Tsunoya Shiro family, and after all the heads and elders of the Tsunoya Shiro family were killed, a lot of information belonging to Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata was revealed again. Before that, Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata was just a kid member, and the identity of this kid member was obtained through the identity of the Tsunoya Shiro family. Everyone thought he was a waste. His performance does look like trash. Not only is he a member of the branch house, but he is also the last person in the branch house. However, after this incident, many people re-examined Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata. There is no doubt that Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata hid his own strength. Someone even found out that he was once a classmate of Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake, and had studied under the captain. You know, that was many years ago. That was not long after the establishment of Spiritual Arts Academy. At that time, the captain served as the first principal of Spiritual Arts Academy. Because Spiritual Arts Academy recruits students from the entire Soul Society, the vast majority of those who choose to apply are common people, so in the earliest days, there were no nobles who wanted to study in it. Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake, who were born into noble families, chose to study in Shinigami, and later became captains. They were also the first batch of Mao graduates to become captains. They did not know how many followers they inspired. But today, it seems that they are not the only ones. There is also Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata. The Tsunoya Shiro family is one of the great nobles. Even though the position of the head of the great nobility is now occupied by the Kukaki family, the overall strength of the Tsunoya Shiro family is still not weak. However, in front of Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, they are still so invincible. Hit. Or, the Dai family is just showing off. Or, Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata's strength has reached a frightening level. No matter what, Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata committed such a serious crime, and he must not be allowed to go unpunished. So, using the clues of searching Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata as an excuse, Kukaki Jinling and Shihaorin Kukina started searching Tsunoya Shiro's house with great tacit understanding. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Although the Tsunoya Shiro family was brutally massacred, they were not completely exterminated after all. After this incident is over, the Tsunoya Shiro family will still exist, but they will be weak to the ultimate level. Before that, if we could figure out the many secrets hidden by the Tsunoya Shiro family, it would be a good thing for nobles like them. Every great nobleman hides his own secrets. It's just that in the past, ordinary people couldn't know because of his status as a great noble. Now that he finally has this opportunity, of course he can't miss it. Kukaki Jinling is the captain of the 6th division, and the 8th division is the noble team. As a big noble, something happened to the Tsunoya Shiro family. As the head of the noble family, the Kokaki family has an obligation to help them deal with the aftermath. As a covered mobile unit, the second division is responsible for assassinating and executing criminals. Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata has committed a serious crime, and the second team is obliged to arrest him. In order to find Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, they must find out the clues that the other party left in Tsunoya Shiro's house. Both of them had their own reasons, so they searched for the Tsunoya Shiro family. Finally, they got their answer. The Tsunoya Shiro family indeed hides many secrets, which can be said to be shocking. But now, everything is empty. Because the heads and elders of the Tsunoya Shiro family are all dead, even if it is true that the Tsunoya Shiro family is conducting many forbidden experiments and wants to be held accountable, no one can be found who can be held accountable. Among the first team, Captain Yamamoto is quietly waiting for the return of Kokaki Jinling and Shihao Kong-chan. What happened to Tsunoya Shiro's family made him feel very heavy. He once again felt that the nobility was uncontrollable. The nobility was the source of chaos in this world. However, who said that this world was created by those nobles? He can only block the darkness created by the nobles as much as possible and strive for some fairness for the common people Shinigami. This is also the trivial thing he can do. Things. Before the two captains who were born into noble families arrived, an unexpected figure came to Captain Yamamoto. Chapter 105. What are you doing here? Captain Yamamoto saw the figure coming in front of him, his brows could not help but frown, and his expression was a little solemn. Xian Ye felt Captain Yamamoto's alertness, his expression did not change, and he just said calmly, "Things with the Tsunoya Shiro family are not that simple." Captain Yamamoto's eyes flickered and he looked at Xian Ye in surprise. Even though the former Xian Ye came out of Godai 13, after Xian Ye was promoted to that division, the relationship between him and Godai 13 was completely severed. From now on, he can no longer be considered himself. People. Because they are not considered one of our own, we naturally have to be wary to a certain extent. Not to mention, hundreds of years after Xian Ye was promoted to the Zero Division, he suddenly left the Zero Division and returned to the Seireitei. Since Xian Ye's return, Xian Ye has always been an unstable factor in Captain Yamamoto's heart. He has always been monitoring Xian Ye. Xian Ye originally taught at Spiritual Arts Academy and had nothing to do. But in the process, he also accepted a disciple, and later he competed with Kenpeki of Mole City, and accepted the invitation of the Shihaoran family to teach Shihaoran Yoryuaki. These things made Captain Yamamoto more and more wary of Xian Ye. Because he saw from these things that Xian Ye was unwilling to be lonely. Of course, because Xian Ye did not take any more drastic measures, Captain Yamamoto only slightly increased his attention to Xian Ye, and Xian Ye has not yet reached the point of being dangerous. Of course, Captain Yamamoto is naturally extremely curious about why Xian Ye left the Zero Division. But that was Xian Ye's own secret after all, and it was inconvenient for him to ask. Today, because of the affairs of Tsunoya Shiro's family, Xian Ye took the initiative to come to him, making Captain Yamamoto particularly concerned about Xian Ye's purpose. Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata committed a serious crime by killing his colleagues. Later, in order to escape punishment, he massacred the Tsunoya Shiro family. Now he has absconded. This matter will be handled by us Godai 13, Kokaki and other nobles. Even if there is a hidden secret in this matter, it is not that simple, and you, who are not Godai 13 Shinigami, and are not a great noble, cannot interfere. Captain Yamamoto spoke sharply, focusing on Xian Ye's current identity. What if I tell you that the affairs of the Tsunoya Shiro family involve, where is the Soul King? Xian Ye said something in front of Captain Yamamoto. Just one sentence caused Captain Yamamoto's expression to change drastically. After saying these words, Xian Ye felt filled with emotion. Although he knew that several nobles had their own secrets, Tsunoya Shiro was secretly studying the Soul King, which still exceeded his expectations. He was worthy of being a descendant of the person who was good at making suggestions and murdering the Soul King in the past. At first, Xian Ye actually didn't know about this. After Aizen discovered the existence of Tsunoyo Udamaro, he informed Xian Ye about it. This also made Xian Ye interested. Unlike the other major nobles, the Tsunoyo Shiro family is a pure-blooded family. They are proud of their noble blood and despise civilians. Under normal circumstances, it is naturally impossible to marry a woman born from a commoner. So why did Yuta Kuang marry into the Tsunoyo Shiro family? Xian Ye thought about it and found only one answer. That is, the fragment of the spiritual king contained in his body. So, he secretly investigated for a while, and finally got an incredible answer that could explain everything. The Tsunoyo Shiro family is studying the Soul King. The Soul King is the king of the entire world. To ordinary Shinigami, he is an extremely mysterious ruler of the world, respected by all Shinigami. But for the great nobles, what is the truth about the Soul King? They are too, it couldn't be clearer. However, even so, on the surface, they still maintained their respect for the Spirit King. Because maintaining the Spirit King means maintaining the stability of the world created by their ancestors. The Tsunoyo Shiro family, as a great noble, logically should do the same thing. Only when the world is stable can they continue to enjoy the many privileges of the great aristocrats and stand high above them. However, it happened that such a family, which was least likely to undermine the stability of the world, chose to study the Spirit King and prepared to subvert this stable world. What do the Tsunoyo Shiro family want to do? Do you feel that your status as a noble is too noble and you are ready to throw yourself into the quagmire? No, this obviously cannot be the reason for the Tsunoyo Shiro family to study the Soul King. Since this is not the reason, then the only possibility is that the Namiyo family wants to go further. 0. Intending to replace the Spirit King. After discovering what the Tsunoyo Shiro family had done, Xian Ye couldn't help but feel that she was not alone. He is not the only one who dares to study the Spirit King. However, before he could conduct further observations on the Tsunoyo Shiro family, something happened to the Tsunoyo Shiro family. This change caught Xian off guard. Finally, after thinking about it, he came to Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni and told him some secrets. Captain Yamamoto was shocked when he heard about the Soul King. He was shocked at first, and then slowly came back to his senses. His face was extremely gloomy. How dare they? Of course he knows what it means to be a Spirit King and what he is. 0. The Spiritual King is the wedge of the world, the cornerstone of the world. It is the existence of the Spiritual King that makes this world stable. The balance between souls maintained by Godi 13's Shinigami is based on the stability of this world. If the stability of the world is destroyed, the balance between souls will naturally not exist. You know, I used to be from there, so I know the Soul King better than you. I am very sure that the Tsunoyo Shiro family is secretly studying the Soul King. I cannot sit idly by and ignore this matter. I don't care about the life and death of the Godi 13, the rise and fall of the great nobles, or even the balance between souls, but when it comes to the stability of this world, I absolutely cannot let this matter continue to develop. So, I'm not here to ask your permission to do anything about this. But let me inform you. Xian Ye spoke calmly and expressed his attitude towards Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni. Captain Yamamoto heard this and was about to express his attitude of refusing Xian Ye's involvement in this matter, but when he met Xian Ye's eyes, he knew that he could not stop Xian Ye. Unless he takes action and defeats Xian Ye. But, can I really do such a thing? The battle between himself and Xian Ye will undoubtedly plunge the already chaotic Seireitei and Soul Society into greater chaos. Whenever he thought of the devastated Soul Society after the war that year, Captain Yamamoto felt extremely guilty. After that, he gradually restrained his strength skills. Chapter 106. Can I believe you? Facing Xian Ye's gaze, Captain Yamamoto asked Xian Ye in a deep voice. Xian Ye didn't speak, just looked at Captain Yamamoto quietly. Captain Yamamoto felt very unsure, but in the end, he made a decision. At least, he couldn't stop Xian Ye from getting involved in this matter. Since you can't stop it, you can only choose to believe it. Even though I don't know why Xian Ye left the Zero Division. But when he left, the people in the Zero Division did not do anything to Xian Ye, but let him leave. This is enough to show that in the eyes of the people in the Zero Division, Xian Ye's existence will not threaten him. To the stability of this world. They believed Xian Ye. You have reached that point, and I don't seem to have the ability to stop you. Yamamoto, the 533 captain, said another word, which seemed to agree with Xian Ye's involvement in this matter. Kukaki Jinling and Shihaorin Kuchen soon left Tsuneya Shiro's house. The tragedy of Tsuneya Shiro's family has happened. Although they were shocked, they also had to face this matter. Targeting the Tsuneya Shiro family as before? It seems that it is no longer necessary. After all, the Tsuneya Shiro family has paid a heavy price. It seems that there is a causal cycle somewhere. The cause of everything is that the Tsuneya Shiro family did not want to see the Kukaki family grow, and secretly plotted against the Kukaki family. Through many means, Kukaki Xionghe was led astray, and finally Kukaki Xionghe was abolished. But during this period, some accidents happened. A Tsuneya Shiro clan member died near the Confession Palace, suspected to have died in the Kukaki River. This gave the Kukaki family an opportunity to take action. If the normal development continues, the final result will be that the Tsuneya Shiro family will hand over some Tsuneya Shiro clan members who have committed crimes in the past in order to settle the matter and let Central 46 try them again. The dispute between the great nobles will just end like this. In the end, no one expected that it was precisely because Central 46, under the pressure of Kukaki, Shiba, Shihaorin and other nobles, began to handle the case impartially and tried the Tsuneya Shiro family that Tsuneya Shiro could no longer use his status as a nobleman to escape guilt, making Dingfeng Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, who committed the crime, fell into some kind of dilemma. Faced with the predicament, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata was even more unwilling to sit still and wait for death. In the end, he went crazy and massacred the entire Tsuneya Shiro family. It can be said that these seemingly unrelated things are actually connected behind the scenes. Because of various butterfly effects, things have been pushed to this point step by step. If the dead head and elders of the Tsuneya Shiro family knew that there was such a madman in their family, and knew that they and others were planning to murder the Kukaki family, they would make Tsuneya Shiro pay such a price and cut off their own lives. They would never do such a thing. Of course, with Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's madness, even if Central 46 did not enforce the law impartially and force him into a corner, he might be able to take action against the members of Tsuneya Shiro's family in the future because of certain things. All in all, the deal is done. The Tsuneya Shiro family paid the price. Next, all that needs to be done is to apprehend Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, the culprit who massacred the Tsuneya Shiro family. After he killed the head and elders of the Tsuneya Shiro family, he seemed to have taken some things from the Tsuneya Shiro family, and then crossed the border with the help of the Tsuya Shiro family's small boundary gate. Next, whether he went to the present world or Hueco Mundo, no one knows. But this incident also made Captain Yamamoto realize something. That is, the boundary crossing gate is not a good thing if it is not controlled. For ordinary Shinigami, if they want to go to Hueco Mundo and the present world, they can only use Soul Society's large world traveling gate. Every time they pass through, they will be marked with a limited spiritual seal. The existence of the spiritual seal can locate its location, limit its area of force. But in addition to the large world transmitting gates, there are also small world transmitting gates in many noble homes. Small world transmitting gates are uncontrollable. If others pass through the small world transmitting gates, they will not be marked with a spiritual seal, nor will their strength is limited. The original Kukaki Xianghe used the small world-crossing gate of the Kukaki family to escape to the present world. If he and Kukaki Yinling hadn't arrived in time and chased him, Kukaki Xianghe would have escaped. And this time, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata also used a small world-traveling gate to directly penetrate the soul-shielding film covering Seireitei and go to other worlds. When he escaped, no one saw him. It's a pity that these small world-crossing gates are all in the hands of Nobles Zero. Even if he wanted to control it, he couldn't. Captain Yamamoto once again felt powerless. Nobles are the source of instability in this world, because the existing laws make it difficult to truly control them. Put away many thoughts in my heart. After Kukaki Jinling and Shihaorin Kuchin left Tsuneya Shiro's house, Captain Yamamoto summoned many captains in the name of the first team and held a captain meeting. This meeting focused on discussing how to deal with the Tsuneya Shiro family. After discussing for a while, Shihaorin Kuchin took the initiative to stand up. The Tsuneya Shiro family is a big noble. Logically speaking, the tragedy that happened to their family should be handed over to the 6th Division, the noble team, and Captain Kukaki to handle it. But before that, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, the murderer of the Tsuneya Shiro family, had already committed the felony of killing his colleagues. Central 46 wanted to bring him to trial, but he escaped first. I am also the head of the great noble Shihaorin, and I am also the commander-in-chief of the secret mobile phone. Please let me go and arrest the sinner Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. Before this captain meeting was held, there seemed to be a discussion between Shihaorin Kuchin and Kukaki Jinling. Originally, matters involving the great nobles should be resolved by Kukaki Jinling, the head of the 5 great nobles. But such a 4.0 incident just happened to the Tsuneya Shiro family. It is necessary for Kukaki Jinling to stay in Seoul society to deal with the aftermath and do a good job of maintaining stability for the other nobles who were in a state of panic due to the incident at the Tsuneya Shiro family. So, in the end, after deliberation, it was decided to let Shihaorin Kuchin handle the matter and hunt down Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. The Covered Mobile is an organization that hunts down and executes criminals, and Shihaorin Kong-chan is the head of a noble family, so it is perfect for him to handle it. After hearing Shihaorin Kong-chan's words, the other captains naturally had no objection. They came to attend the captains' meeting and it was just a formality. That's how it was decided. This matter will be handled by the 2nd Division. However, just before Shihaorin Kuchin was about to gather people to hunt down Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, another unexpected figure appeared in front of him. This time, I'll go with you. Chapter 107. Seeing the figure appearing in front of him, Shihaorin Kong-chan was a little stunned. Xian Ye, sir. He didn't expect that Xian Ye would appear in front of him. Recalling that after he took the initiative to take over the task of chasing Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, the captain told himself in private that there was another person who would follow him, he suddenly had the answer in his heart. The captain knew this. Xian Ye looked at Shihaorin Kong-chan and said, "The affairs of the Tsuneya Shiro family are more complicated than you think. If they cannot be handled properly, it may cause greater harm. I can't sit back and ignore this matter." Shihaorin Kong-chan raised his eyebrows slightly. He sensed some information from Xian Ye's words. "Master Xian Ye, let's talk somewhere else," Xian Ye said to Shihaorin Kong-chan. So, they went to Shihaorin's house. Xian Ye is no stranger to the Shihaorin family. Whether he was taught by Shihaorin Qiani here when he was young, or he later accepted Yoryuaki as his disciple and taught Yoryuaki here, he often comes here. The Tsuneya Shiro family, what exactly is involved? Is it worth your while, Lord Xian Ye? In a room of the Shihaorin family, a kid barrier has been set up and the god of the Shihaorin family has opened another protective barrier. It can be said that Shihaorin Kong-chan is more careful than ever. Because he thinks what Xian Ye said can be crucial. Xian Ye also complained after seeing a series of things Shihaorin Kuchin did. Is the matter involved in the Tsuneya Shiro family important? Of course it is important, but it is not important to this extent. At least, when he told Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni about those things, he didn't put up a barrier to prevent theft. But Shihaoran Kong-chan has already done this, and he can't stop Shihaoran Kong-chan. Let Shihaoran Kong-chan think about the most serious aspects. The Tsunoya Shiro family is secretly studying the Soul King. As soon as Xian Ye spoke, Shihaoran Kong-chan's expression suddenly changed. Although the Tsunoya Shiro family has always acted recklessly on the strength of their status as a great noble, this is also a habit that many nobles have had for many years. Before Godai 13 was established, the Soul Society system was very similar to the shogunate system. The great nobles are equivalent to the generals, while the Shinigami, who were born as commoners, are the samurai and thugs under their command, working for them. Later, after the establishment of Godai 13, many nobles gradually retreated behind the scenes, and the boundaries between nobles and civilians became a lot blurred. However, there were still many nobles who thought about their status and looked down on civilians. Tsunoya Shiro is a family that only believes in blood. With the help of noble status, he willfully trample on the laws of Soul Society. But these things can be tolerated as long as they do not affect the interests of other nobles. This time, the Kukaki family will attack the Tsunoya Shiro family because Tsunoya Shiro attacked Kukaki first. Out of courtesy, they naturally have to take revenge. As a result, at this moment, after Xian Ye said some words, Shihaoran Kong-chan realized that what Tsunoya Shiro had done was far more than just breaking laws and disciplines. They wanted to destabilize the world and completely destroy the world. At the beginning of the world, the ancestors of the 5 great nobles joined forces to murder the Spirit King, opened up the world with the Spirit King's power, and even dismembered the Spirit King, completely cutting off his ability to move, and sealing him in the Spirit King's palace, making it the wedge and cornerstone of the world. But the ancestors of the 5 nobles did these things just to completely end the chaotic world without life and death. After the world was opened up, the existence of the Spirit King was also respected by them. Whether it was in history books or records in many classics, they were all ministers attached to the Spirit King, and the Spirit King was elevated to the highest level by them. High status. In addition, they spare no effort to protect the world. Any existence that wants to destroy the stability of the world is their enemy. In order to protect the world, many years ago, the 5 nobles reused Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni and asked him to form the Godai 13. In the name of the Godai, they carried out killings, eradicated some unstable factors, and worked hard to maintain the world of stability. However, they never thought that the enemy who really wanted to destabilize the world was lurking within them. It turned out to be the Tsunoya Shiro family. After learning the reason, Shihaoran Kong-chan suddenly felt a little happy again. If Tsunoya Shiro is really secretly studying the Soul King, no one will know about it given their status as a great noble. But this time Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata massacred the Tsunoya Shiro family. It actually prevented the Tsunoya Shiro family's conspiracy in disguise. I only paid attention to the Tsunoya Shiro family after the incident happened at the Tsunoya Shiro family. You know, I have been in that place before, so I am very sensitive to the power of the Spirit Master. I'm pretty sure that the Tsunoya Shiro family is studying the Spirit King, but I don't know exactly how many years they have been studying it. What we can know is that after the incident happened to the Tsunoya Shiro family, the power of the Spirit King that the Tsunoya Shiro family studied also disappeared. This is definitely not a coincidence. Shihaoran Kongchan's eyes flickered, and he thought carefully about Xian Ye's words. Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata. Shihaoran Kong-chan said 257 a name. He also thought about what he and Kukaki Jinling had discovered while secretly searching the Tsunoya Shiro family under the pretext of visiting the Tsunoya Shiro family. They did find a lot of remnants of experiments at Tsunoya Shiro's house, but they didn't know exactly what experiments were done at the time. Now it can be confirmed that the Tsunoya Shiro family is studying the Spirit King. There is only one possibility for the Spirit King's power to disappear, and that is that it was taken away by Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. The Spirit King is an omniscient and omnipotent god. As long as he still exists, the world can continue stably. But because of what the noble ancestors did back then, the Soul King was divided into many parts. The largest part was in the Soul King Palace. If someone got the rest of his body parts, it would very likely shake the stability of the world. We must catch Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, we must stop him. Shihaoran Kongchan is more serious than ever. As a result, the entire covert maneuver was launched, searching for the whereabouts of Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. Finally, relying on the remaining spiritual connections on the small world traveling gate found from Tsuneyashiro's house, they determined the whereabouts of Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. Place. Now. After the massacre of Tsuneyashiro's family, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata escaped from the world of Raiko to the world of Kiko. Chapter 108. The world of instruments is the world of humans, and it is a very weak world. However, such a weak world is the starting point of soul society in Hueco Mundo's life. When humans in this world die, their souls will either fall into Hueco Mundo or go to soul society for various reasons. It is due to the addition of these souls. Shinigami will be born only in soul society, and Hollow will appear in the circle group. And because the world of vessels can accommodate souls, there is no difficulty for souls as souls living in the world to go to the real world. However, the world of souls cannot accommodate vessels. If humans living in the world want to go to Hueco Mundo or soul society will be much more troublesome in comparison. First, they need to use special instruments to transform themselves into spiritual life. After returning, he has to transform from the spirit life back to the original vessel life. In other words, it's just the three of us going on a mission together this time. At Shihaoran's house, Xian Ye looked at the two people in front of him and blinked at the light. Shihaoran Kuchen accepted the mission to hunt down Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. But the number of people who went to carry out this task was pitifully few. If it weren't for Xian Ye's intervention, under normal circumstances, only 2 people would go to carry out the task. They were Shihaoran Kongchan and Shihaoran Yoryuaki. Shihaoran Kongchan said in a deep voice, "There is only one person in Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. If we go to hunt him down, we don't need too many people. He can slaughter the Tsuneyashiro family, which is enough to show that his strength is extraordinary. No matter how many people there are, if you don't have enough strength, it won't be of much use when facing him." Furthermore, if according to what Mr. Xian Ye said, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata really got something from Tsuneyashiro's family, then he must be caught before he uses these things. The fewer people there are, the better. The quicker you move. Of course, although there are not many people going after Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, the people from the Soul Society will also help us closely monitor and provide us with a lot of help to help us find his whereabouts. Shihaoran Kongchan chattered and explained a lot. The main reason is because there is only one person on the other side. As long as you can find him, defeat or kill him is enough. If there are many people, it won't be very effective. As for whether Shihaoran Kuchen and Shihaoran Yoryuaki will defeat Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, Shihaoran Kuchen gave the last reason. Moreover, isn't this accompanied by Mr. Xian Ye? With your help, no matter how powerful Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's methods are, it will not be enough. You really think highly of me. Xian Ye said something to Shihaoran Kongchan. After a few simple chats, the three of them walked through the small world crossing gate of Shihaoran's house and headed towards the real world. There is no formal large-scale crossing gate. After the large world traveling gate was built, in order to restrict Shinigami from traveling to the present world, there was an instrument inside that could create a limited spiritual seal. When passing through the world traveling gate, a limited spiritual seal would be left on the Shinigami's body, which would be extremely harmful. It greatly limits the strength of the captain and vice-captain. The original intention is of course good. Because the artifact world is very fragile, if Ryotsuo is too powerful, it will destroy the artifact world, making the human beings in the world unable to bear it, and then die one after another. Therefore, when a powerful Shinigami goes to this world, it must be restricted. A powerful void appears in this world and needs to be killed. But this time Tsuneyashiro Tokinata was different. He is too dangerous and involved in too many things. Shihao Rinkuchen has made up his mind to get rid of Tsuneyashiro Tokinata at all costs. Of course, it is impossible to take the initiative to place a limited spiritual seal to limit the strength. Even if the limit can be lifted at a critical moment, it may not be possible during the battle. To have this opportunity. Passing through the small world-traversing gate, the three of them arrived in the broken world, and then continued towards the real world. This journey to the present world went exceptionally smoothly. In the broken world, they encountered neither Juliu nor Jutu. In comparison, the luck of Kurosaki Ichigo in the original work is really bad, and he has encountered both Kuru and Katsu. Of course, it is also possible that this is a story about a disconnected setting based on the protagonist's experiences. Is this the real world? Yoryuki stood above the sky, looking at the backward city below, feeling the thin spirit in the air, and couldn't help but sigh. This is her first time in the world. On this mission, Shihao Rinkuchen only took her with him. The purpose is self-evident, it is to let her experience something. She is the heir to the Shihao family. Sooner or later, she will inherit the position of Shihao Rinkuchen and shoulder the important task of strengthening the Shihao family. And this mission involves another noble family, the Tsuneyashiro family. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata massacred Tsuneyashiro's family and even took away such things. As one of the great nobles, the Shihao family has the obligation to handle this matter well. When Yoryuki comes, Yoryuki may not have the idea of understanding what being a great noble means. Speaking more carefully, I haven't come to this world for a long time. Shihao Rinkuchen stood beside Yoryuki and also said something. As the captain of the 2nd Division, a very senior Shinigami, he has been to this world before and is no stranger to this world. There are so few spiritual beings in this world. I really don't understand why Tsuneyashiro Tokinata escaped into this world. Yoryuki carefully perceived the situation in the world and felt that such a world is too weak. Because of the thinness of the Ryutsu, Shinigami with powerful Ryutsu in his body can easily stand in the sky. In this world, Shinigami is almost like a god. Logically speaking, there should be nothing special about such a world. Why did Tsuneyashiro Tokinata escape here? Although the world of souls is very rare, compared to the world of souls, this world is actually the most fundamental world. Without this world, Soul Society and Hueco Mundo would not be able to have life. Xian Ye is here. The side answered Yoryuki's question. As for why Tsuneyashiro Tokinata escaped to this world. Although I have some guesses, I'm not sure. Yoryuki turned his head and looked at Xian Ye. What did the teacher think of? Shihao Rinkuchen also said to Xian Ye, Sir Xian Ye, just say it, even if you are not sure for the moment, you should say it and listen to it. Ever since, Xian Ye really said it. The fragments of the Soul King are not only scattered in the Soul Society, but also scattered in the real world. Chapter 109. Shihao Rinkuchen's face was solemn. He didn't expect that Xian Ye would say such earth-shattering words as soon as he opened his mouth. So having said that, is it really good to directly talk about the truth about the Spirit King without setting up a barrier? Yoryuki was also stunned when he heard this. What did she hear? The Spirit King, and it's still a fragment? Of course she knew what the Spirit King was. The 5 great nobles are the 5 large families that depend on the Spirit King. They have respected the Spirit King in their times and followed the Spirit King's will. As a result, today, she heard some completely different information from the teacher. Spirit King, what happened? Yoryuki's expression changed again and again, and his eyes fell on his grandfather and teacher. Grandpa, teacher, what do you know? After all, I am also the one who came to this world with you to perform a mission. If I don't know anything, it would be too unjustifiable. When Shihaoran Kongchan heard this, he ignored his granddaughter and looked at Xian Ye first. Although as Yoryuaki, after she becomes the head of the Shihaoran family, she will know the secrets sooner or later, but at the moment, 517 Shihaoran Kongchan still needs to consult someone first. Xian Ye's opinions and views. Let's chat somewhere else. It feels weird to chat in mid-air. Ever since, the three people quickly changed places. They came to the roof of a house. After arriving here, Xian Ye gave Shihaoran Kongchan a look. Shihaoran Kongchan understood and immediately said to Yoryuaki in a heavy tone, Yoryuaki, it stands to reason that even if I don't tell you the truth today, sooner or later, you will also know. But under normal circumstances, I still hope to wait until you become the head of Shihaoran before learning the truth. But you asked today. If I don't tell you, it would be unjustifiable. First of all, what you need to know is the relationship between our 5 nobles and the Spirit King. What is the relationship between the 5 nobles and the Spirit King? Aren't the 5 nobles all subordinates of the Spirit King and follow the Spirit King's family? Is there any hidden secret? Shihaoran Kongchan spoke leisurely, telling the origin of this world and the truth about the Spirit King. Among them, there are many things that Yoryuaki knows. For example, this world was created by the ancestors of the 5 great nobles with the help of the Spirit King. It is precisely because of this reason that their nobles have a very high status in this world, and it is also because the Spirit King opened up the world. The Spirit King is respected by all nobles, and the Tian clan has supreme power. As a result, Yoryuaki suddenly realized at his grandfather's place today that the truth was not the case. The 5 nobles are actually descendants of sinners. The Spirit King seems to be supreme, but in fact he is a puppet who has been completely deprived of his freedom. The so-called royal family did not exist from the beginning. This is all a scam concocted by the 5 nobles in order to maintain world stability. Yoryuaki soon found out what the Soul King fragment the teacher was talking about was about. The Spirit King was murdered by the 5 nobles and became a wedge in the world. Many of his fragments were scattered around the world, many of which were mixed into the spirit cycle and appeared in the body of the soul. The Tsunoya Shiro family secretly collected the fragments of the Soul King, intending to study the Soul King and subvert the world. Just because of an accident, the Tsunoya Shiro family was massacred by Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, so the Tsunoya Shiro family's conspiracy never succeeded. However, the problem also arises here. The Soul King fragments collected by the Tsunoya Shiro family disappeared and were suspected to have fallen into the hands of Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata. Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata is a lunatic. In order not to be handed over to the Tsuya Shiro family for punishment, he directly chose to kill the Tsunoya Shiro family. Now, he has obtained the Soul King fragment, and he still doesn't know, what he wants to do. Lord Xian Ye, you said earlier that the fragments of the Spirit King were also scattered into the world. What do you mean? After telling Yoryuaki some truth about the Soul King, Shihaoran Kongchan asked Xian Ye again. Literally. Xian Ye said lightly, the fragments of the Soul King have been mixed into the spirit cycle over the long years, and many of them have been integrated with the newly born souls and become part of them. You shouldn't think that the soul is something unique to the soul society. All souls originate from the death of human beings in this world. When the souls of Soul Society and Hueco Mundo die, they will turn into the original souls, and then form new souls, ushering in a new life in the world of vessels, just like Soul Society has souls with fragments of the Soul King. I also have such a soul in this world. And because the soul carrying the fragment of the Soul King is born with higher spiritual power than the ordinary summoning soul. In Soul Society, such souls are more likely to become powerful Shinigami. In this world, it is not a good thing if the spiritual power in the soul is too strong. Why? Yoryuaki had too many questions in his mind today. Hearing this, he asked quickly. Shihaoran Kongchan glanced at Ye. How on earth did you learn these years? You don't even know this most basic common sense. He was somewhat dissatisfied with his granddaughter's ignorance. But I still explain something to your Yuaki. The spiritual power in the soul is too strong, and the inability to use this spiritual power will attract the covetousness of Su. Your Yuaki immediately reacted. This world is different from Soul Society. Soul Society is the world of Shinigami. Once a hollow appears in Soul Society, Godi 13's Shinigami will attack immediately and kill the hollow who breaks into Soul Society. In this world, there are Shinigami stationed there. However, the world is too big, and the area managed by a Shinigami is too large, so it is inevitable that there will be situations where we cannot catch up. Therefore, the situation of humans with spiritual powers will be worse than imagined. In order to fight against the void, many exorcism groups have emerged in the present world. Among them, the most famous one, I believe you all know, is the Quincy. Besides the Quincy, there is another group that also has the power to fight against hollows. That's the Perfect Master. Fumanjutsu user. This time, not only your Yuaki was curious, but even Shihaorin Kuchin was also curious. Unlike the Quincy who once invaded the Soul Society and had a large number of people, the Perfection Jutsu is an out-and-out small group. Their personnel are sparse and their reputation is not prominent. It is not surprising that Shihaorin Kuchin doesn't know about them. Xian Ye looked at the curious Shihaorin Kongchan, and then explained to him the so-called perfection technique. Chapter 110. Those who are perfect masters have a common characteristic. Their relatives were all attacked by hollows before they were born. Therefore, the power of hollows remained in their mothers and passed to them when they were born. When they were born different because of the power of the void that remained in their bodies. Through acquired development, they dug out this power, which is the so-called perfection technique. The essence of the perfection technique is to extract the soul from matter and strengthen it with your own spirit. In addition to enhancing your mobility, you can also change the shape of your usual items. Do you feel this kind of power is familiar? Xian Ye asked Shihaorin Kongchan as he told the story. Shihaorin said in a deep voice, "It's very similar to the Quincy." The five nobles naturally knew what the Quincy was about. It is a family related to the Spirit King. Wak, the founder of the Quincy in the past, had a very close relationship with the Soul King. It can be said that the Quincy are the so-called royal family, but this royal family is not recognized by the Soul Society, headed by the five nobles. In fact, the Soul Society even took the initiative to slaughter all the Quincy. There is no other reason than that what the five nobles need is the stability of this world. They sealed the Spirit King because they wanted the power that the Spirit King could have to stabilize the world. In addition, all unstable factors must be eliminated. The extra power in the Soul King and the Quincy who can completely annihilate the Soul Sons are all unstable factors. Yes, it's very similar to a Quincy. Xian Ye said, a Quincy has the ability to manipulate and gather spirit sons, while a perfectionist has the ability to extract souls from matter. The power to use it powerfully. This similarity is no accident. I used to conduct extremely in-depth research on spirit children. After accidentally discovering the masters, I also observed them for a period of time. Finally, I found that the source of their power was not virtual. It's another power hidden in their souls. There is a reason why Sui attacked their mothers when they were still in the womb. The real reason is the power hidden in their souls. Xian Ye revealed the source of that power, the fragment of the spiritual king. It was precisely because the fragments of the Spirit King were hidden in their souls that caused the virtual instinct to attack their mother. Then, the power of the virtual remained in their mother's body and was inherited by them. The power of the virtual that was passed on to them has been extremely weak. But it is also the existence of this imaginary power that resonates with the power of the Spirit King fragments in their bodies, giving them the opportunity to develop the power of the Spirit Lord in their bodies. Xian Ye talked eloquently. While talking, I couldn't help but think of Tsukishima Hide Kuro in the original work. When Kurosaki Ichigo's Zanpakuto was destroyed by Waiwaka's power to change the future, Bankai could no longer be used, but Tsukishima Hide-Kuro was able to use him. The perfection technique changed Kurosaki Ichigo's past, causing Kurosaki Ichigo's sword to change, and the past that was destroyed by Waiwaka no longer existed. This in itself shows that the power possessed by Tsukishima Hide-Kuro is essentially the same level as that of Waiwaka. There is also a new Orium's ability, which is also an ability of this level. Why is this? Of course it's because their power comes from the Spirit King. There is no difference in the power of the Spirit King, only strength. The so-called strength only depends on the amount of soul power he possesses. So, Xian Ye-sama, what you mean is that Tsuneyashiro Tokinata came to the world for these perfectionists. Shihaoran Kong-chan asked Xian Ye. Xian Ye said, I said, this is just my guess, it's not certain yet. After Tsuneyashiro Tokinata massacred the Tsuneyashiro family, he took away the Soul King fragments collected by the Tsuneyashiro family, so we can assume that he knew the Soul King fragments very well, or at least knew about the existence of this thing. Over these long years, the Tsuneyashiro family may have killed many Rukanga souls in order to collect the Soul King fragments. Now, there is no place for Tsuneyashiro Tokinata in Soul Society. If he wants to continue collecting Soul King fragments, only this world can satisfy his needs. Similarly, there are very few spiritual beings in this world. If a Shinigami with such powerful spiritual power comes to this world without concealment, he will be like a bright light in the dark night and can be easily discovered. 0. Please give me flowers. If I were him and just wanted to escape, Hueco Mundo would seem to be a more suitable place. Because Hueco Mundo has a higher concentration of spirit seeds, it can better hide its own Ryutsu there. Although it will be more dangerous to encounter hollows, it can better avoid Shinigami's search. But there must be a reason why he came to this world. Because he didn't know Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's purpose, Xian Ye shared his analysis with Shihaoran Kuchin and Yoryuaki. It took the two of them a while to digest the contents. After that, they began to search for the whereabouts of Tsuneyo Tokinen. With the help of the world-crossing gate of Tsuneyashiro's family, they can learn the approximate area where Tsuneyashiro Tokinata came to the real world. 0. First, Shihaoran Kuchin used Kid first. The heart of the south, the pupil of the north, the fingertips of the west, and the toes of the east gather together with the wind, and disperse with the brain rain. Number 58, pick off the toes and chase the sparrow. This is Kid who senses the Ryutsu of others, traces their spiritual connections, and finds their location. For those who do not hide their own Ryutsu, with the help of this Bakud, the whereabouts of the other party can be easily found. Unfortunately, it failed. Shihaoran Empty Cicada gained nothing. Although Tsuneyashiro Tokinata is a lunatic, the fact that he took away the Soul King fragment when he left Tsuneyashiro's house shows that he is not a fool. His purpose should have been clear from the beginning. With Kid, it will probably be difficult to find his whereabouts. Xian Ye glanced at Shihaoran Kong-chan who looked serious and said. Then how should we find Tsuneyashiro Tokinata? Shihaoran Kong-chan asked. With Soul Society people? In this world, I can't even find Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, let alone Soul Society Shinigami who is a world away. The Shinigami of the Soul Society can promptly notify the Shinigami stationed in the real world of the information, inform them of the location of the virtual world, and let them go to kill the virtual reality. This is because when the virtual reality comes, the black cavity will be opened, and the fluctuations in the space will increase. The Ryutsu released by themselves can be easily observed by Soul Society's Shinigami. But Tsuneyashiro Tokinata is different. The other party has hidden his Ryutsu, so it is really difficult to find it. Chapter 111. Where is the Chongling land in this world now? Xian Ye looked at Shihaoran Kong-chan and asked in a deep voice. Shihaoran Kong-chan was slightly startled. He really couldn't answer this question. Although he has been in this world before, those thoughts happened many years ago. I need to ask Soul Society about this question. Kukaki Xiang, he said as he took out the spirit communication device from his arms. This is a device similar to old-fashioned Big Brother, which looks extremely backward. At least, the mobile phone used by Xian Ye and Aizen to talk is much more advanced than it. To be honest, since Xian Ye was not a Shinigami from Godei 13, this was the first time he saw such a cross-border communication device in this era. He was a little surprised, but not the thing itself. But he was surprised that the technological development of the 830 world of corpses was so stagnant. Are you still using this old communication equipment? Xian Ye couldn't help but ask Chihao and Kong Chan. Master Xian Ye, is there any problem with this? Chihao and Kong Chan didn't understand what he meant. It's nothing. Xian Ye shook his head and didn't say much after all. Could he be saying that the equipment you are using now is still the spirit communication equipment I created when I was at Seireitei? This is the oldest version. Nowadays, he has used new equipment. As a result, after so many years, Soul Society's technology has made no progress. This is really a group language. Although we know that Shinigami have long lifespans, the development of Shinigami society is very slow. But this is no longer something that can be explained by slowness, but has been stagnating. Hikifun Kiryu is not good at this kind of research, Xian Ye knows that. But he didn't expect that other technical developers besides Hikifun Kiryu would be so quick to leave. He gradually understood why in the original work, after Urahara Kisuke became the captain of the 12th Division, he reorganized the Seireitei Research Institute into the Technology Development Bureau. The purpose of pure research is indeed a bit vague, but it is simpler and clearer to directly use it in the name of technological development. When Xian Ye was slandering from the bottom of his heart, Chihao and Kong Chan successfully contacted the 12th Division with the help of a spirit communication device that Xian Ye thought was extremely old-fashioned, but he himself thought was extremely advanced and even convenient. Division 12 is a technical team responsible for monitoring the Soul Society and the spiritual waves in this world. When an abnormal spiritual wave reaction occurs, they will issue an early warning as soon as possible. The Chongling Land, as the name suggests, is a zone where the concentration of souls is higher than ordinary places. In such a place, the probability of humans born having spiritual power is also higher than in other places. Because the soul is filled with spiritual power, it is more likely to be coveted by Su, so the probability of Su appearing in Chongling Land will be higher. The reason why the Chongling Land was created is because there are spiritual veins underground in this land. Spiritual veins are not fixed and always in one place. Every few years, it will automatically transfer, so the Chongling Land is constantly changing. Fortunately, the 12th Division has been monitoring the present world, and soon, Chihao and Kong Chan learned the location of Chongling Land from the 12th Division. It's actually nearby. Knowing the location of Chongling Land, Chihao and Kong Chan was a little surprised. Xian Ye said, "This can only show that it is not an accident that Tsunoya came here on behalf of Tokinata. See Moon City. It is a city located on a hill. Cities like this are too common in this era. The shogun commanded the samurai under his command, and built cities one after another to support themselves. Many people attached themselves to the shogun in order to make a living and seek shelter. The city was not big, and he was not at peace. Because ghosts and monsters often attack humans here, over time, it has become known as a ghost town. In order to fight against monsters, there are naturally corresponding groups to exorcise demons. Among them, there are many people who can see spiritual bodies just because they are born with spiritual power. They can only instinctively use the superficial spiritual power in their bodies. It can also play some role in dealing with the lowest level miscellaneous fish. But facing the powerful Su, there is nothing to do. Of course, among the exorcism group, there are indeed some people with extraordinary talents. They realize that the power in their bodies is unusual, so they develop it. In the end, they really develop some power. 0. They didn't know that the power they developed was the complete manifestation technique. Ordinary people with spiritual power would have a hard time using their own spiritual power in a non-spiritual state and without receiving the orthodox training of Shinigami. Powerful. Unless, they are Quincy. Although Xian Ye city is known as a ghost town, there are still many people living in it. On the contrary, for the demon exorcism group, this is also their holy land. Although fighting against monsters is very dangerous, on the other hand, it is precisely because of this ability that one can be reused by the city lord and enjoy the treatment of being superior to others. Underground in Mitsuki City. At some point, a barrier opened. In the barrier, a figure stayed here quietly. This figure's appearance was dark, and it was none other than Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. At this moment, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata was wearing a total of 2 zanpakut. One is his original zanpakut, and the other is a sword that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Tsuneyashiro family. This sword possesses extremely powerful power. Unfortunately, because gaining power requires paying a price, it was abandoned by the head of the Tsuneyashiro family and sealed. Even in order to pursue power that does not require paying a price, Tsuneyashi the family head and elders turned to study the Spirit King. Such behavior made Tsuneyashiro Tokinata feel ridiculous. If you want to get something, 3.4 will naturally have to pay something. It is clear that powerful power exists in the Tsuneyashiro family, but in the end, they do not use it because of fear and unwillingness to pay. Therefore, unlike Tsuneyashiro's family head and elders, he does not mind using this powerful force emperor. Apart from that, what concerned him the most was what was placed in front of him at this moment, on a platform, suspended in the ball of light. The pieces of the Soul King that the Tsuneyashiro family collected over a long period of time. In the past, the Spirit King was dismembered. In addition to the relatively large body tissues that were difficult to find, during this process, his body even collapsed and turned into many small fragments. They were like smoke and dust, gathering in the process of the spirit cycle. Finally appeared in the soul body. The Tsuneyashiro family has been collecting them for many years and has just collected some of them. Chapter 112. You have only seen the fragments of the Soul King hidden in Rukanga, but you have ignored that the largest fragment of the Soul King is hidden in the present world. Looking at the fragment of the Soul King in front of him, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata had a look of reminiscence in his eyes. He couldn't help but think of the Tsuneyashiro family head and those elders. Although it is only the last seat in a branch house. But he is not young, he is the same as Kurako Shunsui. Jaishur Yukatake was a man of his time. And because he knew the truth about the world and what their noble ancestors had done at a very young age, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata despaired of the world from the beginning. He did not reveal his true strength, but chose to hide himself. But secretly, he is accumulating greater ambitions. Since the true face of this world is like this. So, can it be replaced? Completely superior to the Spirit King? When the Elder 09 and the head of the Tsuneyashiro family were studying the power of the Soul King, intending to use the power of the Soul King to help the Tsuneyashiro family gain powerful power, thereby defeating the Kukaki family and regaining the head of the 5 nobles, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata came to have greater ambitions. He couldn't afford the petty behavior of the head of the Tsuneyashiro family. Moreover, just to gain power, it was clear that the Tsuneyashiro family hid a more powerful power. However, the head of the family sealed the sword and was unwilling to use it because he was unwilling to pay the price. If they choose to use the power of that sword, the Kukaki family won't have anything to worry about. If he follows the normal trajectory, he will choose to continue to be patient and dormant, waiting for the most suitable opportunity before trying to achieve his goal. Unexpectedly, the head of the Tsuneyashiro family and the elders, under pressure from the Kukaki family, actually wanted to hand him over and let him accept punishment. This was unacceptable to Tsuneyashiro Tokinata. It is obvious that this world was created by nobles like them. Logically speaking, nobles like them can do whatever they want. Why do they still have to abide by the so-called punishment? Or, in the long years, after the ancestors of the 5 nobles weaved those lies, they really believed those lies, thinking that the spiritual king was superior, and that all of them must abide by the rules of this world and adhere to the spiritual field. Down? If that's the case, he doesn't mind exposing the lie completely. Completely overturn this world that cannot tolerate him. Don't worry, your death is valuable. In Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada's mind, the figure of Tsuneya Shiro's family leader and other people who died in his hands flashed by, and he whispered again, "It won't be long before I can use this place where the Soul King is hidden." His spiritual veins, with the help of many souls in this heavy spiritual land, created the King Key and arrived at the spiritual king's palace. At that time, as Tsuneya Shiro, I will follow the example of my ancestors and re-establish order for this world. When the time comes, the Tsuneya Shiro family will be the only Tenkui family. The remaining families such as Kukaki, Shihaoran, Shiba, etc. will be completely annihilated and cease to exist. The Chongling land itself is actually a huge fragment of the Soul King's report. Xian Ye explained to Shihaoran Kongchan and Yoryuaki. Many Spirit King fragments are mixed into the Spirit Sun cycle and appear in the bodies of many souls formed along with the Spirit Sun cycle, but some are also integrated into the heaven and earth. This is the world of artifacts. Spirits are rare. When the fragments of the Spirit King merge with the earth, they turn into spiritual veins, which is the land of heavy spirits. Any human being born on this land of heavy spirits has a high probability of developing spiritual power because of the richness of spiritual beings here. In fact, because the fragments of the spiritual king are attracted to each other, there are also some human beings born here who are born here. Some of them have fragments of the Spirit King in their bodies. It's no accident that Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada came here. His purpose is very likely to be for the Spirit King in Chongling land. But because this fragment is combined with the underground spiritual veins, it is not easy to take it out. Only when certain conditions are met can it be taken out. What conditions? Shihaoran Kongchan asked. Sacrifice hundreds of thousands of souls, and use the huge spiritual reaction generated when the souls are annihilated to impact the powerful power contained in the Chongling land. Only in this way can the power hidden in the Chongling land be destroyed. Take out the fragment of the spiritual king in it. And this method is actually one of the ways to create Wangjian. Xian Ye spoke calmly and revealed some secrets. King Qi. Shihaoran Kongchan looked attentive, of course he knew what this was. The Jurei land is one of the materials for the creation King Qi. I don't know whether Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada's specific purpose is the creation King Qi, but there is a high probability that he is hiding in the Jurei land distance. Xian Ye said again. Then the 3 people moved forward quickly. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the place where Chongling was located in the real world. Chongling land is indeed different from other places. Shihaoran Kongchan felt the specialness of Ichiban Chongling land and spoke softly. Although the concentration of spirit seeds is still not high, it is far better than the killing place. You must know that this is the 680 world of Kazai. Not the entire world is filled with spirit particles. With such a concentration of spirit particles, it is already good. Grandpa, don't sigh, let's find a way to find the whereabouts of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinada first. Yoryuaki said beside Shihaoran Kukana. Shihaoran Kongchan then used all his strength again. Instruments provided by Kid, Soul Society. He used all kinds of methods. However, the whereabouts of Narde Shinan have still not been detected. Isn't he here? Shihaoran Kongchan couldn't help but said. Xian Ye didn't speak, but silently pulled out his Zanpakut. As the words of liberation were whispered in his heart, his Zanpakut disappeared in an instant, like smoke and dust flying into the sky and earth. In an instant, Xian Ye had a deeper perception of this spiritual place. The reaction of the spirits in the whole world was reflected in his mind. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata may be able to hide his spiritual energy through some means to prevent others from exploring his location, but as long as the means he uses are related to spiritual beings, Xian Ye can find his location within a certain range. No, he's right here. He's hiding, underground. Xian Ye opened his mouth and revealed where Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata was hiding. Chapter 113. Underground World, within the barrier. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata knew that if he did something like that, he would soon be pursued by Soul Society. Although he is crazy, he is not a fool. He also knew that there was not much time left for him, so he had to make a quick decision. Complete what you want to do as quickly as possible. As long as the King Key is created, he will have another degree of immortality. He can even directly cross many obstacles, reach the Spirit King's palace, and come to the Spirit King. At that time, even if Godai 13's Shinigami no longer, even though he is powerful, he cannot be stopped. As for Team Zero? Team Zero is different from Godai 13. What they care about is the Spirit King himself. As long as the Spirit King still exists, they don't actually care who the Spirit King is and what his posture is. It can only be said that Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata does know a lot of things, and he can also be called a person who knows everything. Xian Ye guessed his purpose in disguise. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's purpose was precisely to create Okanori. The normal method of creating a King Key is rather cumbersome. First, we need to find the location of the Chongling land, and then find a way to destroy the Chongling land. While destroying the Chongling land, many humans living on the Chongling land also die at the same time. Then, their souls are annihilated and transformed. As the purest spirit sun, a mighty spirit sunstorm was formed. When the spirit sunstorm and the power released when the Chongling land was destroyed conflicted with each other, the power of the Spirit King that was originally integrated with the underground spiritual veins of the Chongling land will be fully revealed. At that time, if you use special means to channel this power, use yourself as a carrier to carry the power of the Spirit King, and replace the spirit vein itself with your own existence, you will use the power of the Spirit King to reshape your body and bones. At that time, it will be regarded as a spiritual ball. The reshaped body and bones are the so-called King Keys. Because the body and bones are all shaped by the power of the Spirit King, at that time, they will also be able to have the ability to open the passage to the Spirit King's palace. There is no doubt that if you want to create a King Key, you need to have an extremely powerful force zone. This power needs to be strong enough to destroy the heavy spirit land and kill hundreds of thousands of humans in an instant. It is difficult for an ordinary Shinigami, even a captain-level Shinigami, to possess such power. Of course, except for those at the level of Captain Yamamoto. Although Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata was very strong, his strength was only at the level of an ordinary captain, but he couldn't hold it back because he had something else in his hands. That is the Soul King fragment obtained from the Tsuneya Shiro family. For a long time, the Tsuneya Shiro family has been collecting fragments of the Spirit King. Although these fragments are too small and originate from different body tissues of the Spirit King, even if they are gathered together, they do not have too special abilities. But they can't stand it. They originate from the Soul King, who is still a powerful king of power that surpasses the power of ordinary Shinigami. Over the years, the Tsuneya Shiro family has been sealing this power, studying it secretly, and not daring to break the seal. Because once it is unlocked, as the power of the Spirit King explodes, a powerful flow will be formed. This is a powerful force that only the power of the Spirit King has. The many fragments of the Spirit King contain traces of the Spirit King's will. This will makes the power of the Spirit King have strong activity. They sweep and gallop like a long snake dancing. This is the so-called torrent. If we use the power of the torrent, we can destroy this Chongling land in an instant, causing the larger fragments of the Spirit King hidden in the Chongling land to reveal the power of the Spirit King that created this Chongling land. Soon. In front of the platform, Yeo Tokinata worked hard to lift the seal lingering on the fragment of the Soul King. The Tsunoya Shiro family longed for the power of the Soul King, but they were afraid of the power of the Soul King, so when they were studying this power, they added many seals to the Soul King fragments. It has to be said that the Tsunoya Shiro family's seal is very reliable. After all, their ancestors once sealed the Spirit King. Even the complete Spirit King can be sealed, let alone some fragments. Another problem caused by the reliable seal is that it is not easy for him to lift the seal. This will take some time. Time continued to pass, and just when the seal lingering on the Soul King's fragment was about to be completely lifted by Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, he suddenly seemed to feel something and suddenly looked to one side. I saw that the powerful barrier he had laid by using the special Zanpakuto passed down from generation to generation in the Tsunoya Shiro family and imitating the ability of a sword that had appeared in Soul Society's history began to twist. Boom! The barrier was shattered, powerful Ryotsuba poured out from outside the barrier, and 3 figures followed the crack in the barrier and crept into it. Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, let's capture him without mercy. One of the figures rushed into it, and after seeing Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata standing in front of the platform, he suddenly spoke sharply. Another figure displayed a powerful shunpo and rushed towards Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata. When approaching Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, its fist swung out and smashed Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata's head. However, just when his fist was about to hit Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, it suddenly missed. Yoryuki was suddenly startled. Where are you hitting? Shihaorin's little girl. Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata's deep voice sounded and fell into Yoryuki's ears. He ignored Shihaorin Kongchan's scolding, and his eyes fell on Xian Ye who was following Shihaorin Kongchan and Yede Olet. After seeing Xian Ye, his pupils shrank slightly and looked a little solemn. Xian Ye's eyes also fell on Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata. At this moment, in his eyes, Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata has become upside down. In other words, the whole world has turned upside down. Left and right were reversed. Yoryuki and Shihaorin Kongchan also discovered these things. Especially Yoryuki, when she was about to attack Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, she had such a change that her fist failed. This is Hirako Shinji's Zanpakuto reverse caressing ability. Xian Ye spoke softly and asked Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, did you use the power of Tsunoya Shiro's sword? That knife. When Shihaorin Kongchan heard this, he fell into deep thought, and then he remembered what that knife was. In the Tsunoya Shiro family, there is a Zanpakuto that has been passed down from generation to generation. The sword is extremely powerful, but it has been gradually forgotten because the Tsunoya Shiro family has not used it for many years. I thought that the knife had been left behind, but now it seems that this is not the case. Chapter 114. As expected of a big shot who once served in Division 0, he actually knows these things. Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata looked at Xian Ye and couldn't help but praise him. He admitted everything frankly, yes, it's that sword. Because Shihaorin Kongchan already knew the identity of Xian Ye's 0 division, it was not too surprising. He just felt some emotion in his heart and told the name of the sword that has been passed down from generation to generation in Tsunoya Shiro's family. Yan Luo Jing Dian. In today's Soul Society, each of the major nobles has their own inheritance. The Shihaorin family is a god-given weapons family, and the family has many magic weapons. The Shiba family holds the key to the Spirit King's palace. In the Kukaki family, well, the silver-white wind flower gauze, star-shaped pliers, and other decorations that represent noble status should be regarded as inherited items, right? As for the inheritance of the Tsunoya Shiro family, it is a sword. A sword owned by the founder of the Tsunoya Shiro family in the past. With the ability of this sword, it can imitate all Zanpakuto Shikai that the wielder has seen. In the past, the Tsunoya Shiro family used this sword to become the head of the 5 nobles. It was only later that something happened, the Tsunoya Shiro family fell, and the position of the head of the 5 nobles fell to the Kukaki family. It seems that after that, the 140 Tsunoya Shiro family never used the sword Yan Luo Jingdian again. I thought it was lost after that accident, but it seems that the Tsunoya Shiro family took the initiative to seal the sword. Thinking about the clan's records about the sword of the Tsunoya Shiro family, Shihaoren Kuchen couldn't help but sigh. He had to admit that this was an extremely powerful knife. It is said that in the hands of the ancestor of Tsunoya Shiro in the past, this sword could even be imitated by Bankai. However, the imitated Shikai and Bankai will be limited to the strength of the sword wielder, and their strength is uncertain. If the sword wielder is strong enough, it may even surpass the original version. Of course, such a powerful knife also has its limitations. It is not yet known whether the founder Tsunoya Shiro will pay a price for using this sword, but the rest of the Tsunoya Shiro clan, even if they can activate this sword because of their own blood, will pay an extremely heavy price every time they use it. Therefore, according to Shihaoren's records, the Tsunoya Shiro family did not use this sword many times. Yoryuki does not know about Yan Luo Jingdian. Although she is the future heir of the Shihaoren family, she has not become the head of the family after all. There are many secrets that only the head of the family knows, Ajba, and she is not qualified to know them at the moment. Just like she didn't know the truth about the Spirit King before this. But she still knew about Team Zero. She never thought that her teacher was once a member of Team Zero. The Zero Squadron is the royal family's special agents. It is an extremely mysterious squad that is outside of Godi I-13. Their duty is to protect the Soul King. No wonder the teacher knows so many things. Yoryuki thought in his heart, and many questions in his heart were solved. Her thoughts were flowing, and she heard Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata say, "You were once my senior. After you were promoted to the Zero Division, all records about you in Soul Society were erased. Even in the corridor of the Great Spiritual Book, there is no record of you. But I met you when I was young, so I remember you. Although I don't know why you left the Zero Division and returned to the Seireitei, there is no doubt that you betrayed the Soul King. Is it because you understood the truth about the Spirit King? That's right, for a powerful Shinigami like you, it is indeed unacceptable to succumb to something like that. This time, you will take action and come in front of me, which surprises me. So, I wonder if you are willing to join forces with me. If you and I work together to create the King Key, then we can directly enter the Spirit King's palace, go to the Spirit King, and subvert the world with the help of the Spirit King's power. At that time, I don't mind sharing the authority of this world with you." Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata spoke leisurely and wanted to try to persuade Ye. Of course, Xian Ye chose to intervene in this matter and took action, making Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata's situation extremely difficult, but on the other hand, he himself is not a person who will despair when faced with difficulties. When the head and elders of the Tsunoya Shiro family were about to hand him over, what he chose to do was to kill all those people. Similarly, when Shihaoren Kongchan, Yoryuki and Xian Ye came to him at this moment, he did not intend to sit still and wait for death. Although these people appeared in front of him a little faster, which surprised him. But he had already thought about these things. If he did such things, Soul Society would definitely hunt him down. What you said is somewhat tempting. Xian Ye responded to Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, but I'm sorry, please allow me to refuse. His tone suddenly changed again and became quite cold. There was no hint of disappointment on Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata's face. Well, it seems like we can only be enemies. The next moment, Zanpakut, who had been hit by his hand, swung out again. The blazing flames were immediately released, with the mighty flames centered on Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata's body, spreading and sweeping around, intending to devour all three of them. At this moment, because Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata had previously used the Zanpakut Yan Luo Jingdian in his hand to imitate the reverse caress ability of Hirako Shinji, the captain of the 5th Division, all the three people's understanding at this time was subverted. The ability of reverse caress is very similar to Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu. It is 100% control over other people's nerves. The specific effect is to cause the opponent's vision to be delusional, and everything they see is reversed, up and down, left and right, and front and back. Even the location of the injury is reversed. It was also for this reason that Yoryuki's previous attack failed. At this moment, the Zanpakuto ability imitated by Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, and just by relying on the powerful flames, it can be determined that it is Rijinjaka of Captain Yamamoto. When the flames hit, the perception was reversed again. Under normal circumstances, even if you want to dodge, you will probably do it in the wrong direction, but Xian Ye has a better way to resist Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's attack. He unleashes his own powerful Ryutsu. No action was needed at all, just the Ryutsu was released, and the powerful Ryutsu reaction was released. Many flames spreading towards this side were instantly hit by the Ryutsu released by Xian Ye, and were annihilated. Then, the terrifying Ryutsu broke through the barrier that had been torn open by Xian Ye before, and then penetrated the earth and came directly to the ground of Chongling land. Soaring beams of light penetrated the sky. At the same time, in the Soul Society, Tian's second team's monitoring device for the spiritual waves in the world kept sounding alarms. Chapter 115. A high-intensity spiritual wave reaction occurs in this world. Yes, Konglingdi. Report to the captain quickly. In the 12th Division, the department responsible for spiritual wave monitoring suddenly panicked. This level of spiritual wave reaction has far surpassed the so-called Minos Grande, and it would be nothing if it appeared in Soul Society or Hueco Mundo. But it still appeared in this world, and it was in a place like Chongling land. It is very possible that by accident, the world's Chongling land will be destroyed, and then all humans in the city will die. This is no small matter. Hundreds of thousands of humans die at every turn, which is a big deal for the Soul Society, which maintains the balance between souls. At that time, just placing these souls will be a troublesome matter. Because if they are not led to Rukonga, they are likely to fall into Hueco Mundo and evolve into hollows under the unique environment of Hueco Mundo. The captain of the 12th Division, Hikifune Kiryu, soon found out about this. Without any hesitation, she immediately used Shunpo, and within a short period of time, she reached the first team of ministers. Then, some captains also received the news and gathered in the first team within a very short period of time. In this world, the occurrence of such a high-intensity spiritual wave reaction in the Chongling land is probably related to Captain Shihaoran and the others. Before this, Captain Shihaoran just asked me about the location of the Chongling land in the world through the spirit communication device. This is definitely not a coincidence, there should be some connection. Hikifune Kiryu told the reason of the incident in front of the captain and other captains. When Kurako Shunsui heard Hikifune Kiryu's words, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly and muttered, although Captain Shihaoran went to this world to hunt down criminals, he should restrain himself. Is it really appropriate to make such a big noise in this world? After all, he is a veteran captain. How come he doesn't consider the consequences like a young man? Kurako Shunsui seems to be complaining about Shihaoran Kong-chan, but in fact, he expresses the thoughts of many captains. He knew that after learning that the events in this world were related to Shihaoran Kong-chan, there were definitely many captains who thought so. But Kurako Shunsui had other ideas. There is no doubt that the situation in this world must be extremely complicated for Shihaoran Kong-chan to be so careless about the consequences. What exactly did Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata do? The place that Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata went to was the Jurei land, and Kurako Shunsui instinctively noticed something unusual. The Kuryaku family is the upper-level noble after the 5 great nobles. It is also for this reason that he is very aware of the mystery of the great nobles. Captain Yamamoto glanced at Kurako Shunsui, and finally said solemnly, "You don't need to pay attention to the affairs of this world. Captain Shihaoran has his own sense of proportion. Of course, there is a high-intensity spiritual wave reaction in this world, and if you are not careful, the entire city where the Chongling land is located will be destroyed, but think of what Xian Ye said. The Tsunoya Shiro family secretly studied the Soul King. This matter involved the Soul King, and Xian Ye also took action. So even if the Chongling land in this world is destroyed, it doesn't seem to be an important matter. The important thing is that no act of blasphemy against the spiritual king can be allowed to exist. Once such behavior occurs, it is very likely to shake the stability of the entire world. This is something that is allowed. In Soul Society, because of Captain Yamamoto, these disturbances about the current world have been suppressed. In this world, April City. In the underground barrier, as Xian Ye released the extremely powerful Ryutsu, the flames of Rijinjaka imitated by Yan Luo Jingdian were all annihilated. At the same time, as the barrier was broken, Xian Ye appeared again trick. At some point, Zanpakut was already in his hands. Cut it out with one knife. The powerful Ryutsu originating from his body gathered in this terrifying slash, and in an instant, countless sword lights emerged from around his body, spreading in all directions in no particular order. This move can be said to make no distinction between friend and foe. Hirako Shinji's backstroke is indeed very powerful. Shikai can reverse people's cognition. If Bankai is performed, it can completely confuse the cognition of both the enemy and ourselves, and fall into the king of strips without distinguishing between ourselves and the enemy. Although he rarely uses Zanpakut's abilities externally, Xian Ye still knows a thing or two. 0. Please give me flowers. The easiest way to deal with such a knife is to use methods that do not distinguish between friend and foe. As a result, Yoryuki and Shihaoren Kuchen suffered serious consequences. They first saw Xian Ye releasing the terrifying Ryutsu, extinguishing many flames. Then, Pyron's sword light centered on Xian Ye and rushed in all directions. Even if they tried to dodge at the first time, however, after Tsunoya Shiro used Yan when Luo Jingdian imitated reverse caress, their perceptions were all confused. From here we can see that Yan Luo Jingdian's sword is indeed terrifying. Not only can it imitate other people's Zanpakut abilities, but these abilities can also be used in combination, instead of only one being able to be used at the same time. Facing the sword light slashed by Xian Ye, Yoryuki and Shihaoren Kongchan could only burst out their own Ryutsu as a last resort, and at the same time, use white hits to defend. Fortunately, the Shihaoren family is good at white hits and shunpo. With the help of superb white hits and shunpo, they finally managed to avoid Xian Ye's attack. They also took advantage of the opportunity of the barrier being broken to leave the barrier and head outside. And go. Although in this world they are spiritual creatures, outsiders cannot see their existence. But this does not mean that they can directly pass through walls and other things. These things can still bring obstacles to them. In the same way, if it is really buried underground, you may also encounter trouble. The barrier hidden underground was blasted by Xian Ye. The surface of the earth is already cracked. If we don't get out now, how long will it take? As for Xian Ye and Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, Shihaoren Kuchen and Yoryuki ignored it. Shihaoren Kongchan knew how powerful Xian Ye was, and Yoryuki had previously known that Xian Ye was a member of Team 0. Team 0 is a team that is superior to Godai 13. It is extremely mysterious. It is not known how many members it has. But what we can know is that every member is extremely powerful and is a worthy Shinigami at the super captain level. Xian Ye released his Ryutsu this time, which also showed his power. So, teachers don't have to worry. What needs to be more concerned about is how many trump cards and tricks Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata still has. Chapter 116. The underground barrier was broken, and the powerful Ryutsu was released from Xian Ye's body. In an instant, the ground cracked, and the powerful Ryutsu penetrated the sky. The people in the entire Jianyu city, regardless of whether they had spiritual power or not, felt the feeling an unprecedented sense of intimidation, their bodies trembled and their faces turned extremely pale. What exactly is going on? Is it a natural disaster? The gods have sent disasters to us. Ordinary people are terrified. And those exorcists who possess spiritual power feel the pressure from the superiors. God? Or a big monster? They didn't understand the reason, and they were all frightened. The powerful Ryotsu caused the inside to crack, and countless ordinary humans suffered unparalleled disasters and died in an instant. 750 figures quickly flew out from the gap on the edge of Ryotsu and were suspended in the sky. They were Xiaorinkuchen and Yoryuki. The teacher is so cruel. If it weren't for my speed, I would have almost been killed by him. After finally getting out of danger, Yoryuki couldn't help but sigh. Xiaorinkuchen looked serious. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata intends to blaspheme the Soul King. In order to stop him, we must go all out from the beginning. It is understandable that Lord Xian Ye would act so harshly. Of course Yoryuki knew this, so she just sighed. It looks like we won't be able to intervene in the next battle. Yoryuki looked at the powerful Ryotsu that spewed out from the ground in front of him again, which all originated from Xian Ye. Xian Ye and Tsuneyashiro Tokinata have not yet escaped from the underground world that is about to collapse. Obviously, the battle between them is not over yet. And in a battle of this level, Yoryuki really doesn't know how to intervene. Therefore, I can only be a bystander here. Xiaorinkuchen thought more. Although there is no chance to take action for the time being, we must not slack off. We must eliminate all opportunities for Namade Tokinata to escape. Yoryuki heard his grandfather's words and nodded seriously, yes. In the underground space, although the barrier was broken due to the powerful Ryotsu released from Xian Ye, the underground world did not collapse after all due to the terrifying impact brought by Ryotsu. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata also lifted the reverse caress ability that he imitated. Hirako Shinji Zanpakuchikai's ability is indeed very useful at certain times. It can confuse the enemy's perception and play with the enemy, but sometimes, it's not that easy to use either. When Xian Ye launches indiscriminate large-scale attacks, the ability of counter-care is useless. Because there are attacks from Xian Ye from all directions, even if Xian Ye's cognition is rewritten and his cognition is reversed, as long as everywhere is full of attacks, this ability is still useless. As a result, Yada Tokinata began to imitate Zanpakut who killed him. Yan Luo Jingdian's ability is to imitate any Zanpakut liberation that the sword wielder has seen. For ordinary people, even if they own this sword, they cannot see so many Zanpakut liberations. For many Shinigami, Zanpakut is their trump card, and they should try not to use Zanpakut's abilities as much as possible. Just like Hirako Shinji's reverse caress, he rarely uses it in front of people, so very few people know about his Zanpakut ability, and Shiniyada Tokinata knows it. There is certainly a reason for this. The main reason is that the Tsuneyashiro family is in charge of the Great Soul Book Corridor. The Great Soul Book Corridor records all the information in the history of Seireitei and records all the image data. Whatever happens in the Seireitei, if it is not shielded by a specific barrier, the Spirit Sons in the Seireitei will record these scenes. And because the Great Spirit Book Corridor is controlled by the Tsuneyashiro family, they have the key to enter it at will. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata used to like to use his identity as Tsuneyashiro's family to step into it and watch a lot of information. If things go on like this, it can be said that he knows the history of Seireitei very well. Naturally, he also knows a lot about Shinigami Zanpakut's abilities. Every wave is my shield, all thunder is my sword. Tsugyo no Kotori. Two swords appeared in Tsuneyashiro's hands, which were Jaishur Yukate's Tsugyo no Kotori. The powerful attack released by Xian Ye was absorbed by a sword in his hand. Then, through the relationship between Tsugyo no Kotori, the absorbed attack was transformed and released from another sword. 0. Boom! The attack strengthened by Tsugyo no Kotori's absorption and Xian Ye's slash touched together, making a roaring sound. However, as Xian Ye's figure flashed, he came to Tsuneyashiro Tokinata and slashed out with his sword again. Even though Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata immediately used the Zugyo no Kotori imitated in his hand to attack, he was not able to block Xian Ye's sword like before. Although Zugyo no Kotori is very strong, you may not know that it cannot absorb physical attacks. At the same time, there is a limit to the amount of Ryutsu attacks it can absorb. Boom! The Huang sword was released from Xian Ye's hand. This is a one-shot slash. A pure slash is a physical attack. Even if there is no sword pressure, it is not a type of attack that Zugyo no Kotori can absorb. And after being filled with powerful and solid sword pressure, even Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata imitated it. Zugyo no Kotori tried his best to absorb Ryutsu's attack, but this sword pressure was too powerful, and soon it reached its limit. Under physical and superstandard Ryutsu attacks, the Zugyo no Kotori in Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's hand suddenly broke. Then, a hideous wound appeared on his shoulder, and blood spurted out like a fountain. This can be regarded as a certain feature of Shinigami World 3.1. After being injured in battle, the amount of bleeding is extremely large. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata ran shunpo, and suddenly withdrew and retreated. During this period, the broken Zugyo no Kotori in his hand disappeared and turned into Yan Luo Jingdian again, and then he imitated a new Zanpakut. Born to slaughter auspicious signs, respect the darkness and farewell to old age, the corridor of hungry joy. Yan Luo Jingdian's blade disappeared again. Instead, there were countless white spherical creatures the size of brown bears with mouths with huge teeth. They appeared as Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, and flew out towards Xian Ye one after another. All the attacks performed by Xian Ye, and the spirits that filled the middle of the two people were all swallowed up by these white spherical creatures. Wherever these creatures passed, they could be described as an inch of grass. Born. Chapter 117. Is this Kenpaku's Zanpakut ability? Xian Ye looked at the many white creatures appearing in front with some surprise. He actually didn't have much interaction with Kenpaku Seireitei, the 7th generation Kenpaku, but when he first returned to Seireitei, it happened to be the time when the 7th generation Kenpaku was at his peak. So he has also heard a lot of rumors about Kenpaku easily defeating Vasto Lord level Minos Grande. Because Bankai's abilities are too powerful, it is strictly forbidden to use Bankai near Seireitei. Because of this ban, Kuriyashiki Kenpaku has completely abandoned Bankai and will never use Bankai again from now on. There are even rumors that the Zero Division has also become interested in Kenpaku Kayashiki and intends to recruit him. Of course, the latter is just a rumor and cannot be counted. But the previous rumors really highlight the power of Soyashiki Kenpaku. Now, after seeing the abilities of Kenpaku Shikai that Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata imitated, Xian Ye gradually understood why Kenpaku's Bankai was banned. Devour. This is the ability after Kenpaku Zanpakut Shikai 09. Wherever these creatures passed, all spirits were swallowed up by them. It is said that the momentum after Bankai is even greater. Although Xian Ye didn't see it with his own eyes, he could probably guess that it was probably because after Bankai passed, it would cause irreversible damage to the local spirit environment, so it was banned. What a powerful knife! Pity. It's a pity that Kenpaku's replacement is extremely cruel. A strong man like Kenpaku Kashiyashiki eventually died in the hands of Mole Castle Kenpaku. Xian Ye's thoughts flickered, and then, facing the huge creature in front of him that could swallow the Spirit Sun and swallow all attacks, he also launched an attack. Since you like to eat, I will let you eat as much as you want. The powerful Ryutsu was released from Xian Ye's body again. He waved the Zanpakut in his hand, and did not use two mysterious abilities. He just slashed, and with the movement of his hands and feet, he had an extremely powerful attack. The mighty sword pressure flew past and fell on these huge white creatures. They crushed Xian Ye's sword and swallowed it. However, this slashing attack is like a long river, continuous and endless. Although Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata imitated the ability of Hungry Corridor, he was not Kenpaku Kajirayashiki after all. Even if Kenpei Kajirayashiki died, his defeat was not because he was not as powerful as Mole City Kenpei, but because of the so-called belief that he did not use his own Bankai. Otherwise, whether Mole City Kenpei can defeat him is another matter. There is no doubt that in terms of strength at his peak, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata is not as good as Kenyashiki Kenpei. Therefore, even if he used the Yanluo mirror code to imitate the Corridor of Hungry Joy, its ability was not as good as the original Corridor of Hungry Joy. As the terrifying sword pressure continued to appear, this all-devouring holy object finally collapsed. Then it disappeared. The mighty sword pressure passed through their bodies and reappeared, submerging Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's body. At the critical moment, Tsuneyashiro Tokinata once again imitated the rest of Zanpakuto to defend. But Xian Ye's offensive is not so easy to resist. Boom 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 boom. In the underground world, huge roars continued to sound. Because of the battle between Xian Ye and Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, the ground above them completely collapsed, and because of the terrifying Ryotsu's constant raging, the collapsed soil and stones all turned into smoke and dust, swinging to both sides. A huge pothole appeared in the central area of Jianyu City. Smoke and dust filled the air. Another strong wind blew and gradually dispersed. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata knelt on one knee on the ground. There were extremely heavy injuries on his body. His clothes were dyed red by blood, and his complexion was extremely pale. Xian Ye was holding Zanpakuto and looked completely unharmed. Even though he had previously released high-intensity Ryotsu and unleashed terrifying slashes one after another, he seemed to be without any consumption. You've almost reached your limit. Xian Ye looked at Tsuneyashiro Tokinata in front of him and said. Although I don't know why you didn't use your own Zanpakuto, but chose to use Yanluo Jingdian. But Yanluo Jingdian is not your original sword after all. Even though it has extremely powerful power, you need to pay an extremely heavy price to activate this power. Every time you swing the sword, a part of your soul will be cut off as a sacrifice in exchange for the power of this sword. From the beginning of the battle to now, you have imitated the abilities of many swords, including some powerful Zanpakuto. Now, I'm afraid your soul is completely broken. The strength of Shinigami's spiritual power depends on the soul itself. Now that your soul is incomplete, how much power do you have left? Although Xian Ye has read the original anime and manga, he has not read the official novel, so he didn't know about Kenpei Kakashi Yashiki at first, and he also didn't know that Tsuneyashiro Tokinata in front of him was the official novel Four Nobles, the big villain in the chapter, but he still knows about Yanluo Jingdian's sword. This is the Zanpakuto passed down from generation to generation by the Tsuneyashiro family. Even in this era, it has been sealed by the Narde family. But such a knife, even if it is silent for a while, will never be forgotten. This sword, like the 8 mirror swords of the ISE family, is one of the first swords. If you want to use powerful force, you often need to pay a price. Because the 8 mirror sword once cut the Soul King, the ISE family was cursed. As for Yanluo Jingdian, except for the ancestor Tsuneyashiro, those who want to use it later need to sacrifice their own souls and please the sword at the cost of their souls in exchange for its power. The soul is also the main food emperor who keeps this sword alive after the death of Tsuneyashiro's ancestor, but it has not been silent, but still exists today. You are right, my soul is indeed damaged. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata used Zanpakuto to support his body. He knelt on the ground with one knee, raised his head, and met Xian Ye's gaze. There was no trace of fear or panic, but he was as calm as ever. You are worthy of being a member of Team Zero. Even if you leave there, your strength is still not something I can compete with right now. But, this doesn't mean that I will sit still and wait for death. A hole! Tsuneyashiro Tokinata shouted angrily, and the next moment, he took out something from his arms. That was the ball of light that was originally placed on the platform in front of Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, with the fragment of the Soul King sealed inside it. After Xian Ye and Shihao Kong Chan invaded the barrier, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata immediately put the object away. Now he took it out again. Then, use the remaining power to open the last seal. Chapter 118. The spiritual king is the foundation of the world's existence. It is precisely because of the existence of the spiritual king that this world continues and can be opened up from the original chaotic state of no life and death. After the spirit king was dismembered by the ancestor of the five nobles, many of its body tissues were scattered around the world. Because these fragments have separated from the spirit king's body, they will instinctively search for various substances and combine them with them to continue their existence in life. Most of them choose to combine with the spirit sun. Finally, various soul ministers were integrated into the spirit sun cycle. There is a living soul and a material soul. Yes, matter also has a soul. In the world of Lingzi, everything can be said to be animistic. In addition to life itself, even the vegetation, trees, bamboos, and rocks on the roadside have their own souls. The Soul King fragments of the Tsuneya Shiro family are all extracted from the soul. When these Soul King fragments are separated from the soul itself, they will follow their instincts and subconsciously look for other material attachments, hoping to redisperse into the world of heaven and earth. But before that, the Tsuneya Shiro family sealed it first. At this moment, with the time of Yada, the final seal is lifted. These scattered fragments of the spiritual king immediately instinctively looked for something to cling to. The spiritual veins underground in the Chongling land were originally born to carry the fragments of the spirit king. Therefore, the first choice for these spirit king fragments is to enter the underground spiritual veins and merge into them. But before that, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata made a move first. He opened his mouth, sucked hard, and swallowed the fragments of the spirit king that the Tsuneya Shiro family had collected for many years, and forcibly integrated these fragments of the spirit king into his body. As this process proceeds, his incomplete soul was immediately filled by the fragments of the spirit king that entered his body. But this is not a good thing. The fragments of the spirit king contain the will of the spirit king. For ordinary Shinigami, a tiny fragment of the Soul King is enough to cause a qualitative change in their souls, making them extremely powerful and superior to ordinary souls. This large amount of Soul King fragments entered Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's body, and his soul was incomplete. The Soul King's will was about to suppress Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's will. In an instant, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata fell into a state of madness and lost his mind. However, even if he lost his mind, he still remembered the purpose of coming to this spiritual place. You should be buried with the humans in this city. And I will usher in a new life amidst destruction. Creation King Key. This is the purpose of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata coming here. The next moment, black power continued to pour out of Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's body, and wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. Is this rushing? Xian Ye's eyes flashed. He is no stranger to Benliu. After all, he was once a member of Team Zero and knows what Benliu is all about. This power is a side effect of the Spirit King's power, similar to the riot soul leaked by Shinigami. At 1. When the carrier cannot bear the power of the Spirit King, its power will leak out and form a torrent. Benliu possesses a terrifying power area that can destroy all things and completely annihilate spiritual beings. It can be said that wherever it passes, no grass can grow in the true sense. Xian Ye never thought that Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata would be so crazy. First, he used Yen Luokade Nori unscrupulously, which made his soul extremely mutilated. After discovering that Yen Luokadini couldn't defeat him, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata went crazy and attracted Ryotsuha fragments into his body. Xian Ye has studied the Spirit King for many years, and of course he knows what the Spirit King's power is. This is a more advanced power than the Shinigami's power. If the power of Shinigami is strong enough, it can control a bit of the power of the Soul King. However, so much power of the Soul King poured into Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's body, which was definitely not something he could control at this moment. At this moment, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata has inevitably fallen into the Spirit King transformation, and because these powers are all fragments, the will of the Spirit King in them is also different. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's own main consciousness was confused, and he completely turned into an irrational monster. Black power continued to gush out from his body, and his body continued to grow and expand. From a distance, it looked like it was hollow. At the same time, an even more powerful aura was released from his body. In the perception of Shihaoran Kongchan and Yoryuaki, this energy is even more powerful than the Ryotsu released by Xian Ye previously. Due to the collapse of the underground world, a huge pit has now been formed. Standing in the sky, Shihaoran and Yoryuaki were also able to see clearly the situation in the pothole. "Grandpa, what on earth is going on?" Shihaoran Kuchen did not answer Yoryuaki's question. His complexion suddenly became ugly. "We are in big trouble. Although I can't figure out what exactly happened, the fact that Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata became like this is definitely related to the power of the Soul King. The Spiritual King is an omniscient and omnipotent God. It is precisely because of its existence that the world today exists. The Zero Squadron was created to protect the Soul King. Even the members of the Zero Squadron were under the Soul King. At this moment, Namade Tokinata combined with the power of the Soul Lord. Can Lord Xian Ye defeat him?" Shihaoran Kongchan suddenly felt a little confused. Xian Ye's expression also became serious. Although Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata didn't have enough power, he completely turned into a monster after carrying the power of the Soul King. But this power is real. If the torrent is allowed to rage and Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata is allowed to rage, not only this place of heavy spirituality, promised, but the entire world will probably be destroyed. The world of Kizai is inherently fragile and cannot withstand the impact of spiritual beings. Xian Ye could sense that at the moment the torrent appeared, many innocent humans died directly because of the terrifying aura. Then, their souls collapsed and turned into a garden. But even if it becomes a spirit child, it will be of no use. Wherever the current flows, the spirit child will completely collapse. Once the torrent rushes to the entire world, there will only be one result, and that is, the present world will completely disappear. At that time, the balance of the three realms will be completely broken. This is the power of the Spirit King. This is not an exaggeration by Xian Ye. It's because he knows the terrifying power of the Spirit King. Bang Kai, a member of Team Zero, can even shake the three realms, not to mention the Soul King himself who is more powerful than Team Zero. Chapter 119. However, there is a prerequisite for shaking the three realms and destroying the present world. That is, the power of the Spiritual King residing in Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's body completely spread and enveloped the entire world. Once the power of the entire world is swallowed up by it, the world will be destroyed only moments before. But before that, before the power of this black torrent has completely spread, there is still a possibility to stop it. Rushing is one of the manifestations of the power of the Spirit King. It is very similar to the power of the Quincy. It can completely annihilate the Spirit Sun. Any power with lower spiritual purity than it will find it difficult to resist this power. But if the concentration and purity of spiritual power are high enough, it can compete with it. Just like in the original work, when faced with Waiwak devouring the Soul King, he was unable to completely control the power of the Soul King, causing the power of the Soul King to pour out of his body and pour down from the Soul King Palace. Aizen simply released his extremely powerful Ryotsu and shattered all the torrent. In the final analysis, it is because this is just the power of the Spirit King pouring out, not the power of the Spirit King in the true sense. It is because the power of the one who carries the Spirit King cannot completely suppress and control the power of the Spirit King that they escape from the body and form this black torrent. Facing the torrent of power released from Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata. 970. After thinking for a while, Xian Ye finally chose the same approach as Aizen in the original work. All it takes is a powerful enough Ryotsu to be unleashed. A little impact can make the flow collapse. This power is the remaining energy poured out, and there is no follow-up. If we can hold on to the first wave of pouring and spreading, and don't give it a chance to swallow up the spiritual children and grow stronger, it will quickly dissipate. The level of Ryutsu we had before seems not enough. Xian Ye's eyes flashed. Then, after the battle, Shikai released his own Zanpakuto for the first time. Wake up! Ling Shu. With the liberation of Zanpakuto, the sealed state that had been held by Xian Ye immediately turned into smoke and dissipated. Then, Xian Ye entered a unique state. At this moment, he had the ability to control the surrounding spirits like an arm and a finger, but he was not in a hurry to control the surrounding spirits and let them gather around your body and use it for yourself. Instead, he used Zanpakuto on himself. Restriction lifted. In an instant, several black stripes appeared on the skin under Xian Ye's clothes. The stripes were outlined with strange and mysterious words. They were the seals he had blessed on himself. The function of the seal is similar to the limited spiritual seal placed on the body by Shinigami at the level of captain and vice-captain through the Soul Society's large portal. It was set up to limit Xian Ye's own Ryutsu. His Zanpakuto is different from ordinary swords in that it has the ability to manipulate and control spirits. Naturally, because of a knife like this. As the research on the spirit becomes more and more in-depth, Xian Ye's own spiritual power, that is, the growth rate of Ryutsu, has also reached an appalling level. He itself can be regarded as a powerful source of spiritual children. Although Shinigami does not have the ability to directly strengthen his own soul and strengthen his own Ryutsu through devouring, he can only absorb spiritual children instinctively and hone the power of Shinigami. Make yourself strong. However, with the help of the sword's ability, Xian Ye can imitate the Quincy's ability to control the spirit children. He can also use the sword as a medium to directly swallow the surrounding spirit children and instantly strengthen himself. Over the years, Xian Ye has swallowed many souls using similar methods, which has made his Ryutsu reach a limit. The benefits of high-intensity Ryutsu are self-evident, but the disadvantages are also obvious. That is, if Ryutsu is weaker than him, just by being close to him, he will feel that strong sense of oppression. Over time, his own spiritual body may even collapse. This is not an exaggeration, but a normal phenomenon. Just like the whole soul cannot live in Seireitei. Why did Kukaki Hyjin die in the original work? It is because she is a full soul, but she chooses to live among the Seireitei with Byakuya Kukaki. Seireitei is the world of Shinigami, and the concentration of spiritual particles in it is much higher than that of Rukanga. For souls with spiritual power, such an environment is naturally beneficial to them, but for souls without spiritual power in their bodies, living in such an environment is like living in a furnace. Feeling tortured. Kukaki Hyjin chooses to live in this environment. If she doesn't die, who will die? In the same way, even a Shinigami will experience stress when faced with an environment with a higher concentration of spirit particles and a high-intensity spirit particle aggregate. Just like in the original work, when Abarai Renji and others first entered the Soul King Palace, they felt a huge sense of oppression because of the supernatural power of the Soul King Palace. Because Xian Ye's Ryutsu is too strong, if he doesn't restrain himself, the people around him will be affected by him all the time. Therefore, after realizing these things, Xian Ye sealed his own Ryutsu. He is different from Zaraki Kenpeki. Although Zaraki Kenpeki is powerful in Ryutsu, his ability to control and perceive Ryutsu is almost zero. Using Ryutsu in battle depends entirely on instinct, so he needs to hang some bells in his hair to help him feel peace. Ryutsu. Xian Ye has a powerful ability to control Ryutsu. He sets a seal to limit his own Ryutsu. Even if the seal is lifted, he can still perfectly control this power. As the seal on Xian Ye was lifted, in an instant, Ryutsu, which was even larger than before, was released from Xian Ye's body. The blue Ryutsu soared into the sky and the earth, and the potholes on the ground suddenly spread in all directions. Above the sky, Shihaoran Kuchen and Yoryuaki first watched Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata swallow up the power of the Spirit King, and then his body expanded rapidly, and the black rushing power raged, releasing the aura of Shokui. While they were meditating on how to stop Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, I saw an even bigger Ryotsu being released from Xian Ye's body. For a moment, Shihaoran and Yoryuaki only felt that the space was solidified, and they could not move to share the wealth. Is this teacher's true strength? Yoryuaki looked horrified. Soul Society, Division 12, Lingbo Monitoring Department. Bang! The spiritual waves displayed on the device responsible for monitoring the spiritual waves in this world surged rapidly, and finally exceeded the upper limit, and the instrument exploded and was damaged directly. Chapter 120. Originally, it was just a super strong spiritual wave reaction in this world. As a result, I didn't expect that it was not the limit. At this moment, the spiritual wave reaction that appeared in the real world directly exceeded the limit that the instrument could carry. Many Shinigami of Division 12 immediately reported to Hikifun Kiryu. However, there was no response. Because the captain of the 12th Division, Hikifun Kiryu, had already gone to the 1st Division for a meeting. Among the first team, because of the captain's words, many captains ignored the current turmoil. Of course, I'm still a little curious inside. What exactly did Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata do? So that the commander-in-chief actually gave Shihaoran Kong-chan such high authority, even if it caused many disturbances in the world and killed many humans in the world, he still had to get rid of Namade Tokinata? See the Moon City. As Xian Ye lifted the restriction, the substance-like Ryotsu that existed in his body burst out, and all matter in his path was shattered and annihilated under the absolutely powerful Ryotsu. Among them was the black torrent that spewed out from Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata's body. Boom 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 boom. The roaring sound echoed continuously, and the terrifying spiritual waves spread in all directions. The entire Jianyu city was swaying in this violent collision. It was unknown how many humans died directly under the impact. Because many humans died at the same time, because of the terrifying spirit storm, the aura belonging to the soul even attracted Hueco Mundo Suye to covet this place, and suddenly the black cavity opened. Many people come to Minos Grande and want to enjoy a delicious meal for their souls. However, Minos Grande has just come into the world. The first thing that greets them is powerful slashes and fists. The figures of Shihaoran Kong-chan and Yoryuaki flashed past in the sky, and in an instant, all the Minos Grande were killed. It seems that the movement here has attracted Hueco Mundo's attention. Yoryuaki's figure was solemn. She and her grandfather had now reached the edge of the city. It's not that they don't want to watch the battle between Xian Ye and Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, but because with Xian Ye releasing the extremely powerful Ryotsu, the central area is no longer a place where they can stay. The powerful Ryotsu and the power originating from the Spirit King collide with each other. If the spirit body stays there, if it is not strong enough, it is likely to be directly crushed and annihilated. Even though Yoryuaki and Shihaoran Kuchen are still somewhat confident in their own strength, they don't dare to take that risk. Looks like the battle is over. He Yetao took action and killed the Suidu who broke into this place without permission. Shihaoran Kong-chan looked at the central area of Jianyu City again. As Xian Ye released the extremely terrifying Ryotsu, and as the black current shattered and collapsed under this substantial Ryotsu, this battle gradually came to an end. Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata is not the real Soul King after all. He only carries some of the fragments of the Spirit King. And he is not the Waiwak in the original work. The Waiwak in the original work is related to the Soul King, so after devouring the Soul King, he can perfectly use the power of the Soul King. However, even so, after devouring the Soul King, Queen Yohabak also fell asleep for a long time before waking up. During this period, the extra power of the Soul King turned into a torrent, and the Queen of Medicine performed from his body. Naturally, Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata is not as good as Waiwak. Naturally, the fragments of the Spirit King that Tsuneyashiro Tokinata swallowed are not as good as the Spirit King that Waiwak swallowed. If Tsuneyashiro Tokinata is in good condition, maybe he can suppress and control this power. However, the continuous use of Yan Luo Jingdian caused his soul to be cut off, and his soul was already damaged. Under such circumstances, actively devouring the power of the Spirit King was no different from seeking death. Although Tsuneyashiro Tokinata did not die in the end, he lost all his sanity and became a monster controlled by the power of the Soul King. If it were to deal with a conscious enemy, Xian Ye might still have some trouble. But simply dealing with an irrational monster would be much easier. The powerful Ryotsu released from his body began to converge into his body. After the powerful Ryotsu collapsed and flowed through, it was of no use to release the Ryotsu outward. Zanpakut, who had disappeared before, reappeared in his hands. As his Ryotsu converged and became more solid, the pressure on the sword in his hand became stronger and stronger. 0. All this seems to take a long time, but in fact it just happens in an instant. S.A. Xian Ye's figure flashed and came to Tsuneyashiro Tokinata, who had turned into a monster. Cut it out with one knife. Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's body split into two halves. Because of the fragments of the Spirit King that resided in his body, when his body split apart, the power of the Spirit King fragments turned into black threads in an attempt to reunite his broken body. At this moment, Xian Ye thought of the many studies on the power of the Spirit King over the years. A gleaming light appeared on his palm, and the mysteries comprehended from the eight-mirror sword and the mysteries comprehended from the Spirit King's right arm were all circulated by it. His arm penetrated Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's split body, and he grabbed it hard. The fragment of the Soul King that was fused with Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's body was immediately peeled off by the power that Xian Ye derived from the eight-mirror sword. The eight-mirror sword originated from the power of the ancient void. This Zanpakut is also one of the first swords in this world. Segmentation. You know, that is not the Spirit King in an incomplete state, but the complete Spirit King. Even the complete Spirit King can be divided by the eight-mirror sword, let alone the fragments of the Spirit King in its incomplete state. After the fragment of the Soul King was peeled off from Tsuneyashiro Tokinata's body, the fragment of the Soul King prepared to use Xian Ye as a carrier, trying to escape into Xian Ye's body. Of course Xian Ye couldn't give them this opportunity. The power of stillness comprehended from the right arm of the Spirit King immediately stilled the state of the fragments of the Spirit King. Take advantage of this short moment of pause. Zanpakut disappeared again in Xian Ye's hand. The souls gathered towards Xian Ye, and using Zanpakut Shikai's ability, he mobilized the surrounding souls to form a powerful seal. Soon, the Soul King fragments taken out from Tsunajide Tokinan's body were sealed again. The fragments were sealed in a small ball of light. If you look carefully into the ball of light, it is dazzlingly bright. Such a scene made Xian Ye think of the Hagyaku created by Aizen in the original work. Chapter 121. Talk about it carefully. Hagyaku is indeed similar to the thing in his hand. Hagyaku is made from the fusion of tens of thousands of Shinigami souls, and it contains fragments of the Spirit King. It is a miracle created by the power of the Soul King harnessing the power of Shinigami's soul. But Hagyaku in this state is not perfect, it can be said that it is only half. It wasn't until Aizen got another Hagyaku created by Urahara Kisuke using Hollow Soul that the perfect Hagyaku was born. Urahara Kisuke's Hagyaku complements the Hagyaku created by Aizen. Why is this? Xian Ye also had a guess for a long time. That is, triangle is the most stable shape. The power of the Spirit King is the origin of the Quincy's power. Multiple Shinigami souls can allow the power of Shinigami to reach its source. Coupled with the plurality of virtual souls, 257 allows the virtual power to overcome the source. The three root powers merge with each other. They restrain each other, but they can also benefit each other. In the end, Hagyaku's state becomes stable. At the same time, it is also because Hagyaku originates from these three powers that it can make Shinigami hollow, transforming into a virtual iron car, and at the same time, the power that can respond to other people's wishes and make people evolve is very similar to the omniscient and omnipotent power of the Spirit King. This is because it itself originates from these three. If we use these Soul King fragments as the core, and then combine the power of Shinigami and Hollow, can we create Hagyaku like Aizen? Xian Ye thought secretly. Immediately afterwards, he came back to his senses and put away the fragments of the Spirit King in his hand. Waited for a while. Two figures flew down from the sky, came to the pit underground, and came to Xian Ye's side. Master Xian Ye. Shihaoren Kongchan spoke in a deep voice. Xian Ye said to Shihaoren Kongchan, everything is over, Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata is also dead. That's it. Of course Shihaoren Kuchan also saw the corpse of Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata not far away, but the corpse was one thing. Before that, he had to get an accurate answer from Xian Ye. Now, after getting the accurate answer, Shihaoren Kongchan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although this world's Chongling land was heavily damaged, but Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata died, and they prevented Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata from creating the King Key and prevented greater turmoil. This can be considered a good thing. Immediately afterwards, Shihaoren Kongchan and Yedeo gathered the broken body of Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata. As the Soul King fragment was peeled off from Tsunoyashi Tokinata's body by Xian Ye, Namadashiro Tokinata's body that had rapidly expanded and enlarged returned to its original state. In the process of restraining his body, two other knives were also restrained. One was Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata's original Zanpakut. Unfortunately, he did not use this sword during the battle, perhaps because this sword was not powerful and not suitable for fighting. The other sword is the Zanpakut Yan Luo Jing cannon passed down from generation to generation in the Tsunoya Shiro family. The power of this sword has been revealed before. He can imitate the liberation of other people's Zanpakut, and can imitate multiple swords at the same time. Their abilities are used in conjunction with each other. But the cost of such a knife is a bit high. Therefore, neither Xian Ye nor Shihaoren Kongchan intends to take it as their own. This is the Tsunoya Shiro family's sword. It's better to return it to the Tsunoya Shiro family. The current turmoil has come to an end. Along with Shihaoren Kongchan, Yoryuki returned to Soul Society with the body of Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata. This great aristocratic dispute started by the Tsunoya Shiro and Kukaki families finally ended with the death of Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, who massacred the Tsunoya Shiro family. Many things that happened in it were ultimately disappointing. At the beginning, because the Kukaki family was facing the crisis of having no heirs, Kukaki Jinling chose to recruit Kukaki Hibiki as his son-in-law, hoping to continue the Kukaki family in this way. The Tsunoya Shiro family couldn't see the kindness of the Kukaki family, so they secretly used tricks to make Kukaki Xionghe go astray, and finally destroyed Kukaki Xionghe. As far as the results are concerned, their goal has been achieved. Even if they faced the wrath of the Kukaki family later, it has become a fact that the Kukaki family has been weakened. The only thing they didn't expect was that there was a lunatic like Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata hiding in their Tsunoya Shiro home. Relying on his status as a noble, without considering the consequences, he acted recklessly and committed crimes at an emergency moment, which put the Tsunoya Shiro family in an extremely embarrassing situation. They prepared to sacrifice Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, but in the end they were massacred by Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata. Although Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata died in the end. But the Tsunoya Shiro family has completely declined after this incident. They fell into a period of unprecedented weakness. The head of the family, the elders, and many strong men in the clan were all killed, leaving only the old, weak, sick, and disabled. At the beginning, the Tsunoya Shiro family was still hoping to covet the position of being the head of the 5 great nobles. Now, they no longer need to count on such a thing. Among the 5 nobles, the Shiba family was originally the weakest. Because something happened many years ago, the Shiba family was in a state of collapse. Even before dealing with the Kukaki family, the Tsunoya Shiro family thought about whether to kill again. Find a way to expel the Shiba family, the old enemy of the Tsunoya Shiro family, from the 5 great nobles. As long as the Shiba family is no longer a great nobleman, as a great nobleman, Tsunoya Shiro can play with the Shiba family at will. It was just because they saw an opportunity to deal with the Kukaki family before that they did not do such a thing, but targeted the Kukaki family first. As a result, fate plays tricks on people. Not only did I not get a good deal with the Kukaki family. At present, the Tsunoya Shiro family is even more in decline and is even weaker than the Shiba family. Under such circumstances, it has become a delusion to expel the Shiba family from the top 5 nobles. Of course Xian Ye didn't know that in 3.1, because of his sudden whim, he imitated Kukaki Xianghe and killed a Tsunoya Shiro clan member near the Confession Palace. Involving the Tsunoya Shiro family in the turmoil would bring so much. Due to the butterfly effect, the Shiba family, which was originally supposed to be plotted by Tsunoyeo and thus expelled from the top 5 nobles, was able to survive. After returning to Seireitei, his life returned to peace. Because of the cover-up between Captain Yamamoto and Shihaoran Kong-chan, few people know that he participated in the battle in this world. Even in that battle in this world, there were too many unexplainable things that happened. But under the words of Captain Yamamoto and Shihaoran that the matter is confidential, these can be covered up. In the house where he is. In the underground spirit space, Xian Ye took out the fragment of the Spirit King obtained from Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, as if appreciating a beautiful work of art. Chapter 122. The Tsunoya Shiro family has been secretly harming Rukonga's soul for a long time. The fragments of the Soul King they collected are not small. Although they are not from the same body part, they are many small fragments, but these small fragments are gathered together. There is still a big lump. From the fact that Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata swallowed these Spirit King fragments and the black rushing power poured out from his body, we can see how powerful the power contained in these Spirit King fragments was. However, no matter how powerful this Spirit King fragment is, it has no feeling for the previous Xian Ye. In the final analysis, it was because he was no stranger to the existence of the Spirit King. Before obtaining these fragments, the power of the Spirit King's right arm in Jaishur Yukate's body was stolen. The Spirit King's right arm also contains the power of stillness, which is much more powerful than these simple small fragments. Although these fragments are gathered in large numbers, they do not contain any unique power because they are too small individually. The unique abilities contained in every body tissue of the Spirit King were not inherited by these fragmented ministers. Therefore, if Xian Ye wants to study these fragments just as he once mastered the power of the standstill law in the right arm of the Spirit King, it is destined to be difficult to gain, but the fragments of the Spirit King have already fallen into it. Would be a pity to just leave it in my own hands. After Xian Ye peeled off these Soul King fragments from Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata's body and sealed them, looking at the dazzling Soul King fragments, he suddenly had a new idea. Perhaps we can use it to create a Hagyaku. In the original work, Xian Ye did not know what method Aizen and Urahara Kisuk used to create Hagyaku. But this did not affect at all, he used the Soul King fragments to make some attempts. Can some wonderful chemical reactions be produced by bringing together the power of Shinigami, Hollow, and the Soul King? If that doesn't work, you can also add the power of a Quincy to it. Among Rukonga, Aizen is still walking here. He already knew the whole story of what happened to Tsunoya Shiro's family. Although for ordinary Shinigami, the disputes between these great nobles are rarely known to the specific details because the nobles deliberately hide them. But Aizen is different. With Kaika Suijutsu's ability and his delicate mind, as long as he is willing to investigate, he can find clues to many things. After learning what happened to Tsunoya Shiro's family, Aizen actually sighed a little. Things between the great nobles are really too absurd and complicated. He also didn't expect that the husband he was targeting would turn out to be such a lunatic. There are regrets, of course. Because the owner of the Soul King fragment he finally found died in the accident of the Tsunoya Shiro family. However, he was not too disappointed. Because Rukanga is big enough, he also has enough time. As long as there is enough time, he can still find other Soul King fragments. It seems that by chance, during another exploration of Rukanga, Aizen came to the place where Shinigami, the female member of the Tsunoya Shiro family who discovered that the Soul King's fragment was hidden, met her friends. On the hillside, a man wearing goggles and dark complexion waited quietly. He was obviously blind and could not see any sunlight, but Aizen did not see any sign of despair on the other person's face. On the contrary, the other person was full of hope and optimism for the world. "Are you waiting for someone?" For some reason, Aizen chose to walk to the man and asked him. Although the man is blind, it is precisely because he is blind that he cannot see anything. His hearing, smell, and other senses are different from ordinary people. Ordinary people are not far away from him. He can detect it. However, Aizen is different. If Aizen hadn't spoken, he wouldn't have even noticed someone coming next to him. The blind man couldn't help being frightened. Then, he came back to his senses. He didn't know who exactly appeared next to him, but he still chose to answer Aizen, "Yes, my friend and I agreed to meet here, but for some reason, she broke an appointment." "She has already broken the appointment, but you still choose to wait for her here. You have such a good temper." Aizen praised the blind man. The blind man explained, "My friend is a Shinigami. Shinigami has various tasks to deal with. I think there must be a reason why she missed the appointment. That's it." Aizen looked at the blind man with a gentle look on his face when he mentioned his friend, and sighed in his heart. His spoken words suddenly changed, "What if I told you that your friend is dead?" The blind man's expression immediately froze. "No, this is impossible." The blind man could not accept the fact that his friend was dead. When he came to Rukanga, he was blind. He couldn't see anything. It was the appearance of his friends that made him regain hope in the world. Later, my friend became a Shinigami and was going to Seireitei at 220. The blind man was not sad, but silently blessed the other person. When he learned that his friend was getting married, he still sent his blessings to the other person. Hope the other person can be happy. His friends have not forgotten him because he became a Shinigami. Every once in a while, they will come to Rukanga to visit him and share with him some experiences of Seireitei and some things between Shinigami. This time, the friend broke the promise, even though it was something that had never happened before. The blind man only thought that his friends had more important things to do, thus wasting time. But he didn't expect to hear bad news from this person. It was hard for him to accept. "I know that this news may be too shocking for you, but the fact is that your female friend is indeed dead." Aizen's deep voice sounded in the blind man's ears, and his words had an indescribable appeal. Gradually, the blind man's mood gradually stabilized. He was silent for a while and asked Aizen, "How did Ji Kuang die?" Ji Kuang is the name of his friend. He once learned a lot about Shinigami from his friends, and he also understood that although Shinigami has a high status and possesses great power, it is also a profession with a high casualty rate. But now, the dead people have become his friends. Chapter 123. If Ji Kuang died in battle, the blind man would feel sad, but he would accept the result calmly. Although he is not a Shinigami, he has long ago learned about the many responsibilities and obligations of a Shinigami from his friend Yuta Kuang. Maintaining the balance between souls and fighting against the void is a Shinigami's bounden duty. Who told them to have that power? Woolen cloth. However, an unexpected result came from the mouth of the mysterious stranger beside him. She was killed by her own husband. The blind man's complexion suddenly changed, and his body trembled slightly. He could not accept this result. Such a result is really too cruel. How so? Of course he knew who Ji Kuang's husband was. He was a member of the great nobility among the Seireitei. At first, the great noble Tsunoya asked to marry Yuta Kuang, which surprised Yuta Kuang. However, she was just a commoner and had no right to refuse, so she married into the Tsunoya Shiro family. Ji Kuang didn't have too deep feelings for her husband, but he was her husband after all, and she often said good things about her husband in front of him. The blind man never thought that such a person who was protected by Ji Kuang in every possible way would actually kill Ji Kuang. Why? Why did he do this? The blind man doesn't understand. Who knows, maybe it's because he doesn't like your friend and looks down on Shinigami who was born as a commoner. Aizen answered the blind man casually. Ji Kuang, who has the fragment of the Soul King hidden in his soul, is already dead, and his existence is of no value to Aizen. Naturally, Aizen cannot find out the cause of his death. Even seeing this blind man here today was just a coincidence. Because I saw him by accident, I didn't mind chatting with the blind man for a few words. The blind man stopped talking. He was deeply saddened by the death of his friend. Finally, he asked Aizen another question: how was the murderer of Geiwo punished? The reason for asking such a question? It's because, a long time ago, he knew the specialness of nobles from Ji Guo's mouth. The nobles' status was higher than that of the common people and they enjoyed so-called privileges. For the same crime, nobles and commoners received completely different punishments. This is naturally unfair and unjust. But who calls people nobles? Tosen Kaname didn't care that other nobles were exempted from punishment because of their special status. But the matter involved Ji Kuang, and he still hoped that the perpetrators would be punished as they deserved. If not, he wouldn't mind going to Seireitei and complaining to the Central 46 who represents justice. The murderer is already dead. Aizen's answer shocked the blind man again. It seems that the world of Shinigami is still very just. The blind man sighed in a complicated tone. Aizen said, I can't tell whether justice is justice, but the murderer of your friend will die, not because he killed your friend, but because of the other serious crimes he committed. The blind man was stunned. Aizen glanced at the blind man and said nothing. The darkness in Seireitei is not something that a civilian who is not even a Shinigami is qualified to know. If one day the person in front of him could step into Seireitei and become a Shinigami, Aizen would not mind chatting with him for a few words. An unexpected encounter did not stop Aizen. Aizen's figure continues to wander around Rukanga, collecting various materials and preparing to create Hagyaku. Of course, at the moment, he does not know that the thing he wants to create is called Hagyaku, which is the name of the guest later. Minister. Among Seireitei, Xian Ye is also trying to create Hagyaku. To create a complete Hagyaku, one needs extremely powerful Shinigami power, hollow power, and Shinigami power. Xian Ye did not collect the souls of many Shinigami and collect the fragments of the Spirit King like Aizen, but directly used his own power to create a complete Hagyaku. The power of Shinigami, as material. Logically speaking, the power of a Shinigami is limited. Although part of it can be consumed, after consumption, the vitality will be severely damaged and it will take a long time to recover. The amount of Shinigami power needed to create Hagyaku is massive. Under normal circumstances, one person alone would never be able to provide that level of Shinigami power. But Hiki Funkir used temporary soul theory gave Xian Ye a new way of thinking. With the help of this theory, he can control other people's souls by cutting them off and cultivating them, and then turning the cultivated souls into clothes to cover his own soul, forcing him to imitate other people's spiritual waves and soul breath. Another person, Zanpakut, gained control of Muramasa. In the same way, this method can also be used to cultivate the power of Shinigami. Xian Ye's research on spirits and souls is extremely in-depth, and he can even use special means to gather extremely powerful spirits. Using this method, he can use his own soul as material to create a large number of temporary souls in a short period of time, but because his own soul has reached the limit of Shinigami, even with temporary souls, he cannot sublimate it again. Although the temporary soul he cultivated cannot be used on himself, at the moment, it is just right to use it to create Hagyaku. In addition to the power of Shinigami, the power of the void, Xian Ye plans to try to cultivate the power of the ancient void obtained from the 8-mirror sword. The 8-mirror sword created by the power of the ancient void can even cut the Spirit King. It is enough to show that this power is at the same level as the power of the Spirit King. Even if it is the incomplete ancient virtual power, the virtual power cultivated by Zhao Zhao is far better than the ordinary virtual power. After these two forces are resolved, Xian Ye is also preparing to add a third force to them. That is, the power of the Quincy. However, the power of an ordinary Quincy is obviously not enough. Xian Ye plans to cultivate the power of the soul blood of Waiwak obtained from Kairaja's body, which is the origin of all Quincy powers. Of course, whether it is cultivating the power of Shinigami, cultivating the power of Hollow, or cultivating the power of Quincy, it takes time. Xian Ye has not forgotten that he is a retired person on the surface, and because of his former identity, even though he has left the Zero Division, he is still attracting the attention of many people. The more things you do, the easier it is for others to discover your secret research. So after Tsuneya Shiroto Kainada's incident ended, Xian Ye started his bad career again. Chapter 124. I always feel that after the Tsuneya Shiro family was brutally wiped out, the entire Seireitei became a lot more peaceful. Xian Ye walked in Seireitei and felt the current atmosphere of Seireitei, and couldn't help but sigh. In the past, Seireitei, under the brilliance, actually hid a lot of disgusting darkness. The nobles pride themselves on their status and bully the common people wantonly. Even if they are held accountable afterwards, they will rely on their status as nobles to avoid punishment. In the final analysis, it is because the central 40 room itself is composed of nobles. Of course, they will choose to safeguard the interests of the aristocratic group, and it is impossible to betray their own class. But after what happened to the Tsuneya Shiro family, all this began to change. At the beginning, because of the Kukaki family, Tsuneya Shiro's many illegal behaviors were exposed and he suffered a blow. If it was just like this, no one would have expected that things would get worse and turn into a massacre of the Tsuneya Shiro family. Even Tsuneya Shiro, a great nobleman, would suffer such an ending. Many small and medium-sized nobles are naturally frightened. At least during this period, they did not dare to commit crimes. In fact, many nobles would rather stay at home than go out. Because if 143 goes out, they are afraid that they will conflict with civilians because of their past personalities, and then accidentally violate the laws of Seoul society. Perhaps because the nobility was no longer the source of unrest, Xian Ye suddenly felt that the atmosphere in Seireitei had improved a lot along the way. Seireitei is the world in which Shinigami lives, so it is natural to have an intersection with Shinigami. Many of the civilians here are descendants of Shinigami. Although they do not have the qualifications of Shinigami, they are used to Shinigami often running around their bodies. Xian Ye has naturally been accustomed to such things for a long time. Hey, isn't this the newly promoted vice-captain of the 8th Division? What's your name? Are you in such a hurry, looking for spring water? While Xian Ye was wandering around, he saw a female Shinigami performing shunpo and hurriedly running near him. It seemed that the other party was not wearing the later sailor uniform, but was wearing a death tyrant outfit and had an intellectual beauty, so Xian Ye he couldn't help but say hello to the other party. After hearing Xian Ye's words, the hurried figure stopped suddenly, ajat, and looked at Xian Ye. It's Senior Xian Ye. Yadumura Lisa, the new vice-captain of Division 8, greeted Xian Ye. After Xian Ye returned to Seireitei, he had few friends who could talk to him. Because he was promoted to the 0 Division, all the information belonging to him was destroyed. Only those who lived in his era until now remember his existence. Kirako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake are one of them. And because Xian Ye once helped Jaishur Yukatake treat his illness, Kirako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake are also good friends. Xian Ye and Kirako Shunsui occasionally drink together, and their relationship is not bad. Because of this relationship, even the people around Kurako Shunsui knew Xian Ye. Yadumuralisa is the new vice-captain of the 8th Division. The former vice-captain of the 8th Division was a male Shinigami, who chose to retire because of his age. This incident made Kurako Shunsui regretful and complained for a while. Because if we talk about age, Kurako Shunsui is actually older than the other party. As a result, the other party retired first, which made him very depressed. More importantly, he is not a diligent captain himself. He is extremely lazy. In the past, team duties fell on the vice-captain, so that he could have time to drink. As a result, the adjutant has retired first, which means that many team tasks will fall on him. Kurako Shunsui naturally found it hard to be happy. But soon, he selected a new vice-captain. Yadumuralisa. A young Shinigami who has not been in the 8th Division for a long time, but she has outstanding strength and is responsible for her work. More importantly, she is eye-catching and beautiful enough. Wearing an ordinary death boss outfit on her body, after modification, it will have a different kind of beauty. It can be said that the appointment of Yadumuralisa as the deputy captain of the 8th team is Kurako Shunsui's most proud thing. But soon after, he gradually began to regret it. Because Yadumuralisa is too accepting of death and believes that all team affairs should be handled by the captain, and she is also deeply disgusted with his usual behavior of being lazy and drinking. When Yadumuralisa becomes the deputy captain of the 8th Division, the daily life of the 8th Division changes. They became the captain and vice-captain and played hide and seek. She had caught Kurako Shunsui several times. At that time, Kurako Shunsui was drinking with Xian Ye and Seireitei, so he had met Xian Ye and knew Xian Ye. As for Xian Ye, Kurako Shunsui just asked Yadumuralisa to call him senior. An active Shinigami who is not Godai 13. Although he is a teacher at Spiritual Arts Academy, he has a close relationship with Kurako Shunsui and Seireitei. He also has a good relationship with veteran captains such as Hikifune Kiryu and Anohanaretsu. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that. Xian Ye's is not simple. Although Yadumuralisa is young, as the deputy captain of the 8th Division, which is the intelligence team, she certainly knows that Xian Ye is unusual. This is also the reason why after hearing Xian Ye's words, he stopped immediately and chose to talk to Xian Ye. Senior Xian Ye, I am Yadumuralisa. I wonder if you have met my captain. Because Xian Ye said hello before and said he didn't know his name, Yadumuralisa first introduced her name and then revealed her purpose. Chun Shui, maybe he is hiding somewhere drinking right now. Xian Ye said casually, and looked Yadumuralisa up and down, speaking of which, it's not easy for you, the vice-captain. In addition to handling team duties throughout the day, I am also responsible for finding the whereabouts of the captain. These words could be said to have touched Yadumuralisa's heart. She sighed and said, that's right. I didn't expect that the captain would be so lazy. If I had known that there would be so much trouble after becoming the vice-captain, I should have refused the promotion in the first place. Haha. Xian Ye smiled, having said that, I can see that you are a very responsible person. If we were really afraid of trouble, it would be impossible for the 8th Division to run in an orderly manner. Chapter 125. After a chance encounter on the street, Xian Ye and Yadumuralisa had a happy conversation. Yadumuralisa had not met Xian Ye many times before. She only knew that this senior was special, but they did not have much interaction. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Xian Ye to not even remember her name. But Xian Ye's words really spoke to her heart. Yadumuralisa herself is a very mature person. After hearing these words of Xian Ye, he immediately regarded Xian Ye as a confidant, and then poured out his bitterness towards Xian Ye. It is certainly not a good thing to talk about your captain in front of others, but Xian Ye is good friends with his captain, and even his captain calls Xian Ye senior, which shows that he is very senior. Therefore, it is nothing to complain in front of Xian Ye. Xian Ye did not comment arbitrarily on Kurako Shunsui, but listened quietly to what Yadumaro-Lisa said. Seeing that the other party had finished speaking, he turned to Yadumaro-Lisa and said, "Okay, the bitter water has been poured out, and you should be in a much better mood now." Yadumaro-Lisa was stunned when she heard this. Immediately I discovered that after I had expressed all my inner dissatisfaction with the captain, I felt much better. Since she became the deputy captain of the 8th Division, she has indeed accumulated a lot of resentment due to the busy schedule of the team. I also want to find someone to talk to. Unfortunately, she could never find anyone to talk to. Of course, it is impossible to express these grievances to his captain Kurako Shunsui. I didn't expect that I would involuntarily pour out my words in front of Senior Xian Ye today. After coming back to her senses, Yadumaro-Lisa's cheeks couldn't help but blush slightly. I made Senior Xian Ye laugh. Xian Ye smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's just because I know Chun Shui's character very well, and it's really burdensome for you to serve as his vice-captain. Ji Ye knows very well what Kurako Shunsui is like. Is it strong? Of course it's powerful. But apart from his great strength, Kurako Shunsui is really not a qualified captain. Perhaps because he was born into a superior noble, Kurako Shunsui had no worries about food and clothing. From a young age, he developed a lazy temperament. Although he had some scheming, he was unwilling to use it for work. Since he became the captain of the 8th Division, he has been in a bad situation. All team affairs are handled by his deputy captain. He would rather drink and serialize romance novels than deal with the team. What is the 8th Division? It's the intelligence team. It can be said that the responsibilities of this squad are actually very important. However, due to the irresponsibility of Captain Kurako Shunsui, Seireitei encountered several crises in the original work, but Seireitei was never aware of it. It can be said that Kurako Shunsui, the captain, must bear a great responsibility. If he had been a little more careful, he wouldn't have noticed the slightest clue about those things. Compared to Kurako Shunsui, the vice-captains of Division 8 are indeed conscientious in their duties. It's a pity that Xian Ye has left Godi 13 and is no longer the captain. Otherwise, he could consider poaching. Senior Xian Ye, don't say that, it makes me very embarrassed. Yadumaro-Lisa's cheeks are getting redder and redder. Looking at the other party's reddish cheeks, Xian Ye smiled. I just think Yadumaro-Lisa from this period is quite interesting. In the original work, when she first appeared, she was an out-and-out pervert, able to say certain things directly without changing her expression. But now, she still has the reserve and shyness of many girls. It can only be said that time can indeed change a person. Xian Ye's thoughts flashed, and he said to Yadumaro-Lisa, "Anyway, you won't be able to find Chun Shui for a while, and even if you find him, he probably won't be willing to go back to deal with team affairs. If he really finds her, he will only increase his wealth for himself. Trouble. So, do you want to walk around this street with me? Put down all the team duties for a while and relax your mood." Yadumaro-Lisa was slightly startled when she heard Xian Ye's invitation. Is this really okay? Xian Ye said, "Why not? In the final analysis, although you are the vice-captain and have the obligation to help the captain handle team affairs, these matters should be handled by the captain. If the captain does not handle it, even if he is held responsible afterwards, he will not be able to pursue you. On your head. You are just a helper, not the leader." Xian Ye speaks leisurely, and there is a kind of temptation in his words. 0. It seems that he is talking to Yadumaro-Lisa. Stop taking care of team affairs and let's mess around together. Your captain has already taken action, so what reason do you have for not taking action? Even if something goes wrong, the captain will be responsible and it has nothing to do with you. Two villains suddenly appeared in Yadumaro-Lisa's heart, one was an angel and the other was a devil. The angel was persuading her to find the captain first and persuade him to go back and deal with the team affairs. If the captain was unwilling, then she should work harder and go back to finish the matter. She could not stop the 8th division. The devil was telling her about the hardships he had endured since becoming the vice-captain and the leisurely life his captain lived. Yan said it was time to relax. 0. Team affairs and other matters are the captain's business and have little to do with him. In the end, it was the devil's side that gained the upper hand. Yadumura Lisa chose to go shopping with Xian Ye. Although she didn't have much interaction with Xian Ye before, she didn't know whether it was because Kurako Shunsui called Xian Ye senior, or because of the comfortable aura exuding from Xian Ye. Yadumura Lisa was quite close to Xian Ye. Seireitei is very big. Although Yadumura Lisa is the vice-captain of the 8th team, she has not really visited Seireitei seriously in the past because she was busy practicing to improve her strength and handling team affairs. Xian Ye is not the case. Except for 2 classes per month, most of the rest of his time is free. When he has nothing to do, he likes to hang out in Seireitei, which is strange to Seireitei. Learn. Taking Yadumura Lisa shopping, he spoke leisurely and talked about the characteristics of various places in Seireitei. For example, he can tell you where the wine is the best, where Kurako Shunsui likes to drink, and where the food is delicious. Yadumura Lisa listened carefully to Xian Ye's story, and couldn't help but praise Xian Ye. Senior Xian Ye really understands this Seireitei. Xian Ye smiled and said, "Who said I have more leisure time? When I have nothing to do, I can only take a stroll in Seireitei. Over time, I will become familiar with this place. If you are free, you should actually go out for a walk. There is no need to rush to deal with team affairs and other matters. After all, Shinigami's life is so long, there will be a day when it is finished." Chapter 126. I don't know if Yadumura Lisa listened to Xian Ye's words. After she and Xian Ye strolled around Seireitei, she felt relieved and returned to the 8th division. Looking at the piles of team affairs documents, he didn't choose to deal with them himself after he couldn't find the captain like before. But he hesitated. After hesitating for a while, Yadumura Lisa finally said softly, "It's rare to relax today, so let's forget it. When the captain comes back, let him handle the team affairs. In the end, this should be his business." Ever since, Yubao and Lisa was officially launched. In the evening, after Kurako Shunsui returned to the team drunk, he first went to the captain's room to see if Lisa had finished handling the team affairs. Of course he knew that 213 Lisa had always complained about him going out to drink and being lazy, but it was just a complaint. Apart from these complaints, he is a very responsible person. He will always handle team affairs properly when he is out. However, today, Kurako Shunsui unexpectedly discovered that many team documents on his desk showed no signs of being processed. Well, is Shan not feeling well today? Kurako Shunsui thought so. Even female Shinigami are similar to humans in some aspects, and there are always a few days every month. If it was uncomfortable, it would explain why the team affairs were not handled by Lisa Tenzomaru. Kurako Shunsui planned to go to express condolences to his vice-captain, but after thinking about it, he finally gave up. After all, it was late at night and the other party was probably resting. It is not a decent thing for a man to break into the female adjutant's room. As for handling team affairs yourself? Of course Kurako Shunsui gave up. It was already evening, and I had drunk a lot of wine, so naturally it would be better to go and rest first. Lisa will take care of the team affairs and so on. The next day, Kurako Shunsui wandered around the squad and came to the captain's room. Vice-Captain Yadumura Lisa had not arrived yet. Looking at the unhandled team affairs, he picked up the pen and planned to handle 1 or 2, but finally gave up. Wait until Lisa comes to take care of it. He took the opportunity to escape again and slipped out of the 8th division. As for whether to go drinking or do anything else after leaving the 8th division, that is also a matter for later. He didn't notice that shortly after he slipped out, Yadumura Lisa came to the captain's room and looked at the unprocessed team affairs documents. After hesitating for a while, she finally gave up on processing. There is only a difference between doing this kind of thing 0 times and countless times. After Yaduma Lisa opened the show for the first time, she opened it countless times. For some reason, what Xian Ye said always lingers in her mind. When your captain doesn't worry about team affairs, why should you be anxious? Yaduma Lisa turned and left the captain's room, choosing to practice alone. Since becoming the vice-captain, she has had less and less time to practice in order to deal with team affairs. It's time to practice some training. So, several days passed. Kurako Shunsui finally realized something was wrong. There are more and more team documents on the desk, and they have piled up like a mountain. Kurako Shunsui thought Lisa would handle it. But things went beyond his expectation. If this continues, his office will be filled with team documents. Finally, I was happy. On this day, after coming back in the evening, he saw many team affairs documents and broke into Yaduma Lisa's team building without hesitation to damage his reputation. Captain, although you are my captain, it is not a good thing to be in a room that is good at female players at night. Yaduma Lisa said to Kurako Shunsui with a cold face. Well, Lisa, I know it's a bit abrupt for me to come here this late at night, but I'm caring about you. Kurako Shunsui said to Yaduma Lisa with an apology on his face. Instead, he asked, are you feeling unwell lately? No. Yaduma Lisa replied. Then why are those documents? Kurako Shunsui finally revealed his purpose of coming here. That's all your job, Captain. Yaduma Lisa said with a serious face, it's your responsibility, Captain, to handle team affairs, right? Although I am the deputy captain, strictly speaking, I am just your adjutant. It will only help you a little when you are busy. It's impossible for me to handle all the team affairs, right? That is the power that only the captain has, and I dare not exceed it. Yaduma Lisa said these words righteously. Kurako Shunsui wanted to say to him, I can authorize you to handle these matters. But facing the serious face of Yaduma Lisa, he still did not say these words after all. Even if Kurako Shunsui is usually quite thick-skinned, it is difficult to say such things. In the end, he could only leave here. The next day, with a grimace on his face, he began to deal with the team seriously. Because teamwork has been piling up for several days. If Yaduma Lisa doesn't deal with it, it will only get worse. As a result, the result of this is that the 8th team will stop operating, which will then affect the operation of the entire Godi 13. Although Kurako Shunsui has been bad in the past, it was always based on the successful operation of the 8th team. He never thought that Lisa, who he carefully selected and was responsible for, would suddenly become like this one day. So, is it because I was too lazy before? Of course Xian Ye didn't know that because of some of his casual remarks, he changed Yaduma Lisa, causing Kurako Shunsui 3.0 to reap the consequences and start to seriously handle the team affairs of the 8th division. In the Spiritual Arts Academy, Xian Ye started teaching twice a month again. To be honest, for him now, the job of teaching has become dispensable. But after all these years, he was used to taking classes twice a month, so he did not choose to resign at Spiritual Arts Academy. As for the students who attended the class, of course they didn't have any deep impression on him. There are only a few students who like calligraphy, and there are even fewer people who like calligraphy and will be famous in the future. Meeting an Aizen by chance is inherently lucky. As for Yuruaki and Urahara Kisuke, they came to take calligraphy classes with other purposes in mind from the beginning. Chapter 127. It is for these reasons that Xian Ye does not pay much attention to calligraphy classes, and naturally he does not deliberately remember the names of students who come to take his class. Of course, among many students, they will choose their own classes for Xian Ye. Ye was very happy. But the turnover of students at Spiritual Arts Academy is too fast. Every year, new students enroll and old students graduate, and Shinigami is a profession with a relatively long lifespan. The replacement of students in the school is like the weeds on the roadside. Wildfires will never burn them out, but they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. However, among this huge number of students, even if there are only a few students who like to listen to his class in each class, there will always be a few familiar faces among this huge number of students. Are you applying for the Spiritual Arts Academy at such a young age? You know, Shinigami is not about treating guests to dinner, but a job of fighting and killing. Have you really thought about how to become a Shinigami? Originally, if it were other students, Xian Ye would only be responsible for teaching his own class well, and would not need to worry about the rest. 09 But this student is different. Although he did not meet the other party directly, he had an encounter with the other party's mother, and gained an extremely powerful power from the divine sword passed down from the other party's family. It was precisely because of that power that he was able to arbitrarily cut through the power of the Spirit King and study the power of the Xian King. The little girl was stunned after hearing Xian Ye's words. After a long time, she looked at the calligraphy teacher Xian Ye with doubtful eyes through her glasses. She did not expect that her teacher would actually say such a thing. Although she was young, she was quite smart, and then she thought of a possibility. The teacher is out of touch with himself? Yes, just like Yuruaki and Harakisuke, the little girl signed up for Xian Ye's class with a motive. After she came to Spiritual Arts Academy, she recognized Xian Ye because of an accidental glimpse of Xian Ye's appearance, and finally chose to apply for Xian Ye's class. The little girl lives in Rukanga with only a few family members. She has lived alone with her mother since she was very young. Her family is very big, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like an ordinary civilian family. It's a pity that her mother never wants to mention family matters and her father's matters. From the time she began to remember, her mother rarely interacted with other people, let alone guests in her home. But there will always be some special circumstances. Once again, she found two mysterious guests coming to her home. Mother seemed happy. Then she was warmly received. But for some reason, she was not qualified to see the two guests. But she still hid in the secret and saw some of the true faces of the two guests. One of them has a hairpin in his hair, and the actor is wearing floral clothes, which is very unique. The other person is a very young man. After that meeting, she never saw these two people again until she came to May's Spiritual Arts Academy. I discovered that one of them turned out to be the calligraphy class teacher at Spiritual Arts Academy. She has been fond of reading books since she was a child because of her loneliness. Calligraphy is also okay. Although her interest is not that high, she finally chose to take a calligraphy class. More importantly, the little girl wanted to try to explore her mother's past from the teacher. I want to know about my father. Unexpectedly, the teacher recognized me in just the first lesson. As expected, the other party knew his mother. The little girl thought so. Then, thinking of the question Xian Ye asked herself before, she fell into hesitation again. It seems you haven't made up your mind yet. Xian Ye glanced at the little girl and knew the confusion in her heart. Wait for me at the door of the classroom after class. Xian Ye said to her again. Afterwards, he did not exchange too many greetings with the little girl and continued to teach his class. Calligraphy class is actually quite boring. Even if Xian Ye explains the techniques in this course, if you want to practice calligraphy well, you still need to practice hard for a long time and study hard. For ordinary Shinigami, they don't even have much time to practice, so how can they find the time to practice calligraphy? This is also the reason why not many people have taken this course since it was opened in Mao. The class was quickly finished by Xian Ye. Some students in the same class were quite curious about the relationship between Xian Ye and the younger classmate, but in the end they suppressed their curiosity and chose to leave. In the end, only the little girl remained at the door of the classroom. Xian Ye's eyes fell on the little girl again. The other person doesn't look very old. Judging from his appearance, he is only about 10 years old. He wears a pair of huge glasses that are extremely inconsistent with his age. When Xian Ye's eyes fell on the little girl also asked Xian Ye, "Teacher, do you know me?" This sentence actually contains some temptation. If Xian Ye answers that she knows him, she can take the opportunity to ask Xian Ye about her mother. "Your mother and I must have had some interactions. I met you once when you were a child, so I recognized you." 560 Xian Ye is different from Kurako Shunsui. Kurako Shunsui tried every means to hide his relationship with the other party, but he didn't have so many worries. After saying this, Xian Ye turned to the little girl and said, "If I remember correctly, your name seems to be Ise Nanao." "That's right, the little girl who appeared in Xian Ye's class is Ise Nanao, who will replace Yadumura Lisa in the future and become the deputy captain of the 8th team. She is also the biological niece of Kurako Shunsui." To be honest, Xian Ye was actually a little emotional after seeing Nanao Ise in class. It seems like he has stabbed the 8th Division's lair lately. "First, I met Yadumura Lisa, and now, I met Nanao Ise in class." "Yes, Teacher Xian Ye, my name is Ise Nanao." Ise Nanao introduced herself to Xian Ye, and then asked Xian Ye, "Is Teacher Xian Ye a friend of my mother?" Xian Ye nodded. "Teacher, my mother." After Ise Nanao got the affirmative answer, she asked Xian Ye again. "You want to know about your mother?" Xian Ye's eyes were fixed and serious. Ise Nanao didn't expect Xian Ye to be so direct. After being stunned for a while, she nodded. Although the process is a bit confusing, this is indeed her purpose. Chapter 128. Before I answer your question, I still ask the same question as before, are you ready to become a Shinigami? Xian Ye did not directly tell Ise Nanao about her mother. The origin of the Ise family and the curse of the 8-mirror sword were too heavy for Ise Nanao, who was still a little girl. Let's not talk about the 8-mirror sword. Is Nanao Ise really ready to become a Shinigami right now? Shinigami is not a job of treating guests to dinner, but a high-risk job. After becoming a Shinigami, you will be loyal to one king and 5 princes throughout your life, and destroy all feelings that belong to you. Swinging the knife for the sake of so-called order. Is Nanao Ise capable of becoming a powerful Shinigami again? In Xian Ye's opinion, there is no such thing. Her age when she entered school seemed younger than Hitsugayachware in the original work, but she was not Hitsugayachware after all. Hitsugayachware is a genius Shinigami in the true sense of the word. Before becoming Shinigami, he was favored by Zanpakutoran Meru, the most powerful ice and snow system. And Ise Nanao, because of the 8-mirror sword passed down from her family, cannot resonate with the sealed state at all. Even if she becomes the deputy captain of the 8th division in the future, it will only be because of Kurako Shunsui's care. She is an out-and-out related households. Without Kurako Shunsui, she wouldn't even be able to become Godi 13's Shinigami. At best, she could only become a kid with her pretty good kid talent. Xian Ye didn't know whether Kurako Shunsui knew about the other party's enrollment. But since they met, he decided to ask the other party. Hearing Xian Ye's words, Ise Nanao hesitated again. She did not expect that teacher Xian Ye would ask this question for the second time in a short period of time. The first time, she became confused. The second time, she thought about this question again, and finally gave an ambiguous answer, "I haven't thought about it yet." "Since you haven't thought about it yet, let me continue to think about it." Xian Ye's words were very rude. "You can come back to me when you think about it. Otherwise, you have no right to know about your mother. Because right now, you don't have the ability to know those things." Xian Ye's words fell into Ise Nanao's ears. Ise Nanao was shocked. Meeting Ise Nanao in school, Xian Ye couldn't help but chat with him for a few words. After that, he returned to his usual routine. "I became a streetwalker among Seireitei and wandered around casually. During this period, I also bought a copy of Seireitei Correspondence Collection, a publication published by Division 9. This book can be regarded as the official newspaper of Soul Society. The content published in it is very complicated. In addition to current news, there are also many latest news, research theories, and even novels. I don't know who the original founder of this publication was, but its existence does add a little fun to Seireitei's boring life. Xian Ye had known about the existence of the Seireitei Correspondence Collection for a long time, and even knew that Kurako Shunsui had serialized a romance novel in it, which seemed to be called The Rose-Colored Path, but he had not done anything about it before. After all, what he likes more is the cool internet articles from his previous life. But who says there is no such thing in this life? Speaking of which, should I also serialize some novels here for fun? Xian Ye thought this while flipping through the Seireitei Correspondence Collection, and then he gave up. After finally retiring, there is really no need to focus on coding. After all, writing a novel is a dead end. If you have this time, wouldn't it be better to do something else? While thinking about it, he continued to flip through the Seireitei Correspondence Collection, gaining a deeper understanding of this publication published by the 9th team. How to put it this way, Soul Society is really backward in some places, but in some aspects it is quite advanced, at least far ahead of the world. When the world was still in the era of war between princes, many advanced equipment had already appeared in Soul Society. This collection of Seireitei correspondence, both in terms of content and layout, is very trendy in Xian Ye's opinion, especially the section on scientific research theories. In addition to the corresponding theories, it even has corresponding photos and illustrations. There are cameras in Soul Society. Unfortunately, like many things, there has been no thought of updating its technology since it was created. Cameras that existed hundreds of years ago, by the time the plot of the original novel begins, have become portable digital cameras in modern times, and Soul Society's camera is still the oldest version. It seems that I can pay more attention to this book in the future. Xian Ye did not read the romance novels on it, but looked at the many scientific research theories. These theories are mostly conjectures and speculations of some people and have not been confirmed. He posted it on the Seireitei Communication Collection, hoping that more people could see it and verify it together. Although most of them are just fabrications, there are still some valuable things in them. In one of the author columns, Xian Ye saw a familiar name. Ura Harakisuke. Today, Aizen has become the vice-captain of the 5th Division. Ise Nanao, the future vice-captain of the 8th Division, has also enrolled in school. As for the man of the hour in the middle, Ura Harakisuke is still unknown and is just an officer of the 2nd Division. Many people don't even know who Ura Harakisuke is. But Xian Ye never ignored Ura Harakisuke. Regardless of strength, in terms of wisdom alone, Ura Harakisuke is definitely not inferior to Aizen, and is even stronger than Aizen in terms of technology development. In the original work, Aizen created Hagyaku at the expense of the souls of tens of thousands of Rukanga who became elite Shinigami, and he secretly collected and murdered many Shinigami to accomplish this. Ura Harakisuke, however, did not choose to murder Shinigami, but simply created Hagyaku by aggregating Hollow's souls. Even two Hagyaku are not complete, but Ura Harakisuke was able to create Hagyaku without harming the Soul Society and at a relatively small cost, which itself shows his great restraint. I don't know if at this point in time, you have already developed the idea of creating a collapse. Xian Ye read the theory posted by Ura Harakisuke on the Seireitei Communication Collection and secretly guessed. Chapter 129. Xian Ye originally planned to wander around Seireitei to see if he could meet Kurako Shunsui and chat with him about Ise Nanao, but he didn't expect that halfway through, a Seireitei correspondence collection would lead to this. The matter was eventually shelved. He returned home and continued to look through the Seireitei correspondence collection. The more he looked at it carefully, the more he felt that he had missed a treasure in the past. There was nothing to read in the novels and current affairs in the Seireitei correspondence collection, but the part about scientific research was indeed important to him. Has great reference value. For these authors, this is just some theoretical speculation that cannot be verified, and they do not have enough ability to verify it. But Xian Ye is not, he has the possibility to verify these theories. There are many theories in it. If they can be realized, it will also be helpful to Xian Ye. It seems that we have to find a way to collect the Seireitei correspondence collection from the past. A wandering out gave Xian Ye an unexpected harvest. In the next period of time, Xian Ye began to try to collect the previous collection of Xing 197 Lingting correspondence. The history of Soul Society is very long. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult to collect the Seireitei communication collection. But it's also because this is the world of Shinigami, and Shinigami is a species of immortality, so this matter is not as difficult as imagined. Just like Xian Ye only has 2 classes a month at Spiritual Arts Academy. Seireitei correspondence collection is a punishment once a year. There is no doubt that this method is worthy of Shinigami's long life. On the contrary, the course of Spiritual Arts Academy only lasts for 6 years, which is shorter than the time that humans study in this world. That is quite unreasonable. Can you become a qualified Shinigami in 6 years? Obviously that's not possible. Although there are indeed so-called geniuses among them, the vast majority of people are actually mediocre. 6 years is not enough to train them into a qualified combat force. Facing the powerful Hollow, it is difficult for them to deal with it. This is also the reason why Shinigami has a high casualty rate. In the final analysis, it is still due to lack of strength. It only took 6 years to transform from a soul with no fighting power to fighting power. Most of that time was spent learning Shinigami's abilities. After finally mastering some of them, he had to fight the virtual and win. Question. You know, Shinigami is not a short-lived species. If nothing happens, they can live for at least hundreds or thousands of years. Back to the topic. Precisely because the Seireitei correspondence collection is published once a year, it is not difficult for Xian Ye to collect previous Seireitei correspondence collections. Even though it has been 700 or 800 years since Godei 13 was established. However, the Seireitei correspondence collection was serialized for less than 200 years. In other words, there are less than 200 books. Soon, Ye bought previous issues of the Jing Lingting correspondence collection from a specialized bookseller. On this, he did not read the previous 8 trigrams anecdotes, but only read the theoretical knowledge part. In addition to the original Urahara Kisuke, he also saw many famous people on it. Needless to say, Hikifun Kiryu. Also Kuratsuka Mayuri, Akon. Xian Ye didn't expect that a small publication would have so many serialized content about characters like Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. The word Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick here is not a derogatory term, but a complimentary term. Needless to say, Kuratsuka Mayuri is the deputy director of the Technology Development Bureau during the time of Kuratsuka Mayuri in the original work, and he is also a genius. But now, these 2 people seem to be locked in a nest of maggots. Although being imprisoned in the maggot nest does not mean that they are criminals who have committed serious crimes, it also proves that they are indeed dangerous people who can threaten the safety of Soul Society. Xian Ye is particularly concerned about Kuratsuka Mayuri's theory published in the Seireitei correspondence collection. Because the theory published by Kuratsuka Mayuri is the idea of artificial soul. He bluntly stated that the soul is composed of spirit suns. When the spirit suns gather together, self-awareness will be generated. When this will gradually grows, the so-called soul is formed. If a self-consciousness is created in advance through special techniques, and then the souls are gathered together, can an artificial soul be created? It even goes a step further and creates artificial Shinigami. If Shinigami could be created artificially, schools that cultivate Shinigami, such as the Spiritual Arts Academy, could simply close their doors. From now on, Soul Society will have an endless stream of Shinigami being born. It can replace the existing Shinigami system through artificial Shinigami, and then completely bring the entire three realms under the supervision of Shinigami. Well, how should I put it? It is indeed very thoughtful. But this idea is also very dangerous. In other words, it is simply deviant. Regardless of success or failure, it will completely subvert the existing Soul Society order. Xian Ye looked at the date of this publication again and found that it was more than 100 years ago. After that, there was no publication of Kurotsuka Mayuri published in the Seireitei correspondence collection. Apparently, it was Kurotsuka Mayuri's dangerous ideas that caught the attention of Soul Society, and he went to jail in the Maggot's Nest after that. But Xian Ye is very interested in this theory. He couldn't help but think of the artificial Shinigami Nirvana created by Kurotsuka Mayuri in the original work. Suk, what do you think of this theory? On this day, Aizen came to Xian Ye secretly. Xian Ye directly took out the publication containing Kurotsuka Mayuri's artificial soul theory and handed it to Aizen. Aizen raised his eyebrows slightly, but still took the publication handed over by his master and read it carefully. Artificial creation of Shinigami is a very thoughtful theory. But, can it really succeed? Aizen is skeptical about whether this theory can be realized. Xian Ye said, in the past, it would have been difficult to succeed, but now, it is not necessarily the case. Aizen looked at Xian Ye doubtfully. Xian Ye said, in Soul Society, a long time ago, there was the technology to create a body. The body is a body. It is not difficult to create it, but a complete life requires besides the body, soul. Because the soul cannot be created, nature cannot create life. But many years ago, Hikifun Kiryu's perfected theory can perfectly solve this problem. Chapter 130. Aizen immediately thought of Hikifun Kiryu's theory. Temporary soul. This theory was proposed by Hikifun Kiryu in order to strengthen the soul of Shinigami and improve Shinigami's Ryutsu. Later, after Xian Ye participated in it, it became successful. By taking Shinigami's soul, cultivating it in the outside world, and then integrating it into the original soul, thereby strengthening the original soul, Shinigami Ryutsu skyrocketed. Because Xian Ye was deeply involved in Hikifun Kiryu's experiment, Aizen was also able to know a lot about the temporary soul theory. He re-examined the artificial Shinigami theory based on this publication and once again thought about its possibility. This time Aizen discovered that this theory cannot be realized. With the help of prosthetic skeleton technology, a body can be created. Then, the temporary soul theory is a technology for cultivating souls. Although it only cultivates and strengthens part of Shinigami's soul, it still involves the field of soul. If we could cultivate a brand new soul from scratch, and then combine it with the created soul, wouldn't we create a new life? Kurotsuka Mayuri. Aizen looked at the proposer of this theory again. A Shinigami he hadn't heard of. It seems that there are many talented Shinigami hidden among Seireitei. Aizen couldn't help but sigh. Xian Ye guessed what Aizen was thinking and said, "It's not surprising that you haven't heard of Kurotsuka Mayuri, because he is a very dangerous person and has long been imprisoned in the Maggot's Nest because of his dangerous ideas. This publication is from more than 100 years ago." Aizen's eyes flickered slightly when he heard the name Maggot's Nest. He naturally knows where this place is. At first, he didn't take it seriously. Now as he has started to do many dangerous things, Xian Ye deliberately mentioned this place again. Maybe he will have to pay more attention to it in the future. Close. He knew very well that if what he and his master had done were leaked, the harshest punishment would be waiting for them. Most likely a death sentence. But it would also be a good thing if we could find more like-minded helpers. And the people locked up in the Maggot Nest happened to be similar people. His thoughts flowed and he returned to this theory. Aizen asked Xian Ye, "Does the teacher want to perfect this theory and create an artificial soul?" Xian Ye said, if you just create a soul, it is actually not difficult, but it is not a simple matter to create an artificial Shinigami. Shinigami is different from the whole. It has spiritual power and can use Kid and Zanpakuto. If these things cannot be used, artificial Shinigami will not be considered a success at all. The Nirvana dream in the original work is also a man-made Shinigami. But in Xian Ye's view, it is not actually a success. Because she didn't have Zanpakuto, she couldn't use Kid, and even for many years before that, she didn't have her own opinion. Zada was just a worker who followed the Tianjin Revolutionary Order. It was not until the end that she developed her own feelings and came up with her own opinions, and Kuratsuka Mayuri's artificial Shinigami experiment was considered a true success. Self-awareness is the most important thing in the soul. But this theory can be applied to creating things that it kills. Xian Ye said to Aizen again, the soul is not only Genk Shinigami, but also, Su. Aizen's eyes suddenly froze. Yes, virtuality is also a kind of soul. It is difficult to create artificial Shinigami, but what if we use this theory to create hollow? In Hueco Mundo, although there are only a few levels of hollows, each hollow has completely different abilities. Can a special hollow be created using specific techniques? Aizen wanted to break the boundaries of Shinigami and devoted himself to studying the power of Shinigami. He did not ignore that the hollow was also a kind of soul. Maybe, you can change your thinking. Shinigami needs to be studied, and Kyun also needs to be studied. Some theories on the Seireitei communication set helped Xian Ye. It also brought some inspiration to Aizen. Aizen is also planning to buy some Seireitei correspondence collections and read through them after he goes back. More than 100 years ago, Shinigami proposed the theory of artificial Shinigami. Perhaps at that time, it could not succeed because the corresponding conditions were not met, but Soul Society's technology is progressing. Theories that were not successful at the time may not be successful now. 0. Please give me flowers. Brainstorming is also a way to make yourself better. Xian Ye and Aizen didn't talk much. Regarding Hugyaku, he still let Aizen delve into it on his own. Everyone has their own way to go, and everyone has their own ideas. He could only point out some vague paths for Aizen, but how to go about it specifically? It all depends on Aizen himself. Aizen also knows this, so even if he has many questions in his heart, he first tries to solve them by himself instead of relying on the teacher for everything. In this way, time passed again. Xian Ye is obsessed with theoretical research and cannot extricate himself. Until this day, he had to temporarily put aside his theoretical research. Because there is a drinking party. 0. To be precise, it's a birthday party. Jaisher Yukate's birthday. Xian Ye went to Seireitei Commercial Street, bought a random gift, and took it to the captain of the 13th Division, Moro Yukondo. As for the gift, it was not an expensive gift. After all, Shinigami's lifespan is too long. Jaisher Yukatake has celebrated hundreds of birthdays, and it would be a waste to give him expensive gifts on every birthday. Perhaps because of this reason, Jaisher Yukatake himself doesn't care much about birthdays. Said it was a birthday. In fact, it is just to find a few familiar friends to drink some wine and chat. At Jaisher Yukatake's birthday party, Xian Ye saw many Godei 13 Shinigami, such as the deputy captain of the first team, Aizen Sōsuke, and captains such as Hirako Shinji. Xian Ye was not familiar with most of them and did not say hello. He came here because he helped Jaisher Yukatake cure his illness. It was also at this birthday party that he saw Kurako Shunsui, whom he had not seen for a long time. Now that we have met, of course we have to say hello. Chun Shui, long time no see. What have you been busy with lately? It was okay that Xian Ye didn't speak. As soon as he heard Xian Ye's words, Kurako Shunsui immediately grimaced and said, "Senior Xian Ye, you are really hurting me." During this period, his life was miserable. Finally, he plucked up the courage to ask Yadumura Lisa for clarification, and finally learned that the initiator of everything turned out to be Xian Ye. Chapter 131. How you said that? After hearing what Kurako Shunsui said, Xian Ye was a little confused. Kurako Shunsui immediately complained to Xian Ye, "Isn't it because, Senior Xian Ye, you encouraged my adjutant Lisa not to handle team duties?" As a result, during this period, the team duties of our 8th Division have been piling up like a mountain. In the end, it took me a long time to finish it. Even so, Lisa has not returned to her usual appearance. I still need to spend a long time every day to deal with these meaningless and time-wasting team tasks. I haven't had a drink in a long time. Senior Xian Ye, if you hadn't bewitched my lieutenant, how could I be so miserable? So, is this the reason why you poured out your bitterness to me? Xian Ye's eyes fell on the face of Jing 047 Le Chun Shui, and suddenly he became a little serious. Kurako Shunsui is a very senior Shinigami, and his strength is also extremely powerful. Because he grew up in a wealthy family and was born into a noble family, and because his brother was still alive at that time, he did not have to consider inheriting the family business and shouldering the burden of being the head of a noble family, so he developed an extremely loose temperament. Even though he is essentially an extremely smart and scheming person, he doesn't want to use this intelligence or scheming. No matter who he is facing, whether he is a friend or an enemy, he can always chat with the other person with a gentle look. However, at this moment, facing Xian Ye's gaze, Yuanil Chuan Shui felt a rare sense of nervousness. He had never even experienced this feeling in his teacher, Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni. Shouldn't handling team affairs be your responsibility as the captain? Chun Shui, you actually think that handling team affairs is meaningless and a waste of time. It seems that you don't understand the responsibilities that come with the position of captain. Even though you have been the captain for many years. Faint words came out of Xian Ye's mouth. Even though Kurako Shunsui is the captain of Godi I-13, even though Xian Ye is not even from Godi I-13, he still scolds Kurako Shunsui with the attitude of a superior and an elder. Senior Xian Ye, Kurako Shunsui also planned to defend himself. Xian Ye's words were slightly cold and he continued, the 8th Division is the intelligence team. In normal times, this division should be the division with the fewest things. There shouldn't be that much information that you need to go to. Even if something like a void occurs, the 12th Division will issue an early warning. After an emergency occurs, the 10th Division will be there to deal with it. I don't know if it is because of the long-term peace that you have become slacker, but what I want to say is that if you continue to be so slack, sooner or later you will reap the consequences. Xian Ye, this is not rhetoric. But he sincerely believes that Kurako Shunsui is not a responsible captain. The 8th Squadron is responsible for collecting intelligence and statistics on the movements of the 80th District of Rukanga and the movements of other squadrons. This kind of work may seem boring and meaningless, but as long as you persist in doing it, you can still detect many clues. The results of it. In the original work, the 8th Division was unaware of many things that happened in Seoul society. You know, Aizen created Hagyaku, but sacrificed more than 10,000 Rukanga to qualify as the soul of the elite Shinigami, and he and Tosen Kaname, Ichimaru Jin, and others often made small moves. If Kurako Shunsui were more serious, he would definitely be able to find some traces. However, the fact is that the 8th Division found nothing. Xian Ye couldn't help but think of what Kenpeiga did in Rukanga in the early years, and Kurako Shunsui still hasn't noticed it at all. It can be seen how derelict the captain Le Chun Shui was. Kurako Shunsui was speechless by Xian Ye's words. He originally knew from Yadumaro Lisa who was the culprit of Yadumaro Lisa's failure. He complained a few words to Xian Ye, but he never expected that he would be scolded by Xian Ye. Of course he was a little unhappy in his heart, but he couldn't find any good excuse to refute. I can only bear it silently. Fortunately, Xian Ye didn't scold him all the time. Then, he talked about another thing. By the way, I have a new student in my class recently, named Ise Nanao. Kurako Shunsui's expression immediately became complicated. I can tell that she doesn't seem to be ready to become a Shinigami. Of course, I know that based on the relationship between you and her, no matter how bad her grades are, she can still join Godi 13, but can you really protect her for the rest of her life? Xian Ye's words became sharp again. But this time, I am not saying that Kurako Shunsui is irresponsible as the captain, but pointing to another issue. Kurako Shunsui was silent. He knew about Ise Nanao's admission to school. His sister-in-law, Xian Ye, had told him about it. He also thought about the disadvantages of Nanao enrolling in school too early. But in the end, I still respect Nanao. Although the sister-in-law and Nanao have left Kuryako's family, the blood relationship cannot be severed. Even if Nanao's qualifications are worse, he can still use his own privileges to recruit Nanao into the 8th division, and then take care of her. Unexpectedly, Xian Ye guessed this idea. So, can I really protect her for the rest of my life? Xian Ye's words sounded again, the curse of the Ise family is not that simple. I don't know why she chose to become a Shinigami, but if she does not have the awareness to become a Shinigami, she cannot have strong power and cannot face it. Damn that 1.8 servings. Senior Xian Ye, is there a way to completely break the curse? Kurako Shunsui's expression immediately became serious. Xian Ye did not answer this question. Can he say that he has figured out what the Ise family curse is? Of course, it is impossible to crack it. But this did not affect him in the slightest to use the reason for the curse to make nonsense with Kurako Shunsui. Kurako Shunsui took a deep breath and said to Xian Ye, I know about Nanao. At the beginning, I did want to recruit her into the 8th Root Army as you said, Senior Xian Ye. From the squad. But now. He paused and then said, I will take some time to chat with my sister-in-law. About Nanao. Chapter 132. Although many people came to Jaishur Yukate's birthday party, it was actually not too grand. Jaishur Yukatake just hopes that many friends and colleagues can come over and have some drinks together, that's all. After Xian Ye chatted with Kurako Shunsui, he did not take the initiative to go to Godi 13's many Shinigami to reminisce. After a birthday party that was not particularly lively, Xian Ye returned to daily life. The Seireitei correspondence collection gave him a great surprise. Hundreds of books, etc. gave him hundreds of research theories. Although most of them were useless or even impossible to implement, there were still many merits among them. Theoretical ideas. Reading through books is also a very interesting thing for Xian Ye. Until this day, Kurako Shunsui took the initiative to visit him. When he saw Xian Ye flipping through the Seireitei correspondence collection, a strange color flashed in Kurako Shunsui's eyes. He really didn't expect Xian Ye to like reading this book published by the 9th team. When he had nothing to do, he once serialized romance novels in this publication. Kurako Shunsui suddenly felt strange when he thought that Senior Xian Ye might have read the novels he wrote and was his loyal reader. Then, he calmed down his strange mood and said to Xian Ye, Senior Xian Ye's life is really leisurely. Xian Ye put down the book in his hand and said to Kurako Shunsui, if you choose to retire, you can be as leisurely as me. So, you are obviously unwilling to fulfill your duties as captain, why don't you retire? Kurako Shunsui saw Xian Ye teasing him again, and immediately shook his head helplessly. He explained to Xian Ye, Senior Xian Ye, don't say that. I have been working very hard recently. Since Senior Xian Ye scolded me, I have been handling team affairs very seriously, and I have also realized that I used to be how lazy, it is wrong to leave all team duties to the adjutant. Xian Ye didn't care whether Kurako Shunsui had really corrected himself or not, and asked Kurako Shunsui, so, why did you come to me instead of handling team affairs in the squad today? Kurako Shunsui's expression gradually became serious, I took the time to meet my sister-in-law. I understand Nanao's decision to apply for the Spiritual Arts Academy. Although she is not old, she is a very strong child. She wants to become a Shinigami and gain power to protect her sister-in-law. Similarly, only with power can she be qualified to explore some past events about her mother. Although I don't know why she had such an idea, as an uncle, I really should help her. Kurako Shunsui talked freely in front of Xian Ye. The purpose of his coming here was obviously for his niece Ise Nanao. Also, for someone like Kurako Shunsui, there really aren't many things he cares about. Senior Xian Ye was right what he said earlier. I can indeed help Nanao enter Godi 13 directly and let her come to my 8th division to protect her. But I can't protect her forever. In the final analysis, she still needs to make herself stronger. Perhaps it is because Kurako Shunsui's sister-in-law in this world did not secretly give the 8-mirror sword to Kurako Shunsui to hide, and she was not executed for it. Although Kurako Shunsui cared about his niece Ise Nanao, he never gave birth to her. Treat her as a flower in the greenhouse, protect her tightly, and prevent her from being harmed in any way. On the contrary, because her sister-in-law is still alive, after learning about Nanao's determination from her sister-in-law, Kurako Shunsui is ready to help her and help her gain strength so that she can better protect her mother, her sister-in-law. It is also because of this that Kurako Shunsui has only a few choices and methods before him. One is to wait until Nanao is about to graduate and recruit him into the 8th division, taking him with him and teaching him diligently. Secondly, from now on, give Nanao a path to gain strength and become stronger. Kurako Shunsui thought carefully about 1 and 2, and finally gave up on the former. The former seems safe, but in fact, it is no different from the first time when he was prepared to protect Nanao and protect the other party under his command. Even if he can teach Nanao, it is still difficult for Nanao who lacks training to become truly strong. For the latter, let Nanao hone herself in the Spiritual Arts Academy, and then see if she can enter Godi 13 if she doesn't open the back door. For ordinary Shinigami, entering Godi 13 is naturally not too difficult. But the situation of the ISE family is very special. Because of the ancestral 8-mirror sword, their clansmen cannot resonate with other sealed states and obtain their own Zanpakut. Failure to awaken Zanpakut means it is difficult to enter Godi 13. If Kurako Shunsui takes care of her, Ise Nanao can join the 8th team even if her grades are worse. But if Kurako Shunsui does not take care of her, she wants to join Godi 13 without Zanpakut. The only way only when you have to work 100 times more than ordinary people to cultivate 860 certain abilities among the 3 abilities of Kid, Shunpo, and White hits to an extremely powerful level, and practice to the point where you can make up for the shortcomings of not having Zanpakut, can you be Godi 13 is included as an exception. Otherwise, we can only consider organizations like Kid Public. Although it was still Shinigami at that time, its status were still inferior to Godi 13's Shinigami. Senior Xian Ye, I would like to ask you to help teach Nanao. I know that this request is very abrupt, but I believe in your teaching ability. Whether it is Aizen Sōsuke, the current vice-captain of the 5th division, or Shihao or Yuaki, the vice-captain of the 2nd division, they are all your students. Besides, you are in the Spiritual Arts Academy and can take care of Nanao all the time. Kurako Shunsui made his request in front of Xian Ye. After hearing Kurako Shunsui's words, Xian Ye's eyes became sharp, like 2 sharp swords, falling on Kurako Shunsui's face. Kurako Shunsui immediately showed shame. That's right, I asked Senior Xian Ye to teach Kigzu for no reason, and Senior Xian Ye could completely refuse. After all, teaching others is not an easy task. Although Nanao is her niece, she has no relationship with Senior Xian Ye. Chapter 133. Bearing Xian Ye's gaze silently, Kurako Shunsui felt a little disappointed, knowing that Xian Ye would probably refuse his request. He also regretted his reckless behavior in coming to find Senior Xian Ye directly. I should think more carefully before coming here. Just when Kurako Shunsui was thinking this, Xian Ye's words suddenly rang in his ears. I can help you teach your niece and help her become stronger, but I have a request. What's the request? Kurako Shunsui said to Xian Ye without thinking. I want to take a look at the 8 mirror swords of the Ise family again. Xian Ye didn't even mean to hide it, and directly stated his purpose. Suddenly hearing about the 8 mirror sword, a magical sword passed down from generation to generation in the Ise family, Kurako Shunsui felt a chill in his heart and became alert. Then he gave up his guard again. Senior Xian Ye had studied the 8 mirror sword and the curse in it a long time ago. Right now, even if he were asked to study it some more, it seemed like it would be nothing. After all, Senior Xian Ye is not from the Ise family, so he cannot wield the 8 mirror sword. Moreover, this time Senior Xian Ye wants to study the 8 mirror sword again. Is it possible that you have a new perspective on the curse in that Zanpakuto? Kurako Shunsui couldn't help but guess. He didn't directly agree to Xian Ye's request, so naturally he didn't refuse. The 8 mirror sword is a magical sword passed down from generation to generation in the Ise family. Now it can be proved that because of this sword and because of the Ise family's bloodline, the Ise family is cursed. Logically speaking, this sword is something that can be discarded. But as long as the blood of the Ise family continues to flow, even if the sword is abandoned, the curse cannot be lifted, so the sister-in-law still keeps the sword. However, as long as this sword remained in the hands of the Ise family, he would always seek the opinion of his sister-in-law when it came to matters involving this sword. I'll go talk to my sister-in-law. Kurako Shunsui said something similar to what he said at Jaishur Yukate's birthday party. The difference is that the first time I chose to chat with my sister-in-law was about Nanao. The second time was related to the 8 mirror sword. But if we look closely at this second time, it actually has a great relationship with Ise Nanao. Kurako Shunsui really cares about his niece. He is a celibate and a prodigal son who has never considered marrying and having children. So in a sense, Ise Nanao is the only descendant of the Kiriko family. In this way, the spring water comes and goes. A few more days passed. He came to Xian Ye again and told Xian Ye that his sister-in-law had agreed to his request. So, after many years, Xian Ye came to the Ise family again and saw the 8 mirror sword again. In the past, he understood the essence of the 8 mirror sword and forcibly materialized the soul in the 8 mirror sword. In reality, we know that this Zanpakuto is made from the remains of Taikaosu. Only the blood of the Ise family can activate this Zanpakuto, and because this sword divides the spiritual field. The resentment hidden in the Soul King's instinct cursed the Ise family, making the Ise family only able to give birth to girls from generation to generation. Any man who married an Ise family woman would die suddenly shortly after the marriage. The curse of the Ise family essentially originated from the Spirit King. As long as the Soul King problem is not solved, the curse of the Ise family will continue to exist. Xian Ye inspected the 8 mirror sword again this time, of course, not to completely solve the curse of the Ise family. Even though he had conducted in-depth research on the Spirit King, it was still not easy to lift the curse from the root of his bloodline. Xian Ye's purpose of studying the 8 mirror sword again this time is to gain insight into the nature of the ancient power emperor within it. In order to use external means to cultivate this ancient void power, he created Hagyaku for himself to plan. When Xian Ye created Hagyaku, he was not going to follow Aizen and Urahara Kisuken using quantitative changes to cause qualitative changes by superimposing the power of multiple hollows and Shinigami. He planned to use the purest power of Shinigami and hollow from the beginning, plus the power of the Quincy as the source to fuse to create Hagyaku. It's just that the powers he currently possesses are very rare, and it is necessary to thoroughly understand their nature before cultivating them externally to multiply them. After studying the 8 mirror sword again, Xian Ye gained a new understanding of Taikaozu's power. Back to Spiritual Arts Academy. Although he has moved out, his teacher's dormitory is still kept, and Xian Ye occasionally lives here for a day or two. On this day, Ise Nanao found Xian Ye with a letter. When she came to Xian Ye's place, her expression was quite complicated. Spiritual Arts Academy has holidays every once in a while. Students are allowed to leave school, wander around Seireitei, and even leave Seireitei to go home and visit relatives. For Ise Nanao, her choice was of course to go home to visit her mother, who was dependent on her. However, she did not expect that when she returned home this time, her mother gave her a letter and asked her to hand it to Spiritual Arts Academy's calligraphy class teacher Xian Ye. Combined with what Xian Ye said in Xian Ye's class, Ise Nanao immediately became more and more convinced that there was indeed a close relationship between teacher Xian Ye and her mother. This made her become more and more curious about her mother's past and her father's affairs. Meanwhile, a long time passed. She also has answers to the questions Xian Ye asked at the beginning. Why did you choose to become a Shinigami? I became a Shinigami because I wanted to protect my mother. After thinking for a long time, her confusion gradually dissipated, and her belief became stronger. However, she was particularly curious about the content of the letter that her mother asked her to give to teacher Xian Ye. She secretly observed teacher Xian Ye for a long time in school, and then discovered teacher Xian Ye while in school. This made her come to Xian Ye immediately and hand the letter to him. Because Xian Ye had interacted with Ise Nanao during the calligraphy class that day, so they were not considered strangers. The process of Ise Nanao handing this letter to Xian Ye was extremely smooth. Xian Ye took the letter handed over and read it pretendingly. The content of the letter is mostly about Ise Iriun getting rid of Xian Ye to take care of Nanao and teach Nanao. In fact, it is just a formality. Xian Ye put away the letter and said to Ise Nanao, "From today on, you can learn from me. Your mother will get rid of me and I will teach you." Ise Nanao was immediately shocked when she learned the content of the letter. Chapter 134. She thought a lot about the contents of the letter. But she didn't expect that her mother would actually get rid of teacher Xian Ye to teach her. Ise Nanao didn't know that this was actually not her mother's suggestion, but her uncle Kurako Shunsui's request to find Xian Ye in private after he knew about her determination to become stronger. Her mother just respected her uncle Kurako Shunsui's decision. Although the Spiritual Arts Academy is a school for training Shinigami, where Ise Nanao can learn many of Shinigami's abilities, this kind of popular teaching is not suitable for Ise Nanao's special situation. Even though she has been trying to communicate with the sealed state and want to resonate with it, in the eyes of Kurako Shunsui, who is secretly observing Ise Nanao, such behavior is just a useless effort. Due to the 8-mirror sword, she was destined not to obtain her own Zanpakut. Except for Zanpakut, Ise Nanao does not have strong enough talents due to her young age. Under such circumstances, it was too difficult for her to join Godi 13 on her own. So some other methods must be taken. Jinraku Shunsui 417 has no plans to help Ise Nanao open the back door for the time being, and directly recruits her to join the 8th team. He wanted to see how far Nanao could go through his own efforts. Naturally, in the process of hard work, a good teacher is also indispensable. Xian Ye, who happens to be working at the Spiritual Arts Academy and has taught 2 powerful Shinigami, is the most suitable mentor candidate chosen by Kurako Shunsui. Teacher Xian Ye, Ise Nanao came back to her senses, looked at Xian Ye, and spoke hesitantly. Xian Ye said in a deep voice, "In this letter, your mother told you the reason why you applied for the Spiritual Arts Academy. You want to gain strength, and I can help you gain strength." As a result, Ise Nanao stopped talking. Although it is unclear what the relationship between Xian Ye and his mother is. Even though Xian Ye is just a calligraphy class teacher. But since the other party can teach in this Spiritual Arts Academy, it is obviously Shinigami. I really want to gain strength. In this case, studying with teacher Xian Ye is indeed a good choice. In particular, I thought that many of my classmates had already resonated with the sealed state, and they only needed to sleep and eat together for a long time to awaken their own Zanpakuto, but I had not even taken the first step to resonate with the sealed state. This gave Ise Nanao some sense of urgency. In particular, what Xian Ye said back then aroused her determination to become stronger. Only those with sufficient abilities are qualified to know those past events. So what is ability? In Ise Nanao's understanding, powerful power is ability. Teaching Ise Nanao is not a troublesome thing for Xian Ye. He also doesn't plan to teach Ise Nanao for a long time like he taught Aizen and Ye. He accepted Aizen as his disciple just because he was Aizen. He wanted to see how far Aizen could go under his own guidance. As for teaching Yoryuki, it stems from the debt owed to the Shihaoran family in the past, because of Shihaoran Seni. Although Kurako Shunsui came forward to teach Ise Nanao this time, Kurako Shunsui's face was not that great. Xian Ye only agreed to the request for the sake of the 8-mirror sword. A few years of teaching Ise Nanao would be enough. So how to teach Ise Nanao? Xian Ye actually knows Ise Nanao better than she does herself. At least he knows that even if Ise Nanao continuously injects spiritual power into the sealed state, she cannot resonate with the sealed state. This was destined that Ise Nanao would not be able to obtain Zanpakuto. In the absence of Zanpakuto, relying on the sealed state alone, if Ryutsu is strong enough, he can try to leave like Zaraki Kenpeki. With one blow, the sword crushes Huang. Even without Zanpakuto's ability after liberation, it is enough to deal with the vast majority. Most powerful enemies. Unfortunately, Ise Nanao Ryutsu is not as powerful as Zaraki Kenpeki. If you want to practice strong sword pressure and dominate the world with your cutting skills, you cannot do it. Killing fists and walking away ghosts. Cutting technique is not suitable for Ise Nanao. Then you can only practice the last 3 types. The Shihaoran family's approach can be applied to Ise Nanao. The Shihaoran family has been in charge of the 2nd division for generations. They do not rely on Zanpakuto, but concentrate on studying white hits and shunpo. If Ise Nanao can master these 2 swordsmanship to the highest level, plus in the original work, she would have. If you are not bad at kid talent, you might want to try learning some instant coaxing. The Shunkaku in the original work was created by Yoryuki. In this world, because Xian Ye and Aizen created Shunhu first, the creator of Shunhu became Xian Ye, and Xian Ye could teach this fighting skill to others without any scruples. Xian Ye is an activist. Because his study career at Spiritual Arts Academy is only a few years, he is destined not to be able to teach Ise Nanao for a long time. Therefore, after explaining some reasons to Ise Nanao, he started teaching him directly. In her spare time every day, Ise Nanao went directly to Xian Ye and accepted Xian Ye's teaching. Xian Ye was very rude to Ise Nanao's teaching, and immediately gave him a bad taste from the beginning. Because if the strength is not high, with Ise Nanao's talent, without a backdoor, he can only go to kid. Ise Nanao also expected Xian Ye's teachings. But the level of hardship was beyond her expectation. However, even so, in order to become stronger, to protect her mother, and to explore the past between her mother and father, she still persevered hard. It seems there are merits. Xian Ye looked at Ise Nanao, who was young but able to endure hardships and accepted his own devil's special training, and nodded secretly. Teaching Ise Nanao did not occupy all of Xian Ye's time. When Ise Nanao was not training under him, Xian Ye continued to display the characteristics of a street runner and wandered among Seireitei. Let's see if there are any other surprises. Earlier, I discovered the book Seireitei correspondence while wandering around, and discovered the treasures contained in it. It can be seen that in the long history of Seireitei, there are actually many treasures. Whether you can discover them depends on whether you have a pair of discerning eyes. But this time Xian Ye wandered around Seireitei but did not encounter the treasure. Instead, he encountered Yadumur Lisa again. Chapter 135. Senior Xian Ye, what a coincidence we meet again. Yadumura Lisa greeted Xian Ye with a smile. Her upper body is wearing a SY outfit that is no different from ordinary Shinigami. The only difference is her lower body. Her hem has been cut by herself and is much shorter than ordinary Shinigami's dresses. Look. When it looks up, it looks very similar to the sailor skirt worn by modern students. Her figure can't be said to be impressive, but she still has some qualities. She is dressed in such a fashionable style, which is completely different from the other Shinigami women in Seoul society. She also has black-rimmed glasses. It was when a beautiful girl with glasses appeared in front of him. No matter what, Xian Ye could not turn a blind eye. Lisa, long time no see. What have you been busy with lately? It seems that because last time Xian Ye and Yadumura Lisa walked around the streets of Seireitei together, and Xian Ye gave Yadumura Lisa some warnings, it can be said that it greatly reduced the pressure on Yadumura Lisa. When she saw that her captain began to make progress and work hard. After that, Lisa felt sincerely grateful to Xian Ye. The relationship between her and Xian Ye suddenly became much closer. This is also the reason why she took the initiative to say hello to Xian Ye after seeing him. Hearing Xian Ye's words, Yadumura Lisa said with a gentle expression, "Thanks to Senior Xian Ye, the captain has suddenly become more diligent recently. I also have more time to practice." Hearing this, Xian Ye immediately complained about Kurako Shunsui, "Your captain is really a scumbag. In order to have time to drink, he actually chose to sacrifice his subordinates' training time and let them be responsible for the tedious team duties. Even though I have become more diligent now, I don't know how long I can persist with my lazy temperament in the past." Hearing Xian Ye arrange her captain in this way, Lisa Yubo immediately smiled awkwardly but politely. The last time she complained about her captain in front of Xian Ye, it was because she really had resentment in her heart and felt sad for the captain's irresponsibility. But after the captain corrected his evil ways for a period of time, she did get some rest time. Now she doesn't have such strong resentment towards the captain in her heart, so naturally she can't continue to complain about her captain in front of outsiders. After all, she is not a talkative woman. Of course, I am very grateful to Senior Xian Ye. If I had not listened to Senior Xian Ye and made the captain understand through practical actions that it is the captain's responsibility to handle team affairs, not my own responsibility, I would have been miserable. I had to deal with those documents in the captain's room, and then I had to search for the whereabouts of the captain." After smiling, Yadumura Lisa said seriously, "Maybe the captain's temperament is indeed a bit lazy, and I'm not sure how long he can persist, but helping him handle team affairs is also my responsibility as the vice-captain. I just want to let him understand that as the captain, he shoulders very important responsibilities. That's it." Xian Ye nodded slightly and didn't comment too much on Yadumura Lisa's idea. After all, Yadumura Lisa is Kurako Shunsui's vice-captain after all. Even if Kurako Shunsui is bad, the only one doing the hard work is Yadumura Lisa. At the moment, I'm afraid it's because of Yadumura Lisa's show-off that Kurako Shunsui realized his past mistakes and became a little more serious, thereby eliminating the resentment in Yadumura Lisa's heart. But Xian Ye knows very well what kind of person Kurako Shunsui is. As the saying goes, a dog cannot change his eating of shit, but a country cannot change its nature. Kurako Shunsui can't hold on for long. In the end, Yadumura Lisa has to suffer. From this point of view, in the original work, she became a mask due to Aizen's calculations and was forced to leave Seoul society, but she ushered in relief. Xian Ye's thoughts flowed. Then he took the initiative to invite Yadumura Lisa in front of him. "What do you want to do today?" Yadumura Lisa was stunned for a moment, then looked Xian Ye up and down, and said, "Senior Xian Ye, do you want to invite me to go shopping together? I can tell you that I don't have any money today." "Don't worry. As an old man who has retired a long time ago, although I don't have a pension, I am not very poor. There's really nothing to see. If possible, I would like to take you to Rukonga to see it." 0. Although the areas behind Rukanga are very chaotic, the areas in front are still very prosperous, and the commercial streets there also have a unique style. As for today, would you like to have a few drinks with me? In the past, Yodomaru Lisa was the person who hated drinking the most, because her captain would often give up on team duties and sneak out to drink. Since she became the vice-captain, she has spent a lot of time just looking for the captain who went out to drink. An energy. But now, it was Xian Ye's turn to invite her for a drink. She didn't have to go back to the team to handle team duties, so she readily agreed. Since Senior Xian Ye invited me, I won't be polite. All I can say is that Yodomaru Lisa is also a wonderful person. She has an outgoing personality and is very spontaneous. Ming and Xian Ye had only interacted with each other a few times, but this time, they seemed to have become good friends. In the tavern, Xian Ye and Yodomaru Lisa were drinking together. Although Xian Ye rarely takes the initiative to drink, he has been tempered from that war-torn era. In that era, for Shinigami, Hueco Mundo invaded frequently. After winning a war, they would often hold cocktail parties to drink freely, so Xian Ye's drinking capacity is pretty good. On the other hand, Yodomaru Lisa, because she rarely drinks, and because Kurako Shunsui drank in the past, she hates people who drink, so her drinking capacity is really average. After 3 or 2 glasses of wine went down her throat, even though the wine was not strong, Yodomaru Lisa's cheeks were filled with some red clouds, a bit smoky. Senior Xian Ye, from your appearance, you really don't look like an old senior. Yodomaru Lisa held her cheek with one hand while teasing Xian Ye. Perhaps because of drinking, she became more courageous and relaxed a lot. Maybe it's because I have a young mentality, so I look younger. Xian Ye also said with a smile. Speaking of which, Xian Ye senpai, our captain calls you senpai. Which division were you a Shinigami in? Lisa Akumaru asked the question in her heart to Takumi. Chapter 136. It has been many years since Xian Ye returned to Seireitei. Although he rarely takes the initiative to interact with Godei 13's Shinigami, because he has a good relationship with many captains, some people still pay attention to Xian Ye. Xian Ye, together with Anohanaretsu, Hikifun Kiryu, Kurako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, etc. The relationship between the veteran captains is quite good. What is certain is that he is a very senior Shinigami, but no one knows which division he was a Shinigami in the past. Today, Yodomaru Lisa asked this question openly for the first time. Xian Ye was stunned for a moment, and then gave the answer, if you count it as Godei 13, I used to be the Shinigami of the 12th division. In this sentence, Xian Ye actually has a hidden secret. He calculated it using Godei 13. As for the 0 division, 1 is the division beyond the Godei 13. Team 12. Yodomaru Lisa was slightly taken aback. No wonder Senior Xian Ye has a good relationship with Captain Hikifun. Hikifun Kiryu is the current captain of the 12th division, and his qualifications can only be said to be obscure. Xian Ye smiled faintly and did not take the initiative to respond to this sentence. Yodomaru Lisa added, but it's still very surprising. Senior Xian Ye was actually a member of the technical team. Xian Ye said, when I joined the 12th division, the division of responsibilities of Godei 13 was not as detailed as it is now. The differences between the various divisions of the Godei 10 main team are actually not that big. So, don't think that just because I'm from Division 12, I know how to develop technology. Yodomaru Lisa's eyes flickered slightly, and in her heart, she had a deeper understanding of Xian Ye's background. He is indeed a very senior. As an intelligence team, one of the responsibilities of the 8th division is to pay attention to the remaining 12 divisions, keep abreast of their movements, and analyze whether there is any irregularity among them. Yodomaru Lisa serves as the deputy captain of the 8th division. Because Kurako Shunsui has continued to perform badly before, it can be said that Yodomaru Lisa is basically responsible for all matters of the 8th division. Due to various reasons, she has an extremely in-depth understanding of the entire history of Godai 13. Godai 13 each perform their own duties and jointly maintain the stability of the entire Soul Society. There was only one time when Godai 13 responsibilities were not divided, and that was during the first generation Godai 13 period. The original Godai 13 was established as a killer group to fight against the Quincy who invaded Soul Society. Their duty is to kill. Each division is a team of extremely powerful killers. After the enemy was eliminated and the Godai 13 guarded the Seireitei, the responsibilities of each division gradually began to change and gradually evolved into the current Godai 10 main division. Senior Xian Ye, you are really an ancient Shinigami. Yaduma sighed in her heart. I quickly accepted this fact. There are still many Shinigami and Soul Society that have existed since Godai 13 was founded. For example, there is the Chief Captain, and the Deputy Captain of the first team, Aizen Sōsuke, is such a very senior captain. Captain Anohana and Captain Hikifun are not sure if they are captains who came from that era, but their qualifications are also extremely old. In comparison, although their own captains and Captain Jushiro are also very old, they are still inferior. Knowing Xian Ye's background, Yaduma didn't have any other opinions about Xian Ye in her heart. After all, she knew from the beginning that this was an old-timer, and he was also an old-timer who could defeat his own captain. Of course, I have also been curious about whether Senior Xian Ye has served as captain or vice-captain of Godai 13 in the past. After all, it is difficult for ordinary seniors to win the respect of their own captains. But asking about Senior Xian Ye's past was a bit abrupt in itself. This kind of idea can only be buried deep in the heart of the minister. They pushed cups and changed cups again, during which the two chatted, and it turned into night in an instant. Yaduma drinking capacity is really bad. After drinking some more drinks, she became drunk because she was too drunk, and then fell down in the tavern. Xian Ye never thought that such a thing would happen. While drinking, he actually reminded Yaduma, if you can't drink, don't drink. Unexpectedly, Yaduma didn't listen to him at all. So, what is this? Xian Ye shook his head helplessly and sighed. It is obviously unreasonable to let Yaduma sleep here. So, send him back to Division 8? It doesn't seem very appropriate either. Sending the drunken Yaduma back to the 8th Division will inevitably attract the attention of many 8th Division Shinigami, thus causing unnecessary trouble. After all, Yaduma is not an ordinary person, but the vice-captain of the 8th Division. She was drinking with a strange man outside and was still drunk. It will inevitably make people think about her relationship with that man. Having said that, Xian Ye finally picked up Yaduma and took her out of the tavern. Yaduma has a slender figure. From the appearance, she looks like a girl, but she is still quite handsome. Xian Ye is carrying her, and he can feel a softness coming from the back, and of course, there is also the feeling of being passed into his mouth and nose. The strong smell of alcohol in it. In the end, Xian Ye did not send Yaduma to the 8th Division, but took her to his home and temporarily settled her. It is naturally impossible for Xian Ye to do things like taking advantage of others' danger. The reason why he brought Yaduma here temporarily was because he was afraid of causing unnecessary trouble. This night, Yaduma slept very soundly because she was drunk. After Xian Ye came back, he didn't sleep for 0.5 hours. It seemed that because he drank some wine, he became more energetic. For a person of his level, he could have given up sleeping long ago. Being awake for a long time has no effect on him. With the lights on, Xian Ye read through the Seireitei correspondence collection again. At the same time, he placed a lot of paper on the table. While looking at the books, he recorded some interesting theories, and then started talking about my own speculation. Time passed, and in a blink of an eye, it was early morning. A figure tiptoed to Xian Ye's side. There was still a faint smell of alcohol on her body. It was Yaduma. This is... Senior Xian Ye's home. Chapter 137. Yadumura Lisa's voice sounded confused. Because she was drunk, she was in a coma when Xian Ye brought her back. She didn't know what happened, but she was a Shinigami after all. Even if she was too drunk, Shinigami and ordinary humans would still be it's completely different. After a good sleep, she woke up in the early morning, and she didn't feel any discomfort after a hangover. After discovering that she was sleeping in a strange room, Yadumura Lisa immediately became wary. She checked her physical condition and found that there was nothing wrong with her. This gave her some peace of mind. Then, she carefully looked at the room she was in. The room was simply decorated, but very clean. Judging from the style, it was obviously a man's room. She walked out of the room again and looked at the room carefully. Finally, she came to the hall next door and saw Xian Ye writing and drawing in front of the table. She suddenly remembered what happened yesterday and knew where this place was. Confirmed that it was Xian Ye who brought him HERE09, Yadumura Lisa breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, you still have to ask a few questions. Xian Ye put down the pen in his hand, raised his head, and looked at Yadumura Lisa. Yes, this is my home. You were drunk yesterday. I originally planned to send you back to the 8th division, but it was so late at night that it would inevitably cause some trouble if I carried you unconscious back to the 8th division. So in the end, I can only bring you to my home. It seems you have completely sobered up now. Xian Ye explained everything clearly in a few words. Yadumura Lisa nodded slightly. Things were pretty much as she had guessed, and the fact that Senior Xian Ye would do this was indeed the result of careful consideration. Logically speaking, now that she has woken up, it is time to go back. Especially since she smelled like alcohol, she wanted to go back and take a shower. As for taking a bath here at Xian Ye, forget it. She didn't bring any change of clothes, and as for wearing Xian Ye clothes, she hadn't reached that level yet. However, just before she was about to say goodbye, she saw the pile of books Xian Ye placed in front of her. Senior Xian Ye also likes reading? Yadumura Lisa asked. This is actually nonsense. Just from Xian Ye's current posture, it can be seen that he likes to read books, and he also refines and summarizes the contents of the books while reading. Well, I have nothing to do, so I just wanted to take a look. Xian Ye responded casually. Yadumura Lisa glanced at the words Xian Ye wrote on the paper again. What about the nature of the soul and ideas for improving the body? Lisa Yadumura said she couldn't understand these contents. At the same time, she also had a new understanding of what Xian Ye said yesterday. Xian Ye said that he did not understand technology development. Now it seems that it is completely modest. As expected of Shinigami, who was once a member of Division 12. She withdrew her gaze and looked aside to the book Seireitei correspondence collection that Xian Ye was reading. I didn't expect that Senior Xian Ye would be a loyal reader of this book. I also like reading this book, but what I read is not the research theoretical assumptions in it, but the serialized love novels in it. Yadumura Lisa, be blunt and express your preferences. I can't tell, Lisa, you are quite girly. Xian Ye looked Yadumura Lisa up and down. Yadumura Lisa was stared at by Xian Ye, her cheeks were slightly red, and she defended, after all, there are only so many entertainment activities in Seireitei. As the vice-captain, I usually have to deal with team affairs. I don't have so much time to go out, so I can only pass through the act of reading for pleasure. A simple romance novel isn't exciting enough, right? Xian Ye suddenly said such an inexplicable sentence. Yadumura Lisa was slightly taken aback, she was very surprised. She didn't expect that Senior Xian Ye would actually understand her true inner thoughts. That's right, she is not as pure on the inside as she looks on the outside. When reading those romance novels, whenever she sees the intimate content between the male and female protagonists, she always has a feeling that it is not exciting enough, and feels that the author is too conservative. Yes, those contents can obviously be more exciting. This is the secret she keeps in her heart, her own thoughts. But now, Xian Ye gave the answer. Could it be that he was drunk and talked in his sleep last night, so Senior Xian Ye knew these things? Senior Xian Ye, what are you talking about? Yadumaro Lisa came back to her senses and asked Xian Ye, pretending to be confused. Xian Ye smiled and said nothing more. Can he say that the reason why he asked this question is because in the original work, Liu Bei is always with you? He even made no secret of his hobby of watching Liu Bei. Yadumaro Lisa didn't stay too long at Xian Ye's home. She had a brief chat with Xian Ye, then said goodbye to Xian Ye and headed for the 8th division. Soon, Yadumaro Lisa arrived near the team building of the 8th team. She planned to go back to her place, take a shower and change her clothes first. After all, she smelled of alcohol and it was not very pleasant after the night. Unexpectedly, a frivolous voice sounded in her ears first. 623 Hey, isn't this little Lisa? You didn't come back last night. Did you go drinking? Yadumaro Lisa turned her head and saw her captain Kurako Shunsui. Kurako Shunsui found out that his vice-captain was not in the squad today. Although he was very curious about where he went last night and stayed up all night, this opportunity was rare, so he naturally planned to sneak out of the squad and go out for a drink. Unexpectedly, as soon as I walked to the door, I met Yadumaro Lisa. Although the smell of Yadumaro Lisa has faded a lot, for Kurako Shunsui, a master of winemaking, he can still easily tell that she smells of alcohol. After Yadumaro Lisa heard the captain's words, she panicked at first, and then pretended to be tough. What, Captain, you can only go drink, don't you allow me to go out and have a few drinks too? Kurako Shunsui was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled. No, I'm just worried about you, Lisa. After all, you are a woman, and if you stay up late at night to drink, you are very likely to be in danger. You don't have to worry about it, Captain. Anyway, I am also the vice-captain of Godi 13. But you, Captain, are preparing to go out this early in the morning. Do you want to sneak out to drink while I am not in the team? Yadumaro Lisa's eyes suddenly became sharp. Chapter 138. Yadumaro Lisa's move seemed to allow state officials to set fires but not the people to light lamps. After all, she went out to drink yesterday, and she stayed up all night and didn't come back until this morning. As a result, his captain was not allowed to drink. But Kurako Shunsui did not complain to Yadumaro Lisa because of these words. Instead, under the pressure from Yadumaro Lisa, he obediently returned to his squad and remanaged the squad. As for Yadumaro Lisa drinking, this doesn't happen often. Lisa had a hard time in the past, so it wouldn't hurt to let her relax a little. Of course, Kurako Shunsui is still curious about the person he drinks with Yadumaro Lisa. It is impossible to drink alone outside and stay up all night. Afterwards, you can go and investigate. Xian Ye didn't know that Yadumaro Lisa was caught by Kurako Shunsui when she went back. This made Kurako Shunsui curious about him. After sorting out his thoughts at home, he went to the Spiritual Arts Academy. Regarding the course schedule of Spiritual Arts Academy, of course he has it. There are not classes all day long. The courses at Spiritual Arts Academy are actually very fragmented. Usually after various courses, there will be a long period of after-school time, which is time for those Shinigami to practice themselves in private. After all, whether you can become a powerful Shinigami ultimately depends on yourself. A teacher can only teach you the key points of Shinigami knowledge, but whether you can master it or not depends entirely on yourself. Ise Nanao will have a long spare time today. Since Xian Ye accepted Kurako Shunsui's request and studied the Ise family's 8 mirror swords again, of course he must be responsible to the end and give special training to Ise Nanao. He came to the Spiritual Arts Academy and took Ise Nanao to a remote training ground. Let's start. Looking at Ise Nanao, who was wearing glasses, was small, young, and about the same age as a Lolita, Xian Ye spoke calmly without any pity. Ise Nanao took a deep breath. During this time, she suffered a lot at Xian Ye, but she also felt her own progress. Although he still cannot resonate with the sealed state, the awakening of Zanpakuto is still far away. But on top of white hits, Shunpo, and Kid, it has indeed improved a lot. Especially Kid. Her own Kid talent is very good, and Xian Ye also knows Kid very well. After some in-depth explanations, she also has a new understanding of Kid. As for Shunpo and white hits, for the young Ise Nanao, these two previous results were not very good. Because she is too young and therefore lacks strength, white hits will naturally not be too strong. As for Shunpo, her talent is average. But Xian Ye didn't care about her and gave her special training forcefully. She could only persist hard. Of course, she also thought about giving up, but whenever she was about to give up, Xian Ye's sarcastic words would ring in her ears. For example, with this little perseverance, do you want to become stronger? Your qualifications are average, but if you don't work hard, I'm afraid you won't even be able to get into Godi 13. Only by gaining great strength can you be qualified to know the truth. Ise Nanao has already figured out many things after going through the initial confusion. Why did she choose to become a Shinigami? Because only by becoming a Shinigami can you be qualified to gain power, protect your mother, and be qualified to explore things about your father, explore your mother's past. But the reality is that it seems difficult for her to become a powerful Shinigami due to her poor qualifications. Right now, there was a rare opportunity to become stronger, and she certainly didn't want to miss it. In this way, Ise Nanao persisted step by step. After some sparring, Xian Ye easily defeated Ise Nanao, who used Shunpo and white hits, and then explained the techniques of Shunpo and white hits to her, so that Ise Nanao could understand why she lost. After the explanation, Xian Ye activated Kite again, helped Ise Nanao take care of the minor injuries on her body, and started sparring with her again. For Shinigami with average qualifications, if you want to improve your strength, it is actually not difficult to say it, but it is not easy to say it is simple. The key is whether you can endure hardship. As long as you practice hard, you won't be able to compare to some bad guys, but you will definitely make progress. In Xian Ye's view, Ise Nanao's qualifications are certainly not as good as those of Aizen and Yoryuki, but they still have merit. After all, in the original work, she became the vice-captain. Even if this vice-captain has a backdoor relationship with Kurako Shunsui, but his spiritual power level has at least reached the level of deputy captain. There are 20 levels of spiritual power, among which the deputy captain is the 4th and 5th level. This level of spiritual power has surpassed most Shinigami. That's pretty much it for today's training. After several more sparring sessions, Ise Nanao was exhausted and the spiritual energy in his body was completely exhausted. After all, she is too young. Shinigami's spiritual power is related to the strength of her soul. Except for those with extraordinary talents, as Shinigami gets older, her soul will gradually become stronger, which means that her spiritual power will increase. Even if Ise Nanao becomes the vice-captain in the future, she is still too young now. Even though she passed the Spiritual Arts Academy entrance exam, her spiritual power is still limited. Go back and have a good rest. When you are free in a few days, let's continue training. Xian Ye said to Ise Nanao. He felt that his words were too cold, and continued, if your subsequent training results, Lee's, are better, I can teach you some unique combat civil methods. Unique fighting technique. Ise Nanao's eyes flickered slightly. Xian Ye said solemnly, yes, if you can learn and master this fighting technique, even if you don't have Zanpakuto, this fighting technique alone is enough to make you a strong person in the true sense. I also know a thing or two about you. You haven't been able to resonate with sealed state so far. There are still some situations like this in the history of Soul Society. So, instead of wasting time and energy on sealing, if the state resonates with you, it would be better to give up Zanpakuto and instead practice other abilities. Not all Shinigami are so dependent on Zanpakuto. As far as I know, people from the Seireitei family among the 5 nobles are good at white hits and shunpo. They don't value Zanpakuto very much, nor do they depend on Zanpakuto. Chapter 139. After all, Aizen Sōsuke is only a student who has just been admitted to the Spiritual Arts Academy. She has not been in Seireitei for a long time. She has been living in Rukonga before. She knows about the 5 nobles. These are the 5 big families that stand at the top of Seireitei, no, it should be said, Soul Society. Central 46 is the highest judicial body of the Soul Society. However, even the Central 46 chamber must follow the will of the 5 nobles, with them as the main body. The second division in Godei 13 was controlled by the Seireitei family, one of the 5 nobles of the era. Aizen Sōsuke never thought that the Seireitei family was actually a family that was good at white hits and shunpo without relying on Zanpakuto. She is very aware of her situation. To this day, many of her classmates have resonated with the sealed state, and some have even directly awakened their own Zanpakuto. Only I have not been able to do even this simplest step until now. It is very likely that when Mao's 6-year study career is over, he will not be able to awaken his own Zanpakuto. So, is it possible to give up on Zanpakuto completely and make preparations in advance? Aizen Sōsuke couldn't help but think to herself. Here at Xian Ye, she saw a completely new direction. And even if he really awakens Zanpakuto 347, it is still unknown whether his Zanpakuto is suitable for fighting and whether he can learn Zanjutsu well. On the other hand, if you can learn shunpo and white hits well, you can become a strong person and have a power zone. In the Spiritual Arts Academy, after Xian Ye left, the young Aizen Sōsuke gradually began to think. These thoughts led her to embark on a path completely different from her original destiny. At the same time, among the second team, Yoryuki, who has gradually taken over the power of the family head and started to intervene in the affairs of the second team, met a girl of the same age. The other person's name is Swaifon. She is the youngest daughter of the lower-level noble family. The B family has been loyal to the Seireitei family for generations, and the children of the family have the duty to join the criminal army and die for the Seireitei family. If they are not qualified to join the criminal army, they will be exiled by the family, because this means that their existence has no value. Before Swaifon, she had 5 brothers who had joined the criminal army. She was the youngest daughter in the family. The criminal army is an extremely dangerous profession. Her 5 brothers had died in battle one after another because of their lack of strength. And now, it's her turn to join the criminal army. Under the leadership of her grandmother, a woman with the name Sui Feng, she met Yoryuki, the future commander-in-chief of the criminal army and the person she would be loyal to for the rest of her life. At this moment, she still didn't understand what Yoryuki meant to her. It means nothing, but it does not affect her respect for Yoryuki at all. I already understand things. Yoryuki heard Sui Feng explain his purpose, and looked at the young Swaifon in front of him, and said solemnly, "From now on, you should stay with me." This sentence means that she has agreed to accept Swaifon to join the criminal army. Hearing this, the woman with the name Sui Feng immediately became happy. Although she has lost 5 grandchildren, as long as Swaifon can join the criminal army, it proves that the B family still has significance for existence. This is the greatest good news for the lower-level nobles who are attached to the existence of the Seireitei family. Yoryuki didn't care about the other party's joy. She actually knew about the B family. To be honest, she couldn't understand the Feng family. It was clear that all 5 of the younger members of the family were dead, but they actually wanted to send the last girl to the criminal army. But after all, this was Feng Jia's own insistence, and she could only agree with it. If he didn't include the girl named Swaifon in the criminal army, he would be harming her. Therefore, all she can do is to protect him after he joins the criminal army, so as to prevent him from dying like his 5 brothers. As for whether Ajt has the qualifications to become a Shinigami, Yoryuki doesn't have to worry about this. Although the Spiritual Arts Academy is a school for cultivating Shinigami, many conservative nobles still choose to train the children of their families to become Shinigami. The B family is a family that has been mainly involved in executions and assassinations for generations. Since the other party has chosen to send Swa-Fon, being sent to the criminal army proved that she had sufficient abilities. After accepting Swa-Fon to join the criminal army, he went to another place. A figure has been waiting here for a long time. This figure was dressed in white and had a young face. It was Xian Ye. Teacher. After Yoryuki saw Xian Ye, he casually greeted him and said, I heard that the teacher has recently accepted another apprentice. I really can't hide it from you. Xian Ye said calmly. What he taught Ise Nanao was not hidden from others. Maybe the students at the Spiritual Arts Academy didn't notice it, but for those who were always paying attention to him, this is no secret. The Shihaoran family is in charge of covert maneuvers and has many eyes and ears. To a certain extent, their intelligence capabilities are actually stronger than the 8th Division as the intelligence team. It is not surprising that Yoryuki knows this. I was entrusted by someone to teach that little girl for a while. Xian Ye explained the cause of the matter simply. As for you, why did you come to me so excitedly today? Is there something wrong? Xian Ye's eyes fell on Yoryuki's face. Yoryuki said proudly, Yes, I have mastered the trick you taught me, teacher. Oh. Xian Ye looked at Yoryuki in surprise. Ever since he taught Yoryuki the fighting skills of combining Kid and Zanjutsu, he no longer paid attention to these things. Yoryuki learned this skill much faster than expected. Immediately afterwards, in the training ground, Yoryuki's clothes tore apart, and powerful waves of air lingered around her body. This was Shunku, a fighting technique that combined Kid and white hits. After casting Shunpo, Yoryuki did not launch a strong attack on Xian Ye. Then she pulled out the Zanpakut worn at her waist. Her sealed state was a sword that looked like a short sword. As the sealed state was held in Yoryuki's hand, Kid, which was originally surrounding her body, began to shift and linger on Zanpakut. Xian Ye's eyes suddenly became focused. What a surprise! The combination of Kid and white hits, and the combination of Kid and Zanjutsu. Previously, he had only taught these two methods to Yoryuki respectively. Even he himself had never thought that these two methods could be used at the same time. When using Shungkut, surround Kid around Zanpakut, changing from unarmed combat to armed combat. Chapter 140. Although it is just a simple 1+1, it is not easy to do this. When performing Shunku, Kid needs to be wrapped around the body, so as to use white hits to knock Kid out. Xian Ye combines the new fighting skills created by Shunku, combining Kid with slicing techniques, so that the power of the beheading technique is doubled. Both of these require the use of Kid, but the techniques for using Kid are completely different. This means that when using these two methods at the same time, Kid needs to be used at different levels, and it needs to be multitasked. No, if you include the cutting technique and white hits. It's about doing four things with one mind. Because Shunju and Ghost Slash are two purpose fighting techniques. Ghost Slash is the name Xian Ye gave to this new fighting method. Nothing fancy, just simple and rough. The technique that combines Kid with slashing techniques is called Ghost Slashing. Of course, it can also be called Ghost Slaying in reverse, but Ghost Slaying sounds a bit inappropriate, and Ghost Slaying is more suitable. Yoryuki is very talented, especially Shunpo. He is even known as Flash Goddess in the original work, but Xian Ye does not believe that combining Shunku and Demon Slayer is something she can do alone. Someone obviously helped Yoryuki. Xian Ye guessed the person immediately, but didn't point it out deliberately. We'll talk about those things later, but now, let's just compete with Yoryuki. Exquisite technique. Xian Ye praised first, and then stepped on the ground. In an instant, Powerful Ryotsu burst out from his body, and then lingered on his shoulders, which was also an instant. Yoryuki looked at Xian Ye, who was also using Shun Koks, and said with a smile, "Teacher, if you didn't have stronger skills, you might lose today." "That's not necessarily the case." Xian Ye spoke lightly. Yoryuki simply stopped talking. The next moment, her figure flickered, and a strong sense of oppression came over her. She waved out her left fist, and Kid's wave lingered on her fist, making her have extremely powerful destructive power when raising her hands and feet. If such a fist fell on Minos Grande, who has amazing defense, it would Minos Grande's body shattered in an instant. But Xian Ye faced him forcefully with his fists. Just because he is also in the state of using instant coax. Boom! Ryotsu collided, and the spirit storm raged in all directions. The two people used Shunpo one after another, and their figures flashed and intertwined in the training field. Although there were not many fights, the few fights caused huge commotion and disturbance. Xian Ye took the initiative to distance himself. Yoryuki did not pursue him immediately, but waved the sealed state in the shape of short sword in his hand. Whoosh! The azure kid blade flew out of the air. This was not the sword pressure possessed by the swordsman, but it was very similar to the sword pressure. It was a kid attack, but it was not released through chanting. It was cut with the help of a slash. In an instant, the huge kid blade came to Xian Ye. While slashing the kid blade, Yoryuki's figure also flashed again. The Shunpo state gave her extremely powerful mobility. Her Shunpo attainments were already extremely powerful, and they were enhanced under the Shunpo state. Become. She suddenly appeared behind Xian Ye and punched him again. Under this punch, the air suddenly became distorted. Xian Ye's body seemed to be locked. It is difficult to avoid in a short period of time. He could only withstand the attack of Kid's blade from the front and Yoryuki's attack from behind. Xian Ye's eyes were focused, but there was no hint of nervousness. The next moment, the kid lingering on his body suddenly changed. Crack! The thunder flashed and then turned into a vast ocean, spreading in all directions with Xian Ye's body as the center. In an instant, the kid blade coming towards Xian Ye was shattered and disintegrated, and Yoryuki's body behind was forced to retreat. After the sea of thunder disappeared, wisps of electric light were seen surrounding Xian Ye's body. Although the electric light is not strong, it gives people an extremely dangerous feeling. This is Shunku's new form. Yoryuki's eyes flashed with surprise. I thought I could surprise the teacher today. After all, I showed a brand new skill that combined Shunku and Demon Slayer. But in the end, I can only say that the teacher is worthy of being a teacher. 0. It turns out that there is a new and more powerful form of instant coax. Yoryuki is not aware of the instantaneous coax of this thunderous gesture, but she still felt the terrifying sense of oppression and terrifying destructive power when the teacher turned it on. Immediately afterwards, she felt the other advantages of the lightning form. Speed. This form of instant coax is faster than the ordinary instant coax. With a flash of lightning, Xian Ye's body came to Yoryuki's side. Yoryuki relied on instinct to dodge. However, when Xian Ye's punch struck, Ryotsu turned into a storm and surged out. In an instant, her body was still forced to be rolled out. Even if she made a comeback soon and used her high mobility in the instant coax state to use Demon Slash, Xian Ye's speed was too fast, and the kid blade slashed by Demon Slayer could not touch Xian Ye at all. 0. Sometimes, it is difficult for her to find good opportunities to attack. Xian Ye just punched, thunder surged out, and with a roar, her attack was destroyed. In a short period of time, Yoryuki's sense of pride in wanting to show his teacher a good look because he displayed two powerful fighting skills at the same time disappeared, and was replaced by frustration. Teacher, I admit defeat. Seeing that Xian Ye showed no mercy and was preparing to greet him with his fist, Yoryuki surrendered decisively. Xian Ye also stopped at the right time. Then the instant coaxing state was released. After Xian Ye lifted the shunku, Yoryuki also lifted the shunku. The clothes of the two people were damaged at different levels, mainly on the shoulders of the back. There is no way, in an instant, kid will spurt out from there, and ordinary clothes cannot withstand that impact at all. Unless it is Shutara Senjimera's specially made clothes, a single use of Shutara will destroy a piece of clothing. This is something Xian Ye cannot avoid. You really gave me a big surprise. After stopping, Xian Ye looked at Yoryuki and sighed. Yoryuki was not proud of it. Compared to the surprise I gave you, teacher, the surprise you gave me is more extraordinary. Chapter 141 / Tell me, how did you do it before? Xian Ye spoke concisely and directly asked Yoryuki. Yoryuki did not hide it. Kisuk helped me. Yoryuki explained the reason for the matter. She alone would not be able to combine Shunkaku and Demon Slayer. She had put in a lot of effort just to master Demon Slayer, but how could she do it? The energy combines the two into one. On the other hand, Urahara Kisuk, after learning about the theories of Shunku and Demon Slayer, came up with the idea of combining these two fighting techniques into one. In the end, he really succeeded. The instant coax is to linger kid on the back, while the ghost slash is to release kid with the help of Zanpakut. Although there are some differences between the two, they still have something in common. They both condense kid into the body before using it. The only difference between 10 and 10 is the way to release kid. One is to use the body to release it. One of them used Zanpakut to cut away kid's power. In the process of performing instant coax, one of the most difficult things is the inability to master the points. It's nothing if the power is small. The fear is that the power is too great and the body will not be able to withstand the high intensity of kid, causing kid to explode in the body. So, can we change our thinking? First, the high-strength kid is condensed in the body, and a part of it is first wrapped around the body. Then, with the help of Zanpakut, the remaining part that cannot be carried by itself is poured out using Zanpakut. The theory of using both techniques simultaneously is not that difficult. But it is very difficult to do it. Yoryuki said bluntly, it took me a long time to do this. I originally planned to let you, teacher, suffer a defeat, but the result. She didn't say any more. Even if she mastered brand new fighting skills, she would still lose to the teacher. Xian Ye looked at the depressed Yoryuki and said, although you have mastered such fighting skills with the help of others, this is indeed an idea that I have not thought of. Based on this, you have surpassed me. Yoryuki, you don't have to feel bad. Hearing this, Yoryuki couldn't help but raise his head and look at Xian Ye. After Xian Ye's words, there was no trace of depression or discomfort on her face. She looked at Xian Ye with evil intentions, also that is to say, teacher, the fighting skills you displayed during your lifetime. Okay. Yoryuki gathered up Xian Ye's wool. Seeing that Xian Ye's new form of Shunyu was extremely powerful, she also wanted to master it. After understanding Yoryuki's thoughts, Xian Ye didn't say anything. Since Yoryuki wanted to learn, he naturally taught it to Yoryuki. As a reward, he learned the technique of combining Shunkaku and Demon Slayer from Yoryuki. After understanding all of this technique, Yoryuki also gained a new understanding of Urahara Kisuk. He and Urahara Kisuk do not have much direct interaction, but this does not mean that he will ignore Urahara Kisuk. In fact, he even gave Urahara Kisuk a lot of guidance through Yoryuki a long time ago. Now, Aizen has started to create Hagyaku, and we don't know when Urahara Kisuk will come up with the idea of creating Hagyaku. Xian Ye's eyes flashed and she couldn't help but think so. Xian Ye Seireitei's life can be described as simple and unpretentious. After Tsuneya Shiroto Kainada's incident was over, he lived a leisurely life for a while. But this leisurely time did not last long. There are always various things that come to him. For example, Aizen no longer needs his guidance and studies on his own. Yoryuki has officially started teaching. He was asked by Kurako Shunsui to teach Ise Nanao. Although this did not take up too much of his time, it also gave Xian Ye more things to do, so that he did not completely become a salted fish after all. In the Spiritual Arts Academy, Xian Ye walked by casually. This college is not big. New students are admitted every year. After Ise Nanao enrolled in school, Xian Ye began to pay attention to the students in the school to see if there were any new faces. As a result, I actually found two familiar faces. First up is the blind Tosen Kaname. Regarding this blind man, Aizen and Xian Ye said. Xian Ye really didn't expect that the female friend of Tosen Kaname who died in the original work was actually a member of Tsunoya Shiro's family, and her husband was Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata Zero. After understanding the reason, he also had a lot of sudden thoughts. No wonder Tosen Kaname later joined Aizen's group, for revenge. Tosen Kaname's friend was killed by her husband. The other party was a member of a great noble family, so naturally he could not be punished. To avenge his friend, all Tosen Kaname could do was to plunge into a darkness that was much darker than that of the nobles. So, I can be considered your benefactor, helping your friend get revenge. Xian Ye thought so after discovering Tosen Kaname. Tosen Kaname's friend died at the hands of Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, and if he killed Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata, does that count as indirectly helping Tosen Kaname avenge his friend? But he did not take the initiative to show this up in front of Tosen Kaname. Because it makes no sense. However, Aizen had an unexpected encounter with Tosen Kaname, but he didn't know whether the future Tosen Kaname would fall under Aizen's command like in the original work. Xian Ye was not uninterested in Tosen Kaname's sword. Because it is the only sword that is both a Zanpakut and a return blade. After Shinigami Hollow, you will have Zanpakut, and the sword's ability will not change. After becoming virtual Arankars, some of the powerful Arankars will have return blades, which are similar to Zanpakut and possess various special abilities. Tosen Kaname is a 0.0 special case. After he accepted the Hollow, Zanpakut not only had his original abilities, but also gained a brand new ability, that is, the power of the blade. I don't know if it's because Tosen Kaname's Hollow is more thorough and perfect, which leads to completely different results from Hirako Shinji and others. After all, the Hollow by Hirako Shinji and others was created by Aizen in the original work more than 100 years before the plot began. After so many years, Hollow's technology may have made new progress. In addition to discovering Tosen Kaname, Xian Ye also discovered another acquaintance who also had a close relationship with Tosen Kaname. The other party's head was covered with a wooden barrel, and his whole body was wrapped tightly. This kind of dress is not strange. But Xian Ye still recognized each other. Komamura Seijin. Chapter 142. The gears of fate have begun to turn. Xian Ye couldn't help but think so. In recent years, some of the original GODI 13 members have begun to emerge. Ise Nanao is the deputy captain of the 8th Division in the original work. Tosen Kaname, the captain of the 9th Division in the original work, later defected to Hueco Mundo with Aizen. Komamura Seijin, captain of the 7th Division in the original work. These are considered the mainstays of GODI 13 in the future. Although they are still students of Spiritual Arts Academy now, as they graduate from Spiritual Arts Academy and join GODI 13, sooner or later, they will be able to grow up, become strong, and finally stand at the top of GODI 13. Xian Ye didn't know it yet, just when he was sighing about Tosen Kaname and Komamura Seijin. Among the second team, Kikiya and Sui Feng had an intersection. Otherwise, you will have a deeper feeling about the turning of the gears of destiny. Since starting to teach Ise Nanao, Xian Ye's life has gradually become a 3.1. Occasionally he would live in his own house for a while, and occasionally come to live at the Spiritual Arts Academy, so that Ise Nanao could find him at any time and accept his guidance. In these free times, he would conduct some theories, research, or go out for a walk. I don't know if it's a coincidence. As Xian Ye goes out for a stroll, the probability of him meeting someone becomes much higher. What a coincidence, Senior Ji. Yadumura Lisa, wearing her unique death-defying outfit that she had modified by herself, greeted Xian Ye with a smile. Lisa, it's you again. Xian Ye looked at Yadumura Lisa and said in a casual tone, you don't seem to be so leisurely lately. 17. Yadumura Lisa said, this is all because the captain suddenly became more diligent. I don't have a lot of work anymore, so I have time to go shopping. But having said that, Senior Xian Ye and I are really destined. It seems like I can meet them every time I go shopping. Xian Ye also nodded in agreement. Counting the first time, this was already the third time he met Yadumura Lisa on the street. The first time, he went shopping with Yadumura Lisa, and the second time, he invited her to drink. The third time, nothing should happen. Just when Xian Ye was thinking this, Yadumura Lisa sent an invitation to Xian Ye first. Senior Xian Ye invited me to drink last time. This time, how about I invite Senior Xian Ye to go shopping? Oh! Xian Ye looked at Yadumura Lisa in surprise. Yadumura Lisa asked Xian Ye again, Senior Xian Ye, don't you have other important matters? Xian Ye shook his head and said, as for the matter, it's nothing. It's just your invitation that surprised me. Really? Yadumura Lisa smiled. Xian Ye didn't say much. In this way, he accepted Yadumura Lisa's invitation and followed her around. Where Yadumura Lisa went, Xian Ye was a little surprised. It's not a place to buy jewelry, food, or a pub. But, a bookstore. I didn't expect you actually like reading. After Xian Ye finished saying this, he quickly changed his words and said, I almost forgot. When you asked me if I liked reading, you used the word also, which shows that you like it. Read a book. Yadumura Lisa smiled and said, Senior Xian Ye has a really good memory. Xian Ye said, I don't have any other advantages, but my memory is really good. Even though he has traveled to this world for so many years, he still remembers the plot of the original work very clearly. Yadumura Lisa said, I brought money specially when I went out today, so if Senior Xian Ye likes any book, just pick it up and I will pay for it. Really? Xian Ye looked at Yadumura Lisa maliciously. Yadumura Lisa felt Xian Ye's unabashed gaze, her face was slightly rosy, and she immediately thought of the mountains of books in Xian Ye's home, and then looked at the many books in the bookstore, and thought about her own, which was not very full. The wallet said a little embarrassedly, of course, it can't be too much. If Senior Xian Ye buys too many books, I won't bring enough money. You are so direct. Xian Ye complained to Yadumura Lisa, I thought that in order to repay me, you would say that no matter how many books I want to buy, you will pay for it. There are limits to the amount of love you can have. Yadumura Lisa said helplessly, I can't help it, why am I not rich? Although it is true that he is the vice captain, even if he is the vice captain, his salary is just that. With that, she explained to Xian Ye, as you know, I am a woman, and I have to spend money on various things in my daily life, so I really don't have much money at my disposal. Xian Ye quite agreed with this explanation, that's true. Indeed, women always have all kinds of consumption that you can't think of, unlike a single man like him who can feed the whole family without worrying about it. As long as you have food and shelter, you don't need to spend too much. Regarding bookstores, Xian Ye actually comes here a lot. He came here not long ago. At that time, he bought a complete set of Seireitei communication collections in stock in the bookstore, which cost a lot of money. However, because I was all focused on that book at the time, I wanted to see how many interesting theories it contained, so I didn't pay too much attention to the bookstore itself. Now that Yadumura Lisa came here again, Xian Ye couldn't help but look at the bookstore seriously. Although it is very backward in the current world, Seoul society is indeed in an advanced state at the moment. The bookstore is very similar to modern bookstores, with many books placed on the shelves. There are literary classics, graphic novels, and the like, as well as some scientific research books in professional fields. Yodomaru Lisa went straight to the novel area. After selecting for a long time, she finally selected a book and deliberately concealed the cover. However, this still cannot escape Xian Ye's sharp eyes. If I am not mistaken, the book selected by Lisa Sentimaru is Memoirs of a Geisha in Fierce Battle. With a title like this, there is no doubt that it is a well-deserved banned book. Is Yodomaru Lisa so wild? Blatantly buying banned books? Or is Soul Society itself so open? Can such banned books be sold openly? Thinking about the background of this world, Xian Ye didn't think it was strange. After all, this is the world background of Xiali, so this kind of thing is quite reasonable. Chapter 143. Although Yodomaru Lisa hid the title of the book and put it away carefully to avoid being seen by Xian Ye still couldn't help but said to Yodomaru Lisa after thinking of something, "Your hobbies are still there. It's really unique. You can't tell that from your appearance." The biggest secret of Yodomaru Lisa has been revealed. At this moment, she has not evolved to the point where she does not hide her true nature and looks at Liu Bei openly like in the original work. Although she likes exciting books, this is just her personal secret hidden in her heart. Hobby, it has not yet been brought to light. Suddenly Xian Ye pointed out the truth. Yodomaru Lisa's face turned red and she quickly said, "Senior Xian Ye, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand what you are saying? Forget it if you don't understand." Seeing Yodomaru Lisa's pretentious look, Xian Ye simply didn't bother to say anything more, and then continued to browse in the bookstore. Seeing Xian Ye's eyes leave her, Yodomaru Lisa tightened the book in her hand, feeling a little annoyed in her heart. Misstep. When I saw this book before, I really couldn't resist the idea of finding out what it was, but I ignored that I was not browsing the bookstore alone today. There was Senior Xian Ye next to me. Xian Ye ignored Yodomaru Lisa's unique interests and started reading in the miscellaneous book area of the bookstore. There are actually quite a lot of types of books here. Many of them are contemporary masterpieces, so it is not surprising that contemporary masterpieces appear in Soul Society. After all, the Soul Society is the destination of the soul. When humans die in this world, they will enter the Soul Society and live another life as souls. After the life of the soul is also cut off, they will turn into souls and dissipate, and then integrate into the cycle of souls, forming a new soul. Shinigami kills the void, allowing the void to enter this process in advance and purify the fallen soul. Soul Society is a society composed of souls that is very similar to the current world. Among them, apart from the aristocrats and common people, there is also a gap between the rich and the poor. Although the great writers in this world are admired by others, after coming to Soul Society, they are penniless. In order to survive and make a living, copying books is naturally considered a way path. In addition, there are people who like writing themselves, and after resurrecting their lives as spirit children, they start writing books again. Xian Ye glanced briefly and finally selected a few books with titles that appealed to his taste. As for the content, he didn't have time to read it. If it didn't look good, it would be fine to leave it on the table to eat dust later. After waiting for a while, Yodomaru Lisa also finished selecting books. She paid for her books in advance, made a small bag and packed them tightly. When Xian Ye came over with a few books, he said to Xian Ye, "Senior Xian Ye, will you only buy this few books?" Xian Ye said, "These few books are enough, and you have said that you are not rich." Yodomaru Lisa's face turned red again, feeling very embarrassed. But she said she was treating her, and in the end, she paid and helped Xian Ye buy these books. After that, the two people left the bookstore together. On the way, the two walked side by side and chatted for a few words. But in the end he didn't go to the tavern. In the end, there were no sparks in this encounter. It seems that Yodomaru Lisa restrained herself a little because she was drunk and alone last time and was brought home by Xian Ye. Senior Xian Ye already knew too many of her secrets. For example, she is not good at drinking, and she likes to read books. This made her inevitably a little nervous when facing Xian Ye. Although Xian Ye looks very young, after all, he is a senior who is older than his captain and can be regarded as an antique. In the eyes of the other party, his actions will inevitably appear a bit indiscreet. Therefore, in order to eliminate Senior Xian Ye's bad impression of him, it is best to take the initiative to keep a distance during this period. As the saying goes, distance creates beauty. Yadumuralisa didn't even notice that she suddenly cared about Xian Ye's opinion of him. After parting ways with Yadumuralisa, Xian Ye started walking on the street again. An unexpected and reasonable person appeared in Xian Ye's eyes. It's really surprising that little Lisa's relationship with Senior Xian Ye has become so good. I was drinking with little Lisa a while ago, and it must be Senior Xian Ye who kept her up all night. Xian Ye's expression did not change when he heard these words. He looked at Kurako Shunsui who suddenly appeared next to him. Although Lisa is your vice-captain, Shunsui, you don't want to interfere with her personal affairs. Well, your control is a bit too lenient. Kurako Shunsui sighed. Logically speaking, I really shouldn't care about these things. But I can't help it. Little Lisa is too young and she is a girl. As her captain, I can barely be regarded as her elder. I naturally have the obligation to care about her to prevent her from being deceived. But after I found out that the target was Senior Xian Ye, I felt a lot more relieved. After all, Senior Xian Ye is a very reliable senior. Do you really think so? Xian Ye's eyes flickered slightly and he looked Kurako Shunsui up and down. Kurako Shunsui smiled lightly and was non-committal. Along with Yadumuralisa, Xian Ye also visited the bookstore, but there was not much communication with Kurako Shunsui. He ignored Kurako Shunsui who took the initiative to appear beside him, and simply let go of Kurako Shunsui's dove and left here. Kurako Shunsui watched Xian Ye leave, shook his head helplessly, and finally chose to leave. Shinigami's, Wangnyo's, lifespan is too long. In these long years, it is impossible to be so magnificent and colorful all the time. Peace occupies the vast majority of the time. Several encounters with Yadumuralisa added a little fun to Xian Ye's peaceful life. As for Kurako Shunsui, did you not pay attention that night? In the final analysis, Kurako Shunsui is a person who doesn't take care of things that should be taken care of, and likes to take care of things that shouldn't be taken care of. Maybe he has the strength, but he is certainly not a responsible captain. Back home, I lived a peaceful life for a while. On this day, Aizen took the initiative to come to him. It brought him a huge surprise. Looking at the sealed crystal, Xian Ye glared at Yiran. Hgyaku. Even though it was only an incomplete Hgyaku, Aizen did create it. Chapter 144. I took the power of the Soul King as the core, and then continued to integrate the power of Shinigami into it. Although the power of Shinigami has not reached its upper limit now, I can feel that the originally stable boundaries have been broken. It looks very similar to Jade, and because it can break the boundaries of Shinigami, I named it Hgyaku. Aizen talked freely and told Xian Ye about his process of creating Hgyaku. At first, Aizen wanted to stack the power of multiple Shinigami, using quantitative changes to cause qualitative changes, thereby breaking the limits of Shinigami. However, with subsequent continuous research and subsequent discoveries, he realized that the power of Shinigami is not the key. The power of the Spirit King is the key. No matter how much power Shinigami has, it is just a meaningless accumulation of power. If you want to break that boundary, you can't achieve it with a large number. A primer is required. This introduction is the power of the Spirit King, and the power of the Spirit King is the power of the world. It is precisely because of the existence of this power that the world exists today. It can be said that this power maintains the entire world. Only the power of the Spirit King can reach the limits of this world and help Shinigami break the boundaries. When Aizen changed his mind and used the power of the Soul King as the core and the power of Shinigami as a supplement, Hagyaku was naturally created. 137. Even though Hagyaku's power is not strong now, Aizen still sees a way out of it. As long as he continues along this path, sooner or later, he will transcend all Shinigami and advance to a new dimension. Wonderful creation. Xian Ye carefully observed the Hagyaku created by Aizen, gave an evaluation, and pointed out the shortcomings of the current Hagyaku. It's a pity that it is not complete. Yes, because the power of Shinigami and the power of the Spirit King are too rare, the current Hagyaku is incomplete. Aizen also responded to Xian Ye. Xian Ye glanced deeply at Hagyaku, but did not tell Aizen that even if he would collect more power of Shinigami and the power of the Soul King, this Hagyaku would not be complete, just because the power of Shinigami is only one direction of soul evolution. Only by gathering the power from the other direction can we have complete soul power. The other force is the power of virtuality. Aizen comes and goes in a hurry. It seems that he came to Xian Ye just to let Xian Ye see the Hagyaku he created. Ajda. After Aizen left, Xian Ye also entered the spirit space beneath his house. In the spirit subspace, there are many instruments. Among them, there are 3 similar instruments, and among them, 3 completely different forces are being cultivated. The power of the Shinigami belonging to Xian Ye, the power of the void belonging to the ancient void, and the power of the soul blood of Waiwak obtained from Kairaji's body, are also the power of the original Quincy. The 3 forces, with the help of the instrument, continued to absorb the spirit seeds and slowly grew stronger. I don't know when my Hagyaku will be created. Xian Ye whispered to himself. At the same time, among the 2nd division, Yoryuki meets Urahara Kisuke, whom he hasn't seen for a long time. After graduating from the Spiritual Arts Academy, Urahara Kisuke joined the 2nd division. Later, because he didn't like fighting, Yoryuki used his privileges and did not let him join the criminal army. Instead, he was asked to join the supervision team of the 3rd detachment under the 2nd division. There are many divisions under the 2nd division. Among them, the criminal army is the 1st division. It is the division responsible for executions, assassinations, and arresting criminals. An out-and-out fighting team, and the 3rd Division Supervision Team is responsible for guarding the worm nest of the Supervision Tower, which is a prison specially used to imprison Shinigami who are determined to be a threat to the Taoyi realm. Although you are not allowed to bring any weapons into the worm nest, compared to the cumbersome tasks of other teams, the responsibilities of this team are relatively simple and simple. For otakus like Urahara Kisuke who don't like to communicate with others, it is the best of work. The job of guarding the worm nest is not complicated, which gives Urahara Kisuke a lot of time to conduct his own research. Combining Shunko and Demon Slayer is something he has helped Yoryuki accomplish over the years. In addition, he also created many unique creations. There is one thing among them, called Zhenshen Body. A long time ago, he had the idea of using tools to assist in the practice of Bankai. Bankai is Shinigami's practice of Shikai to the ultimate. After the spiritual power reaches the standard, he can try to practice it. Although it does not require that the spiritual power must reach the top 3 levels of captain level Shinigami, you must have at least a 4th or 5th level spiritual power, that is, the vice captain level, before you can try to practice Bankai. If you want to successfully practice Bankai, after meeting the first 2 conditions, the 3rd condition is to materialize Zanpakuto into reality. So, is there any special way to materialize Zanpakuto into reality in advance? The answer is yes. Through years of research, Urahara Kisuke figured out the principle of Zanpakuto's materialization into reality, and finally created the Zenshin body. With the Zenshin body, he can forcibly copy Shinigami's Zanpakuto body and then materialize it into reality. Of course, such behavior will violate Zanpakuto's taboos and offend Zanpakuto. Therefore, if you want to gain Zanpakuto's understanding, you must defeat Zanpakuto and convince him. If you can successfully convince Zanpakuto, you will also complete the most difficult step in practicing Benkai in advance and learn the solution. Naturally, this matter is very dangerous. But Urahara Kisuke finally did it. He successfully learned the solution within 3 days. However, few people know about this matter. Only Uruaki knows how powerful Urahara Kisuke, an ordinary guardian of the worm's nest, is. And today, after Uruaki and Urahara Kisuke met again, Urahara Kisuke came up with another crazy idea. Minos Grande is divided into 3 levels, namely Jillian, Ajichas, and Vasto Lord. I really want to know if the power of multiple Minos Grandes is gathered together to condense the power far beyond what can be evolved into Vasto Lord. Can the original power of the hollow be broken? Limit. Void is another path in the process of soul evolution. If we can understand the principle of virtual evolution, can we use this to find out the direction of soul evolution? Urahara Kisuke's idea is not without danger. Uruaki also looked attentive after listening. Chapter 145. Kisuke, I suddenly feel that you are the one who should be imprisoned in the worm nest instead of being the guardian of the worm nest. After listening to Urahara Kisuke's crazy thoughts, Uruaki said in a deep voice. You should know that Soul Society's ban strictly prohibits all research on virtuality. It is not a secret that virtuality is another direction in the evolution of the soul. Although in the opinion of Soul Society, this is the wrong direction of evolution, Su still possesses extremely powerful power. Over the years, many Shinigami have died at the hands of Su. Because of this, Soul Society had a crazy idea many years ago. That is, try Shinigami Hollow. If you can master the power of Shinigami while also possessing the power of Hollow, it will obviously make Shinigami become more powerful. However, the result is that these two forces cannot be used compatibly. The result of hollowing Shinigami was that Shinigami's original power of Shinigami was also tainted, and Shinigami could not stop falling in the direction of Hollow. In the end, the experiment failed. Hollow is also strictly prohibited. Central 46 even banned all research on virtuality. Of course I know, so I just thought about it. Facing the stern Uruaki, Urahara Kisuke said in a low voice, and he could only restrain his crazy idea. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Uruaki suddenly said to him, of course, if you are confident enough, you can try it in secret, but you'd better hide all your hands and feet so that no one can find out. Clues. Uruaki-sama. Urahara Kisuke looked at Uruaki in disbelief. Uruaki said, Kisuke, you have always been a smart person. Although you are not good at words, I understand you very well. I want to study something but cannot do it due to the ban. This feeling should be very uncomfortable. Urahara Kisuke remained silent. He just secretly made up his mind that he must be fully prepared before studying, and there must be no accident that would implicate Lord Uruaki. At this stage, there is nothing big going on for Soul Society. It is an unprecedented stage of development. The future captain of the 9th Division, Tosen Kaname, and the captain of the 7th Division, Komamura Seijin, are still students of the Spiritual Arts Academy. Another of Aizen's followers, Ichimaru Jin, didn't even join Godi I-13. I don't know if I met Matsumoto Rangiku in Rukanga and became dependent on him. Also dependent on each other in Rukanga should be Zaraki Kenpeki and Kuzajishi Yachiru. Aizen also just created Hagyaku, and the current Hagyaku is just an embryo, not even a semi-finished Hagyaku. Urahara Kisuke has just come up with the idea of studying Kyun, and has no idea what kind of thing he will create in the future. Xian Ye is also enjoying this short and peaceful life, secretly conducting his own research. It seems that he feels a little alienated from Anohanaretsu and Hikifun Kiryu. Occasionally, he will take the initiative to hang out with these female captains who are senior in the eyes of ordinary Shinigami and talk about old friendships. At the same time, during this period, he also had some interactions with the young female vice-captain Yadomaru Lisa. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, several years have passed. Ise Nanao has finally reached her graduation season at Spiritual Arts Academy. She was not very old when she entered school, and her spiritual power did not have an overwhelming advantage over the real genius Shinigami. Moreover, because of the 8 mirror swords passed down from her family, she was unable to resonate with the sealed state and obtain her own Zanpakuto. This makes her not only have no advantage compared to ordinary Shinigami, but is actually even weaker. Although Kid's talent is not bad, her Kid talent has not reached the level of stunning talent. If she develops normally, she will eventually have no choice but to join the Kid community. In the original work, it was Kurako Shunsui who secretly opened the back door for her, and she was able to enter the 8th division. Later, in the 8th division, he was also cared for in every possible way. As a result, the result is that in the original work, she is clearly the deputy captain of the 8th division, but she has experienced only a handful of battles. The few battles she has experienced, most of them just assist others in fighting, but have never fought head-on. But not now. Because Ise Nanao's mother is still alive, many things have changed. She was thirsty for strength and finally chose to accept the teachings of the school. 0. Xian Ye conducted special training for her for several years and developed a strict training plan for her. Although it was graduation season, she still failed to resonate with Jin. But some of her achievements still attracted the attention of some squads. Among the 8th team, Kurako Shunsui didn't know what Ise Nanao's graduation grades were, but he had already made a decision. No matter whether Nanao's grades were good or bad, he would send an admission notice to Nanao and transfer her to Nanao. Su Te was recruited into the 8th team. This is of course somewhat unreasonable. But as the captain, he has such a privilege. Nanao is his only niece and his descendant. As an uncle, he has the obligation to take care of Nanao. 0. Just when Kurako Shunsui did so. What he didn't know was, among the 2nd team, Yoryuki, who replaced his grandfather Shihaorin Kuchin in charge of recruiting new members, also read through Ise Nanao's information. The 2nd division is a covered mobile unit. Generally speaking, the 2nd team rarely takes the initiative to recruit members from the Spiritual Arts Academy. Most of their members come from the many small and medium-sized nobles who are attached to the Shihaorin family. These nobles were attached to the Shihaorin family in the past. The family is good at assassinations, interrogations, patrols, and investigating various things. Their family children receive similar training at a very young age. When they grow up, they will inherit the positions of their family elders and join the 2nd division. It can be said that the 2nd squad is a hereditary squad. Not only is the captain's position inherited from the Shihaorin family, but so is the position of the team members. This kind of squad is extremely special among the entire Godai 13. As for the 6 hereditary teams of the Kukaki family, they are not hereditary in the true sense. After all, the captain of the 6th division of the 1st generation is not a member of the Kukaki family, and the 2nd division, starting from the captain of the 1st generation, has always been a member of the Shihaorin family. Because in today's era, many nobles have declined, it is no longer advisable to rely solely on hereditary continuation of the division and maintain the number of members. Therefore, during the graduation season every year, the 2nd division will also recruit some members at the Spiritual Arts Academy. This is how Ise Nanao fell into Yoryuki's eyes. Chapter 146. It is not unreasonable for Yoryuki to pay attention to Ise Nanao. After all, Ise Nanao can be considered her junior sister. Yoryuki doesn't know why teacher Xian Ye teaches Ise Nanao. After all, it involves some secrets of the Kurako family and Kurako Shunsui. Even if she is the future head of the Shihaorin family, without detailed investigation, it is also difficult to know the secret behind it. But after knowing this, she did become interested in Ise Nanao. In her opinion, Ise Nanao's talent was average and there was nothing outstanding about her. The teacher chose to teach her, which was the most special thing in itself. So, when Ise Nanao finally graduated, she inevitably paid attention to Ichiban Ise Nanao's graduation results. Finally found a surprise. Ise Nanao did not resonate with the sealed state, and 983 awakened his own Zanpakuto. This was a minus point in the eyes of Shinigami from other divisions, but in Yoryuki's view, it was not a big deal, because Shihao in the family itself is not a family that likes to rely on Zanpakuto. In fact, if it weren't for the purpose of learning ghost slaying, she wouldn't have the idea of sharpening Zinhe. On the contrary, Ise Nanao's Shunpo, Kid, and White Hits results are very important to Yoryuki. Among them, Kid achieved the best results. Shunpo and White Hits, he is both at an excellent level. Teacher, it seems that you have trained a very good subordinate for me. Yoryuki whispered to himself. With such achievements, he should naturally enter the second team. So, she directly sent an admission notice to the Spiritual Arts Academy. This is because the second division operates in secret, and the people inside are more vigorous and resolute. Therefore, Yoryuki's admission notice came faster than the admission notice of the mild-tempered Kurako Shunsui. Among the Spiritual Arts Academy, after the graduation exam is completed, many recent graduates are waiting in school to be admitted to Godi I-13. As for the results, all students know about them. It is precisely because of knowing that some people are relieved and some are worried. Although Spiritual Arts Academy is a school that specializes in training Shinigami, not all students can become Shinigami and not all Shinigami can enter the Godi I-10 main team. Of course, if possible, Godi I-13 is still the first choice for all Shinigami. Only Shinigami who cannot enter Godi I-13 will consider organizations such as Kid. If even the Kid people cannot enter, it means that they cannot truly become Shinigami and can only be sent home. Soul Society is very big and has many souls, but there are only so many people who can truly become Shinigami. Ise Nanao is still very satisfied with her graduation results. Xian Ye taught her for several years, and she suffered for several years. Originally, she only had Kid talent, but after hard work, her Shunpo and White Hits have also reached extremely excellent levels. But even so, despite her excellent graduation results, she was still a little uneasy. Because she doesn't have Zanpakuto. Although sealed state can be regarded as Zanpakuto, she couldn't even resonate with him. The sealed state in her hand was no different from an ordinary sword. This naturally made Ise Nanao quite uncomfortable. Even though teacher Xian Ye once told her, the Shihaoran family can become strong without relying on Zanpakuto, but relying solely on White Hits and Shunpo. But without Zanpakuto, can he really become the Shinigami of Godi I-13? While feeling nervous and uneasy in her heart, she has already thought about it. If she cannot be admitted to Godi I-13, she will consider joining the Kid community, which can be regarded as a Shinigami after all. While Ise Nanao was waiting nervously, the first admission notice was delivered to her. This acceptance letter surprised her, because it was the admission letter for the second division. Among Godi I-13, although the second division is also recruiting members at the Spiritual Arts Academy, compared to the other divisions, the number of members recruited is not many. It was beyond Ise Nanao's expectation that he would be favored by the second division. You know, she did not apply to the second division to join the team. In Godi I-13, the recruitment of new team members is actually a two-way street. When students graduate, they can apply to Godi I-13, and Godi I-13 will also issue admission letters to students after receiving their applications. Based on his own situation, Ise Nanao chose the 3rd Division and the 5th Division. The 5th Division is the rescue team responsible for emergency rescue situations. The 3rd Division is a support team. After the remaining division members die due to various circumstances and the number is insufficient, the 3rd Division will dispatch members to the remaining divisions for support. As a result, I did not wait for the admission letters from these two squads. Ise Nanao received the admission letter to the second team first. This surprised her. Immediately afterwards, 2 more admission letters were sent. One was the admission letter for the 5th division, which was exactly what she wanted. And the other one was not the first choice she filled out, it was not the admission letter to the 3rd division. But it comes from the 11th Squadron. The 11th division is a combat team. Among Godi 13, the most dangerous battles are fought by the 11th Squadron first. It can be said that they are always fighting on the front line. The death rate of the entire 11th division is also the highest among the Godi 13, but even so, there are still many Shinigami who admire the strong and are eager to fight, and they flock to them, hoping to join the 11th division and fight under Kenpeiki. The current Kenpeiki is Mole City Kenpeiki. After he took over the title of Kenpeiki, he did not change the tradition of his predecessor Kenpeiki, so there are still many female Shinigami in Team 11. The 11th Squadron actually extended an invitation to themselves. This surprised Ise Nanao. What she didn't know was that whether it was Team 5.0 or Team 11 that would invite Ise Nanao, her teacher Xian Ye's face was actually involved in it. Among the 5th Squadron, after Aizen, who was responsible for handling team affairs, saw Ise Nanao's application letter, he naturally thought of his cheap little junior sister, and with the idea of taking care of Ise Nanao Ichiban, he sent an admission letter to her. As for Team 11, Mole City Kenpeiki has not had much interaction with Xian Ye in recent years, but he secretly cares about Xian Ye. Xian Ye's 2 previous disciples, Yoryuaki and Aizen, both had their own divisions, and he had no way to interfere, but this latest disciple, although he does not have Zanpakuto, is good at white hits, Shunpo and Kid. At first glance, he is a good prospect who can fight. You can recruit into the 11th division. For a moment, Ise Nanao's nervousness disappeared, and she fell into a tangled state. She didn't expect that she would become the favorite. Chapter 147. So, which division should you choose? Ise Nanao was caught in a dilemma. In the past, there were Shinigami who received invitations from multiple divisions in the Spiritual Arts Academy. There was even a genius Shinigami who was personally invited by the captain to join the division, and there were also cases where several captains competed for 10 students at the Spiritual Arts Academy. Although Ise Nanao has not reached this level, but several squads invited her, which was enough to make her happy. You know, not long ago, she had just considered whether to join the kid community and participate in the kid community's assessment. Now, several squads have sent invitations. All she needs to think about is which division to join. The first choice is Team 5. After all, she had sent an application to the 5th division, and the 5th division itself was her favorite. However, after comparing it with the other 2 divisions, the 5th division doesn't seem to be that good. Division 09, the 11th division, is the combat team among Godi 13. The captain is named Kenpeiki. Only the most powerful Shinigami can be named Kenpeiki. This division is also the majority of Shinigami. Desire to join the squad. Now, with such an opportunity before you, should you seize it? Finally, Ise Nanao gave up on the 11th Squadron. The 11th Division is a combat team, and most of the Shinigami Zanpakuto who join it are mainly direct cut Zanpakuto, that is, direct attack type Zanpakuto. Kid type Zanpakuto holds under. Although his white hits, Shunpo and Kid abilities are quite good, he has not even awakened Zanpakuto. Obviously, he cannot adapt to the rhythm of the battle of the 11th Squadron. Although he does not know why the 11th Squadron invited him, at this time, he can only able to give up the 11th Division. As for the 5th Division team, it is quite good, and I also like the 5th Division team. And as far as she knew, her senior brother whom she had never met seemed to be the vice-captain of the 5th team. Ise Nanao has studied with Xian Ye for several years, so naturally she subconsciously explored things about teacher Xian Ye. Xian Ye's teaching of Yoryuaki was related to the Shihaoran family, so few people knew about it. Even if someone knew about it, they would not dare to discuss it in private. However, many people knew about the fact that Xian Ye had accepted Aizen as his disciple and taught Aizen. This can be regarded as an anecdote among Seireitei nowadays. That is, Aizen Sōsuke, the gentle and elegant vice-captain of Division 5, didn't know if he liked calligraphy. He once studied with Xian Ye, the calligraphy teacher at Spiritual Arts Academy, for a while. Only the person involved knows whether what Xian Ye taught Aizen was calligraphy or something else. However, just when Ise Nanao decided to go to the 5th team, she reread the admission letter of the 2nd team thinking of some things Puxian learned from teacher Xian Ye. The Shihaoran family is a family that is good at white hits and shunpo, and does not rely on zanpakut. With shunpo and white hits, they have controlled the 2nd division for generations. I don't have zanpakut, so the 2nd team seems to be more suitable for me. If there was no option for the 2nd team before, Ise Nanao would certainly not consider the 2nd team. Now that this option is available, she does not want to miss it. So, after thinking about it again and again, she wrote her name on the admission letter for the 2nd division. Not long after Ise Nanao made her decision, another admission letter came belatedly. It comes from the 8th division. Although Ise Nanao was very curious about why the 8th division sent her an admission letter, she did not apply to join the 8th division, but since she had already chosen the division, she ignored the admission letter in the end. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, GODI 13's recruitment of new players has turned upside down. Among the 8th team, Kurako Shunsui looked at the list of new members and was very puzzled. He had read it several times, but he didn't see Ise Nanao's name in it. Is it possible that Nanao didn't see the admission letter she sent? Kurako Shunsui was very puzzled. He still knows a little about Ise Nanao's situation in the Spiritual Arts Academy in the past few years. Through Xian Ye's teaching, although Ise Nanao does not have zanpakut, his performance in knee step, hit and kid can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. He already has the fighting power to be a standard Shinigami, and he is strong enough to serve as a chief officer when he enters GODI 13. But because there is no zanpakut, under normal circumstances, GODI 13 would not hire her. After all, zanpakut is the foundation of most Shinigami and the most important thing to Shinigami. Therefore, Le Shun Shui is not very optimistic about Ise Nanao's entry into GODI 13 this time. In his opinion, with no hope of entering GODI 13, Ise Nanao would be very happy to receive the admission letter from the 8th division, and finally chose to join the 8th division. He really wanted to personally recruit Ise Nanao into the 8th team, but in the end Kurako Shunsui restrained himself. If possible, he doesn't really want to expose the relationship between himself and Nugju. She is also a captain after all, and Nanao is not a genius from the Spiritual Arts Academy. If she goes to the 8th division to recruit her into the 8th division, it will inevitably make Nanao look special and attract people's attention. This is not a good thing for Nanao. As a result, I made a mistake now. Nanao did not enter the 8th division. What the hell does this happen? Kurako Shunsui was very concerned about Ise Nanao, so he made a special investigation. The result surprised him. Nanao did not join the kid crowd, but joined the GODI 13. But the one she chose was not the 8th division. Instead, the 2nd team. Except for the fact that the 2nd division and the 8th division he was in sent Nanao admission letters. The 5th division and the 11th division also issued admission tickets to Nanao. Kurako Shunsui found out about this by asking people at the Spiritual Arts Academy. So, what on earth are you teams doing? He knows Nanao's qualifications very well, but they are not very good, and there is no zanpakut. Why are you rushing to recruit him to join the squad? Kurako Shunsui knew the cause of the matter and was extremely depressed. If Ise Nanao joins the 5th division or the 11th division, he can also use his connections to transfer Nanao to the 8th division. But it happened that Ise Nanao entered the 2nd team. The second division is run by the Shihaoran family, a noble family with a higher status than the Kiriko family. Chapter 148. Nanao joins the second team, catching Kurako Shunsui off guard. He can't influence the Shihaoran family. In other words, it is difficult to use one's own face to transfer Nanao to the 8th division. However, although he cannot influence the Shihaoran family, there are people who can do such a thing. Ever since, he came to Xian Ye again and visited Xian Ye. You came. After seeing Kurako Shunsui, Xian Ye spoke calmly. Kurako Shunsui responded subconsciously, I'm coming. You shouldn't have come. But I'm still here. After a brief conversation, it was about to develop into Qiulongfeng, and then Xian Ye and Kurako Shunsui faced each other with swords, fighting to the death, but in the end, it still did not develop to that point. Xian Ye couldn't help but sigh. You really care about Nanao? In front of Xian Ye, Kurako Shunsui did not hide anything, she is my only niece. Even though I did not take the initiative to meet her after she was admitted to the Spiritual Arts Academy, I still wanted to take care of her. Shinigami is a very dangerous profession. Even though I hope she can get the power she wants, I don't want her to face danger. So, you want to recruit her into the 8th team. Xian Ye knew Kurako Shunsui's purpose when he came here. As the saying goes, no matter what happens, don't go to the Three Treasures Hall. The so-called Three Treasures Hall is a temple. Ordinary people enter temples to seek blessings from the Buddha, otherwise they would not go to such a place. The same goes for Kurako Shunsui. In daily life, although Xian Ye would occasionally drink with him and reminisce with Jaishur Yukatake, Kurako Shunsui rarely took the initiative to visit his home. Once he took the initiative to visit, he would. For people like Kurako Shunsui, there is only one so-called important thing, and that is Ise Nanao. Xian Ye knew about Ise Nanao entering the 2nd division. He actually felt a little emotional. But it didn't stop this from happening. After all, after several years of his teachings, Ise Nanao is now quite accomplished in Shunpo and White Hits, and Grandmaster Kid. Although she still does not have Zanpakuto, her overall strength has surpassed many Shinigami. With such strength, it would be a pity not to fight. The 2nd division is the division most suitable for her to use her strength. Naturally, there must be some people who disagree with Ise Nanao joining the 2nd team. Kurako Shunsui's visit was unexpected but also reasonable. If you think about it carefully, you can understand why Kurako Shunsui found this place. The 2nd division is the division run by the Shihaoran family. Although the Kurako family is a superior noble, they still cannot afford to offend the Shihaoran family. The Shihaoran family may not necessarily sell the face of Kurako Shunsui. Yes, so I would like to ask Senior Xian Ye for a favor. Kurako Shunsui became groveling. Xian Ye did not directly answer the question of whether to help or not, but his eyes fell on Kurako Shunsui's face. Do you still remember what I said at the beginning? Kurako Shunsui was silent for a long time before speaking. Although I can't protect her forever, no matter what, as Nanao's uncle, I still want to protect her when facing her. He seemed to remember what Xian Ye said back then. He cannot protect Ise Nanao for the rest of his life. Yes, although you cannot protect the other person for a lifetime, nor can you always shelter the other person under your wings, as an elder, your heart of protecting the younger generation has never changed. He really couldn't let Nanao face danger by himself. The young eagle will eventually be able to grow up without being protected by the eagle. If you choose to recruit Ise Nanao into the 8th division, with your character, you will definitely not be able to let her fight and face danger. In this case, it would be completely meaningless for you to ask me to teach her. Because even without my guidance, no matter how bad her grades are in the Spiritual Arts Academy graduation exam, you can still recruit her into the 8th team. Only. Xian Ye's eyes suddenly became sharp, like an extremely sharp sword, staring at Kurako Shunsui. Have you really considered Nanao's feelings? What she longs for is one district. Without wind and rain, without fighting, even if you have a very powerful power, it is difficult to fully grasp and exert it. Not to mention, she still carries the curse of the Ise family. If you don't have enough power, how can you face this curse? Or maybe you don't want her to break the curse. Kurako Shunsui wanted to explain. Of course he hoped Nanao could get rid of the curse of the Ise family. After all, this curse was too much for the women of the Ise family. Cruel. After growing up, I finally fell in love with someone and finally made up my mind to marry him. However, due to the curse, happiness could not last long and my husband would die on the wooden board. Unless you choose to live alone, this curse is extremely cruel. Although Nanao is still young now, as an uncle, Kurako Shunsui seems to hope that Nanao will be happy in the future, instead of being left alone for the rest of his life because of a curse. After coming back to his senses, Kurako Shunsui said in a deep voice, "Since Senior Xian Ye has already thought about it, I won't say anything more. As for Nanao's transfer to the 8th division, let's leave it at that. But I still hope that Senior Xian Ye can ask Master Yoryuki to take more care of Nanao for the sake of the fight with Master and disciple Nanao." Although Shihaoran Yoryuki is younger than Kurako Shunsui, he is the heir to the Shihaoran family. Looking at the current situation, it won't be long before Shihaoran Kuchin will take over the position of head of the family and captain of the Daban team. Leave it to Shihaoran Yoryuki. For Yoryuki, Kurako Shunsui is an honorific title. Don't worry, Nanao will be fine in the 2nd division. I'll let Yoryuki take care of her. She will also get enough training in the 2nd team to become a truly powerful Shinigami. Seeing Kurako Shunsui take the initiative to change his words, Xian Ye's attitude became much gentler and he spoke calmly. Finally, Li Chun Shui left Xian Ye's nephew. He returned without success. The matter of letting Ise Nanao go to the 8th division was over. At the same time, among the 2nd team, I wonder if it was a coincidence that Ise Nanao, who had just joined the team not long ago, also met a friend. Chapter 149. Your name is Ise Nanao, right? A girl with short hair, wearing a black criminal uniform, who looked extremely capable looked at Ise Nanao and spoke lightly. Although the two looked about the same age in appearance, the other one seemed much more mature than Ise Nanao. Ise Nanao nodded. My name is Swa-Fon. Master Yoryuki asked you to follow me and familiarize yourself with the affairs of the 2nd division. The girl said in a deep voice to Ise Nanao. When Ise Nanao heard this, his heart suddenly trembled. Of course she knew who Mr. Yoryuki was talking about. It's the vice-captain of the 2nd division and the princess of the Shihaoran family, Shihaoran Yesun. Although the captain of the 2nd division is now Shihaoran Kuchin, the head of Shihaoran, all the specific affairs of the division are handled by Yoryuki-sama. She did not expect that Master Yoryuki would actually worry about herself, a member who had just joined the team, and even sent someone to teach her. With his thoughts flickering, Ise Nanao bowed to Swa-Fon in front of him. Senior Swa-Fon, please give me your advice. Swa-Fon's body immediately stiffened, as he was not used to this kind of thing. When she was very young, she was severely taught by her grandmother as the only descendant of the Feng family because several of her brothers died in battle. For her, the meaning of her life is to become a criminal army and die in the West Shihaoran family. So she is really not good at dealing with worldly matters. However, when facing Ise Nanao, a girl of similar age to her, she still could not keep a completely cold face. After a moment of silence, Swa-Fon said to Ise Nanao, "Ise team member, please give me your advice in the future." Ise Nanao did not enter the 8th team, but entered the 2nd team. Since Xian Ye returned to Seireitei, although he has not returned to Godei 13, he has still secretly brought about many changes. Xian Ye himself is not very clear about which direction the next destiny will develop. With Ise Nanao becoming a true Shinigami, Xian Ye is missing one more thing. He devoted all his energy to his own research. Time passed quietly. Among Rukanga, Aizen is searching secretly. On this day, he found another fragment of the Spirit King. Now that I have encountered it, I naturally don't want to miss it. So, he played a dirty trick on the girl who was carrying the Soul King fragment, and took out the Soul King fragment from her body. He was very lucky, because the Soul King fragment hidden in the girl's body turned out to be no ordinary Soul King fragment, but a fingertip. Aizen didn't know whether this fingertip came from the Soul King's left arm or the Soul King's right arm. But he knew that this was definitely his biggest gain in so many years of searching in Rukanga. It's not just that the fragment is larger than those found before. What's more, he felt a strange power on this fragment of the Spirit King. It was obvious that this fragment of the Spirit King contained unique power. Carefully seal the fingertip of this Spirit King. Aizen looked at the unconscious girl on the ground next to him. As the fragments of the Soul King were taken out, the girl's soul suddenly became incomplete, which caused the opponent's soul to continue to collapse from the incomplete holes. If the incompleteness was not repaired, it is very likely that he will die completely and eventually turn into a spirit and dissipate. If it were Aizen in the original work, he might have ignored the other person's death. But because of Xian Ye's teachings, Aizen in this world doesn't like nobles, but he always has compassion for the common people, or in other words, he upholds the purpose of equal exchange. He actually took the Soul King fragment from the other party. If he let the other party die like this, it seems a bit unreasonable. After all, he himself is not an Ajka thief who takes things by force. So he started to use the means to obtain the temporary soul from Xian Ye, and by consuming his own powerful Ryutsu, he cultivated the girl's soul and maintained her life. As for whether she will die later, Aizen doesn't know. Although the fragment of the Spirit King is part of the girl's soul, it is not her original soul after all. It entered her body during the cycle of spirit children. Therefore, normally speaking, the peeling off of the Soul King fragments will not directly affect the stability of her own soul. As long as the hole in the soul is filled in time, it will be restored. But after so many years, the fragments of the Spirit King have merged with his soul, and there is still danger in his sudden departure. Therefore, the girl's life and death next are uncertain. After dealing with the girl's matter, Aizen left here with his gains. What he hadn't noticed was, when he did something dirty to the girl, a young man was hiding aside and witnessed everything. He saw Aizen's appearance clearly, but that was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Aizen hurt the girl and took away something from her, which gave birth to some ambitions in the young man who had no pursuit at all and was just getting by. He wants to help the girl get her things back. But the most important thing at the moment is to save the girl's life. This should be the fingertips of the Spirit King's left arm. After Aizen got the special Spirit King fragment in Rukanga, he immediately came to Seireitei, found Xian Ye, and showed his harvest to Xian Ye. Xian Ye's research on the power of the Spirit King is far better than him. Maybe you know which part of the Soul King's body this Soul King's fingertip comes from. Xian Ye briefly appraised the fingertips of the Soul King that Aizen brought over and quickly gave the answer. Suk, you are really lucky. Aizen's eyes flashed when he heard Xian Ye's emotion, so I'm very lucky. Yes. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the fingertips of the Spirit King's left arm. You must have seen the power of the Spirit King's right arm. It is a static force, but the Spirit King's left arm is not the same. It contains the power of advancement. Moving forward can also be understood as becoming a force for evolution. The left arm keeps the Spirit King's existence in the most perfect state forever, while the right arm keeps the Spirit King moving forward, so he gradually becomes an almost omniscient and omnipotent existence. You created Hagyaku and wanted to use the power of Hagyaku to break the boundaries of Shinigami. This is essentially a process of upward evolution. This fragment of the Spirit King may be able to further help you complete this process. Chapter 150 Aizen's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this, but he was not as excited as he imagined. He just said softly, "So, my luck seems to be really good." Hagyaku, after his continuous improvement over the years, its power has become more and more powerful. Aizen became more and more determined that as long as he could perfect Hagyaku and control Hagyaku's power, he would evolve into a new dimension. Although the fingertips of the Soul King's left arm could help him go further. But Aizen believes that even without its help, he can reach that level. Of course, luck is also part of strength. Speaking of which, teacher, what have you been studying these years? After withdrawing his thoughts, Aizen took the initiative to ask Xian Ye. Xian Ye was stunned for a moment, and then gave the answer, "I'm trying to create a soul." Aizen took a deep look at Xian Ye, a little surprised, but did not comment on his teacher. If I remember correctly, the fingertips of the Soul King's left arm seem to be contained in Matsumoto Ranjaku's body. After Aizen left, Xian Ye came alone to the spirit space located underground in the room. He thought of the fragments of the Spirit King he had seen before, and couldn't help but sigh. In the original work, why does Ichimaru-jin stay undercover next to Aizen? It was because when he was a boy, he witnessed the scene where Aizen hurt Matsumoto Ranjaku and took away the Soul King fragment from Matsumoto Ranjaku's body. To the young Ichimaru-jin, he had no idea what it was. But I know that it belongs to Matsumoto Ranjaku. Because that thing was taken away by Aizen, he wanted to get it back, especially after Aizen took the thing away, Matsumoto Ranjaku almost lost his life. But then again, Ichimaru-jin is really awesome. After the Soul King fragment was taken away by Aizen, a hole appeared in Matsumoto Ranjaku's soul. Although he was not a Shinigami and did not understand any Shinigami abilities, he was able to separate part of his own soul and fill the hole in Matsumoto Ranjaku's soul. The holes in it allowed it to survive. The future Matsumoto Ranjaku even became the vice captain. And after sacrificing part of his soul, Ichimaru-jin's strength reached the level of super captain. It's hard to imagine how high he would have reached if he hadn't filled the hole in Matsumoto Ranjaku's soul with his own soul. Perhaps, we can go and help him and give Suk a surprise. Xian Ye thought to himself. At the moment, Aizen has taken away the Soul King fragment from Matsumoto Ranjaku's body. I'm afraid Matsumoto Ranjaku will suffer a serious illness like in the original work. This illness will last for a long time. During this period, Ichimaru-jin took many methods, and finally divided his soul into Matsumoto Ranjaku's part to save her. Of course, for the young Ichimaru-jin, he didn't know what he was doing. He didn't even know that the Soul King fragment rescued Matsumoto after a class collision. But then, he stayed undercover for Aizen for 100 years, and he really dealt a fatal blow to Aizen. If it weren't for Hagyaku, Aizen would have died completely under that blow. Now, after seeing the fingertips of the Soul King's left arm in Aizen's hand, Xian Ye guessed that he might have encountered Matsumoto Ranjaku. Naturally, Xian Ye was concerned about Matsumoto Ranjaku's good friend Ichimaru-jin. But before that, today's research still needs to be completed. In the laboratory of the spirit subspace. In addition to the instruments used by Xian Ye to cultivate the power of Shinigami, the power of hollows, and the power of Quincy, there is also an instrument that seals the Soul King shatter that he obtained from Namada Tokinata. Although it is just the most ordinary fragment of the Spirit King, the power within it is still mesmerizing. Especially after Xian Ye incorporated the power of the Soul King's right arm that was originally stripped from Jaishur Yukate's body into it, these fragments of the Soul King's right arm converged towards the fragments of the Soul King's right arm. Vaguely, it seems that Ping is about to form a brand new arm. It is precisely because of this aggregation derived from the power of the Spirit King that Xian Ye has new ideas. Hagyaku still has to be made. However, it is not necessary to integrate Hagyaku into one's own sleep. Perhaps you can use your own soul power, combined with Hikifun Kiryu's temporary soul theory, and the artificial Shinigami theory proposed by Kuratsuka Mayuri in the Seireitei correspondence collection many years ago. 0. 0. Recreate a soul. Integrate Hagyaku and the fragments of the Soul King into this new soul. The new soul will exist outside as a temporary soul, and when necessary, Xian Ye can also recycle the temporary soul outside into his own body, just like Kiryu Hibifune enhances the strength of the rest of the soul. Such an idea is of course crazy. But if you want to transcend the boundaries, without a strong bloodline, you can only make progress by going crazy. Another experiment is completed. Xian Ye walked out of the laboratory in the spirit subspace. Then, he walked out of his home in Seireitei, left Seireitei and headed towards Rukanga. The area where Ichimaru-jin and Matsumoto Rangiku live is located at the end of Rukanga, the area behind the 70 district. This is what Xian Ye learned from Aizen. Although Aizen did not mention the whereabouts of these two people, after obtaining the Soul King fragment, he told Xian Ye where he found the Soul King fragment. For Xian Ye, this can be regarded as getting rid of a lot of trouble. Otherwise, he could only go to Aizen and ask. The closer Rukanga is to the previous areas, the better the environment will be. Especially the first few areas, which look similar to Seireitei, are extremely prosperous and have stable public security. Because the environment here is very good, there is no need to fight for water sources and living resources. This is not the case in the area behind. Due to the harsh environment, even drinking water is a scarce resource, which naturally needs to be fought for and snatched. It is not because of the poor mountains and rivers that unruly people appear. The emergence of unruly people is because they can no longer survive under normal circumstances. This is not the first time for Xian Ye to come to Rukanga, and he is very familiar with the environment in the back area of Rukanga. After successfully arriving at the area Aizen mentioned, Xian Ye began to search. Rukanga is really too big, with 320 districts. Although a single district is not as big as Seireitei, it is not much smaller. And within it, there are countless souls living. If you want to find a specific soul, you need to. It took some effort. Chapter 151. Rukanga, below the hillside. A simple wooden house stood. There are several persimmon trees planted outside the wooden house. This season is not the season when persimmons are ripe, so the tree trunks are bare. In the wooden house, there was a young man with lavender hair. His expression was solemn, and he looked a little ugly. His name is Ichimaru-jin. He has been living in this area since he woke up in Soul Society. When he first came to Soul Society, he was hungry. I wonder if it was his good luck that allowed him to find a few persimmon trees. With these persimmon trees, he managed to survive. Ever since, he settled here. Although he is not old, he is very smart. Even though it was very chaotic and desolate, he still lived peacefully. Until, one day, he met another little girl of similar age near the 190 where he lived. That girl is Matsumoto Rangiku. Rangiku is a soul who just came to Rukanga and passed out due to hunger. After spending some years in Soul Society, Ichimaru-jin also knows why Rangiku is hungry. It is because they are not ordinary souls. They have spiritual power in their bodies. This is an important foundation for becoming Shinigami. He gave Rangiku a piece of persimmon he had made and saved Rangiku's life. After that, he regarded the day when they met as Rangiku's birthday. After that, he had a relative who depended on each other, and the two of them lived together in this deserted area of Rukanga. Although life here is difficult, it is still comfortable. At least, he is no longer lonely from now on, and has a family to accompany him. As for him and Rangiku possessing spiritual powers and becoming Shinigami, this kind of thing is something Ichimaru-jin has never thought of. After all, he is an optimist who likes to be content with the status quo and doesn't have too many pursuits. The cause of the matter. A few days ago, he went out to collect firewood, leaving Rangiku alone in the area. When he came back from collecting firewood, he happened to see Rangiku lying on the ground in a coma, alone, taking something out of her body. From the clothes the man was wearing, Ichimarujin could determine that the man was a Shinigami. Due to Shinigami's powerful strength, he did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he waited until that person left before coming to Ranjaku's side. Fortunately, Ranjaku did not die. But unfortunately, Ranjaku's health was in bad shape. He was extremely weak and later developed a high fever and became seriously ill. In the past few days, he has been waiting by Ranjaku's side and tried many methods, but he was still unable to alleviate Ranjaku's physical condition. Ichimarujin has a feeling. That is, Ju is probably going to die. As this feeling became stronger, Ichimarujin became more frightened and uncomfortable. He is not a person who likes to show his emotions on his face, but at this moment, because of his worry, he revealed all the emotions he had hidden in the past. Ranjaku, how can I save you? Why did this happen? Ichimarujin was dazed and miserable. Although the past days were a bit difficult, with each other by my side, we were not alone. As a result, this happened. It's hard for Ichimarujin to accept. She's going to die. Just when Ichimarujin was feeling uncomfortable, a deep voice suddenly came from the window. When Ichimarujin heard this voice, his narrow eyes immediately flashed with a sharp light, and his whole person went into a state of alert. He went towards the window and saw that the originally closed window of the wooden house was pushed open. It opened, and a young figure in white clothes poked half of his head in and looked in. The other party met Ichimarujin's gaze without any sign of nervousness. On the contrary, he showed a faint smile, and then he asked a question that attracted Ichimarujin's special attention. Do you want to save her? Ichimarujin looked solemn. He was silent for a while, and all the questions in his heart converged. It is true that he wanted to know the identity of the other party and who he was, but at this moment, compared to the most important question, these questions were not that important. He met the other person's gaze and said solemnly, "Of course I want to save Ranjaku." "Can you save Ranjaku?" "You can give it a try." Xian Ye, who came suddenly, opened the window, and stuck half of his head out, said calmly. So, Ichimarujin took the initiative to open the door and welcomed Xian Ye in. He doesn't know who Xian Ye is, or whether Xian Ye is good or bad, but if Ranjaku's situation is allowed to deteriorate like this, Ranjaku will die, and he doesn't want Ranjaku to die. Therefore, I tried my best to save Ju. Naturally, I don't want to miss any opportunities. Xian Ye came to Matsumoto Ranjaku under the worried eyes of Ichimarujin, although he knew that Matsumoto Ranjaku became like this because Aizen took away the Soul King fragment in the other party's body. But now that I have arrived, I still need to check it out. Putting his palm on Matsumoto Ranjaku's forehead, a faint light appeared in Xian Ye's palm. Soon, he felt clearly about Matsumoto Ranjaku's situation. How is it? Ichimarujin saw Xian Ye retracting his palm and asked Xian Ye quickly. Xian Ye said, her condition is very bad, there is a hole in her soul. A hole in the soul? Ichimarujin raised his eyebrows. In fact, he was not very able to understand Xian Ye's words. Xian Ye also did not explain to Ichimarujin the knowledge of the chain of cause and effect, the knot and the void hole. After the chain of cause and effect is broken, a hole will gradually form at the knot, that is the void enclosure. But the hole in Matsumoto Ranjaku's soul is not a virtual hole, and is somewhat different from a virtual hole. In other words, Ranjaku became like this because her soul was damaged. Ichimarujin thought of the scene he saw a few days ago, where the Shinigami took something away from Ranjaku's body. I immediately understood the reason why Ranjaku became like this. Yes. It can be explained this way. Xian Ye nodded. Ichimarujin asked Xian Ye again, then how can I save Ranjaku? Since there is a hole in the soul, we just need to find a way to fill the hole in the soul. Xian Ye said casually. When he checked Matsumoto Ranjaku, he actually discovered that Aizen had consumed his spiritual power and gave Matsumoto Ranjaku some emergency treatment, trying to fill the hole in his soul, but because he was too hasty and the method was too crude, and was not able to completely fill it. Chapter 152. Xian Ye's words are very simple. But Ichimaru-jin thought about it and couldn't figure out how to fill the hole in Matsumoto Ranjaku's soul. So he expressed his inner doubts. Xian Ye's eyes fell on Ichimaru-jin's face and gave him the answer. It's very simple, use your soul to fill her soul. Ichimaru-jin's heart immediately shuddered. Matsumoto Ranjaku's fever finally subsided. Then, she slowly woke up. She felt that she had had a very long dream during this period, but when she thought about it carefully, she could not figure out the content of the dream. Her brain seemed to be filled with a mass of mud, making her feel confused and uncomfortable. Incomparable. As her physical condition improved, she gradually recovered. After recovering, she immediately saw Ichimaru-jin standing in front of her. At this moment, Ichimaru-jin's face was as pale as paper, and his whole person looked depressed. Silver, what's wrong with you? Matsumoto Ranjaku looked at Ichimaru-jin, who looked like this, and subconsciously couldn't help but speak. She thought Ichimaru-jin was sick. Ichimaru-jin did not answer her question, but said excitedly to Matsumoto Ranjaku, "Great, Ranjaku, you finally woke up. You're okay." "Jin, you." Matsumoto Ranjaku is a little uncomfortable with this appearance of Ichimaru-jin. Although Jin was very kind to her in the past, he had a dull temper and didn't talk much. "I have never been so excited before." It took a while, but Matsumoto Ranjaku finally figured out what was going on. It turns out she is sick. During this period, she suffered from a serious illness. Because of her illness, Yin stayed by her side. As for why she fell ill and what happened before she fell ill, she no longer remembers it. "Jin, you have worked hard these days." Matsumoto Ranjaku expressed his sincere gratitude to Ichimaru-jin. Ichimaru-jin just smiled lightly and said nothing. Finally, he took the initiative to mention something to Matsumoto Ranjaku. "Ranjaku, when your illness is completely cured, let's apply for the Spiritual Arts Academy." Matsumoto Ranjaku looked at Ichimaru-jin in surprise. Of course she knew what the Spiritual Arts Academy was. This is a school specially designed to train Shinigami. It comes to Rukanga every year to recruit students. All souls who pass the Rukanga admissions test will be taken into Seireitei by the Shinigami in charge of admissions for further assessment. Only those who pass the assessment several times will be selected. Only then can you study at the Spiritual Arts Academy located in Seireitei. After 6 years of study, you will become a Shinigami and can live permanently in Seireitei. The environment in Rukanga is complicated, and not all souls like to live in this kind of place. So every year when Spiritual Arts Academy recruits students, many souls sign up. It is a pity that very few people ultimately pass the Spiritual Arts Academy admissions assessment. The vast majority of souls have no spiritual power in their bodies, and they were eliminated at the first level of the assessment. And not all souls with spiritual power can become Shinigami. Spiritual power is divided into 20 levels. Only souls with spiritual power within the 20th level can become Shinigami in the true sense. Although souls beyond the 20th level can be said to have spiritual power, this spiritual power is not enough to support them to transform them into Shinigami. With the power of Shinigami, one cannot become Shinigami. Matsumoto Ranjaku didn't expect that Ichimaru-jin actually wanted to become Shinigami. She was a little scared and confused. "Yin, can we really pass the Spiritual Arts Academy assessment? If you don't try it, how can you know it won't work?" When Ichimaru-jin said this, what he was thinking about was the Shinigami he saw that day attacking Ranjaku. Although Ranjaku has recovered with the help of the mysterious man, but he could never forget that Ranjaku had something taken away by Shinigami. He must help Ranjaku regain that thing. Now I don't have enough power to take back those things, so only by becoming Shinigami can I have a chance to gain powerful power. "Senior Xian Ye, let's have a drink together." Xian Ye met Yadumuralisa again. Since getting acquainted with Yadumuralisa, he has encountered Yadumuralisa for countless times. Ever since she accidentally got a glimpse of Yadumuralisa's hobbies in a bookstore, Yadumuralisa had indeed taken the initiative to alienate Xian Ye for a period of time to resolve the embarrassment. But Shinigami's lifespan is too long. Seireitei is only so big. When Xian Ye has nothing to do, he likes to hang out among Seireitei. As time goes by, the number of encounters with Yadumuralisa increases. Of course, the reason why we encounter it so often, or because the area that Yadumuralisa likes to visit is the area where the store is located. And Xian Ye also likes to go to bookstores when he has nothing to do. After all, there are too few entertainment facilities in Seireitei. He is not some pervert aristocrat who lets dancers dance for fun all day long, and then plays music and dances. Under such circumstances, reading has become his only pleasure. If when I first read the book, I just wanted to find out if there were any interesting theories in the Seireitei 220 correspondence collection, then after discovering that there were so many types of books in the Soul Society bookstore and the scale was so large, Xian Ye started to it's like opening the door to the new world. Maybe you don't meet Yadumuralisa once or twice. But as time goes by, you will still encounter it a few times. Yadumuralisa, who came to the bookstore to purchase goods, was a little embarrassed at first after meeting Xian Ye, but gradually, she became relieved and got used to it. Even Xian Ye had already understood her true face, and she was too lazy to pretend to be in front of Xian Ye. What you are playing is showing off your true nature. Even though she didn't drink much at first, she began to take the initiative to invite Xian Ye to have a few drinks. Just like this moment. Okay. Faced with Yadumuralisa's invitation, Xian Ye naturally did not refuse. Facts have proved that it is indeed difficult for a person who is not very good at drinking to increase his alcohol consumption. If Yadumuralisa had been an alcoholic for a long time, she might be able to increase her drinking capacity, but she usually drank too little, so when she was drinking with Xian Ye in the pub, it was still the same as before. After 3 or 2 glasses of wine, I got drunk. Xian Ye was not satisfied yet. Seeing Yadumuralisa looking like this, he sighed helplessly. Chapter 153. After all this time, you still can't drink enough. Xian Ye could only put down the cup in his hand. Then he looked at the drunk Yadumuralisa. After paying the bill, he hugged her and went directly back to his home. The reason is still the same as before. Yadumuralisa was drunk and in such a state that it was difficult to send her back to the 8th division, so he could only take her back to his home. Fortunately, it's not the first time this has happened. After settling in Yadumuralisa, Xian Ye also found a place to rest casually. The next day, Yadumuralisa sobered up. She took the initiative to come to Xian Ye's side and said to Xian Ye with some embarrassment, "I've troubled Senior Xian Ye again." Xian Ye said, "It's nothing, but my drinking ability is better than yours." On the surface, this sentence didn't seem to mean anything, but when Yadumuralisa heard it, she turned red and became more and more embarrassed. So, why did she invite Xian Ye for a drink? Obviously my drinking capacity is not good enough. After drinking a few glasses of wine, he fell into unconsciousness, which made his embarrassment appear again in front of Senior Xian Ye. Xian Ye looked at the red-faced Yadumuralisa and teased her, "Speaking of which, you can actually prepare a few sets of clothes and leave them with me. After all, your ability to drink is really bad. Every time you get drunk, I can only bring it here and leave a few sets of clothes here, which will save you the trouble of going back to take a shower, and save you the smell of alcohol when you wake up so early in the morning. I don't want it." When Yadumuralisa heard this, she immediately came to her senses, decisively rejected Xian Ye's proposal, and looked at Xian Ye with a look of disgust. "Senior Xian Ye, don't you want to do that with my clothes? Something. That's why you deliberately made such suggestions to me." Yadumuralisa couldn't help but start thinking wildly. In the end, the person who greeted her was Xian Ye walked up to her and flicked her fair forehead. "What are you thinking about? Am I that kind of person?" As for you, don't read those messy books if you have nothing to do. As he spoke, Xian Ye turned to Yadumuralisa and said, by the way, the books you bought yesterday are in the bag over there. If you want to go back to the 8th division, remember to bring them with you. Yadumuralisa suddenly looked at Xian Ye seriously, with a sly smile on her lips. Does Senior Xian Ye really want me to leave? Obviously I just spent the night at your place last night. Xian Ye also looked at Yadumuralisa seriously. Why, do you still want to stay here? Yadumuralisa said, Senior Xian Ye lives alone. Although he has a good relationship with Captain Anohana and Captain Hikifun, you and I are now very familiar. It is very clear that you do not have a hostess here. So. Xian Ye narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Yadumuralisa. Yadumuralisa smiled and said nothing, but the eyes behind her glasses blinked slightly, giving Xian Ye some ambiguous hints. Xian Ye's fingers that had flicked on Yadumuralisa's forehead reached out again, lifted Yadumuralisa's chin, and said softly, Lisa, you are playing with fire. Do you know? Yadumuralisa whispered, I know what I'm doing. Although you are a senior, who told you to look so young? It's rare to meet a man I like, and I don't want to miss it. At this point, it is actually very straightforward. Yadumuralisa has some ideas about Xian Ye. She is a woman after all. And unlike many conservative female Shinigami in Seoul society, she has forward-thinking ideas, which is reflected in the fact that she modified her death costume to make it very close to the short skirt of a living minister. In addition, Yadumuralisa also likes to read books, which are not serious books. Perhaps because of her avant-garde and open mind and her frequent reading of similar books, she had some hallucinations from time to time. At first, she just hid these thoughts deep in her heart. However, with several unexpected encounters and the establishment of friendship with Xian Ye, after Xian Ye discovered her secret, she could not help but care about Xian Ye in her heart. Although Xian Ye is an old guy who is older than her captain Kurako Shunsui, but if it is a bad old man like the captain, or a middle-aged man like Xian Sōsuke, it is certainly impossible for her to have any ideas of. But I couldn't stand it. Xian Ye looked too young in appearance, but he still looked handsome in his 20s. He is even more gentle and gentle. When Yadumuralisa has that kind of dream, she will inevitably put Xian Ye into it. I'm not a responsible man. Xian Ye warned Yadumuralisa. What if I don't need you to be responsible, Senior Xian Ye? Yadumuralisa raised her head and met Xian Ye's gaze. Their eyes met each other, not expressing affection. But some ambiguous atmosphere did permeate the process. However, the two people did not immediately change their positions and go to the room. Instead, he went to the bathroom first. There was no way, Yadumuralisa just woke up from a hangover, and her body was still full of the smell of alcohol, so it was time to clean up. Seoul society is backward even when it is said to be backward, and it is advanced even when it is said to be advanced. The backwardness lies in the fact that many things are no different from those in ancient society, while the advancedness lies in the fact that they have many advanced instruments. So, this is a very contradictory world. Feudalism and openness, backwardness and advancement coexist. I don't know about other places, but at least the house where Xian Ye lives is extremely advanced. He has 24 hours of uninterrupted hot water, and he does not use a tub to take a bath, but a shower room. Naturally, this is the result of Xian Ye's transformation of the room. It is not difficult to produce hot water 24 hours a day. In modern times, you can use electricity, but in Seoul society, you can use kid to heat water. Xian Ye set up a kid barrier around the room and engraved the heating word kid on it, so that when the water passes through it, it will automatically heat up. Perhaps such behavior is incomprehensible to outsiders. Because kid is a spell used for fighting, it is hard for ordinary people to imagine that it would be used in such a place. But for Xian Ye, with the help of kid, he has indeed gained a lot of convenience in life. After some cleaning, Xian Ye and Yadumura Lisa had a battle that only existed in the books that Yadumura Lisa had read in the past. From then on, Yadumura Lisa no longer talked about it on paper, but had actual combat experience. Chapter 154. Shinigami is Shinigami. After experiencing a big battle, Yadumura Lisa still didn't feel too much discomfort. This endurance ability was already beyond ordinary people. Of course, she was still a little different when she went back. For example, she didn't take away the forbidden books she originally planned to take back to read. It wasn't because she had forgotten, but because she experienced a battle personally and experienced the wonderful things. She was no longer interested in these books for the time being, so just wait until next time to pick it up. That way she will have an honest reason to go to Xian Ye next time. The reason is that she left something at the string and needs to get it back. The second difference is that she didn't wear a Black Death uniform. Wearing a white shirt. This is of course not Yadumura Lisa's original clothes, but Xian Ye's clothes. Because she was drunk and smelled of alcohol, her original clothes had been changed after taking a bath at Xian Ye's place. She would take them back when she went to get her books. Of course, you can also leave it at Xian Ye's place without taking it back. Yadumura Lisa wore Xian Ye's clothes and returned to the 8th division. She's very lucky. The matter of coming back did not attract the attention of some team members. She 090 was just about to return to her room and change into a Death Overlord outfit. After all, she was not wearing a Death Overlord outfit. It was too eye-catching and would inevitably make people suspicious. However, she forgot one thing. This is the 8th division. Although the captain Kurako Shunsui is usually very irresponsible, he is still very concerned about the vice-captain staying up late at night. Ever since, Intomaru Lisa encountered Kurako Shunsui again. "Lisa, you just came back. Where's your death domination costume?" Kurako Shunsui didn't try to hide anything from Yadumura Lisa, and directly asked the most critical question. Yadumura Lisa's expression changed slightly. She never expected to encounter her captain here. But then, she deliberately suppressed her nervousness and said with a half-smiling look, "Captain, you are really idle. Why do you always meet me at the door of the team building every time I don't go home at night? You shouldn't have been guarding the door of my team building at night, right? You wanted to spy on me, so you found out immediately that I didn't come back. Ajaj, I can't imagine that you would be such a captain." Yadumura Lisa quickly distanced herself from Kurako Shunsui, looking extremely disgusted. Kurako Shunsui was also stunned. He never expected that he would be accused of being blamed for no reason. He usually had little reputation. He often drank alcohol, went to romantic places, and flirted with female team members, but this was just due to his character. If Lisa really believed that he was spying on him near his dormitory at night, and this matter spread, his reputation would probably fall to the bottom. This is really bad. Lisa, please listen to my explanation. I didn't spy on you. If I said it was just a coincidence that I would appear here, would you believe it? I just happened to find you coming out, and you weren't wearing a death-defying uniform, so I guessed that you were staying out all night. Now that you're back, I won't say anything more. I'm going to take care of the team affairs." Kurako Shunsui said, not giving Yadumura Lisa a chance to accuse him, and directly used Shunpo to escape. After Yadumura Lisa saw Kurako Shunsui leaving, she quickly quickened her pace and returned to her dormitory. Then she breathed a sigh of relief. It was so dangerous. Fortunately, at the critical moment, she had an idea and struck a rake. Otherwise, the captain would really expose him. Faced with the captain's cross-examination, she could not explain so easily. You can't just have a showdown with the captain and reveal your relationship with Senior Xian Ye. What Yadumura Lisa didn't notice was that when she returned to the dormitory, Kurako Shunsui came to the 8th Division captain's room. He rubbed his chin and looked serious. "It's with Senior Xian Ye, right? Yadumura Lisa stayed up all night, and even her death-defying costume disappeared, instead she put on a white dress. It is not difficult for Kurako Shunsui to guess who Yadomura Lisa spent time with last night. He guessed the target immediately. Xian Ye. To tell you the truth, I really envy Senior Xian Ye. Kurako Shunsui thought about the things between men and women and couldn't help but speak. Immediately, the more I thought about it, the more jealous I became. Lisa was obviously his vice-captain, and he was the captain who should have spent more time with her, and he considered himself quite handsome, but Lisa chose Senior Xian Ye instead. Kurako Shunsui really can't understand. In terms of youth, Senior Xian Ye is much older than him, he is an out-and-out senior. Is it because Senior Xian Ye looks younger than him? I don't know how Senior Xian Ye maintains himself. They are obviously old-timers, and they look no different from young people in appearance. Is it because you have always been at your peak? Kurako Shunsui couldn't help but think. Shinigami's lifespan is longer than that of ordinary souls. The stronger the Ryutsu, the longer the lifespan. The nature of Ryutsu, Shinigami's state of mind, mood, etc. will also affect the appearance and appearance. Anyway, Shinigami's lifespan is difficult to judge based on appearance. An old man like Captain Yamamoto is naturally a very senior Shinigami. But for a Shinigami who looks very young like Anohanaretsu, it is hard for you to imagine that the other party is first-generation Kenpeki, who is also an extremely old Shinigami. The matter between Yadomura Lisa and Xian Ye couldn't be hidden from Kurako Shunsui at all, but he didn't mean to interfere too much. I just made 1 or 2 comments in my heart and then put them behind me. In the house, Xian Ye manually washed Yadomura Lisa's alcohol-stained death costume and then hung it to dry. When he had nothing to do, he saw the books left by Yadomura Lisa at his home. Originally, he had no interest in this kind of books. Although he did not read Spring and Autumn period, all he had read in the past were serious books. But he couldn't hold it, so the book was placed in front of him. Finally, he took out the books in the bag and looked at them casually. All I can say is that the books Yadomura Lisa read in the past were indeed very wild. Perhaps it was because he often read this kind of book that the other party behaved extremely wildly when fighting him. Chapter 155. Yadomura Lisa came to Xian Ye after several days. She came to pick up books. As for getting back his death domination outfit, she didn't seem to mean it. Even though Xian Ye said it was a joke to ask Yadomura Lisa to leave a few sets of clothes at his place, Yadomura Lisa seemed to take it seriously. Of course, the main reason is that the relationship between her and Xian Ye has taken a further step. The window paper had been punctured. This allowed her to boldly show her true colors in front of Xian Ye. The first time she arrived at Xian Ye's house, Yu Bao and Lisa started reading the books she had bought from others. Senior Xian Ye, you are really going too far. After I bought these books, I haven't read them yet, but you opened them for me first and started reading them. Yadomura Lisa checked her books, looked at the obvious signs of reading, and complained to Xian Ye. Xian Ye did not show any embarrassment and explained with a normal expression, I was very curious about the content above, so I took a look. At this time, shouldn't Senior Xian Ye try to defend himself? How could he admit it the first time? Yadomura Lisa cursed at Xian Ye. Maybe it's because I am a very honest person and not good at lying. Yadomura Lisa looked at Xian Ye seriously for a long time before softly saying, Senior Xian Ye is really different from the captain. Usually at this time, her captain Kurako Shunsui would defend herself in every possible way. Xian Ye, on the other hand, admitted it frankly. He is indeed the man she likes. You are really responsible. Yadomura Lisa didn't go back after picking up the book from Xian Ye. Now that she's here and casually flipped through the book, she found that there were many subtle movements in it. There just happened to be a ready-made practice object at the moment. How could it be? Can you not try? It turns out, human energy is limited, and Shinigami's energy depends on spiritual power. The strength of spiritual power determines Shinigami's physical fitness. The stronger the spiritual power, the better the physical fitness. Specific performances, such as Captain Yamamoto and Zaraki Kenpeki in the original work. Although they are also made of flesh and blood, there is a difference between flesh and blood. Just like their flesh and blood bodies, they can withstand sword slashes and powerful spirit sun attacks. This is because of their Ryutsu powerful. Shinigami is a spirit creature. The stronger the Ryutsu, the tighter and stronger the spirit structure in the body is. Even if you are seriously injured, you will recover quickly. Although Yadumurulisa was the deputy captain of the 8th team, she quickly took the initiative to beg for mercy in front of Xian Ye. Xian Ye proved the value of the word senior. He is worthy of being the most senior Shinigami. There was a change in the captaincy of the 2nd division. Shihaoran Kongchan chose to retire because of his old age. The person who succeeded him as captain was the former vice-captain Shihaoran Yoryuaki. This incident did not cause any turmoil among Godi I-13, because Shihaoran Kuchan began to delegate power a long time ago. The affairs of the 2nd team are basically handled by Yoryuaki. Now it is only after Yoryuaki has fully grown up. Just hand over the position of captain and head of the family to Yoryuaki. On the contrary, the 2nd division itself is hereditary from the Shihaoran family, and Yoryuaki took over the position of captain without even conducting the captain's assessment. And because Yoryuaki has replaced Shihaoran Kuchan in handling team affairs for many years. When she became the captain of the 2nd division, she just changed her name. For the 2nd division, there are no changes. After several years of growth, Ise Nanao has gradually become accustomed to the life of the 2nd division. Although there is still no Zanpakuto, there is only the sealed state brought out from the Spiritual Arts Academy. The process of resonance with the sealed state has not been completed yet, but in the 2nd team, she found that even if she does not have Zanpakuto, it does not seem to be a big deal. Matter. Because many members of the 2nd division do not rely on Zanpakuto. If nothing else, let's just say that the requirement for being the captain of the 3rd unit of the 2nd division that guards the worm's nest is to be able to defeat all the prisoners there with bare hands without carrying a Zanpakuto. Perhaps it was for this reason that Ise Nanao decisively chose to join the 3rd team after getting familiar with the 2nd team. But even so, she still has a good relationship with Sui Feng of the 1st unit, the criminal army unit. 0. Please give me flowers. 0. After all, after she joined the 2nd division, Sui Feng served as her guide for a long time. It was with Sui Feng's help that she was able to adapt to the 2nd division so quickly. Supervision Tower. This is a special prison set up by the Soul Society for some Shinigami with dangerous tendencies. Within the Supervision Tower, the most famous one is the Worm's Nest. The 3rd division of the 2nd division is called the Supervision Team, and their duty is to guard these Shinigami with dangerous tendencies. Under normal circumstances, once a Shinigami is determined to be dangerous but has not committed any serious crimes, he will be transferred here and supervised by members of the 2nd division. The group will only be released after it is determined that he has no dangerous tendencies. Go out. 0. However, such Shinigami are few and far between. Naturally, there are not many Shinigami who will be locked up in the Supervision Tower. Today Ise Nanao is one of the patrollers outside the Supervision Tower. She carries out daily inspection work here. To her surprise, a familiar figure came to the Supervision Tower area. Lord Yoryuaki. After seeing this figure, Ise Nanao immediately bowed to him seriously. Little Nanao, don't be so serious. Just be casual in front of me. After Yoryuaki saw Ise Nanao, he didn't have any airs and greeted her casually. Ise Nanao can naturally feel the kindness shown by Master Yoryuaki to him. She didn't understand where Master Yoryuaki's kindness towards her came from, especially when she unexpectedly learned that she would join the 2nd division because of Master Yoryuaki's invitation. He is just an ordinary Shinigami. And Lord Yoryuaki is a great nobleman, and now he has become the head of Shihaoren and the captain of the 2nd Division. Why does he care so much about himself? Ise Nanao couldn't understand. Yoryuki did not tell him about the relationship between himself and Ise Nanao from the same school, and asked Ise Nanao, "Where is Kisuke?" Senior Urahara's words. Ise Nanao revealed the location of Urahara Kisuke. Yoryuki nodded, then used Shunpo, quickly driving towards Urahara Kisuke. Chapter 156. Around the Supervision Tower. At Urahara Kisuke's place. The members of the 2nd team are no strangers to the close relationship between Urahara Kisuke and Yoryuki. Except for Yoryuki's fangirl Sui Feng, she has some opinions about Urahara Kisuke. She thinks that Urahara Kisuke is just an unlearned person with a lazy personality. Yoryuki-sama should have less contact with such people. The rest of the team members all know that Urahara Kisuke is Yoryuki-sama's friend since he was a boy. Although one of the two is now only a chief officer, and the other has become the head of Shihaoren and the captain of the 2nd Division, the relationship between Yoryuki-sama and Urahara Kisuke does not seem to have deteriorated, and they often come here to look for Urahara Kisuke to reminisce about the past. Soon, Yoryuki arrived. She looked at Urahara Kisuke, who still looked lazy, raised her eyebrows slightly, and asked Urahara Kisuke, "Kisuke, what do you want to see me for?" Urahara Kisuke did not answer Yoryuki's question immediately, but arranged the kid barrier first. Although Urahara Kisuke has been very low-key in the past, giving people the impression that his strength is not very good, which makes Sui Feng dislike him very much, but he is actually extremely powerful and can serve as the captain of Godi 13. His kid attainments are far superior to Yoryuki's. In an instant, the kid barrier was deployed. Urahara Kisuke then took out something from his body. He turned to Yoryuki and said in a deep voice, "Master Yoryuki, I made a mistake." Yoryuki's eyes also fell on what Urahara Kisuke took out. This is a group of crystals shrouded in Kid's light. It is blue-black in color and looks like a gem. Although she was sealed by Kid, she could still feel the powerful power fluctuations coming from this thing, yet and even felt that her desire was moved by the thing Urahara Kisuke took out. "This is..." Urahara Kisuke explained to Yoryuki, "I tried to combine the powers of multiple hollows, and as a result, an accident happened during the process and I created this thing. I named it Hgyaku. It is composed of multiple imaginary powers. However, the power contained in it far exceeds the power of emptiness itself. This thing seems to be able to evoke the deepest desires in our hearts and respond to them. Our desires are embodied in reality." When Yoryuki heard this, he immediately thought of the feeling he had had before. "Kisuke, do you know what you created? It sounds like this thing is a universal wishing machine and a very useful tool. However, as a family of God-sent soldiers, the Shihaoren family understands that there is never any power that can be easily obtained without any conditions. Those who indulge their inner desires will eventually be swallowed up by their desires. The existence of Hgyaku is not a useful thing, but a Pandora's box. If this thing is not handled properly, it may cause a lot of trouble." Urahara Kisuke also realized this and continued, "That's why I said I made a mistake. After discovering the function of this object, I wanted to destroy it. However, I tried every method, whether it was cutting it with Zanpakuto or trying to destroy it with Kid, but they all failed." "What?" Yoryuki was shocked and looked at the Hgyaku that Urahara Kisuke took out again. He didn't expect that this thing was so difficult to destroy. Urahara Kisuke is very smart, but even he, the person who personally created Hgyaku, is actually at a loss at this moment. "I created this thing with the help of the power of the hollow. Logically speaking, according to the method of purifying the hollow, it should be able to purify it, but after its birth, the power it possesses has surpassed the void. I suspect that its existence has broken the boundaries of virtuality." Xian Ye naturally didn't know that Urahara Kisuke also created his own Hgyaku. In the laboratory, he is still continuing his research. As time goes by, Hollow's power, Shinigami's power, and Quincy's power have all been cultivated to a certain level. However, he was not in a hurry to fuse them. At least, among the Seireitei, it's not a good time for fusion. He plans to find a more suitable place than to complete this final step. After dealing with today's affairs, Xian Ye went to the Ministers of Spiritual Arts Academy. He still hasn't quit his job at Spiritual Arts Academy and attends 2 classes every month. For him now, it has become a part of his daily life. If when he first returned to Seireitei, he just wanted a job and for the convenience of Seireitei to feel at ease with himself, then now, he has gradually become accustomed to this job. Of course, during this period, he did feel that time was gone forever. Unknowingly, many familiar figures emerged from memories one after another, just like Xian Ye was walking in the Spiritual Arts Academy and heard a familiar name. It's really amazing. Obviously he is just a commoner and he doesn't look very old, but he has completed 4 years of courses in more than half a year. Our Spiritual Arts Academy's course only lasts for 6 years. This guy named Ichimarujin will not graduate within 1 year. Even in Mao's history, there are not many people who can do this kind of thing, right? The last person to do this seems to be Kukaki Xianghe. So, does anyone still remember Kukaki Xianghe? I always feel that Kukaki Xianghe was already many years ago. Xian Ye was walking in the Spiritual Arts Academy, listening to the people in the school discussing the recent influential figures in the school, and couldn't help but feel a lot. Having said that, is it really okay to directly discuss Kukaki Hibiki from the past like this? Although it is true that Kukaki Xianghe graduated from the Spiritual Arts Academy in the same year and once made a sensation in the entire Spiritual Arts Academy in 2.9, he is a sinner after all, but he cannot be a role model. However, Ichimarujin's choice to come to Spiritual Arts Academy was not unexpected by Xian Ye. After Matsumoto Ranjaku recovered, Ichimarujin and Matsumoto Ranjaku applied for the Spiritual Arts Academy. This is because after witnessing Matsumoto Ranjaku's dying appearance, Ichimarujin longed for power. Only by becoming a Shinigami can he gain power. Likewise, because of being close to the person who hurt Ranjaku in the first place, Ichimarujin must show his talent. Only by showing enough talent can he have enough chips and get closer to that person. Apart from anything else, if he can really graduate from the Spiritual Arts Academy in 1 year, Godai 13, which can be said to be all divisions, will be chosen by him. This is the privilege of genius. Chapter 157. Xian Ye had a brief understanding of Ichimarujin's genius after entering the Spiritual Arts Academy. He also knew that Matsumoto Ranjaku entered the school together with Ichimarujin, but he and Ichimarujin skipped 4 levels in a short period of time and became the Spiritual Arts Academy. The 4th grade students are different. Matsumoto Ranjaku's talent seems to be very average, and he is still hanging around in the 1st grade. But even so, Xian Ye did not take the initiative to greet Ichimarujin and Matsumoto Ranjaku or meet them. Even though he had helped Ichimarujin and saved Matsumoto Ranjaku. Of course, if they could discover the existence of Xian Ye at Spiritual Arts Academy and take the initiative to come to Xian Ye, that would be another matter. It doesn't matter. However, this situation did not occur until Ichimarujin graduated from the Spiritual Arts Academy in 1 year. Xian Ye only has 2 classes a month. In 1 year, there are only more than a dozen classes, but less than 20 classes. After I09 Nanao graduated, he took the initiative to appear at the Spiritual Arts Academy for very little time. Ichimarujin was eager to gain strength. Within a year, he studied knowledge related to Shinigami seriously. It was naturally impossible for him to take a meaningless calligraphy class. Naturally, he did not know that Xian Ye was the teacher of the calligraphy class. Matsumoto Ranjaku has no interest in calligraphy. For these reasons, after Ichimarujin graduated a year ago and entered the 5th team, he didn't know that the person who helped him was hiding in the Spiritual Arts Academy. As for saying that he would enter the 5th division, it is not a strange thing. Who knows that the vice-captain of the 5th division is Aizen? Ichimaru-jin chose to become Shinigami because he accidentally witnessed Aizen extracting the Soul King fragment from Matsumoto Ranjaku's body and hurting Matsumoto Ranjaku. In order to regain Matsumoto Ranjaku's things, he needed strength. So after entering Spiritual Arts Academy, he did not hesitate to show his talent. Graduate in 1 year and gain strength in the shortest time. Then, using his own talent as a basis, he got the opportunity to enter Godai 13 and be trained by Godai 13. During this period, since he accidentally discovered that the person who hurt Ranjaku in the first place was the vice-captain of the 5th division, he naturally had another idea. That is, join the 5th division and lie beside Aizen. As for reporting Aizen, although Ichimaru-jin is young, he is not that naive. Let's not mention that Aizen is the deputy captain of the 5th division, and he is just a civilian who has just become a Shinigami. Whether the report will be effective, let's talk about the things Aizen did secretly, and trying to kill him quietly is really difficult. Something too easy. Before you know Aizen's true identity and don't have enough strength, lurking next to Aizen is the best way. Even before he had enough confidence to deal with Aizen, Ichimaru-jin didn't mind being Aizen's lackey for a while, in order to dispel Aizen's wariness about himself and secretly find Aizen's flaws. This is also the way of survival that Ichimaru-jin has discovered over the years in Rukanga. He is young and lives with Ranjaku in the poor area of Rukanga, where he has to fight with others for water. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for him to fight with the adults, but he is smart and can choose to wait for the adults to fight. After the water source, when you have been seriously injured due to the battle, you will add insult to injury and become a fisherman behind the scenes to snatch the water source. Sook, I heard that the genius who recently made a sensation in the Spiritual Arts Academy and graduated in 1 year has joined your 5th division. When Xian Ye met Aizen privately, he suddenly mentioned Ichimaru-jin to Aizen. He wondered if Aizen had sensed Ichimaru-jin's motives. Aizen didn't seem to know the true purpose of Ichimaru-jin joining the 5th team. After hearing Xian Ye's words, he also responded, "Yes, to be honest, I was actually surprised when he joined the 5th team. After all, there are not many such talents even in the long history of Soul Society." Although Kokaki Hibiki graduated from the Spiritual Arts Academy in the same year, his situation was completely different from Ichimaru-jin. Before he was admitted to the Spiritual Arts Academy, Kokaki Xianghe had been trained by the Kokaki family for who knows how many years. So, do you think that the 5th team is not worthy of this genius? Xian Ye looked at Aizen with some surprise. Are you still the vice-captain of the 5th team? You actually think that your squad is not good? Aizen looked gentle and explained to Xian Ye, it's not that the 5th team is not good, but I think that such a genius should go to the 1st team. But since he chose the 5th team, we naturally have to take advantage of it. Keep his talent in mind and focus on cultivating it. When he said this, Aizen's eyes flickered slightly. With Kaika Suijutsu, he has a better grasp of people's hearts than ordinary people. Even though Ichimaru-jin hides deeply, he is still a young boy after all. When the opponent joined the 5th division, Aizen immediately realized something, that is, Ichimaru-jin came for him. This made Aizen very curious about Ichimaru-jin. Logically speaking, he and Ichimaru-jin had never met, but in the end, this genius from the Spiritual Arts Academy set his sights on him. What exactly is the reason? Aizen is a person who likes to explore the reasons. But he didn't go to find Ichimaru-jin immediately and ask Ichimaru-jin for clarification. He prefers to find the answer slowly and by peeling off the cocoons. Since Ichimaru-jin was interested in him, he didn't mind fulfilling Ichimaru-jin's wish and giving Ichimaru-jin a chance to get in touch with him. Aizen thinks so. After talking about Ichimaru-jin, Aizen said another thing to Xian Ye, what does the master think of hollow? Do you want to conduct a hollow experiment? Xian Ye's eyes fell on Aizen. Many years ago, the Soul Society also conducted a hollow experiment, but the results all ended in failure. Everything will inevitably change in the direction of emptiness, either completely becoming emptiness, or the soul will collapse and die. As a result, this experiment was strictly prohibited by Central 46. If any Shinigami is found to be conducting hollow experiments, they will be executed directly. Aizen expressed his thoughts in a deep voice, without making any preparations. Blindly carrying out hollow will naturally fail, but I have Hagyaku in my hands. With the help of Hagyaku, Shinigami may be able to completely master the power of the hollow. Maybe. So, I want to give it a try. Chapter 158. Sure enough, we have come this far. Xian Ye couldn't help but think in her heart. It's no surprise that Aizen will study hollow. The purpose of Aizen is to break through the boundaries and evolve to a higher dimension. The reason why I came up with this idea is because Aizen was born with strong Ryutsu. He is extremely talented. He can easily practice the 4 basic abilities of Shinigami to a very high level. In addition to being anxious, he is also there is an extremely powerful Zanpakuto, and the Shinigami's limits are unreachable for ordinary Shinigami. But for him, it was a state he could easily reach. It was also because I reached the limit of Shinigami too early and felt the existence of the limit. He longs to break this boundary. Whether it is creating Hagyaku or researching hollow, it is all to achieve this goal. Now, he has created Hagyaku. Unfortunately, Hagyaku fused with Shinigami's power is not perfect. Aizen seems to be aware of this. While he is trying to complete Hagyaku, he is also looking for other ways to break through the boundaries. Soul Society tried to carry out hollow many years ago, hoping to let Shinigami master the power of hollow and control the power of hollow with Shinigami's power. Aizen naturally knew about this. Although Soul Society's hollow experiment failed, such experiments were strictly prohibited. But for Aizen, this is still a good idea. Shinigami and hollow are both in different directions in the evolution of their souls. In the past, hollow would fail because Shinigami's power could not restrain hollow's power, making Shinigami's inevitable transformation into hollow. If Shinigami is strong enough, can he suppress hollow's power and control that power? This is the idea Aizen had. He wanted to try something. So in front of Xian Ye, I expressed my inner thoughts. Faced with Aizen's idea, Xian Ye didn't say anything, nor did he try to stop it. If Aizen still listened to some of his suggestions when he was a teenager, then Aizen now has completely grown up. Aizen has his own opinions and opinions. Even if Xian Ye is Aizen's master, he once served as Aizen's leader. And it is impossible to interfere with Aizen's own path. In terms of relationship, the current relationship between two people is that of friends rather than master and disciple. After another secret gathering, Aizen left Xian Ye here. Once Aizen begins the hollow experiment, many souls will die as a result. But Xian Ye didn't have any sympathy. He is not a holy mother, not even a good person. Since he traveled to this world, in these long years, he has witnessed the birth and death of countless souls, and he has long been numb. Senior Xian Ye, excuse me. Not long after bidding farewell to Aizen, a petite and slender figure came to Xian Ye's home. Yadomaru Lisa, she has become a frequent visitor to Xian Ye's home. After meeting Yadomaru Lisa, Xian Ye also calmed down some of the complicated emotions he had after talking to Aizen. Then we communicated and discussed with Yadomaru Lisa. Ichimaru-jin joining the 5th team is just a small thing. Even if he is a genius who is famous in Spiritual Arts Academy, graduating from Spiritual Arts Academy in 1 year is rare even in the entire history of Spiritual Arts Academy. However, over the long years, there are still many such genius Shinigami. Only a genius who has grown up can be called a genius. If Ichimaru-jin cannot grow up in the future, it will be nothing more than a short-lived wave. In Godai 13, the position of captain is constantly changing. Over the years, although Hueco Mundo's invasion of Soul Society has become less and less, Quincy also ceased to exist as a hidden danger to the Soul Society after Shinigami slashed its butcher's knife at them. Some of the existing Quincy are living under the surveillance of the Soul Society. But the battle in the Soul world is still extremely cruel. It is impossible for all the captains of Godi 13 to live safely until their death. Once you assume the position of captain, while enjoying the power brought by being in a high position, you must also perform corresponding responsibilities and bear corresponding risks. Either die in battle or retire. All in all, the captain position of Godi 13 is constantly changing. Nowadays, captains who can serve as captains for more than 100 years are enough to be called seniors, and those who can serve as captains for more than 200 years are even rarer. But all of this has little to do with Xian Ye. After all, he is no longer the Shinigami of Godi 13. On this day, he sensed a familiar wave of spiritual energy. This made him look towards the sky. He doesn't have to care about Godi 13, but he must care about Team 0. It is very difficult for Team 0 to come down from the Spirit King's palace when they are idle. Because if you want to get down from there, you must open the 72 layers of barriers. The opening of the barriers will bring corresponding risks, allowing the enemy to take the opportunity to invade the Spirit King's palace. So usually, they rarely come down from there. The most recent time members of Team 0 came down from the Soul King's palace. Kiranji Ten's hero came to Seireitei with the Soul King's will. That time, it was when Shinigami swung his butcher knife at the Quincy and slaughtered the Quincy. Because of the Soul King's will, the Quincy race was able to continue in the end, but the price was that all Quincy's in this world were monitored by the Soul Society. I never thought that this time, there would be someone in Team 0. Xian Ye's eyes flashed, and finally he chose to leave Seireitei and came to a place outside Seireitei. Boom! Good, a huge stone pillar fell from the sky. This is a specially made vehicle used by members of the Zero Squadron to travel to and from the Soul King's palace. It is called the Tianzi Chariot. Although it is possible to get down from the Soul King's palace without the help of the Tianzi Chariot, it is impossible to go back. Only with the help of this thing can we successfully travel back and forth between our ears. The Tianzi Chariot fell on the ground, and then, the stone pillar slowly opened, revealing a cold and beautiful face, reflecting the king of Xian Ye's eyes. Senjumaru, you are the only one. I thought there was something important this time, and there would be many people going down to the underworld. After seeing the figure walking out of the Tianzi Chariot, Xian Ye said hello casually. Isn't this Mr. Xian Ye, the retired candidate of our Zero team? You are really as sensitive as ever. Before I came here, you were waiting here. Shudera Senjumaru, looking at Xian Ye also exchanged pleasantries. Chapter 159. When Shudera Senjumaru mentioned the words retirees, Xian Ye felt a bit of emphasis. It seems that you are a little bit worried about my retirement. Xian Ye's eyes fell on Shudera Senjumaru's face. She has medium-long black hair that is parted to the side and reaches the bangs. She wears complicated golden hair accessories and a white draped with buckles. She has a beautiful appearance and pale complexion. No matter how you look at it, Shudera Senjumaru is an extremely beautiful woman. She is noble, beautiful, elegant, and stunning. It is not surprising that so many adjectives fall on her. Of course, the word strange can also be applied to her. The reason why she is strange is because behind her, there are 6 skull-shaped arms that are similar in color to the golden hair ornaments on her head. Normally, these arms are hidden in the large white robes, but they need to be used. Sometimes, these arms would poke out from the gaps on both sides of her robe. Just like this moment, after she walked out of the Tianzi Chariot, these golden skull-like arms poked out from her clothes, in the sky. With a gentle touch on the pillar chariot, the huge group of sky pillars suddenly disappeared. Of course it doesn't really disappear. But because Tianzi Chariot, as a special vehicle to go to the Zero Squadron, has the ability to travel through space, it can naturally be affected by Space Kid and temporarily hide in the spirit space carried by Shu 333 Senjumaru. To explain it in simple words, it is Nariu Jiaozi. I just don't understand why you suddenly want to leave there when you are staying well in the Zero Division. Shutara Senjumaru's pair of charming red phoenix eyes fell on Xian Ye's face, and Xian Ye immediately felt a sense of sharpness. Xian Ye met Shutara Senjumaru's gaze and was silent for a while, then he looked away and said, "There are some things you won't understand." Yet. Shutara Senjumaru continued to stare at Xian Ye. Xian Ye took the initiative to change the topic again. "You took the Tianzi chariot to Soul Society this time. You must have something important to do." Shutara Senjumaru did not hide it. "I came because of the will of the Soul King." According to the guidance of the Soul King's will, among the Seireitei, Shinigami created something of extraordinary significance to Soul Society and created the history of Soul Society. I came to guide him to the Zero Division. That's it. Xian Ye sighed, not surprised by Shutara Senjumaru's purpose of coming here this time. However, when he spoke the Spirit King's will, he actually had some subtle thoughts in his heart. Rather than saying it is the Spirit King's will, it is actually better to say it is Ichibei Hisub's will. Since the ceiling, the Spirit King has been the cornerstone of the world's existence. Although he also has self-awareness, his will rarely actively affects all things. Of course, he will occasionally give some guidance to the Zero Squadron. But the promotion of members of Team Zero is mostly decided by Ichibei Hisub. When a Shinigami creates history, creates something unprecedented in history, and is of great significance, this Shinigami has certain qualifications. What qualifications? The qualification to become the rule that maintains the cornerstone of the world. As the main foundation of the world, the spiritual king is unshakable. In order to stabilize this cornerstone, it is necessary to add chains around it, that is, the power of various rules created by Shinigami. Shinigami creates unprecedented things. These things are of great significance to the world and make the world change. The power generated by this change can be condensed into the power of rules, further locking the Spirit King, making it impossible for the Spirit King to escape and move. Only when the spiritual king is completely unable to move will the world become more stable. In the past, Xian Ye was promoted to the Zero Division just because he pioneered the Soul technology, which made the connection between Soul Society and Shinigami closer, and promoted the change of the world. But in the end, he gave up his identity as Team Zero and left from there. Now, Shutara Senjumaru once again came to Soul Society for the promotion of members of Team Zero, and Xian Ye couldn't help but feel a little emotional. "I roughly know who the person you are looking for is, and I also know what she created." Xian Ye retracted the many emotions in his heart and said to Shutara Senjumaru. Shutara Senjumaru's beautiful eyes immediately fell on Xian Ye's face. Xian Ye did not hide anything. "The person you are looking for should be Kiryu Hikifune, the captain of the 12th Division. She proposed the theory of the temporary soul a long time ago, and in recent years, she has perfected the theory of the temporary soul and fully realized it. This theory is a study of the field of the soul, no matter which direction it goes. It is of great significance to use it, and it can greatly enhance Shinigami's power area. The Soul King is the origin of the Quincy and the cornerstone of the world. But this world is, after all, Shinigami's world. The purpose of all groundbreaking things is to enhance Shinigami's power and maintain Shinigami's rule over the world. Is Hikifune Kiryu's temporary soul theory powerful? Of course it's awesome. But it has great limitations, that is, it only helps Shinigami. But even so, she was still able to be promoted to Division 0. Since she enhances Shinigami's power, this theory could increase Shinigami's upper limit. It's Division 12 again. After hearing Xian Ye's words, Shutara Senjumaru felt a little emotional. Speaking carefully, there are really many people who have been promoted from the 12th Division to the 0th Division. As for herself, although she was not a member of the 12th Division in the past, she had a close relationship with the 12th Division. She was the founder of the Seireitei Research Institute. Later, as the responsibilities of each Godei 13 division were established, Seireitei the research institute has been divided into the 12th division. Xian Ye, the first retiree of Division 0, was also the captain of Division 12. Now if Xian Ye didn't lie to her, the person who inspired the Soul Kings will and created something unprecedented, and who is qualified to be promoted to the 0 division, is also the current captain of the 12 division. You haven't been back to Soul Society for so many years, and I'm afraid you're not very familiar with today's Seireitei. Let me take you to meet Yamamoto. After that, go see Hikifun Kiryu. Whether the other party is willing to be promoted depends on the conversation between you and her. Xian Ye said something to Shutara Senjumaru again. Chapter 160. Godei 13, team buildings are located all over Seireitei. Generally speaking, most of the team buildings are located in areas close to the edge of Seireitei. This is to better protect Seireitei, and secondly, what is there in the outside world. When things get serious, Shinigami can take action immediately. On the contrary, the area where the nobles lived was located near the center of Seireitei. However, there is also a division located in the center of Seireitei. That's the first team. It is also the main division of Godei 13. It is located on a mountain, and the place where it is located is the highest place of the Godei 13 team. The reason why it is so high is not only because of its high status, but also because below the first team is Soul Society's most terrifying prison, the underground prison, especially the infinite prison on the 5th floor of the underground prison. Among them are the most vicious and terrifying prisoners in the history of the Soul Society. Among them, the lightest one has a sentence of several thousand years. At every turn, even more so in 10,000 years. And because they are too powerful, it is not easy to kill them. Once an overly powerful Shinigami dies, his powerful spiritual power will always linger in Soul Society, causing turmoil. Although they can be buried in groups and extradited to Hell, the powerful souls that Hell can carry are also limited. If they are extradited to Hell rashly, it is likely to burst the Hell. Therefore, for the stability of the world, the safest way is probably to lock up these prisoners and let time slowly wear away their spiritual power and soul. Today is also different from the 1,000 years of bloody war period in the original work. At that time, because the Quincy launched an attack from within Seireitei, the soul shielding film covering Seireitei was completely shattered. So after Team 0 came to Soul Society, Shutara Senjumaru could easily infiltrate Team 12. Now, when she comes to Soul Society, she has to go through the main entrance and come to Seireitei. Of course, with her methods, if she uses violent means, she can temporarily break the soul shielding film and enter it. But this doesn't mean anything. On the contrary, it will cause some disturbances out of thin air. But she was lucky. As soon as I got off the 0 division in the Tianzu chariot, I met Xian Ye. But combined with the fact that Xian Ye was also a member of the 0 division before, and has a strong sense of the fluctuations of spirit children, this does not seem to be good luck. Under the leadership of Xian Ye, Shutara Senjumaru easily entered Seireitei. Then, he came to the captain's room of the first team. First team, the king of captains. Captain Yamamoto is handling team affairs. Many people only see Captain Yamamoto as brave and powerful, but ignore that Captain Yamamoto is not a simple reckless man. At least a reckless man cannot be the founder of a sect back then. In addition to his bravery, his ability in domestic affairs is also extremely outstanding. Over the years, although Godei 13 has been working for the nobles, Captain Yamamoto has still barely maintained the justice that civilians can have. This is because he has shouldered a lot of darkness and let the civilians go as little as possible. Take on the darkness. Sometimes, he seems so unkind, but in fact he does it out of necessity. Yamamoto, you are really a good and responsible captain. Compared with you, your apprentice Kurako Shunsui is nothing. A deep voice came from the door. Captain Yamamoto put down the brush in his hand and looked towards the door with his eyes focused. What do you want when you come here? Even if he didn't see the person coming, Captain Yamamoto knew who was coming just by his voice. At the same time, I was also a little curious. The last time Xian Ye came here to look for him privately, it was related to Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata. The Tsunoya Shiro family involved the Soul King, so Xian Ye, a retired member of the Zero Division, could not sit back and ignore it and could only choose Tian Er. What about this time? For what purpose again? Team Zero is here. Xian Ye's deep voice came out and fell into the ears of Captain Yamamoto. Captain Yamamoto's expression immediately condensed again. He is naturally no stranger to Team Zero, and he also knows that members of Team Zero will not come to Seireitei when they are free. Generally, coming to Seireitei is for very important matters. They will all carry the will of the Spirit King. The last time someone from the Zero Division came, it was Tian Shilang of Kailan Temple. Zero, please give me flowers. The reason was that the Godai 13 were massacring the living Quincy, and the Soul King conveyed his will, wanting to spare the Quincies and leave them a glimmer of hope. So who is coming to Seireitei this time? Captain Yamamoto soon met. A tall, beautiful woman wearing a white robe caught the eyes of Captain Yamamoto. Another acquaintance of Captain Yamamoto. Shutara Senjuapil. In other words, although Captain Yamamoto did not go to Team Zero, all the members of Team Zero can be regarded as his acquaintances. After all, he has lived too long. 2000 years ago, he founded the Soul Society. Captain Yamamoto lived for at least several thousand years. Some members of Team Zero may not even be as old as Yamamoto. However, after they become members of Team Zero, as long as the Soul King is still there and the Soul King Palace is still there, they are already immortal. The team flower of the Zero Division is Shen Dinghua, whose flower language is glory, immortality, joy and eternity, which also represents the characteristics of the Zero Division. Shutara Senjumaru, why did you come to Seireitei? Xian Ye will bring Shutara Senjumaru here, which does not surprise Captain Yamamoto. After all, Xian Ye was once a member of the Zero Division. Anyone who comes from the Zero Division will say hello to Xian Ye in advance. A very reasonable thing. I am here to uphold the will of the Soul King. Among the Godai 13, there is Shinigami who meets the requirements for promotion to the Zero Division. Therefore, I am here to welcome the new team members. Shutara Senjumaru's words were long and clear, and the purpose of the future was revealed. Captain Yamamoto's expression suddenly became serious. The existence of the Zero Division is indispensable. It is precisely because of their existence that this world can continue. Every member of the Zero Division is extremely important. Unexpectedly, hundreds of years ago, after Xian Ye was promoted to the Zero Division, someone else would meet the promotion conditions of the Zero Division. Then, Captain Yamamoto learned from Shutara Senjumaru who the qualified person was. An unexpected but reasonable person. Chapter 161. After the meeting between Shutara Senjumaru and Captain Yamamoto, Xian Ye left quietly. Xian Ye didn't know exactly what the two people talked about after that, but it was probably about Hikifun Kiryu's promotion to the Zero Division. Not long after this private meeting, Hikifun Kiryu hurried to the captain's office. Regarding promotion to the Zero Division, after all, it still requires the consent of the person concerned, Hikifun Kiryu. Although she met the conditions for promotion to Division 0, she could also choose to refuse. But in the end, it seems that Shutara Senjumaru convinced Hikifun Kiryu. This day, Xian Ye received a message from Hikifun Kiryu. He later went to Division 12. Captain, I'm leaving Godai 13. After seeing Xian Ye, Hikifun Kiryu said to Xian Ye with a slightly complicated expression. So have you thought about it? Decided to choose to be promoted to the Zero Division? Xian Ye looked at Hikifun Kiryu and confirmed to her. Hikifun Kiryu was stunned for a moment, then a faint smile appeared on his face, as expected. Captain, you know this. Yes, after all, Captain, you came back from that place. It's not surprising that he knows these things. After Hikifun Kiryu chatted with Xian Ye for a while, he expressed his thoughts. The members of the Zero Division told me a lot. I actually don't care much about the responsibilities of the Zero Division, but Captain, you once went. I have been in the Zero Division for many years, so I want to go there and have a look. If the Zero Division does not meet my expectations, I may leave there and choose to retire like you, the captain. Maybe. When Hikifun Kiryu said these words, his eyes couldn't help but fall on Xian Ye's face. Yizhu. Xian Ye was a little moved. Yizhu Tongsheng suddenly walked up to Xian Ye and hugged Xian Ye without saying a word. Because Xian Ye was sitting, when Kiryu Hibifun chose to stand up and hug Xian Ye happened to enjoy some facial cleanser. The soft and comfortable feeling was difficult to describe in words. Many years ago, I was always protected by you, Captain. Now, I want to let you know, Captain, that I have grown up, and I also want to stand in front of you, Captain, to see with my own eyes the scenery you have seen, Captain. If possible, I hope to see you next time when you become Captain. I will protect you, Captain. Hikifun Kiryu held Xian Ye in this ambiguous way, speaking softly, and then said to Xian Ye, there are still a few days before I go to the Zero Squad. At this time, I need to hand over the team affairs. Today, Captain, please stay here. Hikifun Kiryu sent an invitation to Xian Ye. Xian Ye originally wanted to refuse. But unable to hold Hikifun back, Tongsheng used a little more strength and hugged Xian Ye tighter. Ever since, Xian Ye did not refuse in the end. Time passed, and a few days passed quietly. In the past few days, Xian Ye accompanied Hikifun Kiryu, watching Hikifun Kiryu hand over the team affairs and leaving many research materials in the 12th Division. Finally, he accompanied Hikifun Kiryu to Shiba's house. Because of Xian Ye's unintentional act, he killed a member of the Tsunoya Shiro family near the Confession Palace, which gave the Kukaki family an excuse to deal with the Tsunoya Shiro family and brought the Tsunoya Shiro family into the water. Finally evolved into Tsunoya Shiro Tokinata massacred the entire Tsunoya Shiro family, which caused the Tsunoya Shiro family to decline rapidly. Originally, before the decline of the Tsunoya Shiro family, the Shiba family had already declined. According to the feud between the Tsunoya Shiro family and the Shiba family, it is very likely that it will eventually evolve into the Shiba family being expelled from the top 5 nobles. But with the decline of the Tsunoya Shiro family, things seem to have changed. The Shiba family was not expelled from the great nobility. But he still exists among the Seireitei as a great noble. As one of the 5 great nobles, even though the Shiba family has lost its glory now, it still masters many superb technologies. One of the techniques is to help the members of the Zero Squadron to send the Tianzi group to the Spirit King's palace. It can be said that they have mastered the passage to the Spirit King's palace. When Xian Ye and Hikifun Kiryu came to the house of the head of the Shiba family, Shutara Senjimura was chatting happily with the head of the Shiba family. Seeing the two people coming here, Shutara Senjimura immediately put down the conversation and his eyes fell on Xian Ye's face. Xian Ye-kun, what are you doing here? Or are you planning to go there too? Team. Xian Ye met Shutara Senjimura's gaze and said with a smile, Hikifun was my former subordinate, I came to see her off. Yet. Shutara Senjimura's eyes swept over Xian Ye and Hibifun Kiryu. Although the two were not holding hands, he was keen on her and still noticed some clues. Mr. Xian Ye is really a scumbag. She said this suddenly. Hey, there's no need to directly attack me personally. Xian Ye complained to Shutara Senjimura. Shutara Senjimura ignored Xian Ye. Finally, he looked at Hikifun Kiryu. Hikifun Kiryu's expression suddenly became complicated. She turned her head and looked at Xian Ye. Captain, goodbye. Goodbye. Xian Ye also said something to Hikifun Kiryu. Afterwards, Hikifun Kiryu stepped forward and followed Shutara Senjimura out of here. The two people got on the Tianzu chariot. The head of the Shiba family was nearby, using the Shiba family's traditional fireworks technology to launch the Tianzu chariot into the sky through the Shiba cannon. In an instant, the Tianzu chariot shot straight into the sky and disappeared into the sky, heading towards the location of the Zero Squadron. After the head of the Shiba family finished these things, he looked at Xian Ye, who was still here, and watched Tianzu leave for 2.5 seconds with a gentle expression. Master Xian Ye, it is rare for you to come here. Do you want to stay as a guest at my Shiba family? As the head of the Shiba family, one of the 5 noble families, and the Shiba family also controls the way to the Soul King's palace, Shiba Issei naturally knows Xian Ye. I know that this is a big shot who once stayed in the Zero Division, but took the initiative to retire from there. If the Shiba family was at its peak, the Zero Division or something like that would be just like that to a big nobleman. Although it had a good status, it was not worthy of his attention. But now the Shiba family has declined. Shiba Issei knew one thing more. That is, the current captain of the 2nd Division and the head of the Shihaoran family, Shihaoran Yoryuaki, is a disciple of Xian Ye. This inevitably gave Shiba Issei some thoughts. Chapter 162. There are not many people in Shiba's family. To be precise, there are not many people in the 5 major noble families. Although they are big nobles, it seems that because their ancestors have done evil things, the number of the 5 nobles is very small. The Kukaki family can be said to be passed down from generation to generation. When it came to Kukaki Jinling's generation, his son Kukaki Aijun had very poor qualifications and was destined not to become a strong man. Fortunately, he still had a daughter, so for the continuation of the Kukaki family, he secretly cultivated Kukaki Xianghe, so that Kukaki Hibiki entered the Kukaki family and used this method to continue the family. However, this move aroused the ill will of the Tsuneya Shiro family. The Tsuneya Shiro family calculated and deposed Kukaki Xianghe. The Kukaki family's idea of relying on Kukaki Xianghe to continue its continuation came to nothing, but whether Yudao would be able to survive in peace, not many years after the incident in Kukaki Xianghe, Kukaki Sojun will have a life. His son is different from him and has excellent qualifications. As long as he can grow up normally, he will definitely be a strong man. This made Kukaki Jinling's mood improve a lot. Although he is old, the original Shihaoran Kuchin could choose to wait until his granddaughter Yoryuaki grew up, and he must be able to, no matter how difficult it is, he must persevere, and then hand over the position of head and captain to his grandson. Not to mention the Shihaoran family. The current head of the family, Yoryuaki, is a woman. Although she is very strong, the fact that the Shihaoran family will hand over the position of head of the family to a female clan member shows that there are very few of them. The Tsuneya Shiro family was once the most populous family among the 5 nobles, divided into clan house and branch house. However, after the massacre at Tsuneya Shiro Tokinata, the number of people is now very sparse. Although the most mysterious noble was always extremely mysterious, Xian Ye also knew that the situation of that clan was not that good and the number of people was sparse. And now the Shiba family. He was once reduced to the point where he was about to be expelled from the ranks of the great nobles. Although the family is divided into a main house and a branch house, in fact, the total number of members is less than 1 person. The so-called main house and branch house are just because in Shiba Issei's generation, 2 boys happened to be born in their family, that is, he and his younger brother Shiba Ishin. He inherited the position of the head of the family. Naturally, Shiba Ishin could only do I went to be the head of the branch house. Shiba Issei also has 2 sons. They are Shiba Kyan and Shiba Ganjiu respectively. When these 2 children grow up, they will also have branch houses, but they don't know who is the master and who is the branch house. When Xian Ye was a guest at Shiba's house, he didn't feel any red tape. On the contrary, there were only a few people around, and it looked more like a family banquet. During the banquet, Shiba Issei often mentioned his eldest son and daughter. the eldest son Shiba Qian and his daughter Shiba Kongzuru. In fact, these two people are not too young and have already reached the entrance age of Spiritual Arts Academy. Especially Shiba Kongzuru, he is very familiar with Yoryuaki. But Shiba Issei did not let them apply for the Spiritual Arts Academy. He wants to let his children study at home for a while, and then apply for the Spiritual Arts Academy to become famous. After all, the Shiba family has been in decline for too long. It's time for a genius to be born to revive the reputation of the Shiba family. Even if there is artificial momentum behind this genius. During the banquet, Shiba Issei also took the initiative to mention Xian Ye's teaching to Yoryuaki. Combined with the fact that he talked about his daughter in front of Xian Ye, his intention is self-evident. He wants Xian Ye to accept Shiba Qian and Shiba Konghe as his disciples and teach his children. Although it is true that the Shiba family is a noble family, being a noble family does not mean it is powerful. On the contrary, every member of Team Zero is extremely powerful. If they can get Xian Ye's teachings, Shiba Qian and Shiba Konghe can definitely become powerful Shinigami. Xian Ye naturally understood Shiba Issei's intention, but pretended not to understand. He didn't want to take on any more disciples. When he first accepted Aizen as his disciple, he was very interested in Aizen himself. Later, teaching Yoryuaki was due to the favor owed to the Shihaoran family. The reason he taught Ise Nanao was because he had borrowed the power of the 8 mirror swords of the Ise family, which was considered a favor he owed. Moreover, he did not teach Ise Nanao for too long. It was only 6 years after all. That's all. Naturally, when he did not owe any favors to the Shiba family, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to teach Shiba Seaweed and Shiba Kuzuru just because of Shiba Issei's meal. Leave from Shiba's house. Xian Ye returned to his residence. After Hikifun Kiryu went to the Zero Division, he lost another old friend among the Seireitei. This made Xian feel a little emotional. At the same time, among Godii 13, a captain meeting was also held quietly. Many captains rushed to the first team. There were no vice-captains participating in this captain meeting, only the captains of each division. This in itself also shows that this meeting is unusual. If the vice-captain participates in the meeting, it is a relatively normal meeting. On the contrary, if there is no vice-captain participating, it is a representative meeting. The standards of this meeting are extremely high, and even the vice-captain is not qualified to know about the matters discussed in it. Sure enough, after many captains arrived, the first words spoken by Captain Yamamoto shocked many captains. 057-12 Division Captain Hikifun Kiryu is promoted to 0 Division. The position of captain is temporarily vacant. If you have suitable candidates, you can recommend them as appropriate and conduct captain assessment on them. After saying this, many captains looked shocked. Godii 13 captains change very frequently, but in the past captain changes, either the former captain retired or died in battle. For many captains, this is their first experience with matters such as promotion. Of course, after becoming captain, they all knew that there was an extremely special division above the Godii 13, namely the Royal Agents 0 Division. However, few people knew what the 0 Division looked like, and even most of the captains have never met members of Team 0. They never thought that Hikifun Kiryu would be promoted to the 0 Division at this time. What a surprising thing! Kurako Shunsui couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't help but think of another person related to the 0 Division, that is, Xian Ye. The former Xian Ye was also promoted to the 0 Division as the captain of the 12th Division. Now Hikifun Kiryu has been promoted as the captain of the 12th Division. It's really the same strain. If you want to become a member of Division 0, you must first serve as the captain of Division 12. Chapter 163. In this way, the matter of Hikifun Kiryu's resignation as captain of the 12th Division was settled, and soon, it was spread through the mouths of many captains. To the outside world, the unified statement is that Hikifun Kiryu has retired. Although the promotion to Division 0 can be known, But Captain Yamamoto is more cautious and wants to keep people as little aware of the existence of the Zero Division as possible. Although after Shinigami reaches a certain level, that is, after becoming the captain, he will naturally know some things about the Zero Division. But before that, it is better to hide the existence of Team Zero. After all, the place where Team Zero is located is too important. If some people with evil intentions know what is going on there, they will inevitably have some ideas. Although Team Zero is very powerful, if they have to rely on Team Zero for everything, what do they need Godi I-13 for? The other Shinigami in Godi I-13 quickly accepted Hikifune Kiryu's resignation from the position of captain and retired. Although the incident was a bit sudden, Hikifune Kiryu was a very senior captain, so it was understandable that he would choose to retire at this time, and most Shinigami accepted it. Only the deputy captain of the 12th Division, Saragaki Hiri, could not accept this. In her mind, Captain Hikifune was the person she respected the most. Since she joined the 12th Division, Captain Hikifune took good care of her in every possible way. Although Captain Hikifune explained the reason to her before leaving, his retirement from the position of captain was not a retreat, but a promotion to a more mysterious and powerful division. But if you can't accept it, you just can't accept it. Saragaki Hiri has been in a depressed state for a long time. At the same time, after the other captains returned, they were also thinking about who should be recommended to participate in the captain assessment. There are naturally many outstanding Shinigami among each division. Apart from anything else, the vice-captains of each division are all Shinigami with considerable strength, and some of them already have captain-level combat capabilities. But this does not mean that they are qualified to serve as captains of the 12th Division. The 12th Division is a technical team. As the captain of this division, in addition to strength, you must also have excellent technical development capabilities. I guess this captain position will be vacant for a long time. In the 8th Division, Kirako Shunsui thought so. This is also the thought of most captains. If you are the captain of an ordinary division, you can be qualified as captain as long as you have captain-level combat prowess, but the position of captain of the 12th Division has other requirements besides combat prowess. But Soul Society is so big, there are always the right people. As long as you wait patiently for a few years, a suitable candidate should appear. And coincidentally, Yoryuki thought so too. But she doesn't think it will take many years. Because there is a suitable candidate among her second team. Kisuke. The third detachment of the 2nd Division, Supervision Tower. Urahara Kisuke has now become the third member of the second team and serves as the captain of the supervision team. When Yoryuki made such an appointment, Sui Feng, who followed Yoryuki and gradually became Yoryuki's right-hand man, was actually very dissatisfied. She had always looked down on Urahara Kisuke. Is someone like Urahara Kisuke really qualified to be the captain of the 3rd unit? It wasn't until she personally walked into the supervision tower and witnessed Urahara Kisuke defeating many of the criminals with her bare hands that she realized that Urahara Kisuke was not that weak. She is stronger than she thought. However, when Yoryuki brought Sui Feng to the supervision tower and expressed his intention in front of Urahara Kisuke, Sui Feng was still sincerely puzzled. Captain Hikifune of Division 12 has resigned. I would like to recommend you to take the captaincy assessment. Yoryuki was very direct and told Urahara Kisuke the reason for the incident. Before Urahara Kisuke responded, Sui Feng looked at Yoryuki in confusion. Master Yoryuki, why do you recommend this guy to take the captaincy assessment? It is true that she now recognizes Urahara Kisuke's strength, but is such strength really qualified for the position of captain? And he is also the captain of the 12th Division. Sui Feng also knows very well that the responsibilities of the 12th Division are not captains that Shinigami can serve as an ordinary captain. Because Kisuke is the perfect candidate. Yoryuki explained to Sui Feng. He is strong enough to be the captain, and he is really suitable for the 12th Division. Since there is this opportunity, I don't want you to miss it, Kisuke. Yoryuki's eyes fell back on Urahara Kisuke's face. The second division may not be suitable for you. Urahara Kisuke felt Yoryuki's gaze and said nothing. But in the end, I agreed to Yoryuki's suggestion. I can go and give it a try. Unknowingly, we have reached this point. Xian Ye couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Aizen started researching Hollow. Hikifun Kiryu was promoted to the 0 division. If nothing else, the big events in Shinigami's original work are about to unfold. If the normal development is followed, Urahara Kisuke will be promoted to captain of the 12th division next, and then, in 10 years, there will be the famous night when the soul disappears. Several captains and vice-captains were killed in the Hollow and were forced to leave Soul Society. The entire Godii 13 was severely damaged by this. In order to fill the vacancy of Godii 13 captain, it can be said that as long as someone passes the captain assessment and masters Bankai, he will be directly appointed as captain. The result of this was that many Godii 13 captains at that time actually did not have strong combat power at all, and their strength was not really strong. In the final analysis, it was because the damage done to Godii 13 after that night was too great. Although Xian Ye knows what will happen in the future. But after thinking about it, I finally had no choice to stop it. Because of what he has done, it is very likely that he will stand on the opposite side of the entire Godii 13. From this point of view, Godii 13's vitality was severely damaged, which was actually a good thing for him. As his thoughts flowed, Xian Ye re-entered the spirit space beneath the house. Even if the situation is overwhelming, we have already reached this point. But for him, the impact was not as big as imagined. Very early on, he knew exactly what he was doing and how to do it. He continued his research. Chapter 164. Just as Hikifun Kiryu's promotion was beyond the expectations of many captains, the appointment of the new captain of the 12th division was also beyond the expectations of many captains. Because of the special nature of the 12th division, it is extremely difficult to find a suitable candidate to serve as the captain of the 12th division. But it happened to be not long after Hikifun Kiryu was promoted and left Seireitei. A captain meeting was held by Swaran. Hell butterflies were flying in the captain's room of each division, and the voice belonging to the chief captain was transmitted to the ears of each division captain through the hell butterfly. Order. All captains and vice-captains of the 13th division should go to the 1st division for a captain meeting before 12 noon. The former captain of the 12th division, Hikifun Kiryu, retired. 3 days ago, someone was recommended by the captain and successfully passed the captain test. The announcement ceremony of the new captain will be held today, that's all. Then, the captain and deputy captain of the Tufan team rushed towards the first team. Aizen also followed his captain Hirako Shinji towards the first team. Soon, the two people arrived at the door of the first team building, which was the highest among Godii 13. The door to the team building of the first team was closed. Above the gate, there is a huge character. Looking at the majestic gate, Hirako Shinji couldn't help but complain, the first team's building is so serious and makes people nervous every time I come here, so I don't want to come. Aizen stood behind Hirako Shinji and said in a casual tone, Captain, does your 170 look like a nervous person? I just feel that participating in the ceremony is too cumbersome, so I am complaining like this. Hearing this, Hirako Shinji quickly said to Aizen, Suke, don't be so straightforward. As he spoke, he took the initiative to step forward and shouted towards the closed door, I am Hirako Shinji, captain of the 5th division, who will open the door. After waiting for a while, the door opened. Before Hirako Shinji could step into it, a flying kick came from inside. Hirako Shinji was caught off guard and was kicked out immediately. When Aizen saw this scene, his eyes flickered slightly behind his glasses, but he didn't stop it. Just because the person who kicked Hirako Shinji away was Saragaki Hiri, the vice-captain of the 12th division. Because of the favor she received from Hikifun Kiryu in the past, Saragaki Hiri developed a lawless temper. Although she is the vice-captain, she has good relationships with many captains, including Hirako Shinji. Even though she is often neither big nor small, bullying Hirako Shinji doesn't really care. Too slow, idiot Shinji, you have a flat face that's easy to step on today. Kicking Hirako Shinji to the wall behind him, Saragaki Hiri landed on the ground and looked at Hirako Shinji flying out with a proud look. Hirako Shinji stood up, covered his bleeding nose, and said angrily to Saragaki Hiri, "Hiri, you guy. What are you doing? I won't apologize, Ajf." Saragaki Hiri looked very arrogant. "I haven't said anything yet, have I?" Hirako Shinji was speechless. Saragaki Hiri showed a sly smile, "That means there is no need to apologize." Bang! At this moment, Diary's huge fist hit Saragaki Hiri's head hard. A man with an afro, glasses, and a sharp face came up behind Saragaki Hiri and scolded her severely, "Apologize, you idiot. You guy, it's true." Saragaki Hiri came back to her senses. She suddenly suffered a heavy blow, and tears could not help but flow out of the corners of her eyes. She covered her head with one hand, looked up at the man next to her, and complained to him. "What are you doing, Fei Wu? Do you think the vice-captains of other teams were hit on the head casually? Who said you don't have a captain? You need someone to discipline you." Love Aikawa, captain of the 7th team, spoke with a cold voice. Kama, Saragaki Hiri Love Aikawa Hirako Shinji. But Love Aikawa was too lazy to listen to her explanation. He held her head with one hand and dragged her into the first team building. Hirako Shinji also took Aizen into the first team building. After that, Aizen and Saragaki Hiri were waiting in the corridor for the time being, while Hirako Shinji and Love Aikawa went to the check-in office first. The so-called check-in place is a quiet room. There are many signs on the left and right sides of the door. From the 2nd Division to the 13th Division, there are corresponding brands. As for the first team, because this is the first team, naturally it is not needed. Basically, all the signs are hung on it, which means that the corresponding captains have arrived. It looks like everyone is here. After General Ai Chun Luo hung up the sign belonging to his 7th Division, he couldn't help but sigh. Except for the 12th Division, which has a temporary vacancy due to the promotion of Captain Hikifun Kiryu, so there is no corresponding sign, all the other captains have arrived. Hirako Shinji also sighed, because everyone is very curious who is the new captain of the 12th Division. The captain's position, which was originally thought to take a long time to be filled, turned out to be filled with a suitable candidate so quickly. It really makes people curious as to who passed the captain's assessment. Indeed, I am also very curious about who passed the captain assessment. A slightly frivolous voice sounded from behind. Hirako Shinji turned around and greeted the visitor. "You came so early today, Shunsui." Kurako Shunsui walked over with his vice-captain Yadomaru Lisa, and his friend Jaishur Yukatake beside him. Kurako Shunsui raised his eyebrows slightly. "What's the joke? I'm the first one here every time, okay?" He hadn't been proud for too long when Yadomaru Lisa, who was standing next to him, took down his position and said, "I woke him up today. Don't talk nonsense to other captains." Kurako Shunsui heard this and quickly warned Yadomaru Lisa in a low voice. The captains exchanged a few words here. Then he continued to go deep into the first team, preparing to go to the place where the meeting was held. On the way, Jaishur Yukatake looked around again and said curiously, "Hikifun is not here. Isn't she going to participate today?" Kurako Shunsui said, "She has already gone over there." Jaishur Yukatake raised his eyebrows slightly, "It's really out of sight. It's not an urgent matter. How about taking your time?" "Yes." Kurako Shunsui nodded in agreement. The group of people returned to the corridor. Aizen and Saragaki Hiri quietly followed the captains. On the way, Hirako Shinji couldn't help but sigh, "What the hell, the captains have been changed bit by bit these days. Rhodes just became the captain of the 3rd Division the year before last. As he said that, a man with blonde hair and an extremely elegant appearance also walked out of the corridor opposite. He was the captain of the 3rd Division, Torabashi RJR, whose alias was Rhodes. This was also what Hirako Shinji and others had secretly said. A famous official whom I prefer to call. This time it's Division 12's turn. Is there really no problem if this continues? Kurako Shunsui held up the bamboo hat on his head, smiled and said to Hirako Shinji, "Well, when everything changes, it's just us catching up now. And thinking about it, the only ones who can be captains for more than 100 years are probably Jushiro and I, and Mr. Shan." Jaishur Yukitake frowned and said to Kurako Shunsui seriously, "What's the matter? There's also Captain Anohana. Oh, by the way, if you forget your seniors, you will be scolded." "How terrible. It seems that CAO and CAO have arrived." A gentle voice sounded behind Kurako Shunsui, "What's so scary?" Kurako Shunsui's whole body stiffened immediately, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly excused himself, "Today's weather is terrible, isn't it, Jushiro?" Jaishur Yukitake nodded quickly. Anohana Retsu stepped forward and was not angry because of Kurako Shunsui's previous words. Instead, he said very gently, "The 3rd Division retired, the 12th Division was promoted, and it was not like the 10th Division who died in the line of duty. Isn't peace a good thing?" A casual remark made Aizen's eyes suddenly gleam. He grasped an extremely crucial word. Chapter 165. Promotion? Where to get promoted? Is there a more mysterious place beyond the captain of Godii 13? What kind of secrets does this Seireitei, or Godii 13, hide? For so many years, Aizen has used Kaika Suijutsu to manipulate others wantonly. He thought that Seireitei had no secrets for him. However, today, after Anohana Retsu's words, he realized that this was not the case. Thoughts flickered, and Aizen immediately looked extremely curious. He stepped forward and asked Anohana Retsu who said those words. "Promotion. Hey, Suke." Seeing Aizen step forward, Hirako Shinji, as the opponent's captain, was about to scold him. Aizen bowed to Anohana Retsu and others, and said sincerely, "I'm sorry for interrupting the captain's conversation." No, it's okay." Kurako Shunsui shook his head, indicating that he didn't care, and asked Aizen, "Suke, what's the matter?" Aizen expressed the question in his mind. Our vice-captain didn't listen. Did Captain Hikifune of Division 12 not retire but be promoted? Facing Aizen's curious gaze, Kurako Shunsui did not hide anything and said truthfully, "Xian." Aizen became more and more shocked and asked quickly, "Is it more senior than the captain, room 46? To be promoted from captain to room 46 is unheard of." Kurako Shunsui turned sideways, glanced over his head, and glanced at Aizen from the corner of his eyes. "It's not Central 46, she entered. Royal Agents, Squad 0. Aizen was shocked and horrified. The existence of the Royal Agent 0 Division is not a secret to the captain, but it is a secret that only the captain is qualified to know. Apart from that, there is no mention of the 0 Division in any Soul Society records. The records of the team, and even the information of all members who entered the 0 team, will be completely destroyed in Seireitei. If Hikifune Kiryu hadn't just been promoted to Division 0, many people would still remember her. If hundreds of years had passed, no one in the Soul Society would have known that such a person had ever existed. Aizen was shocked when he suddenly heard about the existence of Team 0. He didn't know what kind of Team 0 was, but as the captain was promoted, it was conceivable that this team was definitely extremely powerful. Hikifune Kiryu himself is a very senior Shinigami. And in teams like Team 0, there are not many Shinigami like her. Is this the essence of Soul Society, the essence of Shinigami? The 0 Division that is superior to Godii 13? Aizen's thoughts were complex. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded from behind him, "What, can't you make it through?" When Aizen came back to his senses, he saw a tall old man and a petite woman with purple hair and dark skin coming one after another. He quickly got out of the way and was treated. Two figures walked past Aizen, Yadumuralisa, and other vice-captains, showing no intention of greeting them. Although they are both captains of Godi 13, the relationship between the captains is not so harmonious. Just like this old man, he is the head of the 5 great masters, Kukaki Jinling. The Kukaki family prides themselves on upholding the honor of the nobility and setting an example for the nobility, so it is naturally impossible for them to talk to this group of playful captains. He maintained a cold and dignified appearance from beginning to end. But when Yoryuaki behind him passed by Anohanaretsu, Anohanaretsu said hello to Yoryuaki, proudly. Because she was one of the people who participated in the captain's assessment, she knew who the new captain of the 12th Division would be after passing the captain's assessment. "No need to congratulate me. After you see him, you can tell him in person." Yoryuaki spoke casually to Anohanaretsu. Then he followed Kukaki Yinling and left here, heading towards the captain's conference room first. Hirako Shinji looked at Yoryuaki's leaving figure and whispered to himself, "The new captain of the 2nd Division." Combined with the brief conversation between Yoryuaki and Anohanaretsu, he had some guesses about where the new captain came from. After experiencing a storm, Urahara Kisuk finally succeeded in becoming the new captain of Division 12 under the witness of many captains. 0. To be honest, many people are surprised by the new captain of the 12th Division. First, I didn't expect that after Hikifune Kiryu resigned, a suitable candidate would be available so quickly and pass the captain's assessment. Secondly, I didn't expect that the newly appointed captain of the 12th Division would be such an out-of-place and lazy guy. The former captain of Division 12, Hikifune Kiryu, was a very reassuring old captain, but the new captain was not very reassuring at first glance. But the other party passed the captain assessment after all, which means that the other party has the strength to become the captain. Of course, the origin of this new captain is also surprising. It was actually the 3rd seat of the 2nd Division. No wonder Anohanaretsu said that to Yoryuaki before this. Overall, all captains accepted Urahara Kisuk as the new captain of Division 12. Only Saragaki Hiri, the former vice-captain of Division 12, could not accept Urahara Kisuk. Although she knows about her captain's promotion, can a seemingly out-of-place person like Urahara Kisuk really be able to handle the affairs of Division 12? For these reasons, Saragaki Hiri often criticizes Urahara Kisuk. Especially after Urahara Kisuk completely accepted the affairs of the 12th Division, he began to reform and reorganize the 12th Division, which even touched the sensitive spirit of Saragaki Hiri. She thought that Urahara Kisuk wanted to destroy everything about Captain Hikifune, and she became more and more dissatisfied with Urahara Kisuk. But Urahara Kisuk has his own opinions when doing these things. In Urahara Kisuk's view, the pace of technology development in Division 12 is too slow at this stage. This is because the main function of the Seireitei Research Institute is research and has not established a clear goal, such as technology development. Therefore, the Seireitei Institute is no longer relevant. Not long after becoming the captain of the 12th Division, he convinced Captain Yamamoto, and relying on Yoryuaki's status as a great nobleman, Central 46 also agreed to his proposal. Seireitei Research Institute has become a thing of the past. The reorganized organization is called Technology Development Bureau 9. Chapter 166. Looking at Seireitei today, there is always a feeling that I am an outdated antique and will be swept into the garbage dump sooner or later. Xian Ye looked at Aizen in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. The Seireitei Research Institute that existed before Godi 13 was established is now a thing of the past and has been reorganized into the Technology Development Bureau. The world is changing so fast. For an old guy like me, it's really hard to accept. The person in front of Xian Ye was a little surprised when he heard Xian Ye's many emotions, I didn't expect that the history of the Seireitei Research Institute is so long. Yes. Although after the functions of Godii 13 were established, it was divided into the 12th division, but it was indeed a long time ago that before the establishment of Godii 13, the Seireitei Research Institute was the 590 responsible for technology development. The organization, such as the Death Overlord costume you are wearing now, is the work of the Seireitei Research Institute, although it itself also refers to other things to create the current Death Overlord costume. Something else. Aizen is a very sensitive person and often likes to grasp the key information in other people's words. That's right, was established, and it itself also referred to the original squad. Is the original division, the Zero Division? Aizen looked at Xian Ye with a calm expression, wanting to get the answer from Xian Ye. Now, it has been some time since Seireitei became the captain of Division 12. After becoming the captain of the 12th Division, Seireitei began drastic reforms. The Seireitei Research Institute, which had existed for who knows how many years, was reorganized into the Technology Development Bureau. But in Aizen's mind, what he heard that day has been lingering in his mind. Above Godii 13, there is actually an even more mysterious squad. The captain of Godii 13 can actually be promoted to the Zero Division after meeting certain conditions. What kind of team is Team Zero? During this time, he tried to look through books and find records about Team Zero. Unfortunately, there was no trace of Team Zero in the books. But through the discussions among the captains, it can be determined that this squad that does not exist in books must exist. After thinking about it, Aizen couldn't find the answer, and finally thought of his master Xian Ye. According to the master, he knows so many secrets in this world. He even knows the relationship between the Soul King and the Quincy, and he also knows the truth about the murder of the Soul King by the 5 nobles in the past. He should know the existence of the Zero Squadron. Yes, it's Team Zero. Xian Ye didn't hide anything and nodded to acknowledge Aizen's guess. Aizen got the exact answer and quickly asked Xian Ye, Master, can you tell me about Team Zero? Xian Ye's eyes fell on Aizen's face. Are you curious about Team Zero? Aizen said truthfully, I accidentally learned that Captain Hikifun, the former captain of the 12th Division, did not retire, but was promoted to the Zero Division. I am really curious about the Zero Division. What kind of division would the captain of Godii 13 be promoted to? Xian Ye said, in terms of level, Team Zero is indeed a higher level team than Godii 13. However, not all Godii 13 captains can be promoted to that place. If you want to be promoted to Division 0, in addition to having strong strength, you also need to meet one condition, that is, create something of great groundbreaking significance to Soul Society and create history. Only then can I be promoted to his minister. You must have read Hikifun Kiryu's temporary soul theory. Based on the temporary soul theory, we can conduct a lot of research on the soul level. It can be said that after this theory is perfected, the soul realm is no longer a secret to us. Shinigami has also found a way to leap forward. For Soul Society, this is also a history and can make Shinigami even stronger. Because of this, she meets the conditions for promotion to Division 0. Of course, for her, she could also choose to refuse the promotion, but she still went there in the end. Xian Ye talked eloquently, first explaining to Aizen the conditions for promotion to the Zero Division, and then talking about the Zero Division itself. Regarding Team Zero, do you still remember the truth about the world I told you back then? Aizen nodded. A long time ago, Xian Ye told him the truth about the world. Although this world respects the Spirit King, it is based on the Spirit King. But it was the ancestors of the 5 nobles who really opened it up. It was the ancestors of the 5 nobles who murdered the Spirit King and used the Spirit King's power to create this world. Then, in order to weaken the Spirit King's power, they cut it up, and that's why so many pieces of the Spirit King were scattered all over the world. In the past, after the 5 nobles divided the Spirit King and used the Spirit King's power to create the entire world, they brought their respective descendants and came to live in Soul Society. It is also for this reason that their status in Soul Society is extremely high. The place where the Soul King is located, called the Soul King Palace, is guarded by the oldest Shinigami in this world. Over the years, several people have visited the Soul King Palace one after another. This is Team Zero, a royal agent, led by the state. As its name suggests, they are a squad that exists to protect the Soul King. It can be said that any existence that wants to blaspheme the Soul King and destroy the stability of this world will definitely face this squad at the last moment. Is that so? Aizen's eyes flickered. Finally 2.0 understood the origin of Team Zero and why few people knew about the existence of Team Zero. This team, which involves the origin of the world, involves the location of the Soul King. Well, it is true that the fewer people know about it, the better. However, as the captain who stands at the top of GODI 13, if certain conditions are met, he can be promoted to that division and is qualified to know the existence of the Zero Division. I thought that would be enough after Xian Ye said this. Aizen did not expect that after these words, Xian Ye spoke again and further talked about the Zero Division. Including Hikifun Kiryu, who has just been promoted to the Zero Division, there are currently 5 members in the Zero Division. Although there are only 5 of them, their combined strength is enough to surpass all GODI 13 Shinigami. Chapter 167. 5 people, above all GODI 13 Shinigami. Aizen was sincerely shocked. At this moment, Aizen is not the one in the original work who has merged with Hagyaku and evolved to a new dimension. He wants to punish the Soul King and replace him. He wants to ride on the Sky Throne. Although he is also very powerful, he cannot imagine 5 people. What a terrifying combat power it is to tower over the GODI 13. Although the captains of GODI 13 have changed frequently in recent years, there are still many veteran captains. For example, Captain Yamamoto, Anoha Naretsu, Kirako Shunsui, and Jaishur Yukatake are all extremely powerful veteran captains. Hirako Shinji, the captain of his own 5th division, is not a weakling either. There is also the mole city Kenpeki that bears the name of Kenpeki. He suffered a tragic defeat last year. And speaking carefully, among these 5 people, Kiryu Hikifun, who has just been promoted to the Zero Division, should be excluded. Although Hikifun Kiryu is also a veteran captain and very powerful, she is definitely not the key factor for Team Zero to surpass GODI 13. Master, are you familiar with the Zero Division? After reacting, Aizen asked Xian Ye again. If you just know about the existence of Team Zero, that's nothing. As a result, the master actually knew how many people were in the Zero Division. Xian Ye did not answer this question, but told Aizen about several members of Team Zero in detail. Among the 5 members of Team Zero, except Kiryu Hikifun who was just promoted to Team Zero because he perfected the temporary soul theory. Outside, the remaining few people, although not well known in Soul Society, have all created the existence of something. Kairanji Ten's hero, known as the Sentuki, is the creator of medical skills. Kide came from his hands. His creation made the world of Shinigami free from killing. There is redemption. Shutara Senjimaru, who is also known as the Great Orium, was the one who created the Death Overlord costume we wear today, and she also established the Seireitei Research Institute. There is also Sword God Nakia Wang Yu, this one is even more of a heavyweight. Xian Ye spoke leisurely and informed Aizen of the information about several Zero Division members. All sealed states are from the hands of Nyamea Wang Yu and are cast from it. Although they are only sealed states, you must know, Shinigami's Zanpakuto are all weapons produced after Shinigami injects its own Shinigami power into the sealed state and resonates with its soul. It can be said that he is the creator of Zanpakuto. As for the last person, you can just call him a monk. I won't tell you his real name because his ability is related to speech and writing. If you mention his real name rashly, he is likely to be noticed. As for information about him, you only need to know that he is the oldest Shinigami in the world and the founder of Team Zero. The kid we use today comes from him. Aizen finally got information about the 5 members of Team Zero. After the shock, I gradually understood why the members of Team Zero were above Godai 13 as mentioned by the master. Because many of the abilities that Shinigami possesses today were created by these people. The creator of Kid, the creator of Zanpakuto, the creator of medical skills, and the founder of the Seireitei Research Institute. Even if the last Hikifun Kiryu is not included, the identities of these people are enough to show how powerful they are. Powerful. As the creators of these abilities, it is obvious that it is wishful thinking for others to use these abilities against them. But these are not the key yet. Xian Ye also revealed the reason why Team Zero is really powerful, except for the background of these people. When they became members of Team Zero, their bodies and bones were baptized by the power of the Spirit King. It can be said that as long as the Spirit King Palace still exists, the existence of these people is already immortal. Each division of Godai 13 has a team flower. For example, the beauty of your 5th division is Mazi Wimu, and the language of flowers is sacrifice, danger, and pure love. The team flower of the 0 division is Shen Dinghua. The flower language is glory, immortality, joy, and eternity. The team flowers are not randomly made up. The team flowers of each division in Godai 13 actually symbolize the responsibilities of each division and are related to the nature of the division. The flower language of the 0 division is immortality and eternal joy. Combined with what the master said, as long as the Soul King Palace is still there, the 0 squadron will not die. He finally understood where this power came from. The duty of Team Zero is to protect the Spirit King, and their strength stems from the Spirit King. At this point, Team Zero is no longer so mysterious to Aizen. He knew a lot about Team Zero. Of course, I still have some curiosity in my heart. For example, why does the master know so much? The existence of the 0 squadron is not recorded in written books. Why does the master know it in such detail? Xian Ye seemed to understand Aizen's thoughts at the moment, and a low voice sounded in Aizen's ears. I know you are curious, why do I know these things, and why do I know so much about Team Zero? Today, I might as well tell you. What if 660 I said that I was once a member of Team Zero? Aizen's body shook. He was shocked again. Master, he was actually once a member of Team Zero? Is he from the 0 division? Everything has an explanation. No wonder the master is so familiar with the veteran captains of Godai 13, such as Captain Anohana, Hikifun Kiryu, Kirako Shunsui, Jaishur Yukatake, and others. No wonder the master is so powerful and knows so many secrets. If the master was once a member of the 0 division, then none of this is surprising. Complex thoughts flashed in Aizen's heart one after another, and the answers to many questions were answered. Finally, Aizen came back to his senses and asked Xian Ye some final questions. Since Master is a member of Team Zero, why did you leave there? Why did you tell me these things again? Xian Ye also gave answers to these questions. The reason for leaving Team Zero was probably because I wanted to explore the truth of the world, and the process of exploring the reality of the world was destined to contradict Team Zero's responsibilities, so I left there. As for telling you these things, the reason is that sooner or later, you will face Team Zero. Chapter 168. Aizen finally left Xian Ye with a complicated mood. After Xian Ye told Aizen about Team Zero, he continued his research. Time flies like an arrow, and the sun and moon fly like a shuttle. For Shinigami, due to his long lifespan, he does not have too deep feelings about the passage of time. However, Soul Society has indeed changed a lot during this time. Talents emerge one after another, giving Godai 13 a completely new look. Among the 12th division, it is the division that has changed the most since Yura Harakisuk became the captain of the 12th division. The Seireitei Research Institute was reorganized into the Technology Development Bureau. Urahara Kisuke even fished out several extremely dangerous Shinigami from the worm nest. Kurotsuka Mayuri, Akon, these Shinigami were all imprisoned in the worm's nest because they were too dangerous, especially Kurotsuka Mayuri. Although she is not famous now, she is actually an extremely ancient Shinigami. He was one of the original staff of Seireitei Research Institute, and was familiar with Shutara, the founder of Seireitei Research Institute. But because Kurotsuka Mayuri's ideas were too dangerous, if left unchecked, it would endanger the Soul Society sooner or later, so she was imprisoned in the worm's nest. As for Akika, although his qualifications are not as old as Kurotsuka Mayuri's, he is still a Shinigami with very dangerous ideas. Now, these people have been released by Urahara Kisuke and let them hold important positions in the Technology Development Bureau. This, of course, also caused dissatisfaction among some Shinigami of Division 12, especially Saragaki Hiri, the vice-captain, who looked down upon Urahara Kisuke more and more. Is there no suitable research talent among Godi 13? He must borrow the information from Worm's Nest. The power of the prisoner? If Urahara Kisuke knew what Saragaki Hiri was thinking, he would definitely answer, yes. Among Godi 13, there are indeed very few Shinigami who are good at technology development. Most Shinigami are keen on fighting and not on technology development. Shinigami, who had such abilities, was found to be dangerous in his thoughts because of his passion for exploring the unknown, and was imprisoned in the worm's nest. It can be said that the real geniuses are all in the list of worms. This is Urahara Kisuke's real feeling after so many years in the supervisory team of the 2nd Division 3rd Division. In his opinion, Soul Society's technology development speed in the past was extremely slow. He wanted to figure out the mysteries of some things, but there were no corresponding tools to borrow, so he could only develop them himself. At the same time, from the words of the prisoners in the worm nest, he also gained a lot of enlightenment. If he was still the 3rd member of the 2nd team, he would naturally not have much interest in helping Soul Society to innovate its technology and make changes. But now that he has become the captain of the 12th Division, he has the power in his hands, so he naturally has to do something better. As a result, not long after the establishment of the Technology Development Bureau, technologies sprung up like mushrooms after a rain. Some technologies may not be useful, but some technologies are indeed of great use to Shinigami. If nothing else, let's just say that Soul Society's Shinigami has finally gotten rid of the inconvenient communication equipment that was like a big brother in the past. New communications equipment became much smaller. This is certainly Urahara Kisuke's masterpiece. When Urahara Kisuke first came into contact with the Raiko communication device, he decided that it was a work of genius. However, there were also flaws, that is, it had not been updated for hundreds of years. The previous communication devices were really inconvenient to carry. He had already studied small communication devices privately and simplified them, but due to my past identity, I couldn't promote them. Now that I have the opportunity, I will update it as soon as possible. And this is only part of the inventions of the Technology Development Bureau. Except that Urahara Kisuke has accumulated a lot of inventions. Kurotsuka Mayuri, Akon and others who were imprisoned in the worm nest earlier also had many inventions, but they could not take them out because of their previous identities. Now they have taken them out openly. Especially Kurotsuka Mayuri. He is a very senior Shinigami. Before this, he had always regarded himself as the smartest person in Soul Society. The reason why he chose to come out from there and serve as the deputy director of the Technology Development Bureau to help Urahara Kisuke was because he lost in the competition with Urahara Kisuke. This is unacceptable to him, who considers himself the smartest person. So after Urahara Kisuke came up with so many inventions, he was naturally unwilling to give up and eager to surpass Urahara Kisuke. For a time, Soul Society launched an invention competition. One new invention after another gradually became popular. The changes brought about by the Technology Development Bureau can be seen with the naked eye. Over time, the criticism in Godi 13 about Urahara Kisuk releasing prisoners from the worm nest and letting him hold an important position in the Technology Development Bureau also disappeared. The dissatisfaction with Urahara Kisuk that originally filled the hearts of the members of Division 12 gradually disappeared. Saragaki Hiri also re-examined Urahara Kisuk. Is Urahara Kisuk really a qualified captain? She was a little shaken. But on the surface, she still treats Urahara Kisuk unfaithfully and often treats Urahara Kisuk roughly. Fortunately, Urahara Kisuk has a good personality and doesn't care about this matter. It's really changing with each passing day. At home, Xian Ye couldn't help but sigh thinking about Seireitei's recent changes. He was playing with the latest spirit communication device in his hand. This thing is already somewhat close to a push-button mobile phone. Compared with the original Big Brother, it has been reduced a lot. Of course, it still has many, Nyakian, shortcomings. First, although the size has been reduced, when using it, after all, pull out the antenna hidden at the back. Only in this way can you connect to the spirit network. Thinking of this, Xian Ye picked up the spirit communication device he secretly developed again. His spirit communication device is a rectangular thing, much like a smartphone, with a huge screen, no antenna, and no buttons. In other words, it is a smartphone. Compared with the current version of Soul Society's soul communication device, his can realize video conversations. Although there have been a lot of technological innovations, in comparison, my stuff seems to be more advanced. It seems that the so-called Technology Development Bureau still has a long way to go. Xian Ye carefully compared the two spirit communication devices in his hands and made this evaluation. Chapter 169. Although Urahara Kisuk's spirit communication device is still far behind the updated version of Xian Ye, this does not mean that Urahara Kisuk really has no merits. The inventions updated by the Technology Development Bureau are not just the same, but many. Sample. After returning to Seireitei for so many years, Xian Ye finally felt something different about Seireitei. The peaceful life has become more fun with the establishment of the Technology Development Bureau. But Xian Ye also knows it very well. This fun may not last long. The establishment of the Technology Development Bureau brought changes to Soul Society. But change often brings about big changes. A huge storm is about to sweep over. Xian Ye put away the spirit communication device, turned around, and got into the underground spirit space. In the spirit space, a soul is about to be created. Xian Ye's eyes flickered slightly, but he did not directly create this soul in one step. Instead, he had a brand new idea, but he did not plan to create this soul yet. Dharma practice is Hueco Mundo, which is located between the real world and Soul Society, is the world where hollow lives. When people in the real world come and die, some who are not led by Shinigami are full of strong desires and have residual obsession with the real world. The soul will fall into Hueco Mundo, and then be reorganized in Hueco Mundo to form a void. Void are fallen souls. Because of the void holes in their bodies, they are always in a state of emptiness. In order to fill this emptiness, they are eager to devour their own kind, that is, their souls to replenish themselves. Which contains the spiritual soul is the biggest attraction for Su. Therefore, generally only ordinary hollows will attack the real world. It is very rare for Minos Grande to appear in the real world, because there are too few spiritual souls in the real world. Many hollows attack the real world, and most of them are in the residual state. Obsession. Soul Society, on the other hand, is the realm where Shinigami lives. The existence of Shinigami itself is a powerful aggregation of souls, which has a great attraction for hollows, not to mention that there are countless thousands of people living in Rukanga. Soul, therefore, the void often attacks Soul Society. Soul Society is the hardest hit area by virtual attacks. In Hueco Mundo, although it is also a place where souls live, the environment is much worse than Soul Society. When you are here, even Shinigami cannot know what is going on. The Hueco Mundo environment is different from Soul Society. There is no city-like realm with streets and buildings similar to the real world. Instead, it is a barren land with a white desert-like barren ground and dead trees made of quartz everywhere. The whole day is night, and the moon is in the opposite direction to the real world. Compared to the real world and Soul Society, the concentration of spirit particles in the atmosphere is very high, and Su can obtain sufficient energy just by breathing, which can greatly enhance the abilities of Shinigami, Su, and Quincy. At this moment, in the virtual circle, a figure strolled past. This figure was wearing a white trench coat. Aminos Grande was falling in front of him at this moment. The power of the void is extracted by it. The strong wind blew by and lifted his hood, revealing that it was Aizen. Since Aizen created Hagyaku, he has tried to perfect Hagyaku, but the results have not been good. Although Hagyaku was successfully created, and he could feel the powerful power contained in Hagyaku, Hagyaku was incomplete. It was still very difficult to help him break through the boundaries with this incomplete Hagyaku alone. So Aizen began to look for other ideas. The power of multiple Shinigami mixed with the power of the Spirit King is Hagyaku. Su is also a direction of the soul. By studying the power of Su, can we draw parallels and help him make progress? Hollow. This was an experiment that was strictly prohibited by Soul Society in the past. Now it was picked up again by Aizen. And because the void that appeared in Soul Society was monitored by Soul Society, in order to conduct better research, he secretly sneaked into Hueco Mundo. With Kaika Suijutsu's power, even if he stayed in Hueco Mundo for a while, no one would know. Over the years, Aizen has frequently entered Hueco Mundo. And recently, he discovered something that surprised him. It turns out that there is a king in Hueco Mundo. Like Shinigami respecting the Soul King. The king of Hueco Mundo is called Baragan. He built his palace in the very center of Hueco Mundo and ruled over the entire city. It's interesting. If time didn't allow, Aizen would actually like to meet the king of Hueco Mundo for a while. As for the Spirit King, Xian Ye already knew the truth about the Spirit King, and even personally found many fragments of the Spirit King, and combined them with the fragments of the Spirit Lord to form Hagyaku. It can be said that now he does not have much respect for the Spirit King. Even after knowing about the Zero Squadron, he realized it even more. The road to upward evolution is not an easy one. Be it him or the Master. As long as you choose to evolve upward, you will inevitably violate certain taboos. In the end, you will face Team Zero and the Soul King. But even so, he didn't have any fear. Nothing can stop him from climbing upwards. Has Chun Shui noticed anything recently? Xian Ye stayed at home, always so leisurely. Yadumaru Lisa came to Xian Ye's home wearing a modified attire similar to a short skirt. Over the years, she has become very familiar with Xian Ye's home. Even, there are still a lot of her things in Xian Ye's home. According to her, it was just more convenient, saving her from spending the night at Xian Ye's house without even a change of clothes. When he was a guest this time, Xian Ye didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly asked Yadumaru Lisa. What? Yadumaru Lisa was puzzled. Is there anything I should be concerned about? Through Yadumaru Lisa's words, Xian Ye knew the answer. If you don't notice it, forget it. Does Senior Xian Ye know something? Yadumaru Lisa looked at Xian Ye in front of her slyly. Xian Ye shook his head and said nothing more. Then, his eyes fell on the face of Yadumaru Lisa. Anyway, he has been his bed partner for a long time. As a beautiful girl with glasses, Yadumaru Lisa often came to comfort him, a lonely old man. This friendship made Xian Ye he was very moved, so he finally gave Yadumaru Lisa some warnings. If you can, don't take the initiative to put yourself in danger when something happens. Although you are the vice captain, you are not good at fighting. There are some things that you cannot control. Chapter 170. What exactly does Senior Xian Ye know? Yadumura Lisa asked Xian Ye again and again. She doesn't like others to show off. If the person talking like this is Kurako Shunsui, she will definitely say something to Kurako Shunsui, but she can't stand that these words come from Xian Ye's mouth, and her relationship with Xian Ye is unusual, so you can only be gentle. It's a pity that Xian Ye doesn't want to say more at all. Seeing this, Yadumura Lisa could only find her place elsewhere. It's a pity that the old Shinigami is the old Shinigami after all. Xian Ye's energy exceeded Yadumura Lisa's imagination. In this battle, Yadumura Lisa still lost. Time passed quietly, and before you knew it, several more years passed. It has been the 10th year since Urahara Kisuke became the captain of Division 12. This decade has been the biggest change in Seoul society. Since the establishment of the Technology Development Bureau, it only took 10 years to promote technological changes that had not been completed in Seoul society for hundreds of years. Even the most conservative nobles in the past were willing to accept such changes. Because the changes in the Technology Development Bureau were limited to technology development, they made the lives of Seoul society people more comfortable and convenient without infringing on the rights of the nobles themselves. Of course they were happy to accept this. It also comes as the changes brought about by the Technology Development Agency continue. No one knew that the big changes had quietly begun. In the evening, the sun has set, and darkness has enveloped the land of Seoul society. Among Rukanga, a civilian seemed to have discovered something. He looked into the darkness on the side, but it was too dark and found nothing. So, he walked towards the darkness disapprovingly and prepared to return home. However, soon, a roar came, and then, a head walked out of the darkness, and then quickly left the place. Not long after this hollow left, several figures came one after another. They were all wearing Black Death Tyrant costumes, and they were none other than Shinigami. Captain, this is where the soul disappearance incident occurred, but I didn't see the team members who came to investigate. A male Shinigami spoke and said to the strong man beside him. Okay, Kazagi Hizo Sanchi, please lead your team to investigate around. This time, you must find out the reason why the soul disappeared, and try to find the missing team members. Maguruma Kensei, captain of the 9th team, looked at it after looking around. He said to Kazagi Hizo. In recent times, there have been frequent disappearances of souls in Rukanga, which aroused the alarm of Seireitei, so Maguruma Kensei sent a team to investigate. As a result, the team members who came to investigate also disappeared. This made him realize the seriousness of the matter, so he came to investigate in person this time. Because most of the time the soul disappears is at night, this time he deliberately chose to come at dusk. Yes, Captain. Kazagi Hizo responded, and immediately spread out with the Shinigami in the team, looking for clues. Maguruma Kensei carefully looked at the surrounding environment and wanted to try to find clues. Ah! Suddenly, a frightened shout came from deep in the woods. Maguruma Kensei's eyes sharpened, and he immediately looked at the place where the sound came from, and then used Shunpo. In an instant, he rushed there. I saw an open space in the center of the woods, and a little boy was lying on the ground. Behind him was a hollow attacking the little boy. Maguruma Kensei didn't hesitate at all, his body flashed, and Zanpakuto was swung out in his hand. A flash of sword light flashed, and the void was divided into two halves from the middle of the void hole, turning into light spots and dissipating. Maguruma Kensei put away the sealed state and walked towards the shocked little boy. What's your name? He pulled up the little boy on the ground and asked him. Hisagi Shuei, Shinigami-sama. The little boy looked at Maguruma Kensei excitedly with tears in his eyes, and happened to see the tattoo on Maguruma Kensei's abdomen, which was the number 69. The juxtaposition of two opposite numbers looks extremely beautiful. Sounds pretty awesome, kid. Maguruma Kensei casually commented on Hisagi Shuei's famous minister. Captain, what happened? Another figure came quickly, it was Kazagi Hizo. He noticed the movement here. It's nothing, there's just a little Su. It's very late now, take him away. Meguruma Kensei glanced at Hisagi Shuai next to him and ordered to Kazagi Hizu. 0, please give me flowers. Yes. Kazagi Hizu picked up Hisagi Shuai and walked out of the woods. Meguruma Kensei followed behind him. After leaving the woods, Kazagi Hizu took the little boy and walked towards the little boy's home. After a while, Shinigami returned after searching everywhere, but no clues were found. Meguruma Kensei frowned, it seemed that things were getting difficult. There were no clues left about how these souls disappeared. There is a discovery here. The voice of Kuna Mashiro, the deputy captain of Division 9, came from the woods nearby. Everyone came closer and found that there were no more than 10 pieces of Death BA costumes scattered on the ground. They should belong to the Shinigami who came to investigate. It seemed that he had been killed. Seeing the Death Tyrant costume on the ground, Meguruma Kensei's expression became particularly solemn and ugly. The sky turned completely dark, and Meguruma Kensei led the Shinigami to hide around, hoping to wait until the soul disappearing incident happened again. However, a long time passed and no news spread. Is it going to be in vain? Just when he was thinking this, suddenly, there was a strange wave of spiritual energy not far away. Meguruma Kensei walked out of his hiding place and rushed towards the place where the spirit wave was coming from. A strange scene appeared in front of him. This was a man. Judging from his clothing, he should be a Rukanga civilian, but he seemed to be in the process now. Something is changing. The man's body was hunched over, and his body was constantly beating, as if it was inflated. The man seemed to be enduring unspeakable pain, and finally fell to his knees on the ground, his body constantly twitching. Other team members also arrived. Kazagi Hizo was about to lean in and help the man up, but Meguruma Kensei reached out to stop him. Kazagi Hizo looked at his captain in confusion. Don't go there, the situation is unknown now, it may be dangerous, and there is a strange spiritual wave in his body. Meguruma Kensei looked at the man kneeling on the ground and explained in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the man who was kneeling on the ground roared, and then his body shape changed rapidly. White liquid poured out of his body from nowhere, and his body became larger. The white liquid spread over the man's body, and finally turned into bones. A bone spur. Under the gaze of many Shinigami, he became a virtual one. Chapter 171. A soul became hollow in front of many Shinigami. This inevitably gave Meguruma Kensei some speculation. Next to him, Shinigami from Division 9 also gave a guess and spoke out what Meguruma Kensei was saying from the bottom of his heart. No wonder the soul disappeared, it turned out to be a void. 11. That is to say, the souls that disappeared before and the team members that disappeared were all given away. The team member did not say the rest. But everyone knew it. Obviously, it was killed by Su and then devoured cleanly. However, some people also raised new questions. If it is an ordinary soul, it is not surprising that it is swallowed by the hollow. However, it was Shinigami who came to investigate the situation here before, and there were 10 team members. Could it be that they were all swallowed by the hollow? Killed? What kind of emptiness is there to be able to do this? After this question was raised, all the Shinigami, including Meguruma Kensei 280, all started thinking. Now it is certain that the disappeared souls were the work of hollows, including Shinigami, who should also have been swallowed by hollows. However, what kind of hollow would it take to swallow all 10 Shinigami? Thoughts flickered, and finally, everyone looked at the void in front of them. Captain, let me purify it. A 9th Division captain stood up, pulled out his Zanpakut, and prepared to kill the hollow in front of him. At this time, the fluctuation of the garden struck again. Meguruma Kensei and others looked around. I finally understood why it was so quiet here and why the 10 team members sent out to explore it earlier disappeared. Because apart from this one void, there are more voids. Void comes from all directions. Those disappeared souls have all become empty. It is precisely because the number of hollows is beyond imagination that 10 Shinigami were buried here one after another, and so many souls disappeared. But before that, so many virtual beings appeared here, and they, Godai 13, were not aware of them at all. We are in big trouble. Meguruma Kensei spoke in a deep voice, and then told many team members, all team members should prepare for battle, and report this matter to the first team at the same time. First team. Late at night, Captain Yamamoto had already fallen asleep. As a result, Deputy Captain Xian Sōsuke visited late at night, and he had to get up. After knowing the cause of the incident, Captain Yamamoto looked particularly solemn. Then without much thought, he just assumed the worst-case scenario. He ordered Xian Sōsuke, convene all captains to hold a captain's meeting. As a result, the sound of alarm suddenly echoed in Godai 13. Hell butterflies were flying around. Their long spiritual connections quickly arrived at the captains. No matter where they were at this moment, or whether they were sleeping peacefully, after receiving the order from the captain, they all rushed towards the first team as soon as possible. From the Hell Butterfly's message, they all knew that something extremely urgent had happened. Soon, many captains arrived one after another. Although Kurako Shunsui is usually a lazy person, this time he realized something was wrong and rushed here early. After arriving here, he discovered an unexpected figure. Jushiro, you are here too. It seems that your health is much better than before. If it were Jaishur Yukatake in the past, due to his health, he would go to bed early at night. In order to maintain his health, he would basically not attend the captain meetings that were usually held at night. My health has indeed improved a lot over the years, all thanks to the help of Senior Xian Ye. Jaishur Yukatake said to Kurako Shunsui. Although he had felt something disappear in his body when Xian Ye was treating him, he couldn't tell exactly what disappeared. However, his body did indeed get better. In the past, there would always be a period of time a year when his condition would worsen and he would have to go to recuperate. Now, although he does feel unwell for a few days throughout the year, in most cases he is no different from ordinary people. It's so late, why is the old man calling us here? Kurako Shunsui asked Jaishur Yukatake again. Jaishur Yukatake frowned, it must be something very important. While the two people were talking, the captains of the other divisions also rushed here one after another. Because Captain Yamamoto's summons was sudden and it was late at night, everyone realized that the matter was unusual and naturally they did not dare to be hasty. Not long after everyone gathered, Captain Yamamoto also brought his vice-captain Xian Sōsuke to the team leader's room. He looked at the people who had been temporarily summoned, and his voice was a little heavy. Everyone, just now, something happened to the 9th team that went to Rukonga to investigate the disappearance of souls. The captain of the 9th team and the Ryotsuo of the team members disappeared one after another. The team members must be organized immediately. Go to the rescue. Just one sentence made everyone's expressions change drastically. Regarding the incident of the soul disappearing, it has indeed been circulated in Godai 13 in the past few days. Finally it was taken over by Meguruma Kensei. But he didn't expect that the nature of this matter would be so bad. It wasn't just one Shinigami who was in trouble, but the entire 9th team. Meguruma Kensei is a captain-level Shinigami, and his Ryotsu has disappeared. What happened? Some people think deeply and are puzzled by it. Just when they were puzzling, 2 more heavyweights have arrived. I saw a strong man with a beard and a purple uniform walking in, leading a fat man in a pink uniform with pink hair and beard. It was the Kid Commander Tessai Tsukabishi and the Deputy Kid Commander Hachigen of the Kid Force. The Kid unit is similar to the various divisions of Shinigami, but it is mainly responsible for the barrier security of Seireitei and even Soul Society. Everyone in it is a master of Grandmaster Kid, especially the Chief Kid and the Deputy Chief Kid, who have mastered the relevant information. Kid of time and space. Today, even the Elder Kid, who rarely appears in public, appeared here. It is enough to show the seriousness of the matter, and it is very likely that kid, which is related to time and space, needs to be used for a specific seal. Many captains speculated that in 1.4, the chief captain asked these two people to come here after discovering that Meguro Makensei and others Ryotsu disappeared. Afterwards, a team leader meeting was held, and the main task was to go to the rescue. Because Meguro Makensei and all members of Division 9, Ryotsu, disappeared, this matter is extraordinary. The enemy may be beyond imagination, so those who go to rescue must not be weak. After some discussion, the person who went to the rescue was finally decided. After the discussion, Captain Yamamoto said in a deep voice, "Okay, the team will be led by Hirako Shinji of the 5th team, Torabashi RJR, the captain of the 3rd team, Love Aikawa of the 7th team, and Yadomaru Lisa, the deputy captain of the 8th team, and the deputy captain Kid Hachigen goes to the rescue, and the others are ready to support at any time." The captain's meeting came to an end. Logically speaking, it should be safe enough to go to the rescue in such a formation, but Urahara Kisuke, the captain of the 12th Division, felt an uneasy feeling inexplicably. Chapter 172. The disappearance of the soul was not discovered first by Team 9, but by Urahara Kisuke of Team 12. Since Urahara Kisuke took over Division 12 and reorganized it into the Technology Development Bureau, the Technology Development Bureau has further strengthened its surveillance of Soul Society in addition to technology development. In the past, although the Seireitei Research Institute would monitor Qian's spiritual waves and space fluctuations to locate Qian's location when he came to Soul Society, Urahara Kisuke felt that this was not enough. There are many souls living in Rukanga. If an accident occurs to the soul, the balance in the soul will be shaken. Therefore, he included the vast Rukanga as a supervisor. Although it is still not possible to monitor all the vast Rukanga, through monitoring of Rukanga, some things have indeed been discovered, just like this incident of the disappearance of souls. After finding out about this matter, Urahara Kisuke did not have time to investigate to the end because of his busy work schedule. It happened that his adjutant 23 Saragaki Hiri was a street kid who didn't understand technical research and wandered around all day, so he handed the matter over to Saragaki Yuzori. In the past 10 years, Saragaki Hiri has actually accepted Urahara Kisuke as the captain. Because of the changes brought to Soul Society by Division 12, she saw it in her eyes. Therefore, when facing the task assigned by Urahara Kisuke, although she still verbally rude to Urahara Kisuke, she still accepted it. And because Saragaki Hiri has a good relationship with Kuna Mashiro, the vice-captain of the 9th Division, this matter was also learned by Kuna Mashiro, the vice-captain of the 9th Division, and Meguro Makensei, the captain of the 9th Division. It happened that the 9th Division had nothing to do recently, and Meguro Makensei he also became interested in the disappearance of souls, so he took the initiative to take over the task of investigating the matter. In this way, the matter fell into the hands of Division 9. However, Saragaki Hiri also participated in this investigation because he could not help much in the 12th Division. Now, something happened to Meguro Makensei and many members of the 9th team in Rukanga. Urahara Kisuke immediately thought of Saragaki Hiri and was very worried about him. Since he became the captain of the 12th Division, Saragaki Hiri was initially unable to accept his new captain and resisted him in every possible way. However, as time went by, as the Technology Development Bureau he created gradually made after a big incident, Saragaki Hiri has gradually accepted him. Similarly, Urahara Kisuke really treats Saragaki Hiri as his lieutenant. At present, his adjutant's life and death are uncertain on the front line, and he is really worried. When Meguro Makensei and many members of the 9th team, Ryotsu, disappeared, Captain Yamamoto took immediate measures to respond. In order to deal with this incident, he sent 3 more captains, several deputy captains, and one of the Grandmaster Kid's Kid deputy Kid captains. It can be said that he was not careless. However, he still underestimated the difficulty of the matter. When Hirako Shinji, Torabashi RJR, Love Akawa, Yadomarulisa, and Hachigen arrived. They immediately found Meguru Makensei and others lying on the ground. This made them look shocked. Then, after discovering who the murderer was, Hirako Shinji changed his mind. Tosen Kaname, why did you attack your captain? What the hell are you doing? Many members of Division 9 suffered heavy casualties, but only one person was safe and sound. That is Tosen Kaname, the fifth member of the 9th Division. A blind man. There was ferocious blood on the opponent's Zanpakuto. Combined with the scars on the team members, it can be concluded that it was Tosen Kaname who attacked Meguru Makensei and others. No one thought that Tosen Kaname, a 5-seat member, would have such great strength. Are all the members of Division 9, including Meguru Makensei and Vice-Captain Kuna Mashiro, no match for Tosen Kaname? No, there must be other reasons. At this time, many captains and vice-captains who came with Hirako Shinji were attacked at the same time. Just one face-to-face encounter left them all injured. A force was driven into their bodies unexpectedly. Then this power took root in their souls and spread quickly. As this power appeared in their bodies, their spiritual powers were suddenly affected, and Ryotsuya began to disappear. However, at the last moment, they still saw clearly the figure of the person who attacked them. Aizen. Yadomarulisa spoke in a deep voice, looking at the figure that appeared, with anger in her words. What exactly do you want to do? Of course she knew Aizen. In addition to Aizen's status as the deputy captain of the 5th Division, she also knew that Aizen had practiced with Senior Xian Ye for a long time and was considered a disciple of Senior Xian Ye. To be honest, I didn't really want to take action against you, but I can't help but show up here, so I can only apologize to Teacher Xian Ye. After Yadomarulisa's voice came out, Aizen's eyes also fell on Yadomarulisa's face with some emotion. He really didn't expect Yadomarulisa to come here. But the deal is already done, so I can only choose to compare with Teacher Xian Ye and take action against the opponent. After all, the road has reached this point, and there is really no possibility of retreating. This was the opportunity he had been planning for a long time. He wanted to know what the consequences would be if he hollowed a captain-level Shinigami. After an ordinary soul suffers a hollow, it will immediately dissipate and completely dissipate. The soul hollow with Shinigami qualifications will later become a hollow. If the captain-level Shinigami is powerful enough, can the Shinigami control this power? After Yadomarulisa heard Aizen's words, she immediately said coldly, "You are not qualified to mention Senior Xian Ye. You are not worthy to be his younger brother." If things went according to normal development, she shouldn't have appeared here. But she couldn't suppress her curiosity. When the captain held a meeting with many captains, she quietly followed. Later, she secretly overheard the conversation between the captain and others, and took the initiative to get involved in this matter. Among them, and then entrusted with important tasks by Kurako Shunsui, he also joined the rescue workers. I thought it was just a rescue incident, even if it was dangerous, but with so many captains involved, it was not that dangerous. Unexpectedly, the culprit behind all this was Aizen Sōsuke. A person who is usually called a good person in everyone's impression. Chapter 173. Aizen smiled faintly and did not respond to Yadomarulisa's words. Of course he knew that it was not good for him to take action against Yadomarulisa. After all, the relationship between the other party and his master was very unusual. But in order to go further, he had to do this. And he believed that the master would understand him. The master was once a member of the 0 Division. In order to move forward, he chose to leave the 0 Division. He even told himself a lot of information about the 0 Division. This meant that the master was also ready to one day reunite with his former colleagues and friends. Prepare for the confrontation. In order to be able to prove the truth and evolve into a new dimension, what should we not abandon? The so-called love is just an emotion without any meaning. Yadomarulisa wanted to say a few words, but at this moment, the hollow power that Aizen had penetrated into them through a sneak attack suddenly spread in her body. It's not just her. Torabashi RJR, Love Akawa, and Hachigen on the side were all affected by the power of the void. They let out painful wails. At the same time, their spiritual power declined sharply. In the blink of an eye, just like Meguro Makensei and others monitored by the Soul Society, Ryotsu completely disappeared. Only Hirako Shinji was not attacked by Aizen. At this moment, there is still the strength to fight. He looked at Aizen and gritted his teeth. Aizen! You really have a problem. Many years ago, after he became the captain of the 5th team, he realized that Aizen was unusual. He felt an extremely disharmonious aura in Aizen, which made him wary of Aizen. Maybe it was just an illusion, but in order to guard against Aizen, he chose to make the outstanding Aizen the vice-captain. It seems like this is promoting Aizen. This is not the case. After Aizen became the vice-captain, he was able to keep an eye on Aizen better. However, Hirako Shinji soon realized that he had made a mistake. Even if he had insight into Aizen's conspiracy at this moment, even if he had not been attacked by Aizen yet, he still lost to Aizen. Because he underestimated one thing. That's what Aizen Zanpakuto is capable of. For so many years, he seemed to be monitoring and wary of Aizen. Aizen had been living under his nose, but in the end, he was always being played by Aizen. Hirako Shinji was quickly defeated by Aizen Zanpakuto's ability. Then, he knew the truth. I saw an incredible scene. That is, apart from Tosen Kaname, the youngest and most talented member of his 5th team, the 3rd seat Ichimaru Jin, is actually from Aizen. Captain, you are indeed very smart, but unfortunately, this time, you still lost. Looking at Hirako Shinji who was seriously injured and lying on the ground, Aizen injected the power of the void into his body, and a cold voice came out. Next, he only needs to wait for the power of the virtual to spread in the bodies of these captains and vice-captains. He really wants to know whether the captain-level Shinigami can withstand hollow. As for whether these Shinigami are lucky enough to survive, they will make the truth known to the public and say that he is the mastermind behind the scenes. Aizen didn't panic at all. Kaika Suijutsu's abilities are not as simple as imagined. Tonight, he had many witnesses, all of whom could confirm that he had been staying in the 5th Division team building and had never gone out. Moreover, in the past, he also had the character of a good person. He murdered many captains and vice-captains, it was just slander, someone wanted to frame him. As for who framed him? Aizen hasn't thought about it yet. Just when Aizen was taking Tosen Kaname and Ichimaru Jin to leave here, the person who took the blame suddenly appeared here. Yura Harakisuke, Tessite Tsukabishi, the leader of the Kid people, suddenly appeared and intercepted Aizen. Yura Harakisuke came at this time because he had an uneasy premonition from the beginning. Even though the captain had arranged for rescue personnel, Yura Harakisuke was still worried. He found Tessite Tsukabishi, and the two hit it off and rushed here quickly. As a result, many captains and vice-captains fell to the ground, and Aizen was preparing to leave with Syaku. It is self-evident who the murderer is. Tessite Tsukabishi immediately attacked and killed him with a powerful kid. As the leader of the kid community, his kid is incredibly powerful. However, just when he was about to approach Aizen, a black coffin easily blocked Tessite Tsukabishi's kid. Afterwards, Aizen left calmly with Ichimaru Jin and Tosen Kaname. Even if Yura Harakisuke wants to intercept Aizen. But because the lives and deaths of several captains and vice-captains were uncertain, in the end, we had no choice but to treat them first. But he didn't expect that such a move would be caught by the criminal army who arrived later. The night of the disappearance of souls has come to an end. But the turmoil caused by all this has not disappeared. At the beginning, only Ryotsu, the captain of Division 9, Meguro Makensei, his deputy, and many other team members disappeared. Later, many captains and deputy captains Ryotsu who went to the rescue also disappeared. When this incident was discovered, it caused a huge commotion. But the answer to this question will soon come to a conclusion. The captain and vice-captain's Ryotsu disappeared because someone was using them to conduct hollow experiments. In order to conduct the hollow experiment with the captain and vice-captain, someone secretly planned the disappearance of the soul, which later attracted the 9th Division to investigate. As a result, the members of the 9th Division suffered heavy casualties, and the captain and vice-captain were all reduced to experimental subjects. When it was discovered that Godi I-13 was investigating the matter, the man in the dark not only showed no restraint, but instead attacked the captains and deputy captains who came to investigate the truth. Dezhao's, as for who is the mastermind behind the scenes? Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi, 2 people who appeared at the scene and were arrested by the criminal army, gave the answer. That is, the 5th Division Deputy Captain Aizen Sōsuke. In Central 46, Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi told the truth about what they saw with their own eyes. Logically speaking, with Shihoran Yoryuaki standing behind Urahara Kisuke, the head of Shihoran, Central 46 should be willing to believe Urahara Kisuke's words, identify Aizen Sōsuke, Tosen Kaname, Ichimaru Jin, and others as the murderers, and then arrest them. Even if they are not arrested, they still need to be summoned for questioning. As a result, Room 46 did not do this. He even refuted Urahara Kisuke. It is said that at the time of the incident, Aizen Sōsuke had been staying in the team building of the 5th team. Many team members were witnesses, and there was no possibility that he had committed the crime. Chapter 174. No one thought that Aizen would have an alibi. After hearing Central 46's rebuttal, Urahara Kisuke frowned immediately. No wonder Aizen didn't care about these things and appeared in front of him. It turned out that Aizen had been prepared for it. But even so, he still wanted Central 46 to summon Aizen and confront him. Unexpectedly, Central 46 not only failed to summon Aizen. Even after that, evidence was produced that Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi secretly plotted to murder many captains and vice-captains, saying that the encounters between these captains and Hollow were all due to Urahara Kisuke's plot. Only Urahara Kisuke, the captain of Division 12 and the first director of the Technology Development Bureau, can do this. As for the reason, it was because Urahara Kisuke secretly violated Soul Society's taboo and studied Hollow in order to explore the mystery of Hollow. Central 46 not only failed to listen to Urahara Kisuke, but also followed Aizen. Instead, Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi were imprisoned. When this incident came out, it caused a huge disturbance. After Yoryuaki learned that Urahara Kisuke was imprisoned, although he did not know the reason, he still resolutely chose to believe in Urahara Kisuke. Although many Shinigami witnessed Aizen staying in the 5th Division team building at the time of the crime, there is no evidence to prove that Aizen is the murderer, but Yoryuaki is very familiar with 543 Urahara Kisuke, and Kisuke will never lie. Aizen must have used some means. The most important thing at the moment is to rescue Kisuke. As the head of Shihoran, her status is unusual. Central 46 is a judicial institution composed of nobles. When necessary, the great nobles can influence the decision-making of Central 46. However, this time, even if she revealed her identity as the Shihoran family, she could not save Urahara Kisuke. Central 46 seems determined to determine that Urahara Kisuke is the culprit of everything. However, Yoryuaki still met Urahara Kisuke. This was not done by me, but by Aizen. After Urahara Kisuke saw Yoryuaki who came to visit him, he immediately defended Yoryuaki. Yoryuaki said solemnly, "Kisuke, of course I believe you. But the problem now is that everyone thinks that Aizen has no problem and thinks that you are slandering Aizen. Although I don't know how he did it, he really doesn't have time to murder those captains. In addition, some people he said that he saw you conspiring with Tessai Tsukabishi a long time ago, and that you are the murderer who caused, CDBD, many captains and vice-captains to hollow. In addition, regarding these captains and vice-captains, Central 46 has made a decision on how to deal with them. They believed that these people's Shinigami power was no longer pure, and decided to execute them all. What? Urahara Kisuke's pupils shrank sharply, never expecting that Central 46 would make a decision in such a short period of time. He could not accept the outcome of this execution. Is Central 46 crazy? You know, this is not just 1 or 2 captains. Counting Meguru Makensei who was attacked at the beginning, there are 4 captains, and then adding Kuna Mashiro, Saragaki Hiri, Yadomaru Lisa, Hachigen, there are also 4 vice-captains. If these people were executed directly, Godi I-13's vitality would be completely damaged. Is Central 46 so reckless? Don't they try to save these people? Although Hollow is irreversible, through Urahara Kisuke's years of research on Hollow, these people should still be saved. I don't know what's going on, but the recent Central 46 is indeed a bit strange. Uruaki spoke quietly. Then his eyes fell on Urahara Kisuke. So, Kisuke, what are you going to do? Are you going to sit back and wait for death, or are you? Urahara Kisuke was silent. Finally, the answer was given. The night when the soul disappears is just an introduction. The subsequent turmoil really swept through the entire Lingting. First, Urahara Kisuke and Tessai Tsukabishi were arrested by the criminal army at the scene of the incident. Urahara Kisuke slanders Aizen as the murderer. Many Shinigami testified that Aizen did not do such a thing, but Urahara Kisuke himself became suspected and was imprisoned. Central 46 then executed those captains who were hollowed. The sentence has not yet arrived. Urahara Kisuke, who was imprisoned, took the first step. He escaped from prison with Tessai Tsukabishi, and even rescued the captains and vice-captains who were temporarily imprisoned because of the hollow. After that, Urahara Kisuke escaped to nowhere and his whereabouts are unknown. Also missing was Shihauran Uruaki, the captain of the 2nd Division and head of Shihauran. This matter is not difficult to understand if the reasons are clarified. Urahara Kisuke's ability to serve as the captain of Division 12 was due to Shihauran Uruaki's recommendation. Shihauran Uruaki and Urahara Kisuke have a close relationship. There is no doubt that Urahara Kisuke's escape from prison was related to Uruaki. It was Uruaki who helped him escape. After that, he left with the other party. But after Central 46 issued an arrest warrant for Urahara Kisuke, there was no arrest warrant for Uruaki. Even though all the evidence points to Uruaki helping Urahara Kisuke. But I can't stand it. Uruaki is the head of Shihauran, and Shihauran is a big noble. It is impossible for them to issue a wanted order for yet. All in all, everything ended with Urahara Kisuke taking the blame and absconding in fear of crime. Central 46 issued the most severe wanted order for Urahara Kisuke, and ordered Godi I-13 to arrest Urahara Kisuke, and at the same time find the captains and deputy captains who were hollowed. If they are dead, it is best. If not, they must be eliminated. A Shinigami of this level, if it were hollow, transformed into Minos Grande, its combat power would be extraordinary, and if left unchecked, it would pose a great threat to the world. However, even if Central 46 issued such an order, Godi I-13 did not take any more measures except for searching the whereabouts of Urahara Kisuke to no avail. After Captain Yamamoto knew the cause of the matter, he actually wanted to find Urahara Kisuke and ask for details. But now is not the time. Because Godi I-13's vitality was severely damaged. The position of captain of the 10th Division has been vacant since the captain died in the line of duty. Godi I-13 itself has only 12 captains. On the night when the soul disappeared, the 4 captains were killed by hollow, Urahara Kisuke defected, and Uruaki left. It can be said that the entire Godi I-13 has 7 vacant captain positions. This can no longer be described as a serious injury to one's vitality. Chapter 175. A lot of waste is waiting to be done. Today's Godi I-13 can only be described as this. 900 years ago, the founder of the Quincy, Waiwak, led the Quincy army to attack Soul Society, and Godai 13 was established. That battle could be said to have devastated Soul Society, but even so, the damage to Godai 13 was not as tragic as it is now. Although it is true that Shinigami died a lot, the captain of first generation Godai 13 did not die in battle. This also proves their strength from the side. But not this time. Except for the 9th Division's chief officer who suffered heavy casualties and only one Tosen Kaname who followed Meguru Makensei survived, the rest of the division's chief officers and junior Shinigami were not injured, but the captain and vice-captain were lost all at once. Multiple. Godai 13's high-end combat power was completely lost. It is unprecedented for 7 captain positions to be vacant at once. The vice-captain is not only very important, he is just the captain's adjutant, but the captain is the top combat power of Godai 13. 10 years ago, when Urahara Kisuke succeeded as captain, Hirako Shinji lamented that the captain changed too frequently. Anohanaretsu said peace is a good thing. The vast majority of captain changes are peaceful handovers. Only the captain of the 10th Division died in battle. However, at this moment, only 10 years later, an accident caused Godai 13 to have 6 more captain vacancies in addition to the 10th Division. Many of them were young captains who had not been captains for many years. At this time, where should we go to find the right person to take on the role of captain? If Hueco Mundo invades Soul Society at this time, how should we respond? Captain Yamamoto is very worried. Compared with restoring Godai 13's vitality and apprehending the criminal Urahara Kisuke, it is not as important as imagined. According to the results of performing Hollow in Soul Society in the past, no matter how powerful the captains and vice-captains are, after suffering the Hollow, it won't be long before they lose their minds and become hollow. If they join Hueco Mundo's strength will be greatly enhanced. Only by recovering enough strength can we cope with the attack of Hueco Mundo. To capture Urahara Kisuke, we can only wait until Godai 13's energy is completely restored. Of course, before that, we have to continue to investigate Aizen. After all, Urahara Kisuke claimed that Aizen was the culprit. Although he didn't know why Urahara Kisuke wanted to murder those captains, before finding these evidences, Captain Yamamoto still believed in Urahara Kisuke and Yuruaki. He was not blind enough to only believe those witnesses. What is the possibility? Is Urahara Kisuke really framed? Unfortunately, after searching again and again, they only found evidence that Urahara Kisuke was secretly studying Hollow. This was something that Urahara Kisuke had not completely destroyed when he was studying Hagyaku. Now, he is increasingly sitting back and watching him murder Captain Ichihu. As for Aizen, more and more people are confirming his innocence and he has been completely cleared of all suspicion. After clearing all suspicions, he came to Xian Ye. Master, I'm sorry. Why are you saying sorry? Xian Ye's eyes fell on Aizen, his eyes flickering, not knowing what he was thinking at this moment. I feel sorry for the master about Vice-Captain Yazamaru. I knew that she had a close relationship with the master, but I still chose to attack her. There was some apology in Aizen's words. Although she had her own ideas at the time. But after this incident, he really felt sorry for his master. A more prudent approach should be chosen. For example, with the help of Kaika Suijutsu's ability, he can hide his own existence, knock the opponent out first, and remove the opponent from the Hollow incident. Xian Ye remained silent and didn't say much. For some reason, after his master fell silent, he became so powerful that he could make a great kid by abandoning chanting. He, who chanted kid completely, actually felt a little nervous at this moment. You don't need to apologize for Lisa's matter. Is she dead? Oh. Aizen looked at Xian Ye in surprise. Master, why are you so sure? Could it be that Shinigami, a captain or vice-captain, can control that power after encountering Hollow? Before this, he had not conducted Hollow experiments on this level of Shinigami. He originally planned to collect the experimental results later, but he did not expect that Urahara Kisuke would take the risk and escape from prison directly, taking all those people away. As a result, he currently has no experimental data in hand. He is also not sure whether Shinigami at the captain or vice-captain level can master the power of the hollow. Hollow is an irreversible process. Even the captain and vice-captains cannot master that power independently. But I believe Urahara Kisuke. Urahara Kisuke is a very powerful person. Since he chose to save all those captains and vice-captains, if we leave, we will definitely be able to save them, and maybe help them master the power of the hollow. Xian Ye's tone was determined. This made Aizen even more surprised. Urahara Kisuke is no stranger to him. He is the captain of the 12th Division and the first director of the Technology Development Bureau. In the past 10 years, the changes he has brought to Seoul society can be seen with the naked eye. I never thought that in the eyes of the master, Urahara Kisuke would be so amazing. Aizen felt that perhaps he needed to observe Urahara Kisuke further. Not to mention the conversation between master and apprentice after the big event. On the other side, Captain Yamamoto is looking for every possible way to fill the vacant captain position of Godai 13. First, let those vice-captains with good abilities participate in the captain assessment to see if they can fill some vacancies. Secondly, he asked for help from the great nobles. The 5 nobles are the founders of this world. Although some great nobles have gradually declined and there are no strong people in their clans, some great nobles still have some strong people in their clans. If they can be persuaded to join Godai 13, the current situation may be alleviated. The first thing he found was the Shihaoran family. Shihaoran Yoryuki has only been the captain for a few years. Although Shihaoran Kuchin is already old, under such circumstances, it should be no problem for him to step in for a while, right? In addition, Captain Yamamoto also needs to consult Shihaoran Kuchin on how to deal with Yoryuki's problem. Although Central 46 did not issue a wanted order due to the face of the Shihaoran family, in fact, Shihaoran Yeju did betray Tohunkai Mata. Chapter 176. I know your purpose of coming. In the Shihaoran family's mansion, Shihaoran Kongchan, who had already retired, looked at Captain Yamamoto in front of him and spoke in a deep voice. Since handing over the position of the head of the family to Yoryuki, he has put down all the burdens on his shoulders, and his whole body has aged in an instant. He is much older now than before. Although I don't know what Yoryuki is thinking, it is a fact that she betrayed Seoul society, even if Central 46 did not issue a wanted order for her because of the face of our Shihaoran family. But the position of captain of the 2nd Division is indeed vacant. That's probably why you came here. Yes. Captain Yamamoto nodded. I would like to ask you to come back and serve as the captain of the 2nd 380 Division again. Shihaoran Kongchan heard this, shook his head, and then said, of course I can choose to come back and serve as the captain of the 2nd team again, but what happens after that? It's still the same as before. Continue to hold on to the position of captain with your old age, and then wait for the new generation of the Shihaoran family to grow up. I won't hide it from you, Yoryuki does have a younger brother, and his qualifications are not bad, but he is too young. It will take at least 100 years for him to grow up. I can't last that long. Shihaoran Kongchan's eyes fell on Captain Yamamoto, and he expressed all his inner thoughts, and then said, the reason why you found me is simply because the position of captain of the 2nd Division in the past has been held by the Shihaoran family. But now, the Shihaoran family really doesn't have a suitable candidate. But you don't have to worry that the position of captain of the 2nd Division will be vacant because of this. Since you are here, I have naturally thought about this issue, so today I will tell you the truth. The position of captain of the 2nd Division does not necessarily belong to the Shihaoran family. Although the captain of the 2nd Division of the 1st generation is an ancestor of my Shihaoran family, and the 2nd Division has been hereditary from my Shihaoran family for so many years, this does not mean that my Shihaoran family will always occupy this position. You can choose the captain among the second team. If there is no suitable candidate for the second division, you can choose suitable candidates from the other divisions. Shihaorin's words were calm, but Captain Yamamoto felt the difference between the Shihaorin family and other nobles. The other great nobles all attach great importance to family inheritance, and are unwilling to give up anything they have in their hands even if they die. Just like the Kukaki family, the captain of the 6th division of the first generation obviously has no relationship with the Kukaki family, but after that, he occupied the 6th division and made it a noble team, and then controlled the 6th division for generations. In his own hands, even if the people in the clan have extremely poor qualifications, they are not willing to give up the 6th division. Yes, Captain Yamamoto is talking about Kukaki Jinling. Obviously his son Kukaki Sojun did not have the qualifications to become a powerful Shinigami, but he insisted on being the vice-captain. The result was that his son died in the battle. Although he has a grandson who is very qualified, Kukaki Jinling is currently working hard and focusing on training his grandson, hoping to wait until his grandson grows up. But to be honest, Captain Yamamoto is not very optimistic about this kind of thing. Placing too many expectations on a person is not a good thing for the person concerned. Instead, it will put the person involved under great pressure. Of course, this is a family matter of the Kukaki family after all, and Captain Yamamoto can't say anything. He is just a little emotional because of Shihaorin's attitude. In the past, he thought that Shihaorin Kuchen was a person like Kukaki Jinling. For the sake of the inheritance of the Shihaorin family, he persisted and let Yoryuki bear the heavy burden. Now it seems that is not the case. The inheritance of the Shihaorin family is true, but whether the successor can shoulder the heavy responsibility and whether the second team is inherited by the Shihaorin family, Shihaorin Kong-chan does not care. Looking at the thoughtful Captain Yamamoto, Shihaorin Kuchen added, "Of course, the second division is inherited by the Shihaorin family from generation to generation. I'm worried that your proposal to have someone from a non-Shihaorin family serve as the captain of the second division will cause some criticism. This I will tell the many nobles loyal to the Shihaorin family in advance about this matter." Thank you Shihaorin. Although Yoryuki is the current head of the Shihaorin family, the old head is still considered the head. After Captain Yamamoto visited Shihaorin Kuchen, Shihaorin Kong-chan, who had been retired for many years, reappeared. He summoned many nobles loyal to the Shihaorin family and explained the cause of the matter. That is, the Shihaorin family now has no suitable candidate to serve as the captain of the second division. Yoryuki's younger brother Shihaorin Yoshiro is still too young. When he grows up a little, it will be okay to serve as the head of the Shihaorin family, but the position of captain is it's hard to do that. So the Shihaorin family decided to let it go. The position of captain of the second division will be handed over to nobles like you. If there is a suitable candidate among you, you can compete independently. After saying these words, it can be said that it caused an uproar among these nobles. Except for the captain's position, which was hereditary from the Shihaorin family in the past, many of the members of the second division are from these nobles who have been loyal to the Shihaorin family for generations. Now, the Shihaorin family has delegated power, which makes them very confused. But then, they also developed fighting spirit. Although Godai 13 is still below Central 46, and big nobles like the Shihaorin family are above Central 46, if they can become captain, for nobles like them, they will not fall behind. They informed the strong men in the clan who were playing in the second division and asked them to compete for the position of captain. Among these 3.3 people, there is Sui-Fon, no, it should be called Sui-Feng nowadays. As Yoryuki became the captain of the second division, she also grew up. After Urahara Kisuke became the captain of the 12th division, she also replaced the former vice-captain Omida Nozomi and became the new vice-captain of the second division. Even earlier he inherited the name of his grandmother Sui-Feng. After knowing this, although she didn't understand what Master Shihaorin Kong-chan was thinking, she really wanted to improve her strength and become the captain of the second team. Although it is unknown why Yoryuki-sama left Soul Society, the position of captain of the 2nd Division originally belonged to Yoryuki-sama. Now that Lord Yoryuki is gone, she is qualified to help Yoryuki Celestial Being protect all of this. But currently, she is still a little short of becoming a captain, so she still needs to practice hard. Chapter 177. While practicing, Sui Feng inevitably thought of Urahara Kisuke, the former 3rd seat of the 2nd Division, the culprit who caused Master Yoryuki to leave Soul Society and is now wanted by Soul Society. Once upon a time, she actually didn't like Urahara Kisuke that much, and thought that a noble person like Lord Yoryuki shouldn't be friends with Urahara Kisuke. Of course, now, she doesn't like Urahara Kisuke that much either. Whether Urahara Kisuke murdered those captains and vice-captains, she didn't know the reason. But Yoryuki-sama did leave Soul Society for that guy, abandoned the Shihaoran family, and also abandoned those who were loyal to the Shihaoran family Yaja-sama. Sui Feng truly hates Urahara Kisuke. But there was one thing she did have to admit. That is Urahara Kisuke is very strong. Without strong enough strength, it is impossible to defeat all the criminals in the supervision tower with bare hands, and then pass the captain assessment and become the captain of the 12th Division. Now, she also wants to participate in the captain assessment, become the captain of the 2nd team, and protect everything about Lord Yoryuki. But her strength is not enough. She currently does not have the confidence to pass the captain's assessment. For this reason, she can only practice hard. Boom! Boom! In the 2nd team training ground number 23, there was a constant roar. Sui Feng practices white hits and shunpo here. At the same time, in her mind, she couldn't help but recall the scene she had accidentally seen. That was the scene when Lord Yoryuki was fighting. It is clear that it is white hits, but its movements have far more power than white hits. It is like a combination of kid and white hits. What exactly is that method? Sui Feng does not know. Clear. But after that, she did have an idea, that is, could white hits be combined with kid? If they can be combined, can they create new combat skills? It is difficult to improve one's strength simply by practicing hard. Of course, mastering Bankai is also a way. But Sui Feng didn't want to rely entirely on her Zanpakuto, so besides learning Bankai, she also wanted to use other methods to improve her strength. While practicing white hits and shunpo, Sui Feng couldn't help but have that idea in his mind. Ever since, she subconsciously used Kid. But she did not release Kid, but instead blessed Kid on her body, hoping to combine Kid with white hits. However, just as he did so, he suffered a heavy blow. The sound of rumbling echoed, and the smoke and dust reverberated in the training ground. There is no doubt that she failed. Fortunately, because the Kid she used was not too powerful, she was not seriously injured. It failed. Sui Feng felt a little frustrated in his heart. Ready to try again. At this moment, a low and small voice sounded from the side, "That's not the case." Sui Feng turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a petite figure wearing glasses. It was Ise Nanao. When Ise Nanao joined the 2nd team, Sui Feng took her with her for a long time. The relationship between her and Ise Nanao was not bad. Although Ise Nanao still does not have a Zanpakuto, but with her the powerful white hits and shunpo attainments, as well as the even more powerful Kid attainments, still established a foothold in the 2nd team. When Urahara Kisuke became the captain of the 12th Division, Ise Nanao also went a step further and became the captain of the 3rd seat, that is, the supervision team. This in itself also shows how powerful Ise Nanao is. It should be noted that one of the conditions for serving as the captain of the supervision team under the 2nd Division is to be able to defeat the criminals in the supervision tower with bare hands. Although the criminals in the supervision tower can only be regarded as ordinary criminals, and the truly powerful criminals are all locked up in the worm's nest, it is not that easy to defeat them. "Nanao, why are you here?" Sui Feng greeted Ise Nanao. Because of her background, she was cold by nature, but she took the initiative to greet Ise Nanao, which was enough to show that the relationship between them was unusual. I also know what Master Shihaoran Kuchen said. So, Sui Feng, you are training so hard now, do you want to compete for the captain's position? Compared with when Ise Nanao first entered the second team, has grown up a little, and usually wears glasses. She looks very quiet, but in fact, because she was trained by Xian Ye, she now has close combat skills. Compared with the original work, she doesn't know how to fight. How much more powerful? Faced with Ise Nanao's cross-examination, Sui Feng did not hide anything and nodded, yes, I want to become the captain. I don't know why Yoryuki-sama would follow a guy like that and leave Soul Society, but I do want to protect everything about Yoryuki-sama. At the same time, as the captain of the second division, I will retrieve Lord Yoryuki and bring the criminal Urahara Kisuke to justice. That's it. Ise Nanao didn't comment. As a good friend of Sui Feng, she knew something about her friends. The B family is a family loyal to Shihaoran for generations. Sui Feng has been taken care of by Lord Yoryuki since he joined the second team, so he admires Lord Yoryuki very much. She took the initiative to change the subject again. Did you previously want to combine kid with white hits? Sui Feng was stunned. This was indeed an idea in her heart, but it had never been realized. She did not expect Ise Nanao to see it. After a moment of silence, Sui Feng nodded again. The way you practiced before was wrong. Ise Nanao said. Sui Feng was startled again, and couldn't help but think of what Ise Nanao said before when she came. So, what does Nanao know? Ise Nanao looked at Sui Feng and said quietly, combining kid with white hits is a correct theory, but in order to realize it, kid needs to be released from the inside of the body instead of externally. Kid bless the body. Nanao, you. Ise Nanao knew that Sui Feng was very curious as to why he knew this. She didn't hide it either. I know this because my teacher once taught me such skills. It is precisely because of his teachings that I was able to graduate from the Spiritual Arts Academy with 3 excellent results in Shunpo, White Hits, and Kid without Zanpakut, and then joined the second team. Your teacher? This is the first time Sui Feng heard Ise Nanao talk about his past. Yes. Ise Nanao said softly, I actually want to teach you this skill. If you can learn it, your strength will definitely improve and you can successfully pass the captain's assessment. But I don't dare teach it to you casually without the teacher's consent. Chapter 178. Nanao, thank you. When Sui Feng heard Ise Nanao's words, she could feel her friend's concern for her, which moved her very much. I understand your kindness, but after all, this is a unique skill taught to you by your teacher. You don't have to think about passing it on to me. But, if you can learn it, your strength will definitely improve. Kigzu looked at Sui Feng seriously. Immediately, she frowned and thought for a while. Okay, Sui Feng, you and let me go to see the teacher together. If the teacher is willing to give you guidance, you will definitely pass the captain's assessment. Sui Feng was stunned again, not expecting Kigzu to make such a suggestion. She felt a little embarrassed to ask others for advice. Although the other party is Nanao's teacher, he is not his teacher after all, and he and the other party have nothing to do with each other. But on the other hand, she really wants to work hard to improve her strength. Nowadays, Godi I-13 has suffered an unprecedented blow, with 7 captain positions vacant, including the second team. What about the other team? Sui Feng doesn't really care. But she does want to be the captain of the second division. Help Master Yoryuki protect everything, and then wait for Master Yoryuki to return. In the end, the desire for power overwhelmed Sui Feng's other thoughts. She said to Nanao, Nanao, excuse me. When Ise Nanao brought Sui Feng to Spiritual Arts Academy, Sui Feng looked very strange. as the only school in Seoul society that specializes in training Shinigami. Of course she knew the name of Spiritual Arts Academy, but unfortunately, Sui Feng had not studied in this school. The Feng family was good at assassination and interrogation. When she was very young, she received training from her grandmother at home. Later, when he grew up, he directly joined the criminal army. All of her Shinigami abilities were learned at home. This is also the tradition of many nobles since the times. Among the nobles, when the older generation retires, they will train the younger generations of the clan. Even the zanpakut they possess are sealed states left over from those who died in battle. After all, sealed states are actually the same. The ability to transform it into various zanpakut ultimately lies in the Shinigami itself. The same sealed state, in the hands of different people, the zanpakut evolved are completely different. Is your teacher here? Sui Feng asked Ise Nanao. Ise Nanao explained to Sui Feng, Teacher, he is the calligraphy teacher at Spiritual Arts Academy. He taught me because my mother had an old relationship with him. I don't know where he lives specifically. Place, but you should be able to find him at Spiritual Arts Academy. After all, when he received instruction from Xian Ye in the past, it was always at the Spiritual Arts Academy. Although the teacher only taught her for 6 years. But for Ise Nanao, those 6 years were the 6 years that changed her destiny. Shinigami's identity can easily enter the Spiritual Arts Academy, not to mention that Sui Feng is now the vice-captain of the second team. However, after entering Spiritual Arts Academy, this time, their visit came to nothing. Xian Ye is not in the Spiritual Arts Academy. This made Nanao feel a little disappointed. But she did know that teacher Xian Ye would have class in a few days, and teacher Xian Ye would definitely come then. Therefore, Ise Nanao could only take Sui Feng to leave Spiritual Arts Academy first. The two agreed to come back in a few days. Sui Feng didn't feel too disappointed. If she could meet Nanao's teacher, it would be best to get advice from him. Even if she didn't get advice from him, it wouldn't change her desire to become stronger. Return to the second team. Sui Feng practiced for several more days. A few days later, Nanao took the initiative to find her and prepared to go to the Spiritual Arts Academy again. To be honest, after these few days of training, Sui Feng didn't really want to trouble Kixu's teacher, because she firmly believed that she could become stronger by herself, but Kixu had good intentions after all, and she finally followed her went there again. Among the Spiritual Arts Academy, Xian Ye finished the class and was ready to leave. For so many years, he has always insisted on teaching a class. Even if there are only a few students attending the class, he has always persisted. Even, unknowingly, Xian Ye's qualifications at Spiritual Arts Academy have become extremely old. After all, the teachers who usually teach in the Spiritual Arts Academy are all Shinigami who retired from Godai 13. They came here to teach because they had nothing to do after retirement. Shinigami itself is a retired person, so naturally it is impossible to teach here for too many years. A person like Xian Ye who has been teaching for 100 years is naturally extremely rare. Even among the Godai 13, there are very few who have been captains for more than 100 years. Xian Ye had just walked near the classroom when suddenly, Ridao's familiar voice came. Teacher Xian Ye. Xian Ye looked sideways and saw 2 women. He recognized Sui Feng next to Ise Nanao, but his eyes still deliberately missed him, and then fell on Ise Nanao's face. It's Xiao Nanao, what's the matter? I have something and I want to ask the teacher for help. Ise Nanao thought of Sui Feng's persistence during this period and told Xian Ye truthfully. Oh! Xian Ye's eyes flickered slightly and he said to Ise Nanao, let's talk somewhere else. A group of 3 people came to the edge area of the Spiritual Arts Academy. It was a forest, very quiet, and rarely visited by people. In other words, she wants to gain strength, and you are going to teach her Shunju to help her improve her strength. On the way here, Ise Nanao spoke out his purpose in just a few words. Yes. Ise Nanao nodded and said, good promise, because after all, Shunju is your unique skill, teacher. Without your permission, teacher, I cannot pass it on at will. There is nothing casual. Since you have made the decision to teach Shunku to her, well, her name is Sui Feng, right? Xian Ye responded to Ise Nanao while looking at Sui Feng turned to the side. In addition, there are actually more people who have mastered the instant coax than you think. This is not a secret skill. The instant coax is just the beginning. After the instant coax, there are advanced skills, and even, if you are powerful enough, you can also try to combine Shunyuo and Demon Slayer like Yet. Xian Ye talked eloquently and remarked casually. Wait, do you know Mr. Yuryuaki? Sui Feng heard a familiar name from Xian Ye's words and asked quickly. Don't you know that Yuryuaki is also my apprentice? Xian Ye's words were like a groundbreaking statement that shocked Sui Feng. Chapter 179. Lord Yuryuaki is actually the disciple of the person in front of you? When Sui Feng heard this, he was subconsciously shocked and immediately refused to believe it. In her mind, how could such a powerful Lord Yuryuaki be the disciple of this Spiritual Arts Academy calligraphy class teacher? However, before that, even if she wanted to refute, she never spoke. There is no evidence after all. Moreover, Yuryuaki-sama did study at the Spiritual Arts Academy in the past. No one knows whether the person in front of him taught Yuryuaki-sama. Ise Nanao, on the other hand, was also very surprised after hearing Xian Ye's words, Yuryuaki-sama has ever studied with a teacher. Is this why Yuryuaki-sama takes such good care of me? Since Ise Nanao joined the second division, she has always wanted to understand one thing, that is, why Yuryuaki-sama cares about her so much. Although the Ise family she lives in is a bit mysterious, for example, when she asks her mother about her father, her mother always remains silent. But she was sure that the Ise family and the Shihaoran family were not related. Nor one of those nobles loyal to the Shihaoran family. But in such a situation, without Zanpakut, he was specially recruited into the second 390th Division by Lord Yuryuaki. After entering the second squadron, Lord Yuryuaki always remembered him and even sent Sui Feng to lead him. Why is this? Now, Ise Nanao consciously grasped some answers. Maybe. Xian Ye gave Ise Nanao an ambiguous answer. After that, he had a casual chat with Ise Nanao and Sui Feng. Ise Nanao came here mainly to get Xian Ye's consent to teach Sui Feng instantly. Xian Ye agreed, and naturally there wasn't much to talk about later. As for, he personally taught Sui Feng? Forget it. Xian Ye has no intention of teaching his disciples anymore. He even decided to resign from his position as a calligraphy teacher at the Spiritual Arts Academy after Aizen became the captain of the 5th Division. Because he remembered that in the original book, Aizen would occasionally come to the Spiritual Arts Academy to teach calligraphy classes, and because of this, he had a group of fans. Return to the 2nd Division. Sui Feng looked at Ise Nanao in front of him. Even with the consent of Ise Nanao's teacher, she actually didn't know much about the Shunkyuo that Ise Nanao mentioned. She didn't know how strong it was, so naturally she didn't focus on improving her strength. In addition, I have always had doubts about what Ise Nanao's teacher taught Yuryuaki-sama. Until, Ise Nanao made another instant confession in front of her. Boom! Azure blue Ryotsu spurted out from Ise Nanao's body, destroying the death armor on her back. High-intensity kid surrounded Ise Nanao's body. In front of Sui Feng, Ise Nanao with just one punch, terrifying power burst out. Yes, that's it. The technique Yuryuaki-sama used back then. Sui Feng said to himself in his heart, very shocked. Is this instant coax? She looked at Ise Nanao again. He also didn't expect that Nanao would be able to use the fighting skills that he had glimpsed at Yoryuki-sama. So, the man didn't lie. Is he really Yoryuki-sama's teacher? In the second division, Sui Feng is still practicing hard and wants to pass the captain assessment. But some people have already passed the captain assessment. On the night when the soul disappeared, Godi I-13 had 7 captain vacancies at once. The first person to fill this vacancy was not from a noble, but the vice-captain of the 5th Division Aizen Sōsuke. Aizen has been the vice-captain of Division 5 for many years. Many years ago, he was a powerful Shinigami, but because the captain was still there, he did not undergo the captaincy assessment. After the accident of Captain Hirako Shinji of the 5th Division, Aizen took the initiative to find Captain Yamamoto and recommended himself, saying that he wanted to take on the heavy responsibility of the 5th Division, so he wanted to conduct the captaincy assessment. In the past, team members were required to be recommended by the captain for captain assessment. But now Godi I-13 is in a special situation, and it is obviously impossible to make such a recommendation. Faced with Aizen's self-recommendation, Captain Yamamoto did not blame him. Instead, he summoned the remaining captains and conducted a captaincy assessment specifically for Aizen. In Godi I-13, there are 3 ways to become a captain. The first is to accept the assessment of 3 captains including the chief captain, the second is to be recommended by 6 captains, and more than half of the remaining captains approve, the third is to challenge the current captain, and the winner can become the new captain. The third method is the Kenpeiki inheritance ceremony unique to the first team. Of course, these are just ways to become a captain. Before becoming a captain, those who participate in the assessment must pass the test in terms of their own strength. In addition to reaching the 3rd level of spirit power, they also need to master Bankai. In the current Godi I-13, except for those who challenge the Mole City Kenpeiki, the remaining captain assessment ceremony can only be carried out in the first method. After all, in the current Godi I-13, only the second method can be carried out. There are 6 captains, and it is really difficult to get them all to agree. For Aizen, it was natural that he passed the captain's assessment easily. So, just like this, after the soul disappearance incident, Godi I-13 lost 6 captains, plus the captain position of the 10th Division that was initially vacant, a total of 7 captain positions were vacant, and now, 1 position has finally been filled. But even so, there are still 6 captain positions that are vacant. Captain Yamamoto is undoubtedly the person who cares most about this matter. After visiting the Shihaoran family, he visited the Shihaoran family again. This clan is the Shiba family. Since the decline of the Shiba family in the past, the Shiba family has rarely actively intervened in the internal affairs of Seireitei. If the Tsunoya Shiro family had not declined, relying on the feud between the 2 families, they might even be plotted by the Tsunoya Shiro family and fall out of the great nobility. Now, although they have not fallen out of the great nobility, they have kept a low profile for many years. But Captain Yamamoto knows that even if such great nobles decline, their heritage will still exist. By lobbying the Shiba family. Finally, a strong man from the Shiba family agreed to join the Godi I-13. This person is the younger brother of Shiba Issei, the current head of the Shiba family, Shiba Ishin. He is also the head of the Shiba branch house. Because the Shiba family was in decline, its reputation is not prominent, but it is indeed a captain-level Shinigami with great strength. After he joined Godi I-13, the vacant captain position was immediately filled. There are still 5 captain vacancies left. Chapter 180. So, Shiba Ishin became the captain of the 10th Division at this time. Aizen became the captain of the 5th team, but Xian Ye didn't care very much. This is inevitable. After the soul disappearance incident, most of the captain positions in the entire Soul Society were vacant. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni was eager to fill the captain's vacancy, so he naturally evaluated Shinigami, who has captain strength H in Shikiri. Aizen's strength has long reached the captain level, and now, he also needs the identity of a Godai 13 captain in order to act better. For various reasons, it is not surprising that Aizen would become the captain. On the other hand, Shiba Yushin, who had no reputation before, suddenly became the captain of the 10th division at this time, which made Xian Ye very touched. When he bid farewell to Hikifun Kiryu in the past, he paid a visit to the Shiba family and met the head of the Shiba family, Shiba Issei, who is also the father of Shiba Kyan, Shiba Kyuzuru, and others. It can be confirmed that Shiba Issei is not very powerful. However, I didn't see Shiba Ishin at that time. Now that Shiba Yushin has appeared and served as the captain of the 10th division, we can only say that a great noble is a great noble after all. The Shiba family is in decline in the eyes of many people, but a captain-level Shinigami can appear again at any time. After learning about the latest situation of Godai 13, Xian Ye no longer took it to heart. Even Aizen and Shiba became captains one after another. But the current Godai 13 lacks not 1 or 2 captains, but there are still 5 vacancies for captains. If Xian Ye is willing, he can actually serve as a captain for a while. But he gave up. In fact, he is already planning to resign from the Spiritual Arts Academy. After being a teacher for so many years, although it has become a part of life, to be honest, it is a bit boring now. The peaceful days passed for some time. On this day, he was invited by Aizen. Went somewhere. In the vast desert, smoke and dust spread in all directions under the strong wind. Aizen and Xian Ye walking among them were all wearing white cloaks, using the cloaks to cover their bodies. The concentration of souls here is much higher than that of Soul Society. This place is Hueco Mundo. Many years ago, after Aizen became interested in Hollow, he often sneaked into Hueco Mundo secretly. However, he was the deputy captain of the 5th division at the time, and the captain Hirako Shinji was always keeping an eye on him. Even if he used Kaika Suijutsu to confuse Hirako Shinji, it's not good to stay too long in Hueco Mundo. Not so now, he has become the captain of the 5th team. The vice-captain is again his henchman Ichimaru Jin. No matter how long he stayed in Hueco Mundo, he would be fine. If there is anything important in Soul Society, Ichimaru Jin will notify him in time. As for Xian Ye, I haven't been to Hueco Mundo for many years. I still remember the last time I came to Hueco Mundo, when he was the captain of Godai 13. It has been 700 or 800 years ago, which is not a short period of time. Many Shinigami with relatively short lifespans cannot even survive this many years. Therefore, Xian Ye is an out-and-out antique. Of course, compared to the older Shinigami such as Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni, military head Ichibei, etc., it is nothing. He is still a young man. Master, you know, during all these years of traveling to Hueco Mundo, I discovered an interesting thing. The two of them walked hand in hand on the land of Hueco Mundo. Aizen spoke leisurely and told Xian Ye what he had seen. That is, in the center of Hueco Mundo, there is still a king. That interests me. What kind of emptiness is there to be able to become king from Lu? Is he worthy of the title of king? A long time ago, I wanted to meet the king of Hueco Mundo. Unfortunately, I didn't have a good opportunity in the past. Now that I have become the captain of the 5th team, I finally have enough time to do this. It's over. Is the king of Hueco Mundo in your mouth called Baragan Ruzenbang? Xian Ye tilted his head and asked Aizen. Aizen was a little surprised and asked Xian Ye, Master, have you heard of this king of Hueco Mundo? Xian Ye said, I have heard about it a little bit. Baragan can be regarded as an extremely ancient hollow in Hueco Mundo. His antiquity can be traced back thousands of years. However, at that time, he was not the most powerful hollow in Hueco Mundo. I didn't expect that he would actually become the king of Hueco Mundo now. I can only say that it is good to live as long as he can. As long as he can survive those who are more powerful than him, he will be the king. Aizen's understanding of Hueco Mundo comes from the information from Soul Society. In addition, it is from his continuous travels to Hueco Mundo over the years. He really didn't know enough about Hueco Mundo's Minos Grande. Did Hueco Mundo have a particularly powerful hollow before? Aizen now knows that the master was once a member of the Zero Division. The Zero Division is the squad closest to the Soul King. The master is so old. There is no doubt that he knows many secrets. As long as there is a chance, Aizen will not visit Xian Ye. Consult. 0. Of course there are. Xian Ye did not hide anything. Before the three realms were divided, there was an ancient void that almost swallowed up the entire chaotic world. In the end, the Spirit King took action and defeated it. Having said that Tai Guxu, in terms of personality, is already at the same level as the Spirit King. Later, the three realms appeared, and Hueco Mundo was born. Over the long years, Hueco Mundo also gave birth to many powerful virtual beings. According to the classification of Soul Society, Vasto Lord is the top Minos Grande of Hueco Mundo, but in fact it is not the case. Time itself is prone to miracles, and the void is also a kind of soul. Occasionally, there will be some powerful Minos Grande that surpass the ordinary Vasto Lord. When Captain Yamamoto, whom we are familiar with, was young, there was such a powerful hollow that entered the Soul Society, defeated the young Captain Yamamoto, and finally broke into the Soul King Palace. No Man's Land. Until he met a monk. Aizen had previously learned about the details of several members of Team Zero from Xian Ye, so when he heard about the monk, he also remembered who he was. Even though Xian Ye did not mention the monk's real name, Aizen knew that this is the founder of Team Zero and the oldest Shinigami in the world. There is no doubt that he is very powerful. The powerful Su, who met the monk, was already dead. However, the opponent actually entered the Soul King's palace, which still made Aizen look at Hueco Mundo a few times. Chapter 181. For ordinary Shinigami, Hueco Mundo is an extremely scary place. It is the base camp of the virtual world, and there is the forest of Minos Grande in it, where a large number of Minos Grande live. But for the captains of Godi 13, especially those powerful captains, Hueco Mundo is actually not as scary as imagined. Minos Grande is divided into 3 levels. Although Vasto Lord has the strength to compete with the captain, as long as the captain is strong enough, he can still defeat Vasto Lord, and such a void, even if he goes through the entire Hueco Mundo, there is not much that can be repaid. In the final analysis, it is still Su's method of becoming stronger, which has too much randomness and relies on devouring souls to obtain evolution. Even if a large number of souls are devoured, the probability of being able to evolve to Vasto Lord is extremely low. Not so with Shinigami. Shinigami possesses the 107 systematic training method. As long as you practice step by step, you can have good strength. If the genius among them masters Bankai, they can even achieve captain level strength. Vasto Lord labeled Hueco Mundo. Even after becoming the captain, you can continue to practice. Because if divided according to the level of spiritual power, that is, the level of spiritual power, the captain only corresponds to the first 3 levels. The 3rd level belongs to the captain, and the 1st level also belongs to the captain. But Su is not like that. After advancing to Vasto Lord, it is extremely difficult to progress further. Hollows evolve by devouring their own kind. Only when a large number of Jillians devour each other can they evolve into Ajichas. Only when Ajichas devour multiple others of the same kind can they have a small chance of evolving into Vasto Lord. However, after reaching Vasto Lord, there are only a few virtual Hueco Mundos of this level. If they want to rely on devour, evolution is simply unrealistic. Don't look at it. Over the years, when Shinigami faced hollows, the casualty rate was very high, and even the captain died in the battle. But in fact, none of the truly powerful veteran captains took action. If Soul Society is really willing and chooses to go out in force, it can completely destroy Hueco Mundo. But for the sake of the balance between souls, I didn't do this. Aizen also knew these things after he became the captain of the 5th division. The same was true. He was very surprised when he learned from Xian Ye that a hollow had defeated the young Captain Yamamoto and entered the Spirit King Palace. Although this Hetsu still died in the end. But he has proven his power, and also confirmed Su's upper limit. While Aizen's thoughts were flowing, Xian Ye continued, after the monk killed the hollow, his body was taken by Nigia Wang Yu to make a Zanpakut. Now that knife is stored in Zero Ban among the team. It was also after that incident that the monk realized that there must be enough obstacles where Team Zero and the Soul Palace are located. Only in this way can we prevent those messy guys from breaking into the Soul Palace. In the palace. This is also the origin of the 72 layers of barriers leading from Soul Palace to Soul Society. 72 layers of barrier. Aizen heard another very important message. Yes. Xian Ye looked at Aizen and told him the truth. The 72-layer barrier is the boundary between the Soul King Palace and Soul Society. You can understand each layer of barrier as a boundary. The space between each layer of barriers is chaotic. Their existence is stronger than Soul Society's soul shielding film. Ordinary means may be able to break through 1 or 2 layers of barriers, but if you want to break through these 72 layers barrier is simply impossible. Because the power to shape this barrier comes from the Spirit King. Under normal circumstances, members of the Zero Squadron come down with the help of the Tianzi chariot, which is a unique transmission device of the Zero Squadron. They first go to the Spirit King Palace and temporarily open a gap in the 72-layer barrier. The Tianzi chariot following that gap can help them quickly enter Soul Society. Then, he also returned along the gap. But if there are no people from Division 0 to help open the gap in the 72-layer barrier, people from the lower world will have to borrow the power of another thing if they want to enter the Soul King's palace. What? Aizen's tone couldn't help but become anxious. After so many years, it stands to reason that he should have become more and more stable, but stability comes from what is known. Because he knows many secrets, he has the appearance of having wisdom in hand. When he encounters unknown things, Aizen still inevitably curious. Team Zero, after learning its secrets from their master, has been regarded as a future enemy by Aizen. If he continues to evolve, sooner or later he will have to face Team Zero and the Soul King. Naturally, he was also very concerned about how to get to the Spirit King's palace. King Qi. Xian Ye said 2 words. King Qi. Aizen whispered these 2 words softly. This was the first time he heard of this thing. He didn't know what it was specifically, but literally speaking, it seemed to be related to the Soul King. Xian Ye continued, when Shinigami is promoted to the 0 division, the first thing is to accept the baptism of the power of the Soul King. At that time, the power of the Soul King will reshape the body and bones of Shinigami who comes to the Soul King Palace, so that Shinigami has the ability to be immortal. As long as the Spirit King's palace is still there, it itself will not die, and the body and bones shaped by the Spirit King's power are the main key. Because the 72 layers of barriers were created by the power of the Spirit King, when Shinigami's body and bones are all created by the power of the Spirit King, he can easily blend into the 72 layers of barriers and pass through them without any hindrance. Arrive at the Spirit King's palace. Of course, if you want to create the King Key, you can't do it only in the Spirit King Palace. Xian Ye glanced at Aizen and said this again. Aizen's eyes flickered, he remembered Xian Ye's words in his mind, and asked Xian Ye, what should I do? Unfortunately, Xian Ye did not answer this question. Seeing that he couldn't get an answer from his master, Aizen asked Xian Ye another question, Master, you were once a member of Team Zero, so does your master also have a master key? Xian Ye answered this question, in the past, I did have this thing, but don't think about it now. After leaving the 0 division, all the power of the Soul King has been taken away from me. So now I cannot enter the Spirit King's palace. That's it. There was a hint of regret in Aizen's words. The yellow sand was long, and soon, the two figures disappeared into the depths of the desert. Chapter 182. Hueco Mundo is divided into an inner ring and an outer ring. The outer circle is an extremely vast desert. Here, some very ordinary virtual beings live. Minos Grande rarely appears in this area. Generally, those who appear in this area are mostly from the real world. Falling into the soul of Hueco Mundo, after they came here, due to the special environment of Hueco Mundo and some obsession with the world, the chain of cause and effect was completely broken and turned into a void, and then instinctively swallowed the soul in Hueco Mundo. The rich spirit sun completely lost his mind in the spirit sun and fell into emptiness. The inner circle is the area where the powerful void lives in Hueco Mundo. How to distinguish the inner ring from the outer ring? Just like the distinction between Rukanga and Seireitei in Soul Society. As the central area of the world, the concentration of spirit particles there is higher. In Soul Society, ordinary souls cannot live in Seireitei, not only because there are towering walls around Seireitei, but also because ordinary souls cannot carry high concentrations. Mariko. And if such a soul comes to Hueco Mundo, it will either be directly destroyed due to the high concentration of spirit seeds. Either endure this environment and degenerate into nothingness. Although there is no wall between the inner and outer rings of Hueco Mundo, the way to distinguish the inner and outer rings is through the concentration of spirit particles. The concentration of souls in the inner circle is higher. Such an environment is naturally not suitable for ordinary hollows, so ordinary hollows have come to the outer circle. For Minos Grande, this environment is like a fish in water. This is why Minos Grande is concentrated. The main reason is the inner circle. It is worth mentioning that there is a special place underground in the inner circle of Hueco Mundo. That is the forest of Minos Grande. The forest of Minos Grande is said to be a forest. It's actually a huge space underneath Hueco Mundo, where white, stalactite-like trees grow. They support the sand layer above, preventing it from collapsing downwards. In the vast forest of Minos Grande, in the dark space, there lives the starfish Tengsu. I don't know how these Minos Grande were born. But this is indeed a place of killing. Minos Grande lives in it, killing and devouring each other with his companions every day in order to further evolve. Of course, before evolving to a certain level, Minos Grande itself does not have much reason. Their devouring evolution will lead to further evolution. Most of it comes from the instinct to eat enough and fill the inner emptiness. Xian Ye does know that there is a very ancient Shinigami Asido hidden in the forest of Minos Grande. This person is a Shinigami from the Kenpeikai period, and he seems to be older than Kenpeikai. However, Xian Ye has no friendship with Kenpeikai Kazurayashiki, so naturally he will not deliberately go to the forest of Minos Grande to look for Asido. He and Aizen stepped into the inner circle of Hueco Mundo, with no intention of going to the forest of Malaysia. All the way to the center of Hueco Mundo. In the most central area of Hueco Mundo, there is a group of towering buildings surrounded by stone walls. This is the palace built by Baragan, the king of Hueco Mundo, for himself. According to the information tortured from those Su's mouths, it seems that it is called the Su Ye Palace in the south. He really has no cards at all. It seems that the king of Hueco Mundo is just mediocre. After seeing Su Ye Palace, Xian Ye gave such an evaluation. Aizen stood next to Xian Ye and nodded in agreement. When he suddenly heard about the king of Hueco Mundo, he thought of the Soul King, so he wanted to meet the king of Hueco Mundo for a while. If nothing else, he said that the other party could monopolize the central area of Hueco Mundo, which was obviously very unfair. Ordinary. My curiosity about the king of Hueco Mundo continued until I came here and saw the so-called Su Ye Palace. Su Ye Palace is really big. But it's really broken. Just a piece of ruins. Is this kind of thing worthy of being called a palace? Therefore, the so-called king of Hueco Mundo is just a bumpkin. The rest is up to you. I haven't made a move for a long time. Xian Ye said to Aizen. Aizen nodded slightly, then took the initiative and walked towards Sui Palace. After approaching Sui Palace, the first thing Aizen did was to release his powerful Ryutsu. Although both are Ryutsu, Shinigami's Ryutsu and Kyun's Ryutsu are different. This is because Shinigami's Ryutsu and Joe's Ryutsu have different colors. When Aizen released Ryutsu, Minos Grande in Sui Palace sensed it immediately. Then, one after another appeared from Sui Palace. After discovering that the person provoking Sui Palace was a Shinigami, he didn't hesitate at all and attacked Aizen directly. Faced with the attacks of these Minos Grande, Aizen defeated them all lightly. After that, he asked to see Baragan Ruzenbong, the king of Hueco Mundo. Naturally, such a strong strength soon led to the king of Hueco Mundo. Shinigami, you want to see me? When the huge skeleton with a crown on its head appeared, it looked at Aizen with a cold voice. While Aizen was sensing the Ryutsu on the king of Hueco Mundo, he suddenly realized that the so-called king of Hueco Mundo was indeed nothing more than that. Although it is true that he is a powerful hollow, such a hollow really cannot bear the title of king. In Aizen's view, only the spirit king is the real king. The reason why he thinks so, it was purely because he had personally experienced the power of the Soul King's fragments. Just 060 fragments had such powerful power. One can imagine how powerful the complete Soul King was. On the contrary, the self-proclaimed king in front of him is just a person who sits in a well and watches the sky. Thoughts flashed, Aizen faced Baragan and said softly, "Yes, I heard that there is a king of Hueco Mundo in the center of Hueco Mundo, so I came to visit you, but after seeing you, the king of Hueco Mundo, today, I am very disappointed. The so-called king of Hueco Mundo is just a guy in name only. Of course, you are the king of Hueco Mundo after all, so I won't kill you. How about you being loyal to me? Looking for death?" After hearing Aizen's words, Baragan was immediately furious. He subconsciously gathered the souls and prepared to release Zero and give Aizen a happy life. Faced with Baragan's action, Aizen simply pulled out the Zanpakuto in his hand, freeing Kaika Suijutsu. Kaika Suijutsu can not only have an effect on Shinigami, as long as all beings with spiritual power can be confused by Kaika Suijutsu. Because the so-called illusion was created by Aizen using his own powerful spiritual power. In one encounter, Baragan was influenced by Kaika Suijutsu. After Shen was released, he saw Za being swallowed by Zero. When he regained consciousness, he discovered that Aizen was fine, but all his subordinates had been killed by him. Chapter 183. It is not difficult for Aizen to impress Baragan, the king of Hueco Mundo. Baragan Ruzenbang has indeed lived for many years, so long that even Xian Ye has heard of his name. His strength is definitely top-notch even among the vasto lord-level Minos Grande. Is there a more powerful Minos Grande in Hueco Mundo? Of course there is. But this Minos Grande, even if he is more powerful than him, does not have the ambition of Baragan, let alone the thought of unifying Hueco Mundo and calling himself the king. However, even so, Baragan still had no power to fight back in front of Aizen. Kaika Suijutsu gives Aizen an extremely convenient fighting method, and his own powerful Ryutsu allows Kaika Suijutsu's illusions to be fake and real. The two complement each other. In other words, the strength of Kaika Suijutsu itself depends on the strength of Aizen itself. It is precisely because Aizen is strong enough that Kaika Suijutsu is in his hands and no one can resist it. This also made Baragan extremely miserable. After defeating Baragan, Aizen did not kill him either. Even though the king of Hueco Mundo has only its name, in this Hueco Mundo, the other party is the king after all and has a lot of energy. If the king of Hueco Mundo is willing to use it for him, he can still get a lot of conveniences. Save a lot of trouble. So, is Bacon Gang willing to be used by Aizen? He has no choice. Either succumb to Aizen or die obediently. Although he is the king of Hueco Mundo, he doesn't want to die like this. Ever since, Baragan surrendered to Aizen. However, although he surrendered, he secretly always wanted to defeat Aizen. Of course, this required accumulating enough power. Before he had enough power, he could only lie dormant inside Sui Palace. Although it doesn't look as dilapidated as the ruins on the outside, it's actually not much better. The place where Baragan, the king of Hueco Mundo, lives is just a simple house built of stone. It's really hard to imagine that this kind of place is a palace. However, if you think carefully about other Sui sleeping in the wilderness or living in caves, Baragan has such a huge Sui palace for him to live in, and he is indeed worthy of his status as a king. Of course, for Aizen and Xian Ye, he still doesn't think highly of Sui Palace. Especially Aizen, he is a perfectionist. Now the king of Hueco Mundo has become his lackey. If he becomes the true king of Hueco Mundo, such a palace will naturally not be worthy of him. So after taking over here, Aizen has given birth to a new generation. Sui Palace's thoughts. Build it into a truly perfect palace to match your own. But before that, he came to Hueco Mundo, and there were more important things. It has now been proven that Shinigami's hollow cannot be successful. Even a captain-level Shinigami cannot control the power of the hollow. Therefore, I have completely given up research on hollow. Aizen talked to Xian Ye. But recently, I've had a whole new idea. Is it possible to try to give the hollow Shinigami the power? The power of the void is chaotic and disorderly, so Shinigami cannot control the power of the void, even the captain-level Shinigami. But the power of the Shinigami is not the same. The power of the Shinigami is orderly and controllable. In Soul Society, there is a way to give the power of Shinigami to others. This kind of thing is considered taboo by Soul Society. Any Shinigami who does this is equivalent to committing a felony. However, this also confirms the feasibility of this matter. So, can we give the power of Shinigami to Qian? Will Qian, who is endowed with the power of Shinigami, go to destruction like Hollow's Shinigami, or will he evolve and gain new power? Aizen has many questions in his mind. The night when the soul disappeared was a heavy night for Soul Society and brought a painful blow to Soul Society, but for Aizen, it was just an ordinary experimental match. Even in that experiment, Soul Society lost many captains. But Aizen didn't care. On the contrary, it was during that experiment that he determined something heavy. Even the captain-level Shinigami cannot withstand Hollow's power. Even though teacher Xian Ye said that they might not die, he revealed some of Urahara Kisuke's weight to him. But now Aizen really does not have the energy or time to go to this world to find the whereabouts of Urahara Kisuke and the captains who were hollowed. Instead of continuing to study the hollow, it is better to study in the opposite direction. The powerful Shinigami are all registered in Godai 13, and it is difficult to do another night of soul disappearance. But there are countless powerful hollows in the hollow. If you can give the virtual Shinigami the power and completely control Hueco Mundo, you will have an extremely powerful force in your hands. That way, even if one day Soul Society discovers his conspiracy, and he completely turns against Soul Society, it's not like he doesn't have any remaining strength to resist. After learning about the existence of Team Zero from Xian Ye, Aizen realized the power of Shinigami. Whether it's Godai 13 or Team Zero, when he chooses to take this path, these people will all be his enemies. Although the master is on his side. But with just such a few people, the number of people is still a bit small. Now Aizen is gradually thinking of forming his own force. The premise is that he can realize the virtual Shinigami. Otherwise, Hueco Mundo's current power alone will not be able to cope with Soul Society's servants. Just like he didn't take the initiative to interfere with Aizen's hollow experiment, this time, Xian Ye didn't take the initiative to interfere when Aizen mentioned the Shinigami transformation, but he knew that this time Aizen's experiment would end successfully. From then on, Hueco Mundo will give birth to a more powerful void called Arankar. Even an ordinary hollow will possess extremely powerful power after Arankar. As for Vasto Lord, it will be even better than before. Xian Ye even had a guess in his heart as to why Ironkar was born. The reason is because the Hagyaku in Aizen's hand is formed with the power of Shinigami, so it can give the virtual Shinigami the power. But it was unable to allow Shinigami to obtain the power of the hollow and control the hollow. Only another Hagyaku formed with hollow power in the hands of Urahara Kisuk can help Shinigami achieve hollow. Chapter 184. Xian Ye followed Aizen around Hueco Mundo. After that, I no longer paid attention to the follow-up of Hueco Mundo. On the contrary, in the laboratory, the Quincy power he cultivated has made some movements recently. Over the years, this Quincy power has been cultivated by him, but there has been no movement. It was only at this moment that there was movement. Xian Ye thought about it for a while and knew the reason. There is only one person who can have an impact on the power of the Quincy, and that is the ancestor of the Quincy, Waiwak. In the past, Waiwak led the Quincy army to attack Soul Society. First, he negotiated with the Zero Squadron to no avail, but Ichibei Hisub used the Soul King's left arm to seal his omniscience and omnipotence. Then, his strength was greatly reduced, and he fought with Captain Yamamoto. In the end, he lost his heartbeat, consciousness, and was unable to move. In the 900 years since the war, he has been in a state of recovery. His soul is sleeping, and relying on his ability as the ancestor of the Quincy, he instinctively absorbs the power of all Quincies, using their power and souls to support his body and restore himself. For ordinary people, such a thing is naturally unbelievable, but for Yuhabak, this is just a routine operation. When he was born, he was in a mutilated state. By completing the soul of the person who comes into contact with him, and then taking back the soul of the person who comes into contact with him after a certain period of time, and forcibly taking away all the means of lending and then collecting loans from the other person, he constantly completes himself and returns himself to a complete state. When he was seriously injured and fell into a deep sleep, he also adopted this method to recover himself. The only difference is that there is no need to contact others anymore. Because over the long years, he has spread his soul and blood among the Quincy group, and he can directly affect all Quincy through the power of the soul level. Xian Ye naturally thought of the restlessness of the Quincy's power. All in all, it has been 900 years since that war ended. It was almost time for Waiwaka's heartbeat to resume. This is a very critical node. However, it would still take 90 years for Yuha, CDFH, Bak to regain consciousness. It was not until Kurosaki Ichigo was 9 years old that he truly woke up. In the next 9 years, he began to regain his strength. The process, and after that, is the beginning of the 1000-year bloody war. Therefore, although I have insight into the existence of Yuhabak, but time is not that urgent. After Xian Ye thought about it for a while, he put the matter behind him. Years go by. Time passes. When there were still 5 captain vacancies left in Godi I-13, Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni's most important thing was to fill the vacant captain positions. To this end, he did not hesitate to cultivate potential talents from each team, and even, specifically teaching them the Bankai practice method, hoping that one day they can master Bankai and become the new captain. At this time, the captain of Godi I-13 changed again. But the new captain is not the captain of the 5 vacant divisions. Rather, it comes from the 11th Squadron. This was something no one expected. The captain of Squad 11 is known as the most powerful Shinigami in Godi I-13 besides the chief captain. He bears the name of Kenpeki. The captain succession ceremony of this squad is also completely different from that of other squads. There is no need for captain assessment or recommendation from other captains. As long as you can defeat the current captain of Team 11 in the presence of 300 team members and the other captains, you can become the new Kenpeki. In the past, Kenpeki Kashi Yashiki held a cocktail party after defeating Minos Grande. Many members of the 11th Division and the 4th Division members who came to support were present, and Kurako Shunsui, who came to support, was a witness. So when Mole Castle Kenpeki showed up to challenge Kuriyashiki Kenpeki, all those requirements were met. When Mole City Kenpeki defeated Mole City Kenpeki, he naturally became the new Kenpeki. When Kenpeki became Kenpeki in Mole City, many members of Team 11 did not think of him. It is even believed that Mole Castle Kenpeki became Kenpeki by taking advantage of others' danger. At that time, Kuriyashiki Kenpeki was not in peak condition after the war, and Kuriyashiki Kenpeki's Bankai was also sealed by Central 46, and was at its peak strength. But as time passed, as Mole City Kenpeki continued to take the lead in fighting Minos Grande, he defeated Minos Grande one after another. The members of Team 11 also gradually recognized the new Kenpeki. After that, the siege of Kenpeki stayed at this location for more than 100 years. The members of the 11th Division also changed one batch after another. Today, there are only a few people in the entire Seoul society who still remember Kenpeki. Mole City Kenpeki has become synonymous with the strongest Kenpeki. In the end, no one expected that under such circumstances, Mole City Kenpeki lost. The one who challenged Mole City Kenpeki was a member of Team 11 who had just joined the team not long ago. Its name is Seireitei, and it is said that it comes from the worst area of Rukanga. He joined the 11th Division and became the chief officer because two Rukanga men he defeated had invited him to join the Seireitei. Because he was disgusted with the life of Rukanga and found the fighting in Rukanga boring, he was eager to fight and came to Seireitei. Unexpectedly, not long after joining the 11th Division, he would challenge Kenpeki of Mole City. Because during the battle, powerful riotsu erupted from his body, attracting Kurako Shunsui, the captain of the 8th Division. Ever since, Kurako Shunsui became a witness again. In the 11th Division, he witnessed Zanpakuto fighting against Mole City Kenpeki with a single sword. In the past, Mole City Kenpeki used Zanpakuto's ability to kill Kenpeki Kayashiki. However, no one expected that today, more than 100 years later, when facing Seireitei, a reckless man, the final result would be that Mole City Kenpeki would be defeated. Even Seireitei was seriously injured. But in the end, it was Mole City Kenpeki who frankly admitted that he lost in front of many team members and in front of the witness Kurako Shunsui. As a result, while the positions of captains of the other 5 divisions have not yet been filled, the position of Kenpeki, which has not changed for more than 100 years, has changed. Chapter 185. It's really unexpected. After Xian Ye learned about Kenpeki's replacement, he couldn't help but sigh. Back then, when Mole City Kenpeki had evil intentions, he and Aizen stopped Mole City Kenpeki. In the end, some changes occurred in Team 11. For example, in the original work, Oniwa City Kenpeki, who was disliked by many captains, did not appear. Mole City Kenpeki has always carried the name Kenpeki until now. If it weren't for now, Xian Ye would have almost forgotten this Seireitei Kenpeki when he heard the name Seireitei. All we can say is that it is inevitable that Seireitei Kenpeki will come to Seireitei. Seireitei Kenpeki is eager to fight, and today's Rukanga is not like the Rukanga thousands of years ago. At that time, Godei 13 had not yet been established, or in other words, at the beginning of its establishment, many strong men were unwilling to enter Seireitei to work as lackeys for the nobles, and they all hid among the Rukanga. Seireitei Kenpeki lives among them, so naturally he can enjoy the exciting battle. But as time goes by, as the order of Seoul society stabilizes, the truly strong people have come to Seireitei, and the souls who are qualified to become Shinigami have also gone to Seireitei. The ones still left in Rukanga today are all rotten fish and shrimps. Although there are some strong ones among them. For example, the Oniwa Castle Kenpeki in the original work is the heroic origin of Rukanga. But Rukanga is too big. It is extremely difficult to find a strong person to challenge in the vast Rukanga, not to mention that Seireitei Kenpeki itself has a poor sense of direction. So, instead of continuing to waste time in Rukanga, it would be better to come directly to the Seireitei. Shinigami are all strong. Seireitei is the place where Shinigami live. In a place like this, there are naturally enough strong people to challenge it. If I remember correctly, in the original work, when Zaraki Kenpeki challenged his predecessor Kenpeki, the witness was the blind Tosen Kaname, but now, he has become Kurako Shunsui. It can only be said that although Zaraki Kenpeki has still become Kenpeki, the process is still a little different. First, although he woke up, he was not as relaxed as he imagined and was seriously injured. The second reason is that Mole City Kenpeki is not dead either. Of course, Xian Ye was a little surprised that a strong player like Mole City Kenpeki would lose to Zaraki. You know, this is a master who even the young Aizen was defeated miserably. Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu did not have the slightest effect on Mole City Kenpeki. But thinking about it carefully, Xian Ye felt that the defeat of Mole City Kenpeki was a reasonable thing. Mole City Kenpeki's sword is indeed very powerful. He can integrate his own spirit into all inorganic objects, and then manipulate them to turn them into his own clones. With this ability, Mole City Kenpeki can perform multiple kid chants. The way to break Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu is to hold the blade of his Zanpakut before casting perfect sleep. Because after Mole City Kenpeki used his Zanpakut ability, if he was everywhere, the air would be considered a part of him, so he could naturally hold his Zanpakut, thus breaking Kaika Suijutsu. But this ability is still flawed. When it is integrated into a living being, especially Shinigami's body, the stronger the Shinigami's own Ryutsu, the harder it is for Mole City Kenpeki to affect them. In fact, the spiritual power integrated into Shinigami's body may be different from Shinigami's own spiritual power. The force will conflict and then be destroyed. Once it is destroyed, the damage will be reflected on his body and he will be seriously injured. Xian Ye has played against Mole City Kenpeki before, so he knows very well the ability of Mole City Kenpeki's Zanpakut. Zaraki Kenpeki, while unable to liberate Zanpakut, nor Grandmaster Kid. But he has one biggest advantage, and that is his powerful Ryutsu. With such a powerful Ryutsu, if Mole Castle Kenpeki doesn't use his own Zanpakut ability and tries to integrate into Zaraki Kenpeki's body, once he plans to use that ability, it is equivalent to asking for death. Among the 4th Division, Mole City Kenpeki and Zaraki Kenpeki were both sent here. The two had a great battle, and in the end, although Kenpeki lost, Genruo gave up the position of captain. But he wasn't dead after all. In the end, together with the guy who defeated him and became the new Kenpeki, called Zaraki, he was sent here to receive treatment from Anohanaretsu. The two people were in different medical rooms. After Anohanaretsu helped Mole City Kenpeki deal with his injuries, he came to Zaraki Kenpeki's room. Looking at Zaraki, she fell into reminiscence. Although I have grown up, my appearance has changed a lot from when I was a teenager. But the first time he saw Zaraki Kenpeki, Anohanaretsu recognized him. You've finally arrived at Seireitei. Anohanaretsu spoke softly, her thoughts flowing, and she couldn't help but think of the past nearly 100 years ago. At that time, not long after Godei 13 was established, and not long after the war with Waiwak ended, she went to Rukonga in order to recruit subordinates. But he saw corpses stacked on top of each other. A boy holding a sealed state picked up from the dead Shinigami stood on top of the corpse. Then, the other party caught her off guard and hurt her. How incredible is this? You know, at that time, she was the first generation Kenpeki, known as 8000 styles, who claimed to have mastered all kendo and sword style skills. As a result, he didn't have any perception, and he didn't have any insight into the boy's movements. It was also that time when she felt her own weakness for the first time. Since then, she has been practicing kite hard so that one day she can happily fight her opponent again. The function of kite is to heal herself during the battle. She firmly believes that the other party will definitely come to Seireitei. But I didn't expect that this wait would have passed for so many years. Today, she finally saw the person from back then again in Seireitei. Some time passed. As the two Kenpeki who fought in Team 11 recovered from their injuries, Zaraki Kenpeki officially became the new Kenpeki and the 9th generation Kenpeki. This is naturally also the follow-up impact of Xian Ye's defeat of Mole City Kenpeki. Because Mole City Kenpeki was not imprisoned in infernal affairs, naturally there were no Wushu Kenpeki and Oniwa City Kenpeki. This caused Zaraki Kenpeki's seniority to rise. After 2 generations, the original 11th generation Kenpeki became the 9th generation Kenpeki. After resigning from the position of Kenpeki, Mole City Kenpeki left Seireitei and returned to his home to live in seclusion. During this process, Captain Yamamoto naturally tried to retain Kenpeki. After all, there are so many vacancies for Godei 13 captains. Even if Mole City Kenpeki cannot serve as the captain of the 11th division, he can still serve as the captain of the other divisions. It's not like there's no precedent for this. For example, Anoha Naretsu was transferred to the 4th division from 1st generation Kenpeki. Unfortunately, Mole City Kenpeki rejected Lu